1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And here we go. His year again. Rory is a rare repeat winner at Augusta.
That is the way we start off the live Monday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Hopefully you had a fantastic weekend. Let's get you to another one as quickly as possible. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt as Rory McIlroy becomes the fourth player ever to go back-to-back at Augusta.
The golfer of the generation. It's pretty much set in stone now. I don't even know who would be number two.
I do, and I know who would be number one.
I know who most people in this city would say is number one.
Who do you think number one is?
Most would say, I think for here locally, they would say Scottie.
I
Rory.
would say that's a different generation. I would say Scottie's.
You said this generation.
I would say Scottie's considerably
currently
younger.
Golfing in this generation.
Yeah, no, I know, but so he's a little younger. But Rory's got.
What's your generation? How are we defining it?
Yeah, I'm confused. Are you talking about generation when you say generation, I assume you mean this generation in which people are golfing, not the age of people who grew up with Rory?
Well, that's a good question. So I would not put Tiger in this generation.
Okay.
All right, that's the previous one. And there's no question that Rory is ahead of Scottie. He's got 3 times as many major championships, and he's done it for longer. A lot longer.
You think Rory's the best golfer in the world?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, over the last 15 years, even though he didn't win a major for about 14 years, the amount of top 10s he had in majors was stupid. Not that Scottie has it, just Scottie hasn't done it long enough. Like, Rory's done it longer. Scottie, I think, eventually will get there. But at this moment, it's really impossible to put Scottie ahead of Rory.
I mean, I think Scottie's the best golfer in the world. So that's the way I'm saying it. It's kind of like the reverse of the Cooper Flag Con Knipple argument, where people are like, okay, like this year versus who you would take moving forward right now. And I guess Scottie is going to be eliminated by default if you talk about the last 15 years since Rory is older than him.
Yeah, Scottie's not even 30 yet.
I just think Scottie's the best golfer in the world, and he'll win the most over the next 3 to 5 years.
So you've actually now, I was sitting here ready to do complete bits on golf, and now I'm actually curious about something. Are you still saying this exact thing if he blows a 6-shot lead and loses? Like he was close to doing?
He was close to doing it. Maybe, yeah. I mean, I still think
because you're always very big term process oriented, not like
Rory's the ultimate big term process though, because he did not win for a long time, but he was always in contention.
But if Scottie finishes that comeback and comes back and wins, aren't you saying Scottie's above?
Things. Sure, it changes a lot of things. And now Scottie's got the same amount of green jackets as Phil, right? 3. He would have 3, and he would have 3 in 6 years. 3 and 5 years, really.
Who do you think will be the best golfer of the next 3 years?
Over the next 3 years, I would say Scottie would be better over the next 3 years.
Thought McIlroy ended this on Friday.
Yeah.
When he was at -12, the largest 36-hole lead in history. He was last in the field in driving accuracy among the 54 players who actually made the cut. He had 21 of 42 fairways. He had a double that gave Cameron Young a 2-shot lead. Then we had Justin Rose. Then we had Scheffler back into it. We didn't get the ultimate great final finish yesterday, but we had a lot of intrigue with 5 within 1, basically. Yeah. There's 5 golfers sitting there within 1 shot.
It was a really good leaderboard. At the end, when you had those 5, you had Cam Young up there, who's played really well.
Or 4 others were 1 back at -10.
Then you had Rose, and you had Scottie Scheffler moving up there, and then you had Rory at some point. Rory had dropped back. After that 6th hole, after the bogey on 6, I mean, he really came back and played a very clean round the rest of the way. He won it on Friday, lost it on Sunday, and then came back again and won it on Sunday.
And
roller coaster.
Only had to shoot even throughout the rest of the weekend. Yeah. He's like, no way I would have thought that I could go even par and hang on to win.
And it's that number 12 again. Like, if you go back and you look at the history of this course, the recent history of this course. And take 2020 out because that was a different golf course that was played. It was played in November. So take that out. You're looking at basically -8 to -12 wins this tournament every single year. It's pretty wild. Like you have your 4 birdie holes. You have 16, and those are the par 5s. You have 16, and then you've got everything else you're just trying to par.
There's nobody. As somebody who doesn't follow it, there's nobody I wanted to win less than Rory when this weekend started. The dude was so out front with the whole "I hate live" thing, like we all remember.
Live.
And then he just company man flipped back and took his silence when whatever pseudo merger occurred or whatever else. And then across the last 18 months, I feel like I've just been aware of way too many stories of oh, he's kind of a D.
Well, he caught a lot of heat. He got destroyed because he was talking about skipping the Texas tournaments in San Antonio and Houston. And a story came out when he goes, no, instead of playing those tournaments, I just decided to fly to Augusta, play a practice round, prep there, and then fly back home for dinner with my kids. And people are like, all right, man. Screw you.
Yeah.
We get it. You're rich and you don't care about Texas. But I have no problem with the strategy. Go and live.
Yeah.
Go and live at the major course that you're preparing for versus winning or competing in San Antonio and Houston.
He said he basically made Augusta his home course.
And he got that from Jack, he said.
Yeah, and he basically just played as much as he could over the last 3 weeks because as a former champ, you could play. You basically become a member without being a member. And you can play basically as much as you still got to play with a member, but no one's going to sit there and say, "Oh no, yeah, I'm not going to make time for Rory McIlroy to come play with me." So he just basically did that, And Scottie had a baby that was born. He had other things going on in the same time, but that's kind of one of the advantages that you have here.
There's another reason to hate him. He hates the Texas tournaments, and Scottie got a green jacket, and then that night was in Inwood Tavern. So, just here in Texas, you got to give the edge to Rory.
Rory on going back, edge to Rory or edge to Scheffler?
Edge to Scheffler.
Yeah, I thought you said Rory.
No. If I did, it was an accident.
Yeah, it was an accident.
It's golf. Who cares?
Rory on going back to back.
Yeah, I joked last week and going into this week, this place feels like my home course. I haven't played anywhere else in the last 2 or 3 weeks, really. So I felt prepared in that way. I felt prepared that, wherever I hit it on the golf course, I sort of know what to do. I know where to miss. I'm pretty comfortable with all the shots around the greens. And yeah, I think it is. It's a good blueprint. I said this earlier in the week, I'm not going to take 3 weeks off before every major, but to get to the major venues early, do your preparation, play, and not just play and look at things and actually play. Go out there with one ball, shoot a score. Try to do it that way. I think and I've talked to Jack Nicklaus over the years about how he prepared for majors, and he would go the week before and he would simulate a tournament. He'd play one ball for 4 days, shoot scores, so then when he got to the tournament that it was sort of it felt second nature to him.
In his last 19 majors, he has 16 top 10s. It's just insanity. And the fact that he only has 2 majors in that is pretty wild. You only have 2 majors, and you have 16 top 10s out of the last 19.
Yeah, I was hoping for the choke at the end for some extra drama. I thought we were going to get it after his drive. And I had Ali chanting,
18?
hit the tree, hit the tree. But he was able to go ahead and get out of it. The 6-shot lead, gone in 11 holes, but McIlroy hangs on to go back-to-back.
Look, we like to invoke Money Puck when we're talking about hockey. I'd like to introduce a new website for RJ Choppy called Data Golf. Okay. So I want to tell you about Data Golf. They are tracking post-Masters win, the career points, the point system analytic that they have, and they say that Scheffler is on track this year in his age 30 season to finally pass where Rory was at the same time in his career.
Yeah,
so
I believe that.
They're saying that by their own point system, even with the later start, that it'll be it's going to be Scottie Scheffler. That's what Data Golf has to say.
Yeah, I think
which is the money puck of golf. I've just decided.
Yeah, I think Scottie eventually will surpass him. I just think right now it's not really an argument.
I think it is, but you're the golf guy. A moral series victory for your Texas Rangers.
Left-handed batter with An orange barrel to his bat. Swings to the first pitch and hammers one in the air to right field. Tucker back. Track at the wall. He turns out of here. For the second time this series, Evan Carter leaves the yard. And this time it ties the game at 1 in the third inning.
Sandman with the call, post-game crotch and all on 105.3 The Fan. Evan Carter with a home run and a walk. A nice play in the outfield. Rangers, by the way, with a season high in walks as they get the final one in Los Angeles in a pretty good back-and-forth series. They lose 2 out of 3.
Yeah, they did. But that 8th inning is just a huge inning for them. They had a 3-1 lead. The Dodgers get a run and cut that lead in half. And then you go right back out there and you put a 2 spot up and effectively end the game. You give yourself a 3-run cushion with 6 outs to go, and it effectively ends the game there. And it's funny. You go out there, and all of a sudden the bats wake up. So you leave this stadium, and the bats wake right up. Sort of.
5 runs per. They scored 15 runs in 3 games.
Yeah,
which is
it's good.
Something that's way better than obviously it had been during that stretch. We talked about it last week. It was 7 games in a row with 3 runs or fewer, which was tied for the second longest they'd had in 40 years.
I wonder of everyone's first 15 games, who has faced a tougher opponent ERA, because all the Rangers insiders kept saying first 40, you're coming off Seattle, and now you're getting the Dodgers. So I wonder who has faced the toughest opposing pitching in terms of other team ERA throughout their first 15 games.
Whoever's had to face the Rangers and their bullpen is what it looks like. I saw a number over the weekend that was fascinating. I don't know if it had registered like this to this point. What would you say has been in some of these games Texas's biggest problem? Is it it's obviously not been late in the game and some of the bullpen stuff. I guess I hadn't realized how much they'd been struggling in the first inning in particular.
Like giving up a home run on the first pitch?
There's that. They are -9 in run differential in the first inning.
Yeah.
And then pretty much the rest of the game, they're good.
Yeah, how many times is that the first pitch? Is that the third time, first pitch of the year?
DeGrom gives up the first one to Shohei, and then he was absolutely fantastic afterwards. 6 innings, 1 run, 9 strikeouts for Jake.
All right, so I think I found the opponent earned run average. That's how it would work, right? Opponent earned run average.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's see. Ahead of the Rangers' opponent earned run average is 3.72. The White Sox actually have the highest, which is 2.65, or the lowest, I guess. So that's about a run difference. So there's 9 teams ahead of them.
Okay.
White Sox, Giants, Cincy, Royals, Philly, Mets, Toronto, Cleveland, Colorado.
They lost the series, so, I mean, you would normally feel worse about that. I feel so much more optimistic about their long-term ability coming out of a series like this than I do even when they beat Seattle and then they sweep Seattle. Because it's like, all right, you give up 3 home runs to Muncie on Friday, which was just brutal. But, I mean, you lost to the L.A. Muncies on Friday is what happened.
Yeah.
But otherwise, throughout the series, you were pretty competitive at the plate. This was a good series for Evan Carter. Evan Carter had good at-bats. Brandon Nimmo continues to be really, really good. It looked like Wyatt was going to have a good series before he misses the last 2 games. So, for me, at least, this felt more optimistic losing 2 out of 3 for this team being able to do stuff moving forward than the previous series did.
I agree. Yesterday, while the game was taking place, I go and check the standings, and the Athletics are in first place in the American League West. And now, after the Rangers' victory, they're sitting there at the top of the standings. They both have 8-7 records, but Texas is listed on top, and you get the Athletics starting tonight right here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a Total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. In case you did not know, we are your official home of the Texas Rangers and the Dallas Cowboys. The NFL draft is a little over a week away, and Brian brought us his favorite. Now has an incident that may cause Ruben Bane to fall even farther. No. Plus, we have a current Dallas Cowboys arrest as well. Inside the Star with Sean and RJ is next. But what did you get at Hurtado Barbecue this
from the beginning, the true color of trust for the last century and the next. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas through it all.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-317-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the star on 105.3 The Fan.
Todd Archer says add 2 more corners to the Cowboys' top 30 list. Jermod McCoy, who Brian brought us, absolutely loves. Bobby and Nick Harris seem to think he will not be drafted by the Dallas Cowboys. Why is he on that visit list then? D'Angelo Pons also scheduled to be at the Star this week. So that would bring the total known corners on the list to 7. Lot to make certain of with McCoy's knee. Why is he visiting?
Because there's a lot to make certain of with McCoy's knee. This is the sort of thing where it's for instance, we don't know why they brought in Omar Cooper. It's the only offensive player they've brought in. And he seems to be sort of a purgatory player where they don't have a pick. And if they were to pick him in the first round, it's like, okay, well, that doesn't seem like it happened. And he's not going to be there by your third, so what's the point? So we don't know why they brought him in for it. But nobody looks at that and thinks,
down, baby.
But nobody looks at it and thinks like, oh, they're clearly now interested in him at 12 or 20. We're trying to figure out other reasons for it. Similarly with McCoy, I think they're just trying to figure out, where would we be comfortable, or at what spot, could we justify, all right, fine, we'll take him here. I think it's about underlining what exactly they feel about him and getting all the firm answers on it, especially if you've got the visits to use.
Can they do medicals on him during these visits? They can.
Yeah. Not with local players, but with national visits, they can.
Ollie Connolly, special surprise call-in right now, by the way, from Brian Broaddus here on 105.3 The Fan to talk about this and more. Ollie Connolly of the Read Optional says Ruben Bane was driving on I-95 in Miami in March of 2024. His car crashed into another vehicle before slamming into concrete barriers. One of the passengers in the car, 22-year-old Destiny Betts, suffered serious injuries. She never emerged from a coma. She died 3 months later. The police report said that Bane was careless or negligent. He was cited for careless driving. The charge was later dismissed. Teams and Broaddus have known about this for a long, long time. A civil lawsuit was actually settled. The family released a statement saying, all good, we're moving forward. We wish Ruben Bane the absolute best as well. How could this impact things? One of Ruben Bane's biggest fans, Brian Broaddus, with the nice surprise call-in right now on the home of the Cowboys. Good morning, brother. How are you?
Doing well, boys. How about yourselves?
Doing well. You've known about this. What are teams saying about it? Some teams are saying, we don't like the way he necessarily answered it, maybe a little bit dismissive. How do you think this affects Bane, and what else do you know about it?
Yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now on it. Teams really weren't too happy with the way that he was, when the question was posed, that he was giving them answers to why and how and all those things. They were also worried about some potential backlash of maybe this thing reopening in some a lawsuit once again being something that once he signed this contract, this was clearly a black cloud that was hanging over this kid's head throughout the whole process here. So, it's something that, like I say, I know myself, Bobby, Zach Wolchuk, others, we were kind of starting to hear some things from scouts and stuff that we were talking to, that this thing was going to potentially something that he was going to have to answer to. To be honest with you, I'm surprised it's held this long. I know we're only a few days away from the actual draft itself, but this is something that teams have known about for quite a bit, and they really weren't too happy with the way that he was handling the question part of it.
Does this affect anything for you if he's sitting there at 12?
Well, the effect is that to me, now listen, this is, my board's my board. They really don't give a rat's ass what I say. I mean, they, last time they cared what I said was in 2005. So, but that's, I mean, it's one of those things that I've known about it for the last few weeks, And I was like, okay, well, if teams are not taking him off the board, it sounds like to me that teams are more adamant about the body type, the short arms and stuff, than they are this thing. So, but does it change for me? No. Dallas needs a pass rusher. Do I think they'll take him? I don't think that they would. I just teams get so locked in on measurables, and he's an outlier, and nobody's ever had these kinds of arms or arm length and been drafted, and that's kind of what teams do. They get locked in, and they don't want to change. They don't want to adapt. You can watch the tape. You can watch him playing 17 weeks and playing against tackles who had much longer arms than him, and the way he's able to avoid and keep hands off him. And so, yeah, he's probably going to be a really good value for somebody. I know everybody in these mock drafts here recently, the best one, your last one hopefully is your best mock draft. I'll be interested to see where some of these national guys, the Daniel Jeremiahs and those guys, put him in their final mock.
Brian, every insider now is whispering about the Cowboys moving up. We got mock trades for Bailey, Bobby's guy out of Tech. We got mock trades for Reese. Dane Brugler on Friday, which we'll play later, is talking about maybe moving up for Sonny Styles. How are you weighing staying at 12 and 20 versus moving up possibly for Bailey, Reese, or Styles, or anybody else?
Yeah, I hate myself for how I've approached this because I'm more interested in going up and getting one of those guys than I am waiting at 12. I do believe this, though. This is once again where teams are looking at it and they're saying, oh, well, positional value. And I know I hear your show talk about positional value when I'm driving around. Yeah. But this is, when you start to talk about Downs, the safety from Ohio State, being one of the best players in the country, and the one thing you're trying to do in the top 10 is pick the best player that, that will not, fail you. You could go and reach. There's teams talking about this, Monroe Freeling from Georgia in the top 10, and there's no way this guy's a top 10 player. But that's what they're talking about right now. So, to me, I'm kind of in that mode of give me the opportunity to go get one of the best players. Now, if I'm really, really interested in Downs and teams are thinking about the positional value stuff, I might be inclined just to sit there and see if he falls to me at 12 is what I'll do. So I've kind of gone back and forth on this to try and figure out. I initially was very, very mindful of let's go get one of those guys. I worry about walking the minefields ahead of you. With the teams ahead of you. I especially worry about the Dolphins. And I say this about the Dolphins because John Eric Sullivan, their general manager, first-time general manager, he's got a team that's been cap trouble. He needs players. He needs picks. And I worry about somebody coming up ahead of you at the Dolphins. So I would do my best to try and get up. I know we've heard the Arizona thing. I've had somebody in the organization tell me that's news to us about trading to Arizona. I have not had anybody confirm anything to me about going to Cleveland, but that seems like a pretty legitimate spot if you could get there. Kansas City at 9 might be a possibility with their late one doing some stuff. So there's at least some teams that you can maybe think about. The Saints even at 8 are teams that you could probably think about going up to if you really want to kind of get that guy that you covet.
Brian brought us with us here on Sean and RJ. Okay, Brian, let's say highliest of unlikely scenarios, just something wild happens and you're there at 12 and Styles, Delane, and Downs all fall down to them. Who do you think they're taking?
Well, I think that they might take Styles as who they would take. I think the linebacker situation is pretty dire for them right now. But me personally, I think the way I would do it is that I would take Downs, Delane, and Styles. The way I would do it. But they don't, again, care what I say. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think they would look at Styles, in that situation. Like I said, I want to believe that they would take Downs, but I kind of also feel like that. Wow, well, let's, they're really hurting at the linebacker spot, and so that's probably the direction that they would go.
Would that be a need pick?
Well, they're all need picks. It seems like the best player is Downs. The next best player is Delane, That's the way, like I say, I just told you the way I would take it.
Right.
So
what if Bane was there too?
If Bane was there, I'd still take Downs over Bane is what I would do.
Brian,
I'd still take, yeah.
Where do you stand on Jermod McCoy now after Bobby, after Nick Harris have basically said they don't think the Cowboys are taking him? The injury is not scaring you as much as others?
Well, I have him as cornerback one, but the disadvantage we have is the injuries and stuff like that. Where's the medical? There's teams that clearly think the knee is not good enough or not healthy enough right now, even though he ran the 4.39. Bobby's been very adamant about that for the last month. He's got absolute grounds there that he's standing on that is right. Talking to people in the organization, they're saying the knee is a real concern there. So, yeah, I don't see them taking McCoy if he was there.
I wrote this down from your G-Bag show late in the week, and I was like, oh, okay, we're all looking for surprising names. What could throw us off? And you were talking about Malachi Lawrence being underrated, and you said, quote, there are people who believe he's the best edge rusher in the draft, that he's better than Bailey, Bane, Messidor, Mason Thomas. How is this a possible DN edge sleeper here in Lawrence?
Well, I don't know if it's a sleeper. I mean, it's one of those things that, to me, when you talk to, and this time of year, that's really what all I do is live on the phone talking to people. And, there's teams that believe that Malachi Lawrence is one of the best. And the reason I said that is I had two different teams tell me that. So I don't think it was a smoke screen or, anything like that. I just, when you watch Lawrence play, the length, the bend, the explosiveness, ability to finish, these are all things that, the more you dig in and you really start to, and this is what we do this time of year, you really dig in on these edges or, the other positions and surely kind of find out, who's best suited to do what. And I know a couple of different teams I talked to were saying, listen, if you guys aren't talking about Malachi Lawrence in the way with Bailey and those guys and Messidor, you're not talking about the draft, especially the edges, the right way.
Brian, everyone's board is set, right? When we see these late risers and
not yet. I talked to a couple of teams. There are teams still in meetings right now. You're going to get this thing. This thing is going to carry through this week, and then next week, I think if we come to Monday, then you're going to start to see, maybe you'll hear little whispers here and there. But, yeah, right now I know they're trying to put these things together.
Where are you on the way to right now?
I'm sitting in my office at Crown Global Media. I'm about to that in. Yeah. I've got a lot of money if you guys haven't known.
The great Brian brought us with a surprise Monday call-in. Great treat for the 6 a.m. club. Thank you so much, brother. We'll be following on G-Bag.
Appreciate you, boys. Thank you. Take care.
There he is, the man, Brian Broaddus, here on DFW Sports Station. Bobby, we have not, if we're talking about Lawrence as a possible first rounder, he's not a sleeper, but he's a sleeper to these discussions that we have at least been having amongst possibilities at 12 and 20. Where do you stand on Malachi out of UCF?
Yeah, no, Malachi Lawrence is a really good player. I would be stunned. I think that sleeper would be right for first round because I've not talked to many people who thought he was going to go in the first during this process. And so that would be a late push to me if he were to come up. But no, there's a lot about him that when you watch, he's explosive. He's a natural instincts coming off the edge. He's somebody who can bend. There's a lot about him that when you watch, you go oh yeah, that's a pure, clean pass rusher. It's just, he's not somebody that I think has been thought of as being the level of impact or the level of upside that even somebody like Keldrick Falk or TJ Parker or some of these other guys have been.
Bobby's first mock draft at 7:20 this morning when we go commercial free in the expressway on Sean and RJ. I'm sick and tired, and I'm going to shut down the NBA Rookie of the Year debate. And was this the worst NBA regular season that you can remember? Next on 105.3 The Fan.
After we get you over to Base Power, basepowercompany.com/the fan, the easiest way to...
The Fan Difference. The more you listen, the more you know when you turn it on and leave it on. The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Leonard Miller with the putback there a moment ago. And now Clay for number 200 and on the money.
The Dallas Mavericks regular season is over. And of course their season is over because they did not sniff the playoffs. That was Mavs TV with the final call of a win over the Chicago Bulls. And Mavs Twitter and Mavs fans are not thrilled with where you end up. And I'm guessing Bobby Belt has that same feeling, judging by your look on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on Sean and RJ.
You are now tied for 7th, which means you are tied for 8th. Instead of, at one point, you were all alone at 6th.
Yeah.
And now you have driven this down, and you've dropped your odds, because the odds of getting a top 4 pick when you're number 6 is, like, I think it's 37%. Memphis at 6 is 37% to get a top 4 pick. Dallas is now at 29%. So you took a chunk out of it. That's not fun because you
dropped 2% when it comes to getting the number 1 pick.
Yeah, this is one of your last big pieces of capital that you're going to have for a little while.
2031.
And so
for half
Fortune
a decade.
favors the Bulls.
You've traded Luka and somehow resulted in not having any nice capital.
It's like John Harbaugh. John Harbaugh last week with the Giants was asking our buddy Paul Schwartz from New York, how have we sucked for so long and not had more capital?
Why don't we have more stuff? Wouldn't we have traded some veterans away and picked up some capital or something? No. And so
you traded Anthony Davis.
This is a big moral victory, I guess. I guess that's what they're looking for is moral victories at the end of the season. So, but I mean, look, they're trying to get an arena built.
Yeah, look, I mean, if you could, as long as you don't drop, you're still gonna get. This is a good draft.
They did.
No, I know, but in the lottery. In the lottery, this is still a good draft. I mean, you could still get if you get 5th, 6th, 7th pick. I mean, you're still gonna find a way to get a decent player. Now, you're not gonna get a game-changing player, but you'll get a good.
When everyone says top six draft, and you finish 7th or 8th, that's a little demoralizing.
That's a little demoralizing. That's why you're hoping to stay in that 6, 7 range.
I just simulated it. They got 10th.
Oh, okay. I'll do one here and 9th. Dang it. Yeah, 9th. 9th, you're hoping.
Wasn't last year the first year ever they had gone up in the lottery?
First year they had ever gone up in the history
period.
Of the
franchise. They've never the rest of their time they always either I think stay exactly where they are or they drop in the lottery.
That's it. Cooper Flagg left last night's game with a left ankle sprain that ended his historic rookie season. 10 points, 4 rebounds in a quarter and a half. And I got myself involved in some NBA Rookie of the Year debates over the course of the weekend when I heard Bill Simmons and all these Charlotte dorks pop out that Colin Knippel needs to win Rookie of the Year. And here is Bobby's boy, Bill Simmons, saying it needs to go to Charlotte.
I can't believe Flagg is favored versus Khan, who's the second best guy on a playoff team that's going to win 46, 47 games. He's going to lead the league in threes. I think he's the key to that team in a lot of ways because he's the only one that really moves. The gravity that he brings when he moves around and how defenses react to him, you have to have it for how they play. And if you don't, it's just a bunch of guys standing around watching LaMelo dribble. And then Flagg, who I love Flagg. He's fantastic, but he's doing this on basically a tanking lottery team that's going to win 25 games and now is trying to build their team around him trying to win the award. And it's if you want to vote for that, fine. But you have this situation of a rookie having a historic season who's really important to a team that's been one of the best teams in the league for 45 games now. And I don't understand how that's not Rookie of the Year because Flagg scores 2 more points a game. It's just bizarre. For me, it's a no-brainer. I would take Con.
Find me all the gambling sites where Cooper Flagg is not the favorite, and I'll lay down money at all of them. Just find them. Fine, I dare you. I dare you to have Cooper be second in this because I just don't believe that he's not going to win it. The numbers. 80 games for Con, 69 for Coop.
Nice.
1,484 points for Con, 1,463 for Coop. Again, 11 games less, which you could credit Knipple for. 3-point field goals made. This is where Con's going to destroy him. 272-72. Team win improvement plus 24. The Mavs minus 14. I love how people are acting like Charlotte is this top 5, top 6 team in the East. They're 9th in the play-in. And then you go deeper inside the numbers. Props to MFFL Nation. Rebounds. Coop in 11 less games, 462 to 426. Assists, 315 to 269. Steals, 83 to 55. Blocks, 64 to 18. All these are favoring Coop. 30-point games or more, 11 to 5. 40-point games or more, 4-zip. Cooper Flagg should be, and I believe will be, the Rookie of the Year. And go ahead and let me bet on it.
He will be. To me, it is very much a 50-50. Like, I wouldn't be mad regardless of who you pick.
They gonna J-Kid this thing and split it?
Ooh. Maybe. Man, I did not understand the Con Knipple love at all. I just went and looked at some of the numbers and.
Well, you understand some of it, right?
The advanced numbers, he is the
advanced numbers, he's blowing
right,
Cooper out of the water.
He's either ahead of Coop or he is right there.
Like
with
win shares, he has 8 win shares. Coop has 3. It's not even close. That's value over replacement. He's got 3.1. Coop has 2. So defensive rating, offensive rating, he's ahead of Cooper in both. So
better defender.
That's what it says. I mean, I don't know the methodology.
Basically, so the offensive and defensive rating looks at per 100 possessions and takes out pace. So teams that play really up pace versus teams that play slow, it tries to even them out. So it has offensive rating is how many points do they score per 100 possessions, how much do they allow per 100 possessions. So defensive rating, they're right there with each other. It's 116 for Knipple, it's 115 for Coop. And then offensive rating, he's 125 and Coop is 110, which is a significant gap.
Yeah, so defensive win shares is the same, identical, it's 2.5. And then offensive win shares, Coop has 1.3 and Con has 5.6. So that's really the difference.
His net rating, the thing that Ken Palm always uses to measure college basketball teams, Con Knipple's net rating would be plus 9 and Coop's would be minus 6.
Okay. So I mean, look, I don't know what their methodology is on a lot of these. To me, it's hard to fathom that anybody. Cooper Flagg did things that nobody does, and I would vote Coop. But looking at this, it's okay. If you want to look at some of these numbers and you want to go base this, because nobody's watching every Charlotte and every Mavs game. As a matter of fact, I would like to find the person who did actually watch every Mavs and every Hornets game.
Well, they did.
I know there's one guy out there, right? Yeah. That guy lives on TikTok and YouTube. I want to find that guy.
Look, I just boiled it down, and I guess I did not the best job on Twitter because people were attacking the methodology. I said, you saw them play. Just tell me who you're taking off the next 5 years, 10 years, next 10 years. And people are like, well, that's not how they do it the next 10 years. Well, I'm basing the question based upon their rookie season. And if you watched them both play and you saw the Flagg explosions, in my opinion, it would be intellectually dishonest unless you live in Charlotte, North Carolina, to say that you would take Con Knipple over Cooper Flagg for the next decade. You just wouldn't. Now, if you have a great 1 and 2, and you need Con to be, which people are arguing they're 3 there in Charlotte. So I know Bill Simmons can say, well, you're doing it on a sorry team and you're feeding him there as you're trying to tank and pouring Gatorade on him when you're losing when he scores 50 points. No one is taking Con Knipple off for Cooper Flagg based on this season. That was what I based the question off of. Next 10 years, and you're just not doing it. That answers the question for me of who had the better rookie year.
I can objectively, see, here's the thing. It's a two-pronged thing. I can objectively say Cooper Flagg is a better player, right? I can't objectively say he had a better year. The numbers show that Con had.
I think with Coop,
the analytic numbers.
Yeah,
well, even all the other numbers I read of rebounds, assists, steals, blocks, 30 and 40-point games is advantage Flagg.
Counting stats, right?
But here's a lot of people would say.
And what was the games played?
It's like a
80 to 69.
game difference.
80 for Khan.
Yes. So
I think Cooper Flagg is the first rookie to lead his team in 4 of those categories since Mike.
So if it's...
And Khan has his 3-point historic rookie stuff he did as well.
Coop's offense was further along than people had thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
So I think that, the fact that they're close offensively definitely makes you say, for the future, Coop is going to be better. But
I don't even think it's close.
But me either.
It's not even close.
But the numbers for just the individual season, which the exact definition of the Rookie of the Year for them is what? It's a recognition to the best first-year player or whatever. And so I could see somebody looking at it and saying they're right there similar to each other, and he's doing it without just being tossed the ball to be solo guy to do everything. And he just his offense wasn't expected to be, or Knipple wasn't supposed to be right there with Flagg defensively, and he is. Then I think I could see somebody saying he was better this year, and then Coop will win all the awards after this. But for this year, we're going to say Knipple is a little better. I could see somebody saying that.
Pepe?
817 guys on the fan text. 817 says it's a team sport. Charlotte is better this year. 325 says the NBA will give the Mavs a top 4 pick. I promise. And the 469 is going off saying there's no argument. Khan is the Rookie of the Year. Coop is just patting his stats at this point. Coop doesn't deserve it.
Man, I am stunned at the fan text. They're admitting defeat in this.
Okay,
it's wild.
Let's bet.
Mavs are minus 167 with Flagg on the floor. Hornets plus 90 with Khan.
Well, I think that's a different question too. I do think Coop will win it. I don't think that
you think Flagg will win it?
Yeah, I think Flagg is going to win it. I think at this point it seems like it's shifted that direction.
It's crazy. It goes up and down. It's like Cal Raleigh and Aaron Judge.
I just wouldn't tell. Like if somebody was arguing for Knipple, I'd be like, all right. There's a case for it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, there's a case. I'm not dismissing the case. I'm just saying Cooper Flagg's the Rookie of the Year. I'm just putting his period stamp on the end of it.
Yeah, he'll win it.
877-881-1053 to continue to weigh in playoff matchups set. And here's where we are around the association. We got Raptors, Cavs, T-Wolves, Nuggets, Hawks, Knicks, Rockets, Lakers. Play-in, Heat at Hornets, Blazers at Suns, Magic at Philly, Warriors at Clippers, and Doc Rivers is out. See ya.
Yep, and you had a tug of war the last month. Well, he should play. He shouldn't play. He should play. He shouldn't play. You had a tug of war with your best player. That turned into a disaster. The downside to all this is that Doc didn't get to blow a 3-1 series lead.
Yeah. No, but he blew their record last year or 2 years ago whenever he got hired when they were playing better. I'm trying to think of just a more anticlimactic finish for oh my gosh, we went and got the big gun off the shelf to put this team over the top. And then it just going completely the other. I can't think of many instances of that happening with a coach.
You calling Doc the big gun?
Yeah, where it was they went out and they were like, oh, we're going to make just because they were not bad. When they fired Adrian Griffin, they were good. And it went complete. I cannot think of another instance of a team going after a coach of this will put us over the top, and then it going the other direction so bad.
Bobby's first Cowboy mock draft at 7:20. Around the rest of the NFL with the draft next week here on DFW Sports Station. Dianna Russini has been suspended, and Mike Vrabel has gone into hiding. Around the rest of the NFL next on The Fan. But did you have a fantastic weekend except for one thing? And you had rain last night.
D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Dallas Cowboys safety Markquese Bell was arrested and charged with possession of a controlled substance and marijuana, according to Collin County Jail records. Good morning, Metroplex. That's the Monday edition of Sean and RJ Live with Bobby Roberto Bell, our Cowboys insider, with his very first mock draft at 7:20 this morning. We got Peyton Russell around the Fan Cam, Twitch, YouTube, and the Odyssey app. So this arrest was made Friday by the Prosper, Texas police, obviously. The possession of a controlled substance is a felony, while the marijuana possession is a Class B misdemeanor. The arresting officer smelled marijuana after Markquese was pulled over on Friday night. A search of the vehicle uncovered less than 2 ounces and a THC electronic cigarette before he was arrested and charged. Personal conduct policy could be in play. The Cowboys are aware. Controlled substance and marijuana.
Right, and
controlled substance is broad.
It's very broad.
But it's a felony.
Yes.
Yes. In technically. I don't consider like the dab pen. You're
I think when you're standing in a court, you wouldn't consider it technically.
Yeah, I know, but like I think we view weed pens a little differently than we view meth.
Yeah.
And a weed pen.
So is the weed pen is that the controlled substance?
I think
in
so,
this?
because that wax pen, that's the control. To me, I'm just saying, that's not a felony. I know it's technically a felony. That's technically a felony, like, spraying someone with a water hose is technically assault. It's not really assault. Mm-hmm. Assault is punching somebody.
It's like having the weed in candy form when it's like concentrated.
Yeah, it's concentrated.
Yeah.
That's not a felony. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I get it technically is
respectfully. No one cares about your rule of law.
It's also, I think most people.
Who cares? It doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what most people think. He's going to get charged with a felony, or he's going to have to get out of it.
Yeah, I mean he is. There's no doubt. I just think it's stupid.
Okay.
It can be stupid, but yeah, it's a felony on his record, and that's bad. They've signed 2 safeties this offseason. They've got another. They might draft another. Like, it just seems like really bad time for you to go screwing up. But, I mean, this is, look, people may not realize this. He led the Cowboys in penalties last year, and now he's leading them in the offseason, too. So, 9 penalties. 9 penalties.
Rocco, don't forget about him. He changed his number, I think, took Donovan Wilson's 6.
The NFL season was still going on, so I don't count that as the NFL offseason. So once we're in the offseason, Markquese Bell leads. So Donovan's came when football was still being played.
His arrest was during the year?
Not during the Cowboy season, but during the NFL season. But Markquese Bell, that always blows me away when I think about it. Like, when you think about it, he was a part-time player doing mostly special teams, and he had 9 penalties last year. He led the team with penalties.
Wow. Dianna Russini has been sidelined by The Athletic after initially coming out and saying, you guys don't know, you guys are overreacting. The photos are misleading. Well, I guess the internal investigation said, there could be new details with this, and information raised additional concerns. She will not be reporting in the immediate future. Her coverage is being reviewed. That process is expected to take time. So basically, Dianna Russini suspended.
Suspended. Can't lie to your bosses. That's just can't lie to your bosses. If she comes clean immediately, I mean, maybe she is suspended, but she's probably not in a position where she's terminated. And now she might be terminated. You lie to your boss, you're because now when you lie to your boss and you're in that job, you also lose the public trust too.
I don't know. Maybe, technically that's how they would get out of it, by saying you lied. But they may have just said, let's see if this dies down.
Yeah.
It's not dying down, which I could have told you the moment we saw the photos, and it's gotten so loud that they're like, all right, people are not going to forget this for a very long time, and this is going to affect her and our credibility.
Yeah, and I mean, so there was an article up. It was
because what new information did you get? What new info did you get when you put out your little pompous early statement that everything was fine and dandy?
More security footage? You found out there wasn't 6 people there with you?
Yeah, I understand. I would feel like as if I was working at The Athletic, I would feel like, well, I guess they go to bat for their people. Like they just immediately jump to it. That's a nice thing. But then you read this report from Status News, which is Natalie Korach writes this, and she says that by Friday, she said Status learned that the New York Times owned sports vertical had opened the internal investigation, yada, yada, yada. But it says that the timeline has raised uncomfortable questions. Staffers inside both the Times and The Athletic expressed concern over the paper's judgment on the matter, with one telling Status their handling of the situation was, quote, unnecessarily messy. Another questioned how Ginsburg could omit, that was the person who had given the statement to Page 6, could omit any mention of the investigation in his initial statement if the probe had indeed started immediately, calling it reckless and premature, or worse, intentionally sneaky. So, I don't know. This is, they got out front for you. If they have to circle back and punish you, that might be upsetting enough to them that they go, you're done.
Last year, Mike Vrabel conducted a pre-draft press conference. This year, he won't be.
Oh
wow.
Mike Reese of ESPN says that it'll be the VP of Player Personnel, Elliot Wolf, that will conduct the pre-draft press conference today at 1 p.m. So, little cowardly move from big old tough guy Mike Vrabel, who Dianna Russini was the one who reported Mike Vrabel, he's not getting interviewed by these teams after the Titans because he's so menacing and intimidating.
Right.
His physical stature.
Yeah.
His physical stature scares
He's
people.
big. And that can be intimidating to some people.
Very big
not Russini. But the other angle of that is you got to remember.
Pringle can.
It could be that everybody's cards are on the table now. So the Patriots just may feel like, well, Russini will report anything Vrabel has to say about the draft, and we'll have a press conference for everybody else. That's how it could be. This is the Patriots, though. They always will.
Yeah.
Oh, we got you. We're going to cover you. So just get behind us. We got the shield for you.
Well, I love the affairs, the Patriot affairs that came out on the memes. Like, who did it better? You got Tom with the first wife. You got Kraft with the parlors.
Orchids of Asia.
Yeah. You got Vrabel. And I feel like I'm missing one.
Yeah, Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, Diggs.
Diggs with just everybody on a boat.
And you got Belichick as well. But, of course, the best part of this is the never-ending Russini files, as my number one piece of audio this weekend came from Dianna on the Ryan Russillo podcast.
You once said to me, I think it's one of the nicest compliments I've ever gotten, was that you thought that I was a lot like Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, you should scream to the world. In fact, you should put it on any dating app if you are on one that someone once said that you're like Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, you should. You should brag about that.
It's just,
and then that picture of Vrabel, like she's doing a report and he's standing on the field, like staring at her, right there outside the bleachers.
Have you seen The Usual Suspects?
Oh yeah.
It feels very much like we're just now looking at the marker board behind us and realizing, like, oh my God, she's been saying all of this right in front of us for the last hour. How did we miss that? Because every single one, I don't know how it didn't stand out to me more, because I hear Russini clips. I've listened to Scoop City. I've heard her interviews, everything else. It had never stood out to me just how much she trashes her husband. Or like, it's
a lot of it,
so
I was like, all right,
stunning.
she's doing radio. You know what I mean? It's like us sitting here. Best and worst of the weekend is the only segment our significant others listen to. They don't even know when we're on the radio.
Not a clue.
And they know Monday at 7:40. The boss wants to see what happened, and the significant others are checking out what we're going to say. Like, my wife is scared of my worst of the weekend at 7:40 today.
I guess I didn't realize how just the sheer volume of instances of her playing media, because it was what we've dug up a dozen clips of her just basically being like, my husband sucks.
Yeah, but I could get 10. I could also get 10 of you or the rest of us complaining.
Sure,
we
complaining.
Go and clip them.
Complaining, but I don't think you'll find one clip of any of us being like, my wife is average. I don't like my conversations with my wife. I'm going to divorce her.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think you're going to find even one of those.
Will this affect the draft at all? The Green Bay Packers are trading Dontavian Wicks to the Eagles, wide receiver, in exchange for a 5th and a 6th. He's going to sign a 1-year, $12.5 million extension with Filthy, according to his agent, David Mulugeta. Adam Schefter with that report. So Wicks to Philadelphia from Green Bay. Probably not going to affect, a highly drafted receiver, but we'll see.
No, but we've talked about contingencies, and teams like to have their bases covered. If they know they're trading A.J. Brown, which it sounds like they're going to, if they know they're trading A.J. Brown, then yeah, we're going to have our contingencies in place in case some disaster happens to where we don't have the player in front of us at 23 that we want. And so I would imagine Wicks is just like, yeah, in an emergency, after we trade Brown, maybe he has to be the 2 this year. But if we draft the guy we want, then he's the 3. And now we feel pretty comfortable with the receiver set as it is.
Let's get you caught up with the Dallas Stars weekend here on Sean and RJ.
Here's Duchesne with a shot. Stopped. Robertson. He scores! Jason Robertson. Almost 53 minutes in. Dallas strikes first.
Victory plus with the call. 3 in a row now. Man, the Star season, the struggles came in like 3 bunches, right?
Yes.
Recently we were like, oh my gosh, they've lost 3 out of 4. It's 4 in a row before that. Now they've won 3 straight, 2-0 over the Rangers.
Yep, and before the game, Miro's not playing for the rest of the year. They're gonna kind of give him some time off until the playoffs start. But now it is all about just getting your body healthy for round 1. Everything is set. They got home ice. They're gonna host the Wild. Let's go. Let's get it going. They still got to play. They got to play tonight. They got Toronto. Let's cancel the rest of the regular season. They'll get ready for the playoffs.
Money Puck only gave him a 40% deserve to win meter the other night. So again, that shows resolve and mental toughness and the ability to rise above your analytics.
Rory McIlroy goes back to back. It looked like he was going to give up this historic lead that he had. He did not, and Rory wins the Masters again.
And it would have been, the largest lost victory or lost lead at a major after 2 days. Norman lost a 6-shot lead in 96 of the Masters, but that was after Saturday. This would have been the largest loss after 2 days. And he didn't get any better. I mean, he basically stayed where he was the last 2 days. He played even par over the last 2 days. And, that golf course brings a lot of intrigue because there's always a blow-up hole. Haotong Lee was kind of in the run. He had gotten up to about 9 under, and he winds up finishing 1 over par on back-to-back holes on 13 and 14. He goes like 8 over on those 2 holes. He had a 6 on number 12, and it was 15. He had a 10 on 15. A 10! And we had seen some 9s. Earlier in the week, we saw a 9 from Freddie Couples. That course of the back 9 will get you.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up and react to Bobby Belt's first mock draft that is unveiled in the commercial-free Expressway, the segment that all the spouses listen to, best and worst of your weekend at 7:40 on your official home of the Cowboys. Bobby's mock draft, what does he have the Cowboys doing at 12 and 20? Next on Sean and RJ. But man, shout out to the Tolos. I got my boy Nick in Washington, D.C. ordering up some Wild Fork Foods. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, see if they deliver to your city and state outside of DFW. And he cooked something I've never seen before. I know that beef picanha is the #1 seller at Wild Fork, the queen of steaks with that awesome fat cap. My guy Nick cooked up the first ever that I've seen pork picanha. It was $17. It was a 2-hour cook. He smoked it then with a perfect sear. He said it was like the greatest pork loin that he's ever had with that at 7:40. But let's talk about all these insiders talking about the Cowboys moving up. Brian Bross with a great surprise call-in 1 hour ago. Takeaways from that? Sounded like he said they would take Styles in the scenario you gave him.
Yes.
Now, you didn't throw Bane into it, but you said if Downs,
I think
Delane.
Yeah, it was Downs, Delane, and Styles. And the reason I didn't throw Bane into it is because I think Bane is clearly 4. Of those 3, I don't think they would. If they had that setup where those guys had fallen to them, I think they take any of those 3 above Bane.
How much are we making of the Ruben Bane accident report that came out yesterday, involved in a fatal collision in 2024? It sounds like the family has moved on. Things got settled. There were some whispers 2 weeks ago that they were waiting for him to be drafted and then the lawsuit would hit. But by all accounts, in reading this, it sounds like things have been settled and everyone is trying to move forward. I love all these insiders. Oh, you guys are acting like this is new. Teams have known about this. All right, well, you didn't say nothing, so shut up. This guy broke it from the read optional. All you national people, just sit there and give the credit and keep your mouth shut and stop taking away from the report. He had the balls to say it. You didn't. He went and got the records, and everyone's like, oh, this is old news. Well, you didn't say nothing, and no one knew about it.
Well, and I would say it's only old news in the sense of if people think yesterday all of a sudden like has teams scrambling. It's news to the public consuming it, and so it's good reporting and everything else like that. But in terms of like I had some people yesterday going like, well, after today teams will be out, or after today he's going to fall. It's like, well, if you've heard that teams like him in the first round in the last couple weeks, they knew about this, and so they still liked him knowing this. And so I think it's important for people to at least understand that anything you've heard buzz-wise about your team maybe being interested in Bane is probably the same today as it would have been 2 days ago, because they were factoring this in.
Yeah, it sounds like, I'll try to separate things. If someone did lose their life, let's keep that in mind. There's going to be a Laramie Tunsil comparison. There's going to be a Jalen Carter comparison. He was involved in a fatal crash months before the draft. He did drop to number 9 on the board. We know Jalen Carter is a beast. There's some teams that are not thrilled with the way he's answering it. So I think that's actually the bigger deal, because it sounds like all the legal stuff is put to bed. Mm-hmm. And the family is not out for blood and trying to, get him when he's on the clock and on the board. So, number one, is he careless about it? Was he honest about it? And then number 2, is this guy a driver from Georgia? Is this going to be this going to be a consistent issue with him out there on the road? That's what I'd be thinking about if I was a team interviewing him.
Do you take in anything differently, or do you put it in different context now, knowing what you know? Do you put it in different context, thinking back of him at Combine, where he's like, I'm all football, guys. I don't do anything. I don't even go out because I'm so focused on football. Like, I think the undertones there, when you look back on this, is probably also a public declaration to teams of like, guys, just so you know, the only thing I care about is football. I'm not a reckless individual who's out partying all the time, and this was a bad instance. And I think he wants people to understand that. But yeah, you got to be careful too. Right. If you're talking about it those ways, or you're trying so hard to basically make people think, hey, this isn't me, you got to be very careful about being dismissive of it when you talk to teams. And I think that's what he would run the risk of.
I mean, the hope is that this is one of those, that he learned his lesson. This is now why he doesn't go out, right? There's possible, but people have gotten DUIs and don't even drive again.
I will say
I'm done.
This explains, I think, because there was part of this report is that Nigel Kelly, who was at Miami at the time, was in the car, and he ended up transferring a month later to UCF. And I think that explains some things when you see the Cowboys, for instance, have visited Nigel Kelly. It wouldn't surprise me if they're trying to get answers about, hey, what went on with you in that situation in Miami.
0 to 10 impact you think this will have on him throughout the league? 10 being red flag.
Let's say a
2.
No, a 5. Like just in terms of, like, to me, it's like it's worth noting. Like, every team will have it in their notes on him of just like we need to monitor, and more because of how he more because of how he potentially has answered it and just turned some people, like, it'll break ties in some instances, I would think.
Yeah.
But I would still say the bigger issue that's probably an 8 for a lot of teams is his arms.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy, isn't that very football? Is that your short arms are a bigger drawback
than your 10-2
than your ability to, because so it wasn't alcohol, right? It was careless driving, which could be speed.
Not how it's been reported. It has not been reported that it was an alcohol thing. So if that's the case, yeah, teams may look at it and go.
And the charge was later dismissed.
Yeah, so if they go settled civilly, no criminal charge, like what's. Yeah. Then they may care more about, okay, well, how did it mess with his head potentially, or how has he learned from it?
Where's the speed on here? Like, am I getting him going 150? I'm not seeing that.
Right, I'm not, because there's, and I don't know what the difference is.
I could weave at 80,
right,
and a lot of us weave at 80.
That could be careless versus reckless. I don't know what the difference is between careless and reckless, because I mean, it sucks, but car accidents do happen all the time.
Frankel.
And that's not, car accident isn't necessarily like a reason to drop somebody. Now, a car accident with alcohol, with drugs, with 16 people in the vehicle, which is not legal, right? I mean, seatbelt per person. That's something different than driving just 80 miles an hour down the highway and getting into an accident.
Yeah, I think the way you hear people talk about it around the league, it sounds like it was. It sounds like it was obviously not good and it was reckless what occurred, but it sounds like a lot of teams view it as like, this is why you tell kids all the time who drive fast and do different things to, like, you can't do that. And so it sounded more like this is something that a lot of people his age do, that he had the unfortunate ending to it. He was the cautionary tale. And so I think a lot of people look at it as like, it's awful, it was a mistake, but it's also what a lot of these same kids in this draft have done, and they just didn't have the same outcome.
Todd McShay, Bruce Feldman, Dane Brugler, and now Ian Rappaport talking about the Cowboys potentially moving up next Thursday.
The Cowboys are my team most likely to trade up. Again, this is not for clickbait. This is real. I expect them to be at least in the mix potentially for coming up for a pass rusher or other top defensive player. So maybe that's, I don't know, let's say it's someone like Ruben Bane. Let's say it's Messidor. Let's say somehow, some way, Sonny Styles goes to 7, 8, maybe 9. The Cowboys right now are sitting at 12. So if you look at the landscape there, you have several teams who would potentially be open to moving back. Might the Cowboys jump up a little bit to get a key defensive piece in an offseason when it has been all about fixing that defense?
Tired or flustered?
Flustered. I'm not tired. I did not sleep as much as I should have yesterday.
Me neither. And my wife was up when I left, too. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, did not sleep as much as I should have over the weekend.
I slept great.
Look, they want to trade up. I'm against it.
And Broadus was supporting that an hour ago.
I'm against trading up, but if you're going to trade up, I just don't want 20 and next year's 1 are just, they're no-goes for me. So if you trade to 9, right, you can trade to 9 and not get rid of 20.
20 is a no-go for you in what sense?
Or
like it can't just be 12 and 20 to go up and get a single pick, or
yes,
you don't even want to shift positions with 20.
No. I don't want to use a first to go up. When they get out of this draft and next year, I need 3 first-round picks taken.
12, 20 for 9 and 29. That's Kansas City's picks. So you're okay with that kind of thing?
Yeah, I need 2 ones. I need 2 ones this year.
I just want to lose the first. Lose an extra.
I don't want to lose
the first.
Yeah, to me, when you traded Micah, you had a golden opportunity to reset your roster and your cap with 4 first-round picks. I think they got rid of 1 already on Quinnen. Quinnen's a good player. He's young. But I just want to come away with this. I need 3 first-round picks taken in the next 2 drafts.
Yeah, man. This is going the opposite way for me. You have all these needs, all this money tied up, 2 firsts, and now we're talking about giving 1 away to move up. Now, I understand what Broadus is saying. It makes you feel better as a scout to get the sure thing. Mm-hmm. Now, there's no such thing as a sure thing, right, but you probably feel a lot better taking someone at 5 than you do at 25, probably as a scout. So it's like, all right, You know that's your guy. You love the guy. Go and get your guy. That seems to be Broadus's feel. And I'm looking at empty seats. I'm not worried about right now, like, who sits at the front of the class. I'm worried about filling the chairs with as many first, second, third rounders as possible. I need bodies. I'm about quantity right now still over quality, and that's the way I've been about the entire Cowboys offseason.
Let's say you're looking at it though, and you do say,
and I don't like. I'm sorry, Bobby, real quick. I do not like that and I'm not disagreeing with him, but I would hate that they're thinking that we have to take Sonny Styles because we didn't address this at linebacker, even though Brian Schottenheimer said we can draft pure. We can be pure now.
Pure draft.
And people are like, did you sign a linebacker? You're not really that pure. And Broadus seemed to be dropping in that reminder that if Styles fell down there to 12 and you had other options, that Styles would be the guy because of your need.
But I think it also at that point blends with them a little bit because I think there's a decent shot Styles would be the highest graded of those three for them.
Yeah.
And so it does.
He's certainly the highest mocked consistently when it comes to Downs.
Yes.
Bane, Delane. Sonny Styles is going at 5.
Where do they go up? Do they go up to 3? Do they go up to 6? Well, if they go up to 3, that sounds like David Bailey to me. If they go up to 6, that sounds like Sonny Styles. If they go up to 9, that sounds more like Delane or Downs.
Yeah.
That's I would think that. And then sit there at 12 and wait. You're hoping for Bane, I would guess.
All right, let's see what Bobby has. Are you doing this with stick and pick, or you have movement down there?
I did not do any trades.
Oh, man.
So,
and you're predicting what you think will happen?
What I think will happen with all teams.
Okay.
So this is just based on what we've seen consistently, reporting that's been out there, people I've talked to, various things like that. So number 1, Raiders take Fernando Mendoza. Number 2, the Jets. I'm putting Reese there. It's not Bailey. So the biggest reporter for the Jets out there, Rich Cimini, has been adamant, not moving off of it, that it'll be Reese. And so I know DJ and some other people have put David Bailey there, and that's become pretty common, but he was just asked to do a mock for the Bengals website last week, and they said in it that he had said, no, it's Reese. And then Rich Cimini. And then he was like, he has said it's Reese for 2 months, and he's not moving from it. So that to me makes me feel, I think I'd side with him in that instance. Arizona at that point, I think they'd try to trade out of there, but if they don't, then David Bailey, Texas Tech. Number 4, Titans, Jeremiah Love, Notre Dame running back. Number 5, Sonny Styles, linebacker, Ohio State. Then I think the Browns
I saw some people speculating that the Giants were in love with Love as well, which I would love.
And there's been chatter that the Giants could, if they're sitting there and staring at Maui Noah still, they might go, well, we got to fix our trenches on both sides. Yeah. 6, Francis Maui Noah to the Browns. There's been a lot of smoke in the last week or so about it. Had been Monroe Freeling. Spencer Fano from Utah has gotten a lot of buzz around them, but I think Maui Noah, you just take the top tackle there. Commanders, Carnell Tate, receiver, Ohio State. Number 8, Saints, Mekhi Lemon, receiver from USC. And then this is more a projection of, I think the Chiefs bail out and take this guy, but there's a lot of buzz about Jordan Tyson, the receiver from Arizona State and the Chiefs. 10, Caleb Downs, the safety.
Matt Miller's hot take was that Jordan Tyson takes a draft day tumble outside the top 20. Whoa. His hamstring they were asked for hot takes. Yeah. All right, wall of hot takes. His hamstring issues are concerning for teams, causing him to miss 3 straight games in November. He also had 8 drops in 2024. Teams I've talked to like Tyson's juice as a route runner and his production, but the injuries and the drops are causing him to slide behind Tate, Lemon on the receiver board. It's even possible Omar Cooper gets picked before him.
If he doesn't have injury concerns, and he does have a lot, if he doesn't have injury concerns, he to me is a slam dunk top 5 in this draft.
Top 5 pick?
Tyson, yeah.
He's your top receiver?
Yes. Tyson's a stud. Okay. Tyson to me reminds me of Malik Neighbors. I think he's really, really good.
Does Tate get a lot of, I shouldn't say a lot of, less attention because who's on the other side from him?
Tate's just I think Tate can be boring in a positive way. He very much is he's similar to He's bigger than him, but he reminds me a little bit of like Calvin Ridley. Like he's just very smooth and like very precise. He's solid.
Yeah.
But you don't ever see anything where you're like, holy cow, there's a George Pickens catch from Carnell Tate.
He'd be great at the boring things. Right?
10, Bengals take Caleb Downs, safety from Ohio State.
Boo.
11, the Dolphins take Mansour Delane, cornerback LSU.
Boo.
And then 12, the Cowboys sit there, they stick and pick, and it's Ruben Bane, edge rusher, Miami. Then you go down the list. Rams.
I'm good with that.
I'm okay with it. I'll tell you this. You want a hot take? Ruben Bane's biggest drawback is not going to be his short arms. It's his hairline.
Yeah.
That hairline, what's it got, 2 mortgages?
Yeah.
3 kids? He's going to have low T at 28.
He's the Bobby Shave.
We're going to have a problem here.
Kwity Paye, he had a similar hairline, and Kwity Paye was a bust. So I think, given history, we got to look at that.
I think that's a low T thing, and you can't get on testosterone in the NFL, right?
13, Rams. They apparently love Mekhi Lemon, but he's not here in this instance, so I give him Spencer Fano, the tackle from Utah. Ravens take Vega Ioane, the guard from Penn State. Buccaneers at 15, Keldrick Falk, the edge rusher from Auburn. Jets at 16, Omar Cooper, receiver from Indiana. 17, Lions take Monroe Freeling, tackle from Georgia. Vikings at 18 take Dylan Thieneman, safety from Oregon. There's been a lot of chatter about Emmanuel McNeil-Warren there. I don't know that McNeil-Warren goes in the first round. 19, Panthers take Kenyon Sadiq, tight end from Oregon. That's probably good value there. A lot of people think he's like a top 15 player. And then 20, the Dallas Cowboys select Colton Hood, cornerback, Tennessee, with Jermod McCoy on the board.
Is that McNeil-Warren? That's the Toledo guy?
Yep.
Yeah.
I have trouble with Toledo players every year, it feels like. And then just to round it out, Caden Proctor, Alabama lineman, goes to the Steelers. Caden McDonald, defensive tackle from Ohio State, to the Chargers. Eagles take Denzel Boston, receiver from Washington. Browns take Casey Concepcion, receiver from Texas A&M. Bears take Akeem Mesidor, edge rusher from Miami. Bills take Anthony Hill, the linebacker from Texas. 49ers, TJ Parker, edge Clemson. Then you've got the Texans taking Chase Basantis, the guard from Texas A&M. Chiefs at 29 take Jermod McCoy, cornerback from Tennessee. And then you've got the Dolphins taking C.J. Allen, the linebacker from Georgia. Patriots, Cassius Howell, edge rusher from A&M. And finally, of course, because they love running backs, the Seahawks take Jadarian Price, running back from Notre Dame.
Bobby Bell with his first mock draft with the Path to the Draft brought to you by Pluckers next Thursday with the best draft coverage in town, anchored by Brian Broaddus. I'll be at the Pluckers in Mesquite.
Well,
Choppy.
Alliance.
Pepe, you work on the board?
That's why
I'll be here. I will be at the station that night. Yep.
Be at the station working. And Roberto, you're going to be at the Star or here?
I will be at the Star all 3 days. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
You got your tie picked out?
Oh, yeah, I forgot we got to do that. I don't think I'm going to wear it this year. And I'm going to show up with a dirty workstation, too.
Doubt it. I'll bet that. I'll bet that, like Cooper Flag, Rookie of the Year. Let's get the best and worst of your weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
877-881-1053, the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line to let us know what you got into in best and worst. Choppy, start us off.
The best is we had our first anniversary yesterday.
Oh, congratulations.
1 year. Thank you.
Man, it seems like it's been 3.
We've been together a while. Now, she would say we rushed into it.
15 years.
15. That was Saturday, you and I.
15
years. The show anniversary, 15. That's why I said let's make the anniversary April 12th, because I know April 11th is ours. I'll never forget it.
That's like when I had the wife get the C-section to be on the same number day as Ollie, so we can remember.
I did the same thing I did the same thing with my 2 kids. The first one was 29th, so the second one's got to be 29th.
Yeah.
But so we didn't get to do anything because we had the kids over the weekend and we had baseball on Saturday night. Guys, listen, this is a youth sports just thing. I had pet peeve. If you get scheduled the late games and pool play on Saturday, so we were 6:30 and 8:30, you cannot play the 8 a.m. game on Sunday.
Yeah.
You should be not banned, but be able to get out of that 8 a.m. game. You get to play another time. That's how it should be. Got home at midnight.
Yeah.
Our Saturday night dinner was Brahms at 11:45. A long line, by the way.
At 11?
I could not believe the line. It was worse. It was like Lone Star Park trying to get your tickets in.
Why did you stay in line? You don't do lines for food.
Nothing was open. It was 11 o'clock. I mean, Chick-fil-A was closed.
Probably why there was a line.
What's up?
Probably why there was a line then.
Yeah, I mean, everything else was closed, right? And the Whataburger was too far away. We were hungry. We wanted something right here. So we just went, and so we didn't get to celebrate anything. So we'll do it this weekend. We did have a bottle of wine last night. We did, and it was a nice one. We said we're going to do a nice bottle of wine, which, again, it goes back to our theory. Like, it's just what bottle of wine price did you just not get the return on anymore? And this was it. It was like an $80 bottle of wine. I was like, okay, this is the same to me as $20.
What type was it?
It was. I got it at Buc-ee's. It was nickel and nickel.
Nickel and nickel. Ooh.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
It's good.
But you didn't love it. You didn't think it was worth $80.
It was very jammy. Very jammy. And I love
that.
I love the
tingle.
The tingle in the back of the throat, the mouth,
neck,
throat.
jaw.
Yeah, I love that.
Love that. You're getting your jaw rattled.
Yeah, I love that. But
I saw sommelier said it was $100. That's generally the number of if you're going past $100 for a bottle of wine, it's status symbol at that point.
Yeah, it was good. It was very good. It was something we would only have on an anniversary or something.
Yeah, because it's $20 a glass.
Yeah,
you're getting 4 glasses out of it.
Right.
You're drinking $40 worth of wine with 2 glasses. So it's got to be special.
It's got to be special. It was good. It was good. Something we'd only do on the anniversary. So we'll do something this weekend. The worst, I still have not fixed the sink in my bathroom. That's
only been about 2 months.
It's been a while. Yeah, it's been a while. And now it's gotten to the point where, like, you can't even turn the water on to brush your teeth without,
Is the water sitting in it?
It goes down eventually.
Yeah.
It goes down eventually.
So
but
what's the problem?
It's clogged. I don't know what the problem is.
You need Tolo Jeremy? You need a plumber?
I just need to go under there. I just don't feel like taking everything out and getting under there and getting dirty and I just got to do it. I got to do it. It'll take me 20 minutes. It's not a big job, but I go in there because I'm one of these guys. After I brush my teeth, I stick my mouth under the running water.
So dumb.
Well, now the problem is my ear's floating in toothpaste water now. It's disgusting.
This is whose bathroom?
It's ours.
It's your main one?
It's our main bathroom. And that's the only sink we use. The other sink, that's where she puts her curling iron and her hair dryer. It just goes in the sink, right?
Right.
Why not the scoop to the mouth to rinse your mouth?
I need more water. I need a good flow.
Why don't you get a little plastic cup?
I like to stick my tongue out and let the water rinse all the. I hate toothpaste.
Put your head under the sink?
I put my Sarah gets so mad when it's in a hotel because those faucets never get clean.
Oh yeah, go and do the ring around the rosy underneath that faucet and see what comes out.
Oh, that's just gunk. And I'm sitting there mouthing it left
so
and right.
Weird.
I know. I'm gross.
Bob.
So I went up and met up with somebody for cigars on Saturday, which was great.
What an invite!
Nice.
I love cigars.
I was invited. It wasn't like it was me putting something on.
I know who it was. You're not getting no more steaks, man. You ain't getting no more steaks. No invite from me.
Nice leisurely afternoon. There's something really cathartic I've really settled on with the cigars, which I know is the reason why a lot of people like them. But it is just okay, you're at the cigar lounge, you're just in a nice, comfortable chair, you're chatting with people, it's relaxing.
Awesome.
You're getting something that's a little bit of a decompressing effect, you get to just have the cigar smoke, but you're not worried about the hangover.
Cigar ever?
No. I've done it now I've been to lounges 5 times now, something like that. So no, I think it's a solid change up every now and then. But here was the worst of the weekend, and this is the problem. I have had trouble getting the cigar smoke out of the clothes.
Yeah.
Kristen has had trouble getting the cigar smoke out of the clothes. When we came back from Indy, that was especially a problem because I took off that stuff and shoved it in a bag and zippered it up, and it just sat there marinating, dry aging for 4 days.
Dry aging.
So I did one of my...
And we have a friend who is not supposed to be smoking cigars anymore, and he's like, nah, my wife can tell when I go. And I was like, you're soft. Stop being a liar. Admit it. And then I opened up that Combine bag, and it hit me.
Really?
And I was like, all right, you're totally right. It's a dead giveaway.
I was in the car for 12 minutes after I got done on Saturday. 12 minutes, went home, did not leave anything in the car, smoke filled or anything else. When I got in the car this morning, I smelled the cigar smoke heavy.
Yeah.
And so it was like...
Imagine what Michael Jordan smells like.
I know.
Oh, God.
Maybe kissing Michael Jordan, you're his wife.
It smells like liquor and cigars.
Yeah.
But because of my spectrum-oriented brain, I made one of the most me decisions of all time when I headed in there. And I was like, I'm picking clothes that I'm comfortable throwing away after this. So I got home and I threw everything out.
Why didn't you just why didn't you rely on her washing
I believe it.
So it's not that she can't. It's more like the idea of.
Yeah, what is the idea?
She is, well, it's going to take several washes, generally.
Several?
Like 2 to 3, probably.
No, it won't.
Yes, it will.
No, it won't.
So
I think it's one.
That's part of it.
It's one.
Second, her like sensitivity to smoke is so bad. Like she's just going to start hacking as soon as I bring stuff in. So I was like, I'm just going to toss it in a bag and then take it out.
What did you throw away? What did you think the grand total of the clothes was? Was it jeans? Was it?
No. It was like shorts like a
and a
plain shirt, and then a hat that I didn't like.
Oh, you
want
threw away
anymore.
the hat too?
Yeah, I threw away all of it. And then the shoes I wore were shoes that I'm not going to wear anymore.
You threw away the shoes?
I didn't throw them away. Those are still there, but I don't wear them regularly. So I intentionally picked out my outfit based on.
Wow.
This will be the last time it's ever worn. It's getting thrown away.
He puts more thought into the clothes he's going to throw away at a cigar lounge than what he will wear to dress up. Actually, he is decently dressed up for most nice restaurants when we go out.
This is, I totally, sometimes people would say things on the radio I don't believe. I believe this.
Yeah.
I believe Bobby would absolutely do something
But
like
you
this.
wouldn't have believed it like first 3-6 months working.
No, but after a couple of years, this is now almost 3 years.
Yeah, you saw me throw a neck pillow away I just bought.
Yeah, I did. I did. That was one of the most egregious wastes of money in human history.
Kristen was so bad when we flew out to see Jacob, too, because she was like, could have used that neck pillow today. Thanks.
My worst of the weekend is coming from TikTok again.
Oh, no.
And it has created, I think, more of an obsession. It's the same amount of obsession from my wife as the, what were those little... Labubu's. Text me if you know about squishies.
Mm-hmm.
Please.
The Nitos?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What the hell do you know about it? And why do you know about it?
Well, we have 2 of them.
What is happening? Payne, do you know what this is?
Is it like the dumpling thing that you
We got a
squish?
dumpling. We got a dumpling.
Oh, the dumpling one.
Yeah, we got
Pat
a dumpling.
Doney was standing in line on a Saturday morning for these things. They're like stress balls.
Yeah.
That's it. My wife is disappearing for hours on end, taking my son, and I'm like, where are you? What are you doing? She's like, I'm at Cracker Barrel. I said, what did you eat? She said, I didn't eat. I said, we don't go to Cracker Barrel. We've never been to Cracker Barrel. What are you doing? She's like, well, there was a tip. There was a TikTok tip at the store, whatever they call the store.
The store's cool.
The country store they have them. There could be a Nito. It could be a Nito shipment that went there. And the Nitos are the quality ones because, as if I'm not watching the money burn already, when she gets the cheap pieces of crap, she monitors everyone who squishes it because the nail has now ripped 1 or 2 of them. So she's buying the pieces of crap, which are now leaking and damaging and tearing because she doesn't have the Nito one. Who on TikTok is responsible for this? Yeah. Screw you. These are just stress balls who have been renamed, and now she's again searching out Walmart parking lots to go and meet people in vans to buy out of the back.
The dumpling's awesome though because it comes in a little dumpling case. Like you would have, like if you go to like a restaurant, you
and
get
one's like glittery and everything. Like that's the one to get.
Yeah, everybody wants the glittery one because we got you don't know what you're getting when you buy it. You don't know what color you're getting. So ours was like lime green or whatever or something green.
Why are you getting them?
I don't know. Sarah got them. So I think she went to like Five Below and got the dump. She found the dumpling.
Five Below. She went there too.
Yeah.
She went to Five Below.
But the Nito, I don't know where the Nito. Luca threw his Nito through a wall. I don't know how it went through the wall. It's not heavy enough, but he says it put a hole in the wall.
They say on the fan text that there's a 3 to 6 month wait right now for some of these things,
dude.
Too. And it's
It's
taking over
just a
my
fidget spinner.
It's living room.
It's 2026 version of a fidget spinner.
This is like TikTok's version.
I got a big Lambo cheese head that Aiden would like. It's a big piece of cheese. It's a squishy.
We have that. Yeah. It's the TikTok version.
You don't need to smoke cigarets.
Of the NFT.
You want to stress
craze.
out? Start smoking. I'm gonna take my wife home a pack of Marlboro Reds.
Remember when they were doing like you can spend.
Imagine just bringing home some Reds.
Yeah, I want cancer over.
God.
You can spend $100,000 and own a clip of LeBron's first dunk, except you don't really own it. Like that whole NFT ridiculousness.
Yeah.
That has That's this to me, where this is going to, or it's Beanie Babies, or it's whatever else, where this is going to like eventually pass. But I don't understand. I can never pinpoint why
the Labubu's passed. She never wore it once on her purse out in public. Thank God. But that's what it's supposed to be for.
And I can't figure out why. Why does it take off? Like, there's some things that even if I don't like it, I look at it and go like, all right, I understand why society gravitated towards it and blew it up. This I don't get. But you'll get these slow motion videos of people opening them in a car and then like freaking out when they've got the one they want. It's ridiculous.
My whole life, she is
all Laura watches on YouTube now.
She's brainwashed by
squishy
TikTok.
videos.
She's brainwashed by TikTok. And with that said, if someone knows where these neatos are, you DM me so I can look like a hero. If I can find it to bring home a neato, squishy, possibly. Pat Doney had the insight. But my best of the weekend, also because of TikTok, took Ava out on Saturday. I told you it's always patio day, and she was fantastic throughout the entire day as we had to try out the new margarita slow serves that are catching on and blowing up.
Slow serve?
I've seen this.
Serve margaritas. $13 a pop, which that's usual. But I had to go out and drink these slow serve margaritas that she saw on social media. They're actually good. They tasted good. Had to add a shot of tequila on top of one of them as we went out in Heath. But my daughter, it had me contemplating a trip. I thought about taking her off travel ban because she was so good, and she's my athlete dog. I let her run out there. There's this big turf field, like a full. You know what I'm talking about? This place.
Yes, I was trying to get Mackenzie to go out there Friday. She didn't want to. I wanted these soft serve margaritas. Yeah, I've been seeing them all over the internet.
Yeah, we went out Saturday. I unleashed my little girl on all these kids playing soccer and football, and she is up in the mix. She is a beast. She's a warrior. I let her run around. She was picking up balls, stealing them, throwing them. She's a little mom, but she behaved well. She behaved very, very well, so we had a great day on Saturday.
So it's ice cream? It's like an ice cream
it's like a soft serve thing. By the way, the fan text says it's ironic that the stress ball is stressing you out this much.
Yeah, well, I don't use it. Maybe
That's
I should.
True, you should.
Hey, best and worst.
I didn't do much this weekend. I was, hoping just rain all weekend so I could stay inside, but I had to do something outdoors. But I'll start with the worst.
I love the vendetta rain. I hope for that too. I'm like, I don't feel like going out, so I want everyone else's plans to be ruined. I hope it rains. Yesterday was marvelous, so we got practice canceled.
I'll start with the worst. The AC is out in Mackenzie's car, so she's looking for a new vehicle, and I was really hoping because she has.
This sounds like a Bobby thing.
It does.
The air conditioning went out, so we got to get a whole new damn car.
Because the car's 15 years old, Sean. This is the only one she's had, so it's worth $2.30.
Amanda said soft serve. She corrected me.
Yeah, and so the AC.
I told you she only listening to this segment.
Listen to this.
740 soft serve. But babe, I'm trying to get you. I'm going to get a neato tip.
I'm texting you. Somebody just texted the hookup for you.
All right. I'll get a pass on the segment if I find her, a squishy tip.
So she's starting to look for a new car. I was really hoping we could
You don't want to give her a squishy tip.
Very good.
I was hoping we'd get past the wedding. Past the honeymoon, but it looks like because she wants one now. Because it's going to get hot, in the next few weeks, and so she wants one now immediately. So that's going to be unfortunate for the bank account. But again, like I said, didn't do a ton this weekend, but I dedicated the weekend to just take care of my lawn. I already hit up Choppy for fertilizer advice. I put that down. But the shrubs are back in the backyard. The same neighbor that Bobby was able to hunt down.
They grew back
last week. He came through and was getting on to me about my shrubs and everything. So I was able to do that last year. But those are growing back. We got weeds all back there. I need some weed killer now, something like that. But yeah, just taking care of my lawn all weekend. And then the rain hit Saturday night into Sunday, so I just stayed inside after that.
Oh, my trees are flourishing. I'm so happy.
Yeah?
Oh, it made my whole spring.
I got acorns now. I got acorn problems.
But yeah. My Ivan told me don't get this type of tree because you're going to have nothing but acorns. I got June bugs. That's my big problem.
Yeah.
No.
It looks like the sixth plague on his front porch.
Yeah.
Me?
The number of the,
Oh, you noticed.
Yeah, remember I said it to you right there. I was like, why do you have June bugs here? You said, ask God.
Ask God, yeah. I got June bugs.
One of the plagues.
Beetles or whatever they are.
All right, so there it is. Best and worst. Every Monday at this time, commercial free in the Expressway. Why is RJ Choppy so excited about the Rangers not playing in Arlington? Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers is next. But let me go ahead and get you set up with DFW Security. If someone broke in tonight, would you...
Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Pitch. Swinging a bouncer up the middle. That gets by Freeland out into center. Young around third. He scores easily. Duran makes it to third. It's an RBI single for Brandon Nimmo, and that extends the Texas lead to 4-2.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about averaging 5 runs a game? Pretty cool. It's Diamond Cavs here. Sean and RJ, 105 to The Fan. Rangers avoid the sweep. A 5-2 victory over the Dodgers. Go home, Dodgers. But the story is, the offense coming to life a little bit. 5 runs a night. Pretty good. I'll sign up for that for the rest of the year. Give me 5 runs a game. It's a 95-win team with 5 runs a game.
They are 5... It's like they're 5.2, 5.3 runs per game right now on the road.
What a great job by the boys.
That's every game. On the road, they're 5.3 per game in 9 road games.
They scored 12 runs on their 6-game homestand. They scored 10 runs in the first 2 games of this series, 15 over the 3 games total. Now, look, it didn't come out without their bumps. Saturday, if you take Brandon Nimmo out of the lineup, they had 1 hit.
First month offensive MVP, and it's not close.
No.
What a trade right now. Nimmo, yesterday, 2 singles, 2 runs batted in. 9th multi-hit game of the year. Saturday, leadoff homer, another 2-run shot, and a double. I mean, this guy has been a stud.
Yeah, he has.
Absolute stud. Props to CY on that.
Yeah, you got to give him credit on that one. Look, CY, if you were just looking at it after
Gore
the first...
Nimmo.
What?
Gore Nimmo.
And the Junis? I mean, he's been a good little surprising pitcher for them. So you got to give him his credit.
Marcus Semien does have a 526 OPS right now for the Mets, though. So don't shortchange him.
I've seen slugging percentages higher than that. That's pretty brutal.
Minus .2 WAR so far on the year for Semien.
So CY cooked. He cooked.
He cooked. Ooh, did he cook? Did he cook?
Did he cook?
He did.
What is that from?
It's Drake Toll last week. God. He said, what did he say? He said, we want people. we idolize people. We wouldn't want in our communities. Ooh, did he cook? Did he cook? And Choppy's been saying it nonstop since he saw it.
Did he cook?
Max Muncy obviously owned Friday, became the second Dodger ever with 3 home runs and a walk-off. Just the juxtaposition of the Rangers season compared to Friday was in full effect. These notes from Sandler with the side-by-side. The Dodgers allowed a season-high 7 runs and 3 homers, but 1. The Rangers swept the Mariners, scoring 8 runs over 3 games, but lost to the Dodgers, scoring 7 runs. Bullpen's first 12 games, 8 earned. Friday night, 5 earned. First blown lead loss of the year. The Rangers allowed 4 home runs and 8 2/3 on Friday night. They had allowed just 2 home runs over their previous 45 innings. Against 3 premier strikeout pitchers, the Rangers struck out 15 times in 3 games against Seattle. Struck out 14 times just Friday night. Dodgers' biggest bats went 3 of 17 with 0 runs and 0 runs batted in. Glasnow's first regular season start against the Rangers, 1 earned over 23 2/3. Friday night, 4 earned over 6. So just total opposites.
It's total opposite. I mean,
But look, as Bobby said, and we all agree, I feel better about this series than after even Seattle.
I do too. And the demoralizing thing is that, they got to come home again. It's almost like I want them to be on the road. They play so much better offensively on the road. I'm excited about the road.
Their lowest output this year is 3 runs in a road game, and that's their highest output at home.
I mean, they had 2 home runs in the 6-game homestand. They had 5 home runs in the first 2 games of this. They had 6 total. Carter with another one.
And Brett Boone, who will join us Wednesday, said it can get in guys' heads.
And I think if you look at it right now, there's no way you're in that clubhouse today, and you're not thinking we got a good chance to score some runs because we're not playing at home. After a while, now maybe not for Nimmo because he hasn't been here long enough, But if you're guys like Wyatt or Young or Carter or guys who've been here for a while, it's got to be demoralizing.
It's just so weird because there's not. It doesn't feel like many of the indoor stadiums that have normal dimensions. Like, right, it's not like you've got 430 to right center or something like that. If it's an indoor stadium and the dimensions are normal or regularly just about average, they're not usually just aggressive pitcher parks. Like, usually the things that go into something being a pitching park is like, okay, it's outdoor and there's like all these different factors related to where the stadium is and the wind flow and other things are like, oh, there's all these different weird dimensions and different things that go on in the stadium that cause the wind to carry the ball. There's none of that, and it just doesn't. I've never seen something be so aggressively towards the pitching when it's an indoor park.
Diamond Cavs here on Sean and RJ 105 to the fan. Jack Leiter, not going to overreact. Going to feel really good about Kumar Rocker, too, a little bit. But Leiter, he just didn't have it, and it happens. The Dodgers are a really, really good offense. We saw in his first start, he had a ton of swings and misses. That wasn't the case. He only had 8 swinging strikes in this game, and he had 18 the last time out against the Reds. Now, look, the Dodgers are better hitters. They're elite hitters. There's no shame in giving up a bunch of runs to the Dodgers. That's kind of what they do. He's not going to be the last one. Rocker, the same thing. Rocker only had 8 swinging strikes as well. But I did feel a little intriguing, a little good, a little bit better about Rocker than I had, hopes for going in. So that's where we are after a couple of starts.
Leiter
with Kumar
becomes the 3rd fastest pitcher in Rangers history to 200 strikeouts. The others?
3rd fastest, you said?
Yep.
Ranger pitcher or in general?
Rangers.
Ken Hill.
No.
I mean, would Nolan count on this list?
No.
Okay.
So it's like for their career. Okay, so then we're going to say Kevin Brown?
No.
Derek Holland.
I said strikeouts.
Kidding,
wow. Dutch. One's kind of recent, should not be surprising.
Matt Harrison?
No. Freaky.
Oh, Yu Darvish.
Bobby Witt.
Okay.
Bobby Witt. Senior. Okay.
Bobby Witt also hit the first home run in Rangers history as a pitcher.
We did not trade for Bobby Witt Jr.
No.
And throw him on the mound.
Did not trade for him.
200 Ks. Diamond Cavs on your home for Rangers baseball. They get the other team in first place in the West, the Athletics, tonight.
Another day, another tracker from the ABS Challenge. The Rangers they moved up a little bit. They moved up a little bit on the tracker. They went from 30th to top 20 in terms of overall percentage. But the bad is they do not seem to have a great handle on when to use the challenge system. So Baseball Savant has got it's basically the net overturns by expected, like how many you expect to have. So the Reds right now, and this is so early that these things change quite a bit, but the Reds have basically gained 17 ball strike success stories over what they should have based on the pitches that they challenged. So they're challenging a really high rate, and they're guessing right. The Rangers, on the other hand, they were negative 12 going into yesterday. They bumped it up to negative 7. So that means they're losing 7 pitches over the course of the year so far on ball strike calls that they have not challenged. And they just don't seem to have a great handle on it.
I wonder how many of those come in the first 3 innings. Where they're like, okay, let's not do this in the first.
Every team's got a different philosophy, right? So, like Minnesota, for example, has challenged 54 pitches already. The Rangers have challenged 21. The Red Sox have challenged 16.
And I wonder if different guys have different rules. Like, let's just say it was Prime Bonds. And it was a pitch. Well, they may just end up walking him. But Seager.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, we can go. It's a 2-0 count, and it's a pitch that's challenged, and Corey has the green light to challenge it to make it 3-0 versus 2-1. I just wonder, different guys. Obviously, on a called strike 3, more important. Let's do that. Let's save the at bat.
Right. And like there's also
or if it's a 9-hitter and it's 0-2.
If it's a 9-hitter and it's 0-2, and like to me,
it's a called strike 3 and no one's on with 2 outs.
Exactly.
And how much is that coached up?
It should be.
Or is it just guys, if you feel like you blatantly got screwed, that's probably the way it is versus those really intricate situations.
If you have 2 strikes on you and there's nobody on base and there's 2 outs in the inning, just don't challenge it. It's pretty simple, right? Like,
what's the score?
Now, granted,
1-0, and then I can get on to.
If it's a tie game and you've got Shohei Ohtani up next, right? Then maybe. Or you're down 1, you got Aaron Judge up next, then maybe, right? But for the most part, just there are certain guys that just should not be challenging out there, and the Rangers again, they just don't seem to be that aggressive in the challenge, but everybody's still feeling this out. This is the same thing with 2-point conversions.
Yeah.
When they first came in the NFL, it's the same thing with going for it on 4th down, like or the outside
kickoff changes and stuff.
You're feeling it out
now. Behind the plate, they've been near the top of Major League Baseball. So if you take the catchers who have at least 5 challenges this year, which is a bunch of them, Danny Jansen has the 3rd highest rate in Major League Baseball right now of getting the call overturned.
And Skip said Jansen may have been the MVP of yesterday's game, at least. That's what he said post-game.
Do you want announcer calls, great announcer calls, or the dumbest player in the sport?
Ooh, I'll go.
And I know you hate the dumbest player in the sport anyway.
Let's go announcer call.
Okay. Let's go to San Diego.
We'll talk about Jazz Chisholm later.
Oh, baby. Let's go to San Diego. And this is the walk-off home run call against the Colorado Rockies. Gavin Sheets is up at bat.
Sheets to deep right center field. It's back. A 3-run home run to walk it off. Second straight night for San Diego. Holy Sheets.
Good call.
It's good. I like it. Now, let's go to, so yesterday was Sunday. It was also Masters Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
So
how'd you guys split up Ranger game Masters?
What do you think?
I know you did not watch any golf.
I'll ask you the same question. What do you think?
You watched all golf.
I watched golf and I switched over to the Rangers. Now, the great thing about that is that Ranger game it re-airs immediately after. So we're sitting upstairs like, why are you watching this game? I'm like, well, I wanted to see how they scored. This is the Pirates TV paying homage to the Masters.
It's a tradition unlike any other. Welcome to the final round at the Wrigley. Conditions, well, we might see some high scores with the heavy winds, but they couldn't be better in what is sure to be one for the ages. And a great pairing for those of you watching and for the thousands of patrons on hand at this historic venue, the hallowed grounds of Wrigley Field. Check out the leaderboard. Pirates better than par, but the Reds, Cardinals, Brewers, and Cubs very much in the running. Hello, friends. Greg Brown, along with John Wayner, my partner, and Hannah Mears, will be providing some coverage greenside today. Emotions ran high yesterday, John. Yesterday was moving day.
Okay.
Sure, it's good.
I like the creativity. Some of these local broadcasts, the Twins won, this one, Sanders crotch in the postgame last night.
Yeah.
Teams are starting to change it up a little bit.
Interesting shot from them.
Now, I'm curious. You love the Padres call, but you have consistently said you hate when people are like over the top energy for early season stuff.
Yeah, but he saved it with a pun.
So you would have hated the call without the holy sheets.
Yeah, the pun. Okay. The pun was great.
Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ here. It's 105.3 The Fan. Patrick Dumont with a very rare interview on the Mavs offseason. And what would you do if this guy showed up at your door? The viral video and audio. I don't even know if we should play it. It's next on The Fan.
brought to you by the personal injurers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The NBA regular season is over, and the Dallas Mavericks end up tied for 7th or 8th right there with New Orleans. We were hoping that they were going to be locked in to number 6. Jamal Mashburn, 5 or 6 players that would be taking over Cooper Flag in this draft. It can sit there and get you excited. Now you're going to need a little bit of lottery luck to move up into that top 6. You have some people accusing this of being the worst NBA regular season ever. It's the worst one that, I don't want to be guilty of hyperbole, but I can't remember one worse. It is the first season in NBA history with 8 teams that had 55 or more losses.
Ew.
Also the first season in NBA history in which 8 teams had a win percentage of .333 or worse. And then for the final day of the regular season, there's 155 players that were out. 9 doubtful, 37 questionable, 8 probable. 13 of 30 teams had 7 or more players listed as out early in the day. 13 of 30. The other day, I think it was... There's no fewer than 168 players out the other day, including 14 Grizzlies Friday night. 14.
See, LeBron was right. They don't even want to be in Memphis.
Jazz Grizzlies combined to use 13 players total.
God.
13 players total. And then Adam Silver reportedly shut down the idea of changing the 65-game rule where players are eligible, saying that in the league's view, the rule is working. And you still have all these players sitting out. The most tanked season that we can remember. And the other day, after putting it on the Mavericks, Wembanyama had a very interesting back and forth with the media, showing off some Kevin Hagelin math.
I think that's a good way to put it. If a guy plays 50 games, 35 minutes a game, that's 50 times 35. That's 1750, right?
Whoa!
Am I right? Yeah. And if a guy plays 75 games at 20 minutes, it's 1500. So, it's not. I mean, it's a good view in my opinion to not have a limit. It's one opinion. 75% of the games, in my opinion, would be a logical thing, and that would be 61.5 games, right? So 62 games.
He is not using a pen and paper like RJ.
I just said he used a pen and paper.
Nobody memorized it. I'm calling Cap.
Oh,
this is 3 different instances ready to go. That's like he's
you're a jackass.
It's too much math.
You're a jackass.
It's too much math in one sitting to be believable.
He can just be math. Here's the thing about
he's
math.
from France.
Yeah, he is.
He's smarter.
And
that's true. They win math competitions, not wars.
Yeah, well. The people that do math will tell you either get math or you don't. There's no in between. Nobody kind of like, oh, I understand. No, you either get it or you don't. It might not be the worst just because we haven't seen, we didn't see the regular season in the 70s. But I do know this. In the history of the NBA, there have been 2 instances where the average margin of victory on a specific day was 24 points or more. And they both happened in the last 2 weeks. We had one day here on April 3rd where the 5 games were won by 32 points or more. 5 games.
Wow.
And you're talking about like
bad.
You had the other 4 games that were played that day were double-digit victories. So we only had 1 game, and it's the first time ever where you had 1 game that was decided by single digits when you had 9 or more games on the schedule.
See,
there's a lot of that this year. Now, a lot of these were playoff teams versus non-playoff teams, but still.
I never had a problem with the haves and the have-nots. Like, if you have a top-heavy league, I generally don't have a problem with that. Like,
that's try and don't tries.
It's fine. That's the biggest thing. It's the will and the will not. It's the try and the don't try. Like, they're not. A lot of these teams just flat out were like halfway through the season, like, all right, pack it in. Let's not even try to be competitive. It's in my lifetime watching basketball, it's 1 or 2 as the worst. The only one that's even close, and it's because there were all other circumstances around it, would have been 99. because that was the lockout season, and that was the first season without Jordan, and we got that awful Knicks Spurs like NBA final. That year sucked, but that's the only thing that kind of comes close to this, where it feels like, what, you've got 6 teams consistently playing basketball or something?
Yeah, it was bad. The worst one I can remember. Patrick Dumont did a rare interview with Brad Townsend. I thought we were going to get him in the studio. Come on, Gina Miller. Patrick Dumont talking to the Dallas Morning News. I believe in our accountability. We have to work hard to make things right. His plan for filling the Mavs president of basketball operations starts this morning. We're going to get active. We're going to talk to a lot of people. We're going to do our best to make sure we find the best possible candidate. Our goal is to have someone on board by the middle of May. They have set a target of July 1st for picking between 2 Dallas sites for the new arena. Mark Cuban, of course, taking his shots at everyone recently, and Dumont took the high road on this. Now, there's a provision. I didn't know this. There's a provision in the sale agreement. It gives the Adelson-Dumont group the ability to buy all but 7% of Cuban's stake. Cuban's got 27%.
Yeah.
So they could get another 20% from him, leave him with 7%. Multiple people familiar with Dumont's thinking told the Dallas Morning News his closest advisors have encouraged him to publicly rebuke Cuban and those comments. Instead, he said Mark is really passionate about the Mavs. I think that's great. He's really, really frustrated about the year the team has had, and I understand that frustration. I consider him a friend, and I appreciate his thoughts. I appreciate his frustration. But I do want to make things really clear. One thing really clear in terms of ownership, Patrick Dumont, we are not moving the team to another city. The team is not for sale. We're going to continue to invest in this franchise. Those are the major takeaways from his Brad Townsend interview.
I mean, look, there's got to be in order for this to go the way he wants, there's got to be a few different things that happen. They've got to nail whoever they pick coming up in the summer. They desperately need, I think, for this next hire, that one that they were just talking about in mid-May, the president of basketball operations. They desperately need that to be somebody who knows how to operate within the constraints that they have and still build around it, because that's the only thing that's going to salvage them at this point, is if the flag era just takes off aggressively in the next 2 years or so. Because if this is just kind of a slow build towards a 4-year plan, you're going to have a lot of people that have checked out by then.
It'd be hard to have a 4-year plan when this is the last draft pick you have for 5.
I don't know what this is going to do to your car speakers, but
oh God,
we're going to play Harry Dresden. This is the viral.
That's a fake name, by the way.
Doorbell video. Harry Dresden.
Yeah,
the movie character.
Yeah, but
was it Frank Dresden? Who's Harry Dresden?
You're thinking of Frank Drebin.
Yeah.
From Naked Gun.
Yes.
This is the guy, he said his name was Harry Dresden, but it's really...
Harry Dresden is like a wizard overlord in some graphic novel or something.
Oh, okay. So this is this kid who goes up, this young man who goes...
Jason Nichols is his name.
He goes up to this door. It's all captured on video. It gets released in Fairfield, California. Here's the audio.
Hello?
Hi there. Can you open this door, please?
For what?
I just want to make sure that everything's okay. There seems to be something going on.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I just figured I checked on something.
I don't know what you want, man. Get out of my house.
Open this door. Where's your daughter, man? Where's your daughter, man?
What are you talking about?
Where's your daughter? Who's in there with you?
Bro, if you don't leave...
Open this door. I'm breaking it down. You understand me?
Leave my house. You don't...
Are you okay? Is everyone in this house okay?
What? Everyone's okay. What do you want? Can you leave my house, please?
Can you open the door, please?
You have nothing to do with my house. Can you leave my house?
You know what my name is?
I don't know who you are. You don't belong to this neighborhood. That's for sure.
This is my neighborhood, though.
Yeah, I live there. I don't know you.
My name is Harry Dresden, mother. Open the door. This is my neighborhood. Open the door.
Man.
He was arrested on April 7th. As you said, Jason Thomas Nichols. People trying to figure out if there's mental health stuff. He was wearing the long coat, like the fictional character as well. He's 30 years old, charged with a deadly weapon, assault with a deadly weapon, causing great bodily injury, first-degree burglary, terrorizing, and vandalism. The bail is $35K.
Did you? Okay, so
he got inside.
Okay, so that wasn't a fake thing. Yeah, that wasn't
he got inside. He got in through a sliding glass door, and he went in there, and the husband got home with a shovel just in time, and they tussled until the cops got there.
And who was inside? Oh, he was talking through.
He was talking through the ring camera.
Through the ring camera, and he ends up getting inside, and he's like throwing doors up. Like, so they've got an internal camera of him going inside, and the husband captured him.
He should have blown him away.
Well, yeah,
he should have shot him.
Castle doctrine.
I don't know what the California law is. I have no idea.
They have castle doctrine, but I mean,
what does that mean? What is that?
Basically, you can defend your home with lethal force if necessary.
So he has there's this footage of him with a shovel, and then he says to the guy, "Are you military?" And he goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "I know what you're going through, man. Let's go talk outside." And apparently he was like, "Okay." And they stepped outside. Now that's
which they did discover later he was not military, so he's clearly just got a screw loose.
I thought he was maybe dating the daughter.
Yeah, I don't know. He had some, I'll tell you this, serious eyebrows.
Yeah.
Holy cow. So Luigi is jealous of this dude's eyebrows.
The whole little the interaction is bizarre, and then he gets in there and he talks the guy down, but he had they had tussled for a sec. They both got head injuries, I guess, the husband and this guy, but he ended up getting walked out in handcuffs. But this is the sort of thing, it's like, I don't know how, you don't, when you hear the banging on the door, go start running to the other parts of the house and go all right, is the door locked? Because I think his wife was home when this happened. But, going to look at make sure a sliding door is not unlocked.
Yeah, lock everything. This is nuts. I mean... I don't know. I really don't know what my reaction is. If I'm in the house or my wife's in the house, just run, get the hell out of there. Don't even.
I don't know that you're I wouldn't take the chances of outrunning him. I would just call police and.
No, he'd probably trip on his cape, trip on his little coat there.
I'd be able to fly with that thing.
Call police and tell him about Papacitos.
Get on a broom like he's Snape.
Did you watch this, Pepe?
I did. It's scary, man. It's scary that at any point something like that can happen, and to see it like that, go viral on Twitter, it's scary, man.
And I was like, does he live in the neighborhood like he said? Is this someone just wandering around normally? I have no idea. So that was the viral door knock video that took over the internet this weekend. It's Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. The NFL Draft is next Thursday. Path to the Draft brought to you by Pluckers. How the draft could shape the trade market for the Dallas Cowboys. That's next in Below.
D-Bell.
Right here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But let's go ahead and shape your financial future with trade.
At Classic Chevrolet, if you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me take off my belt. We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Why the draft isn't your last chance to make this Cowboys team better. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation. So heading into this weekend, or heading into this upcoming draft weekend here in, we're 10 days out now. We got a bunch of Pluckers locations. Where's everybody going to be? Where are you going to be, Sean?
Mesquite. Alliance
after you divaed your way there.
Well, that was my original one anyway, so that's what I put in for.
Okay, all right, good. Well, Alliance and Mesquite there. You can go hang out at Pluckers for the draft party, and you can find all the other fan hosts and their locations somewhere on 1053thefan.com, I'm sure. All right, so there is a thought generally, I think, from a lot of fans and stuff like that, like draft weekend is usually an opportunity also to make trades, and it has been in the past. A.J. Brown is a guy who's gotten moved, but there seems to every year be this influx of movement following the draft. Like there's always a really strong trade market that heats up in general, probably from about the end of April, the end of the draft, until first week of June, maybe a little bit before then, because teams want to get guys in there for mini camp and then have enough time to kind of get that layoff time before training camp to get things down, and then walk into the draft or walk into training camp, obviously. So for the Cowboys, like, for instance, we've talked about the idea that if they were to take a receiver, which I don't think they're going to take a receiver with one of their first 2 picks, but let's say they get wiped out, and for some reason Carnell Tate happens to slide down to them at 12, and there's really nobody defensively that they can pick, and they can't trade out of the pick. Would they just instead say, you know what, let's pick Tate, let's rescind the tag on Pickens, and then use that extra cash? We have to go make a trade for somebody else. Let's see if we can do that. That might be our best way to build this team moving forward. Well, those sort of things also exist for other teams, whether it be somebody staring them in the face and they pick them and all of a sudden they have a surplus, or they'd be interested in trading somebody, but they want to get out of the draft first before they make sure that they're actually going to make a deal. So I got a couple names that I think are worth keeping an eye on, that in terms of not Dallas directly have an interest, but guys I've heard could be available whenever things get done with the draft, depending on how things go. And most of these I don't think are a surprise. I think a couple of these we've actually heard already talked about as potential trade candidates now. But the first one, right off the bat, Riley Moss in Denver. So he's a cornerback. He plays opposite Pat Surtain. He has been in the NFL now for 3 years. So he's getting close to extension time. I think there are a lot of people who think Denver likes him, wants to keep him, but Denver's also building something that has a bunch of different resources out there that they're trying to get guys paid with. But Riley Moss is a guy who can play inside or outside, had a decent year. He will be due a contract shortly. But I think if the Broncos come out of this feeling like we got a corner we like, we don't have to worry about that anymore, we're covered, let's go ahead and just make the move, get off of this deal before it ends up becoming a big payday, and we can circulate that way. Now, obviously, Dallas's interest would then depend on who do they take. If they were to take Downs and Akeem Mesidor from Miami, or if they were to take Sonny Styles, for, let's say they trade up, and so they have to give up 20, and then they take Sonny Styles, and in the second round they get somebody else, an edge rusher. Well, then they may look at it and go like, we're still not totally solid here at cornerback. Let's make a move. Let's figure something out. And so Riley Moss is somebody who I think, depending on how the draft breaks out, could be available. How much do you want to take a risk with a character guy?
Who is it?
It's
Ruben Bane.
Fine character.
No, this would be a person you're trading for. He would not probably be available if not for the fact that he's got some issues right now. Terrion Arnold, the cornerback from the Lions, who recently got mixed up in the, hey, did Terrion Arnold's friends kidnap somebody? What's going on here? The Lions, by all accounts, want to move him at this point if they can make sure that their bases are covered. So that would be, do they come out of the draft feeling comfortable and confident with what they've fleshed out on their roster? He's been a little bit of a disappointment.
52 PFF grade last year.
Yeah, he's been a little bit of a disappointment, but he was a guy who high draft pedigree, somebody that the Cowboys liked when he was coming out, still young, can do some different things for you in the secondary. I think that as long as you're okay and you're just saying, hey, I'm trying to open this 3-year window like we've talked about, maybe you say, hey, that's somebody who we can give something up after the draft if the Lions feel like they just want to move off of this. Let's go ahead. Let's take it. Let's jump into this. And in fact, I got to look real quick. I think Terrion Arnold, still has a couple years left on his deal, too.
So he's drafted in 2024.
Yeah, so you would have upwards of this season 27 and potentially 28. You could have him under control for the next 3 years. And his cap hit the next 2 years is $3.9 and $4.5 million. So if you can feel comfortable about where things are at, get him to a good place.
Be the cock.
Oh, boy. That stands for King of Compensation.
It does.
Shop. I'm going to say...
I know it feels a little rich. I know I'm riding my 2 here.
I was going to say I think maybe a 3.
Okay. I was thinking, all right, I'll do it for a 4, but it would feel a little bit more dangerous with a 3.
I think it just depends on how much, like maybe it is a 4 if the answers are worse than people want them to be. But I think that right now there's enough distance and separation from what they've been able to ascertain about it that they would look at it and say, all right, it's a little hot to handle, but and he hasn't been great, but there's upside there. Let's go ahead and roll the dice on it. So there's another one there. 2 other spots to look at. And this is, again, going to depend on how much they can fortify their front. And they've invested a lot of resources there, so it wouldn't be unusual for them to just feel like, all right, we're set, let's make a deal, particularly if they're able to salvage the Dexter Lawrence stuff, but it would be Kayvon Thibodeau. And that's somebody who I think Thibodeau to me makes that sounds all too much like a deal the Cowboys would make. And not that I've heard anything, so I don't want anybody twisting that and thinking like I've heard that they're going to go make a deal for him or anything. But all right, he's kind of, disgruntled, wants a deal. They don't have a deal done with him. They're kind of like, you know what? We've invested plenty in other spots, and we've made the deal for Brian Burns before. They've picked edge rushers high before. I think that it would make some sense. That sounds very much like a move that the Cowboys end up like in June going, all right, well, our solution to this, where we rallied a little bit because we didn't get the edge rusher we wanted. We got a guy we loved back in the day, a couple years ago, and a guy who's had some decent seasons, never played up to where he needs to be, but somebody who we think is hungry and we can capitalize on, just like we did with George Pickens. And we'll be able to get that out of him.
Loud personality on social media.
Loud personality on social media. Loud personality in front of the cameras. And in front of and he is I remember when he was coming out, there was a lot of questions about, is he, and I know sometimes this rubs choppy the wrong way when this is the criticism. There's some question of like, is he too opinionated? Does he have too many thoughts on too many things? Because that just might be a little bit of a headache. And so then they dropped him in New York City in front of that media and said, this'll work. But to this point, he's been solid. It's just not been consistent for him. And he's never really shown up as the guy that they thought he could have been when he was coming out of Oregon, when he was just a stud. But maybe somebody worth buying low on. And then the last name here,
pick?
What's that?
What's the pick?
I would guess 3rd or 4th. Is what you're looking at. And he may be somebody who maybe he gets moved draft weekend. But I think if he's still hanging around and Dallas looks at it and goes, all right, musical chairs is done and we still don't have another edge rusher we want, that may be a call that they would make. And then the other one, and this is the name that we've heard a lot thrown around here in Dallas as somebody that Cowboys fans would like. And it's somebody that it would make so much sense if they would go ahead and deal him, even though they have not yet, and I don't think they've publicly indicated they would. That's Jordan Brooks at Miami, the linebacker.
David Hellman went on G-Bag, and he said, that is part 1 of my 3-point plan. That's my very first thing. Give up a 3rd, Jordan Brooks. And he said, now we're cooking with gas.
Would you be willing to give up? I'll just say, because I know you probably weren't watching a ton of Dolphins games last year.
I watched more football than you.
Yeah, I know you watch more football, but that means you probably didn't watch the Dolphins, who are terrible.
Yeah.
Because they don't play football.
So if I told you Jordan Brooks was going to be on a scale of 10, I told you next year he will be an 8 linebacker. Would you be willing to give up a 3rd, this year's 3rd for that?
Yes.
And just say, all right, cool, I'm jumping in.
Yep.
What if I told you that you're not going to be able to re-sign him and he's just going to play out the year here?
No.
Okay, so it would be contingent on you being comfortable that he was going to come back.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, for me, it's like I just don't think there's enough guys out there that can make us compete this year.
So that's why you would take it off the table if he was not
just
an
a
extension.
one and done. Right.
But
he's 28.
Yeah, and he's somebody who...
And his cost, you think, will be his contract?
Probably, given the way some of the deals got done this offseason, now obviously each year it kind of
12 per?
Yeah, probably, I think.
Is that where Quay and Dean came in?
Dean was 12. Quay came in a little higher.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would think, probably 12, something like that. Because, I mean, he's already on his second deal. And so...
Yeah, I'm fine with giving him the third and paying him.
So, and I think that's why when I just did the mock that we did at 720, the 30th pick for Miami, I went ahead and gave them a linebacker. Because I do look at it and I wonder if in their shuffling, they're going to say, all right, Jeff Hafley needs his resources at defense. We've got receivers that can stretch into the second round. Let's address receiver there. They're not good. They're not going to be good next year. They've still got a lot that they've got to spend time on and rebuild through and different things like that I don't think that Miami's in a position to compete. So to me, it's more just like about, all right, cover your bases, make sure you have young players here to replace the guys you're about to purge.
So you know how in college, like the way to go now, we're finding out in the NIL era is, and I'm just spitballing here, it's don't really recruit high school. It's get older transfers who are ready to win now. Are we going to get to the point where it's like, all right, you know what? Don't try to draft, trade picks for players that are ready to win now. I mean, the Rams are doing that. The Rams have done that for 10 years.
The Rams have done that. Philly's done that in part. Philly works really hard to build up capital and then purge some of it for veterans. And so that's typically how they try to have the best of both worlds. I think the Philly model is probably the best one you could do if you could swing it.
The Rams doesn't seem sustainable, but it is for them.
I asked my Giants guy, who's in New Orleans, about Thibodeau. He said he's terrible. Should be a beast with teams double teaming Burns, but he does nothing. Had one good play in his career against Washington. Huge liability against the run. So this is a Giants fan. He doesn't work for the Giants.
You're having a lot of you're having a lot of guys that if they're being purged and they're available, they've got it's the old money ball. His flaw is this. His flaw is this. The Thibodeau, it's that he's just been a disappointment. He's completely underperformed where he was supposed to be.
Way too loud for his production.
Yes.
Way too much talking for what he has churned out.
Yep.
Below the belt with the NFL draft coverage like no one else can produce next Thursday from the Ford Center of the Star in Frisco. The rest of us will be all over your local Pluckers locations. RJ Choppy in his bag for your Masters recap. Final hour, Sean and RJ after this.
But let's get you over to Trust and Will.
Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And here we go. His year again. Rory is a rare repeat winner at Augusta.
Oh, baby. My favorite weekend of the year in sports.
You got like 9 of them.
I do.
Is it your anniversry?
That's exactly why, Bobby. It was my anniversary, yeah. And, we did.
So this is better than March Madness weekend.
Okay, so no. No, it's not. But it's up there. It's very, very high. I love the Masters. I love golf in general. Any major championship weekend, I really, really get into. I was able to watch more of this than normal because our baseball schedule allowed for it. We didn't play till very, very late on Saturday. So I was able to watch all of Saturday, and then we got rained out on Sunday, so I was able to watch all of Sunday. We sat on the couch yesterday. It was our anniversary, and we watched golf. And we even got our group chat, one of our group chats, the hoodies, into the golf. The hoodies would take a little step back.
The hoodies, I would think they'd be definitely into Augusta.
Well, you would think, yeah. So we had to take a little step back in these group chats. We were back in yesterday. The whole family was involved, but this was Rory getting his second straight Masters. And, I wonder, after he won last year where he had really, he had struggled for 10 years. He had won since 2014, won a major. He'd finished in the top 10 a bunch. He'd been so close, 16 top 10s in his last 19 majors, but just hadn't broken through. Finally breaks through last year, and now it's like, all right, is this guy going to go on a bit of a run with at least Green Jackets or maybe other major championships as well?
Put Rory, Scheffler, and Phil in order. What their legacies will be. Who will finish? Power rank the legacies.
Okay, so I'm assuming that Scheffler continues on this path that he's been on.
Okay.
Because I think, for me, personally, Phil's the second best golfer I've ever watched. Behind Tiger. He did.
And Bobby.
Yeah. Right. Well, he's never watched me. I don't allow him to watch.
But, he never won a U.S. Open. And I don't think Scottie has it. I think that's the one Scottie doesn't have either. And it's not crazy. There are plenty of great all-time. Like Arnold Palmer didn't win. I think it was a PGA. A lot of guys don't have the career Grand Slam. There's only 6 of them, and Rory's one of them. And Scheffler's one away with the U.S. Open. It's going to be very hard to eclipse Phil. I think if anyone could do it, it's going to be Scottie, not Rory. I don't think Rory can. So I would go Phil and then eventually Scottie and Rory. I think right now it's hard to say Scottie's ahead of Rory right now, but I think he eventually will be. We were a quarter of an inch away from a playoff. If that putt by Scottie goes down on, I think it was 17, we based on the bogey that Rory had, now maybe Rory would have changed his approach up a little bit on 18, but we would have had another playoff, which would have been great. This was the only time in my life I ever rooted for Justin Rose. I can't stand Justin Rose, but I had a 40-1 ticket, a 30-1 ticket on him to win this thing. I was like, let's go, baby, let's go. I never root for Justin Rose. I can't stand him. I know everybody says he's classy. They all say he's classy. I see smug.
I was going to say, having a betting interest doesn't sound as much to be like, man, for the first time in my life, I really wanted him to win. That just sounded more like you wanted a bet to hit.
I wanted a bet to hit. Just the same reason I wanted Patrick Reed to win.
Yeah.
I wanted a bet to hit on this.
Thought Cameron Young was going to hit for you.
I did not have Cam.
Oh, you didn't?
Maybe I did.
Cameron Young.
You told me to bet him.
I had, but then I did bet him. I had like 10 bets. I don't remember which ones I had.
We didn't win any.
We didn't win any of them.
Walchuk finds Cameron Young very attractive.
Really?
Yep.
Cameron
texted over the weekend. He texted me and Eric over the weekend. He's like, "Is it weird to say I think Cameron Young's a very attractive man?"
Okay, I can see that.
Yeah. I said it's not weird to think it. I said it's weird to say it. It's weird to reach out to us and tell us.
Strong hair game.
Very good hair game. Fun fact about him: every Sunday when he's on the road playing,
he wears red.
No, well, maybe, but he finds a church to go to that morning.
Wow.
Doesn't matter where he is.
Oh, Bayless would say he doesn't care enough about golf.
Right. It doesn't matter where he is. He'll find a church. Even if he's got an early tee time and he goes at 7 a.m., he'll find a church to go to on that Sunday. But Friday and Saturday were really epic days of golf. Rory was unconscious on Friday. Saturday was one of those special days of the Masters. You had Scheffler going nuts. Cam Young came out of nowhere. You had a lot of Justin Rose, Patrick. They had all of these guys had great days on Saturday. Scottie Scheffler was asked a question. And
he started the third round 12 shots back.
Yeah, he was even par.
I got thoughts on this.
I do too.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
When he walked off the 18th green on Saturday, he was 5 shots off the pace after carding the lowest career round at the Masters for him, 7 under 65.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind.
That's a really, really good day. And now on the broadcast, some of the announcers said, man, how much, just think, he could be 8, 9, 10 under today. And this was the question asked to him, and this was Scottie's response.
That was a 65 today. What did it feel like it could have or should have been?
That's just a terrible question. Next question. Awful.
What enabled you to...
What do we think?
That sounds like very questionable audio. Number one, I need to look at it. Number two, I need to know the relationship with the report. I heard some laughing in there. So I don't know how much Scottie was joking back. It sounded like Scottie could have been kind of laughing back a little.
Okay. I took it as he was laughing at the question.
Right. Thinking it was stupid.
Thinking it was stupid?
There's nothing wrong. Bobby, you said you had strong thoughts, so I'll let you go first.
Yeah, he's. I'm looking at the video now. He looks like he thinks that's just the dumbest thing he's ever heard.
Okay.
So, I think that he's right. Allegedly, from my understanding of golf, it sounds like he's right to think this is a dumb question to ask me after what I just did. But I think there's an easier, more like mocking, playful way you could have equally said that was the dumbest thing I've ever been asked. Like just being like, yeah, I really wish I would have eagled every hole today.
It's not a dumb question. I thought you were going to say what the right answer was, which I'm about to say, in that it could have been asked a little bit different. So this is no different than...
sure, that too. It could have been asked differently.
Coop scores 50. But we all saw he had two.
He's 32% from 3.
No, he had two. He had 2 blown dunks.
Yeah,
and he missed 3 layups. And in the post game, you go, Coop, you dropped 50. I know you're probably frustrated with a couple of the layups. How much more could it have been? There's nothing wrong with it. That's exactly what the guy was asking Scottie, because I was seeing some quotes from Scottie saying he was dissatisfied with his score.
Yeah.
He was actually agreeing with it. So I thought the question was a little bit blunt, a little bit straightforward. He could have softened it with, hey, record-setting round. Do you feel like you left anything more out there?
Yeah, I think it's a fair question.
And then Scottie would have been like, yeah, I actually am mad at myself, which I read him say, and he's like, it should have been 61.
It may have been a question that was saved for, like, the
Sean Shreve School of Journalism.
The press conference
Take that,
room,
Donnie.
and not, like, on the side of the green. Maybe save it for
because there's so many rules about how you ask things there and what you say and what words you use, so that makes sense on the green.
It's fair.
So if Dak threw 4 touchdowns, and he missed a wide open Lamb and Pickens,
we're gonna ask
and they won, so he's in a good mood. Scottie should be in a good mood. He's back in the race, and it's Dak. You threw 4, awesome. You think it could have been 6? I guarantee you Dak Prescott is not getting mad or offended by that. Guaranteed.
What if it's the first question? Because that looked like this was the first question.
What?
The one that he got asked today. The one that
that's the first question.
Like the very first question he got asked was basically like.
Let's hear it again, Pepe. Play it one more time, please.
That was a 65 today. What did it feel like it could have or should have been?
That's just a terrible question. Next question. Awful.
What enables you to...
It's more justified from Scottie if that is the first question.
Is it? Well, so because the video I saw, it's like zoomed in on his mouth and then so it's like cameras are setting up to get him, and so it looks like it was the first question.
Yeah, little rough for the first question.
If the way it's asked, is there a way to do it where it's like maybe you just say, hey, you shot a 65 today, it was a great round. You had some saving putts or whatever. You also had some opportunities that maybe you feel like you get back. Is that just like the trade-off you make and you just say it balances, or do you say, no, I need to make those ones too? Or something, I don't know. Something that just doesn't sound as much like, yeah, it was good, but.
Right. No, I think that complicates it a little bit too much. If you know Scottie, you should know that Scottie's probably going to be a competitor and mad at himself. That's part of traveling along with the tour.
Yeah.
You're going to know the guy, and if he's mad at himself, if he's the ultimate competitor, I shot this, but it should have been that, and he should have played along a little bit better and answered it nicer.
And I have no idea who that was.
Yeah,
that could have been somebody. Now in the majors, you might get like in NBA, MLB Finals, NBA
more national.
You get guys who have never been down there, right?
Yeah.
They come in they hit it and quit it. But that could have been somebody who's at every.
Jake Remo, 105 through the fan, Saturday show.
That could have been somebody who's at every event.
It's a gentleman from SiriusXM, Jason Sobel.
Oh, no. So Jason's at every golf tournament.
So he asked him that.
Jason's at he is on the PGA Tour radio. He's everywhere like that. So that's not somebody who just kind of hit it and quit it. How about this? This is from Sergio, and I think Bobby is going to I know where Bobby's going to stand on this one.
Bobby, who do you like more, Sergio or Rory? Do you know
Sergio.
anything about Sergio?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so Sergio won this tournament 2017, so he has a lifetime exemption, I think, until he's 65 is when it ends. Well, he was in dead last. He was paired with fellow Spaniard John Rahm. Well, he decides to absolutely slam his club into the ground, snaps his driver head on a cooler or something like that, and then the driver's dangling. He starts walking down. He has to carry Rahm's bag because Rahm's caddy was raking a sand trap, and Sergio's caddy was raking a trap. So Sergio just grabs the bag and starts carrying it down the. Well, here comes the marshals at Augusta, the Green Jackets, and they give him a code of conduct warning. We don't do that kind of thing here. Now,
did they do that, or because his last name's Garcia?
That could be it. Now, the second code of conduct warning would have been a 2-stroke penalty, and the third would have been it's been fun, but not real fun. Let's get on out of here.
Mm-hmm.
So, where do you stand on this?
Totally justified.
Code of conduct warning.
Total right call. Bobby, don't even ask him.
All right.
He's incapable of answering it objectively because he hates Augusta so much. I dislike Augusta as well. But yeah, this is exactly the right thing.
Yeah, golf.
He didn't get punished on the first one.
Right.
He could. He destroyed some things.
Yeah.
Second one, you get punished. Third one, you're gone.
You have to give. Golf is no longer a gentleman's game in the sense that it was a gentleman's game years ago. It's major money they're playing for. Tiger changed that.
It's fine to say chill out.
Yeah.
Every other sport tells you to chill out when you do stuff like that. And they'll be like, you're going to get flagged. Stop.
Yeah.
Or you're going to get teed up
the first time.
Yeah, you're going to get teed up. You're going to get flagged. You're going to get all these different things like that. So it's fine to do that. That doesn't bug me.
Oh my gosh.
You have to allow
Augusta
for emotion.
bugs me in general. Its existence.
You have to allow for emotion.
But I do love Sergio Garcia.
You do?
Would
Why?
you believe it or not? I actually watched an entire, I shouldn't say tournament. I watched an entire golf event with Sergio Garcia.
Like with him?
Mm-hmm. Well, not with him, but like him. I watched the entire from start to finish battle at Bighorn when I was 11 years old. Him and Tiger.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. where he sunk that putt.
Yeah,
that
and you like
35
that.
footer.
You
yeah,
like
I did
that.
like that.
Okay. I always like. I like Sergio. He's got some, tendencies to, but I mean, the guy, he battled. He was so close so many times. He was the guy that never could win, and he finally won. I think a lot of people felt happy for him that he finally won. And now he's just going to, I mean, look, this is one of those things. Again, you got to let emotion be a part of this. You can't sit there and completely avoid that. I don't know if you guys saw this, the egg salad hat guy. I love that hat. There was a guy that he was on every hole, it seemed. Right behind the guy's hitting. And he had this
Marlins man.
Yellow hat that said egg salad on it.
Okay,
it's Masters has this amazing egg salad. Apparently, I didn't try it
for $1.50, right?
It's $1.50.
I love egg salad.
You do?
Oh, it's too mayonnaisey for you.
Yeah, that's why I don't like. I don't really like any kind of salad.
You don't like tuna fish?
I do like tuna fish. I like tuna salad. I like regular tuna fish.
Macaroni salad? No. Potato salad? No. Coleslaw? No. Yeah, I love egg salad.
Yeah. So you would love this hat.
Deviled eggs.
I'm going to try to find it for you.
Yeah, I see it. Lime green. That's it? This thing went big?
It went big.
The lime green egg salad hat?
Everyone's wondering how they get the egg salad hat. And you can only get it at Augusta.
Matt Pittman's probably got 30 of them.
He probably did.
He'll tell you about it, too. He'll tell you 1 through 30. 1 through 30. He'll explain them all to you.
Matt Pittman was the only one allowed to bring a cell phone there. I don't know how the hell he did it, but he was the only one allowed to bring a cell phone.
Why is Dane Brugler talking about the Cowboys moving up for this player? Moving up for someone we have not discussed with a Cowboys War Room scenario. We'll do it next in the Red Zone on Sean and RJ.
After we switch.
personal injury lawyers. Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Friend of the show and station, Dane Brugler, stirring things up by going on the Rich Eisen show on Friday, and everyone has the Cowboys moving up now, which is telling me, odds are the Cowboys then won't end up moving up because that's everyone's latest rumor. And we've heard it for Downs, and we've heard it for Reese, and we've heard it for Bailey. I have not heard the Cowboys moving up yet for Sonny Styles?
Yeah, with Sonny Styles, a linebacker, there's going to be several teams that are going to be I'm looking at the Cowboys specifically as a team. They're going to be tempted to move up. Right now, the Cowboys don't have a player they feel comfortable wearing that green dot. Sonny Styles would be perfect for that Christian Parker defense, exactly what they're looking for. They have 2 first-round picks. Could they be tempted to move up? We know the Browns are always willing to move back. Maybe 6 could be that sweet spot for them.
Man, what a time to be alive. You possibly move up for a linebacker, RJ Choppy.
I could not me. I could not imagine. I get they need it. But then, we asked Brothers this morning, would this not qualify as a need pick?
Right.
If you think that there are better players, if you think that, Downs is better or Bane or whoever, right? Just name your player. Would this not qualify as a need pick? And look, I don't always have a problem with drafting for need. I mean, if the players are so close, I don't always have a problem with it. I mean, if you're reaching, but if things are, I don't even want to say equal. If they're kind of in the same tier, I don't have a major issue with it.
In today's world of positional value, where is linebacker on the list to where, let's say you're empty at all the positions and you're like, okay, I need to, not quarterback, right? Like on
the defense?
Offensive guard. Let's go guard. Let's go D-tackle. Let's go linebacker. Let's go safety. Can you still have your linebacker room be empty and say, it's linebacker? It's still arguably, if you had to pick, probably the least important position on the defense. It hasn't vaulted up to corner or DN or D-tackle in today's NFL, and even if my room is empty, I'm not reaching for one because I don't have any because of where it stands in today's game still.
Part of it would be tell me the scheme, because that's going to depend. This scheme is going to rely on linebackers pretty heavily. So it kind of matters which one. I will say that we talked about this trend of the best teams in the NFL have these hybrid safety nickel corner players that are really flexible. For the last several years, I don't know how much it held up last year, but for the last several years, the best teams in the NFL definitely have had some of the better linebacker play in the NFL. And even last year, I think on the Seahawks defense, where they were kind of a no-name, they did have Ernest Jones, their linebacker, who was a second-team All-Pro.
When Tampa won, they had some great linebackers.
So the 49ers, that was kind of a big difference for them compared to a lot of other teams, is they really focused on having a strong linebacker core. So it can matter a great deal, and I think the defense that Parker's going to run will lean on that pretty heavily. I also think they're going to have Sonny Styles graded very, very high. I don't think they're just reaching for need. I think they would have him in that range.
Listen, I think it's the position that you have to talk out of both sides of your mouth in. I do not think you could be a elite defense without good linebackers. I also can't draft it that high. If you ask me what positions are more important than linebacker, offensively, I would say quarterback, left tackle, left guard, center, right guard, right tackle, wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3, and tight end. They're all more important. And on the defense...
Did you say running back?
No. Corner, edge, defensive tackle. Defensive tackle's gone... If it was behind it before, if it was, it's gone ahead of it now.
Yeah.
And then I would say... I think linebacker and safety, especially strong safety, would be more similar. Free safety, ball hawking, I'd rather have that. But I agree with Bobby, though. I don't think you can have a great defense without really good linebackers.
If you've got if they're going to make the linebacker wear the green dot and
the rookie,
yeah, I think they would let a rookie do it if they trusted him enough. Because I mean, who else are your options?
I think Scottie said he'd feel comfortable doing it.
So if you put the green dot on this player, so they're in charge of.
I'm sorry, it was Jerry.
They're in charge of the base of the communication when communication was awful for them last year and contributed to all their busts. He's that. Styles is a guy who is a former safety, so you're getting safety linebacker skill set in theory. Like you're getting somebody who can do some different things for you. So if it's like, well, he's going to be doing coverage, he's going to be calling the defense, he's going to be, a guy who will be asked to go on some blitzes and in charge of a lot of, like, think about what Zach Bond means to the Eagles, and similarly what Sonny Styles would mean here. I think knowing what that means in the context of this defense, you can justify a top 5 pick if you think they're that good.
Some teams don't think that a safety is worth that high of a pick. Here's Dane Brugler on the Rich Eisen Show talking about Caleb Downs.
You don't usually think about drafting a safety in the top 10, but Caleb Downs is that good. I mean, talking to teams about his interview process and how Caleb Downs is sitting down and basically telling them, this is exactly how you guys run your scheme. This is exactly how I would do it. He's talking their language, unlike most college players are able to do. So Caleb Downs is just different. And of course, you wish you were a little bit bigger. You wish maybe you had some of the testing information. He didn't do any testing at the Combine or Pro Day. But you're going to trust the tape. And nowhere on the tape does it say he's a deficient athlete or anything like that. The intelligence is what sets him apart.
So there's Dane. All right, Combine notes from Jordan Reed, Field Yates, and Matt Miller. Bold predictions for the draft. And, Bobby, you weren't lying about the interest of Jacob Rodriguez because your segment about him last week or 2 weeks ago, it blew up when it had a lot of angry Texas Tech fans in there because you don't love him as much as Wolchuk does. Jordan Reed, hot take. Jacob Rodriguez will be the so Josh Clark, make sure you clip this so we can get all the views and downloads. Jacob Rodriguez will be the second linebacker off the board inside the first round. To be clear, I'm putting Reese at edge rusher here. So keep that in mind. It's fair to assume that Sonny Styles will be the first linebacker drafted top 10. After Styles, there are not many second-level defenders as accomplished as Rodriguez. Teams absolutely love his mental makeup, instincts, and playmaking ability. 7 forced fumbles, 4 interceptions in 2025. Has continued to check all boxes during the pre-draft process, and many evaluators have strong second-round grades on him. But don't be completely shocked if someone takes the leap late on day 1. That's his hot take. Field Yates' hot take. Ruben Bane will go outside the top 12. Now, this is before the accident story came out yesterday. Things settled, but reckless driving, someone ended up in a coma and passing away. No criminal charges, or charges were dropped. Bane is an exceptional player. There's no shortage of teams with a pass rush need to pick in the first 12 spots, but he's going to be an outlier in the first as the first edge rusher with sub-31-inch arms to get picked there. There are some scouts who are skeptical of a team taking an outlier super early. The teams that could take a chance are the Saints, Chiefs, Bengals, 8 to 10. But there's a chance he's still there in the teens. That's Field Yates. Is there any chance that Bane is there at 20?
I don't think so.
Because my dream scenario is Downs and Bane.
Downs and Bane. Ooh.
Have both drop a little bit.
Yes.
Safety, arms, driving, 20, but boom. I think it's a little bit of a pipe dream, but someone's going to drop. And Bane has been a candidate to drop. Now, some people say a drop for him is outside of the top 10, but a lot of people have him getting to 12. I just wonder if you could have enough teams between 12 and 20 to make it happen.
I know people hate hearing it. It's like when we talk about the McCoy thing, and people are like, well, that's stupid if you think this or that. It's like, all right, fine. I'm just literally telling you how a lot of the teams are going to think about it. And you can think that's stupid, but it's also the reality of how it may play out, which is there are just some teams that look at him and go, you're good. We've never seen anyone like you. Yeah. And there's probably a reason why we haven't, so we gotta be sure. Like I understand you've defied odds and you've done this and that, and we've seen instances of guys who rise up and play above it. Desmond King was dinged years ago for being too small in the secondary, and he ended up being a Pro Bowl nickel player. It worked out. Then you've got some other guys like, what was the name of the, I cannot remember, the Mississippi State corner a couple years ago who was 6'1", Emmanuel Forbes. Everybody was like, he can cover. What's it matter if you've never seen a 170-pound corner in the NFL before? And it's like, well, it ended up mattering. And so I think that a lot of teams are going to slow down significantly on Bane just to figure out, all right, why are you different than anybody else?
Do you know how the Cowboys feel about him?
I think that he would, I think he's in their mix of guys that they would look at. I think he's clearly behind the top ones that we've talked about, like Mansour Delane, the corner from LSU, Sonny Styles, the linebacker from Ohio State, and then Caleb Downs.
Yeah, I struggle with just because we haven't seen it doesn't mean we won't. It can't happen. I understand what you're saying, that there's a reason we've never seen this before. Teams shy away from quarterbacks with small hands. We hadn't seen a whole lot of quarterbacks that have, hands of 9 inches or less. But then again, you got Burrow and Goff, who were both picked number 1, and they've got very small hands. And
I think people learned from Kyler. I think people, they
small quarterback?
They thought, they were hesitant on Mayfield. They came around, and Mayfield's turned it around. But
Johnny got picked.
But I think they've seen, how Kyler played out, and I think they look and go, okay. So we can go small, towards Baker small. We can't go that small again.
Russ was, I guess,
5'10". 5'10".
Yeah, I mean that's.
But
small.
Kyler, you're likely, if there's a number 1 pick in the future or a number 1 talent who's Kyler's size again, I bet you he doesn't go number 1 because of that. I bet you he goes he probably slides to the middle of the top 10 or something.
Matt Miller, hot take, ESPN. Teams are going to wait on receivers this year. It's a trend we've seen recently with depth at the position in seemingly every class. Teams understand they can wait until later in round 1 or even round 2. This could play out in 2026 as only Tate and Malachi Lemon are poised to go in the top 15. I'm also struggling to find a team for Ty Simpson, the Alabama quarterback, in round 1. In talking to sources throughout the league, you often hear teams suggest someone might take him, but no one is convinced who that might be. Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, he was talking about what he's thinking or hearing on wideouts.
My read right now is 2 receivers go in the top 15, which is not saying anything about the quality of the receivers. It more says that teams are going to need tackles and maybe a guard and a bunch of edges and a bunch of maybe a corner, certainly a corner. There's just not enough room for everyone. So my best guess here is 2 receivers go in the top 15, and then the third receiver. Well, at this point, I would say it's a pretty decent chance that Malachi Lemon from USC ends up being the third receiver. Very good receiver. I know a lot of teams like him. A lot of teams compare him to Amon-Ra St. Brown. I would expect him to go probably just after 15. So after 15 is 16, and then after that, 17, 18. That is a pretty good spot potentially for Malachi Lemon.
That is that runs counter to what Matt Miller just said, because that definitively puts Jordan Tyson in the top 2. And Kansas City apparently really, really likes him.
Tyson?
Yes. And Kansas City picks at 9. So, how do they look at going and getting another weapon? I don't know. I hear the Rams like Lemon. That's 13. So it could go a few different places. I think Saints like him, Rams like him.
And we want Rappaport's scenario.
Yes, you want as many wideouts to go ahead of Dallas as possible. That would help things.
All right, there it is. Red Zone. Cannot get enough of the draft talk. We are a little more than a week away. Packed to the Draft brought to you by Pluckers with our coverage from the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Let's crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece next.
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Let's cross out with a KNC masterpiece here on this Monday morning on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. How was your weekend, Kevin?
Oh, it was freaking busy, man. But I was just gearing up for all these pre-draft press conferences because I actually wanted to show up for work and do my job today, unlike some NFL coaches.
Whoa! Mike Vrabel running and hiding.
I was scared of the media.
While Dianna Russini gets basically suspended by The Athletic.
Man, how quickly did they back down? This is an outrage. We trust. Hold on. Suspended. Whoops.
What could they have seen or gotten more from those photos?
Do you think they maybe just talked to people and people were like, yeah, dude.
How about like anyone with a pulse who was like, it's clear and obvious? Yeah. I'm telling you, the hand lock, that was the smoking gun. You can't lock hands like that and not be sleeping with each other.
Mesh. That's what the mesh is where it's at.
Mesh point.
The interlocking of the fingers. Yeah, that was it.
That's when you've gone to the next level in the relationship.
But they had seen that. They had already seen that.
I know.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I think they tried to say, oh, let's see if this washes over.
Yeah.
And then it got louder and louder, and she tried to put out a tweet. They're like, put out a tweet tomorrow morning, and let's see what the ratio is. And the memes went crazy, and then the internet went digging for every piece of audio that they could find, so that got louder.
Yeah, that did not help, did it? Do you ever feel bad for the people that are mentioned in that tweet? For whoever that person is.
Like her husband?
Yeah, or I'm saying whoever.
I feel bad.
Like if we had interviewed Russini and somebody clipped us.
Yeah, and so like whatever the person is that gets mentioned as the news item that tweet, and then that gets destroyed, and you're like, oh, that kid just made, the All-Star team.
Because no one asking the question is getting crushed or killed. Okay. Like Stu Gatz is like, as soon as she gets fired, I got a job for her. In fact, on our show.
In fact, a lot of these, and she'll have a job for him. A lot of these interviews too, like you see them trying to diffuse the joke she's making about her husband. We're like, oh, come on, he's nice. Why are you talking like that?
He's average. Yeah,
he's average. Do they have kids together too?
Two of them.
Oh.
Yeah. These spouses are doing a big favor to them if they're planning on leaving, of like not coming out and saying anything, and not separating and not making anything public.
So you kind of wish it would have been your lawyer would tell you.
Oh, no!
Would be like, just shut up. Let them sink themselves.
Dig their own hole.
Let them sink themselves, and then we'll get whatever we want out of it.
They could they could have an arranged marriage. We have no idea. But I mean, right now it's like.
Would you just pretend you're happy? Meanwhile, you're setting up all that divorce stuff, and then you're like, oh yeah, hey, by the way, bam!
If you're the spouse,
yeah,
probably. Although again, I mean. Who knows? Like,
I just quietly go to a hotel room, or say you can go to a hotel room.
Have you guys bought the? Because I still do not. Have you guys bought the? This was a private investigator angle.
Yes,
you do.
Yes.
So with that, you would naturally assume that was a spouse probably who hired it.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I would assume.
Field Yates, I thought he made a good point. He goes, all right, so you're gonna book a place for $2,000 a night.
Oh, dear.
And it's $2,000 a night.
That's a lot.
And I'm going to spend a good amount of my time following around Mike Vrabel and Dianna Russini and taking those photos.
So you don't think it was just some guest that was there? I gotcha.
Yeah, like...
Or an employee. Could be an employee, I suppose.
Could be an employee. Man, your mind it goes to every excuse. Yeah. It's amazing. Any possibility.
Though.
But why... I mean, you're going to get... You may get fired, may not. I don't know. I assume they have the cameras checking out who could have taken the photos.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I first was like, nah, that's someone just there. They were sitting in the chair. Some of the photos look awful.
Yeah.
And some look crystal clear. Like Russini and Vrabel walking out, those are crystal clear. Them locking, meshing on top of the roof, those are terrible. TMZ, this was the most befuddling thing, and Bobby agreed. TMZ is like, no, we had the opportunity. We didn't do it.
And it's pretty shocking.
And their editor came out. It was less than $10,000. Or one of their decision makers on the content said, we knew it was Vrabel.
so they better fire their sports department. They're like, we didn't know that it was Dianna Russini.
They saw some rando chick.
Yeah, which, if it's not his wife, I still would have expected TMZ to run with it.
Good point.
But they said, yeah, we had the opportunity. We didn't. We didn't know it was an NFL reporter, and then we assumed that Page Six already got a deal done.
Yeah, it's something about they didn't want to break up. Yeah, they didn't want to be responsible for.
I hope they didn't say that.
TMZ?
Yeah, I was like, what? That doesn't make any sense.
I thought that was like
got the
I was
moral.
like, I gotta go through the AI
yeah.
filter to see if this is, was it Snopes? I gotta see if this is Snopes.
What's that?
Snopes
Fact
is
checker.
the fact checker.
You know what Snopes is? Snopes used to be like, then it became
Who's
very
fact-checking the fact
it became
checkers?
very politicized. It was the one you'd go to when you'd see a story on the internet. You would go to Snopes, you'd look up the story, and Snopes would tell you through research if it was real or not.
Partly false, mostly false.
Yeah, so if you got back in the day when you'd get an email forwarded to you about this story of this cancer patient who raised all this money, and then you would look it up, and Snopes would say, yeah, this gets entered on the internet. It's not true.
The anonymous tipster reached out to TMZ. When we evaluated the photos, we realized it was Russini. The anonymous tipster was not from a known paparazzi or photo agency and requested an unspecified sum in the 4 figures. It was a legitimate conversation for us if it was too bedroom policey. And then they made the deal. So huge miss for TMZ.
Didn't they break up Jason Aldean's marriage? Weren't they the ones who took?
I think Jason did that.
But yeah, but I mean, I'm saying like, weren't they ones who put it on? They were the ones who put it on blast, and I'm pretty sure they were the ones who published the photos of him.
They're
running around some girl.
leeches.
Yeah,
I don't know. This moral conscience all of a sudden, huge miss.
That isn't interesting. They're like, we're taking a stand at this.
We're drawing the line.
Yeah. When you show dead bodies and stuff, that's fine.
Yeah, Corey, what's coming up?
Would you ever be like in the moment you see something like that happening and you're like, I can make $10,000 off this? Is that in your mind?
Is it choppy?
Who is it?
How is it not in your mind?
I might it's in my mind.
I might
that's for damn
snap
sure.
a picture and send it to the group and be like, guys, can y'all believe this? But I don't think I'm like,
I would
let me go make some money.
Oh, absolutely. I would have sold that for $10K.
When I see some of the photos that people get very incognito,
Because I don't like the way Dianna Russini treated me on the streets in Indianapolis.
Oh,
we were walking out of the restaurant. She comes. Were you with me?
She did.
No. Yes, I was.
Bobby.
Yes. Was walking out of.
We were walking out of like
47.
Elmo's or one of them.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, Dianna Russini. She didn't even have fun with it. She didn't give a funny response. No. Like nothing. Zip-zero. So yeah, I would have turned her ass in for
imposing and intimidating. Like somebody else.
for $10K.
She gave us an amazing interview while we were at the Super Bowl.
Whoop-de-doo.
So
She probably just got off the phone with her very average husband, according to her.
What's coming up?
Right out of the gate, key takeaways from the Rangers series over the weekend. 3 straight World Series between those two teams right there. So
soon to be 4.
And then why Kevin was completely wrong about the Masters at 10:20.
That is not true.
How much did you watch?
0.
Okay, let's have a radio discussion.
Okay.
How was WrestleMania this weekend, by the way?
That's next weekend.
Ah, dang. All right.
Isn't it always the weekend after
So they changed it.
the tournament?
Yeah, they changed that because they wanted to avoid conflicts with the tournament.
How do you weigh how much you should be discussing the Masters as job requirement versus you not watching any of it and not liking it?
Yeah, I mean, we still have a Masters segment today.
I mean, like
Corey Carriott.
When there are historic moments to discuss about it, I think it's a split segment, so that's cool. We have some things to talk about regarding the Wings too.
Whatever the people demand.
Yeah,
I'm here for whatever's going to get the
What have they
best
demanded
number.
or said about it on the text?
Not really much. It
Like
doesn't-
not much interest.
Yeah. And so if that was different and people were like, talk about the Masters in 4 segments, I like numbers the best.
Yeah.
So you're damn right I would talk about it.
I think we just kind of always discuss, just talk about what we're interested in and how much we're interested in it. And if we're only partially interested in it, but if cool S happens, you got to discuss the cool S and then kind of gauge where's that rank on things. I think that's always how we've done it.
And that's what catches my interest more is like that guy who's like, give me back my son and things like that at
the ransom.
Yeah, or Sergio Garcia
Oh.
freaking out. Like, I think those things are fun and far more interesting than like the tournament, but that's just because I don't care about golf.
But I think also, you cultivate an audience based, so like your audience may not come to you guys for golf.
Sure.
They may say, if I'm going to listen to Golf Talk.
Oh, he's doing the Chris Russo.
You come to me.
Angle.
Our audience might be more. Our audience is probably more casual. When I want to listen to a certain topic, there are certain places I will go to listen to that topic, and certain places I won't go to listen to a certain topic.
And I think it's dependent
Where do
on
you listen to news.
So you're calling yourself a golf authority?
Yes.
Okay. Don't you think it depends on the other people on your show, too? Because, like, if Corey and Alec were like, damn it, this is the most important thing in the world, lead every hour with it, well, then I feel like I'd have to be like, all right, let's do it.
Which last year when Rory had won his first, that was a significant moment.
Yeah, that felt like a huge
We talked
deal.
about it a couple different times.
I thought you were impersonating with that voice the guy that we played at 8:20 knocking on the door. There's a listener trying to get us fired for that right now on Twitter.
It's insane.
What is up?
Why? He doesn't want us. He thinks that we
F
were
the guys,
scaring dads.
F the guys, and this is from CD's. I shouldn't read it. It's
Is
like
it from Harry Dresden?
No, but CD's like a Twitter handle. Blank these guys on Sean and RJ. Why the heck are they playing that doorbell footage that had nothing to do with sports? They're just trying to scare dads on their way to work. Take them off the air immediately, Gavin Spittle. I will not be listening to this show ever again.
Okay.
Non-sports stuff comes. I haven't heard this audio, but non-sports stuff comes up on the show all the time.
Forget that. If there's anything that I don't know that we've ever evaluated content and been like, is this going to scare dads?
I'm breaking it down. You understand me?
Have you not
play that again?
Open this door. I'm breaking it down. You understand me?
Have you seen it, Corey?
Oh, yeah, I saw it.
What is this?
It's a Ring doorbell camera, some guy banging on the door going like, let me in, I got to talk to your daughter. And he's like, go the hell away.
It's like a Harry Potter wannabe.
Oh.
Yeah.
Office rocker.
Trench coat guy.
Big,
thick eyebrows.
Oh.
My name is Harry Dresden. This is my neighborhood.
Okay,
He starts ringing the doorbell.
Yeah,
he rips off the doorbell.
When I saw it this weekend, I immediately thought, "Oh, it looks acting. It looks fake." And then listening to it more and listening to y'all discuss the extent of it.
Yeah.
When I heard y'all discuss the extent of it, I was like, "Oh, yes, that was not."
Yeah.
I need to stop using that.
So there you go, CD. CD's nuts.
Have you responded to him on Twitter?
He just did. 100,000 watt blowtorch.
Why are you overreacting?
I know, but I also enjoy his Twitter responses in certain scenarios.
Yeah. At first, I did a serious F you, but then I took it back because it's giving me that Harry Dresden vibe.
Okay.
So
you don't want to scare him either. He sounds very scareable.
And I was just like, you're overreacting.
And that's interesting.
I gave him the overreaction gif. And now that RJ deal with it. RJ's much better at responding than me.
Oh, I did.
He gives a well-reasoned, thought-out response where I'm like,
is it
you're
friendly?
I try to, I try to be,
Spittily. Spittle would love your response.
Oh, thank you. I try to be somewhat friendly with it. I'll try to throw the sarcasm there, or but I try to be friendly with it.
All
Keep
right.
the peace. I'm a pleaser.
I know that you are.
I would have responded with a link to a similar story and said, you should read this.
You've been good today.
Thanks.
Wait till the meeting. We're back tomorrow. The KNC Masterpiece is next.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly. Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Oh, man.
And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053 on the Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. And also, are people clamoring for us to talk more golf today or in general? I am curious.
Kevin, do you think that you should have to do a performance review every year and justify your paycheck?
No.
Like, do you think that you should write 5 things about yourself that are like, here's what I plan on doing next year? Or you think, like, I did the job.
Yeah.
You paid me what I was worth.
And yeah.
And now let's see if I'm worth that again this year.
There you go.
Yeah. 877
Early numbers say yes.
Hold on, more Masters?
Oh, no, I meant for us.
Oh, yeah. Early numbers say yeah. Hey, Tolos.
Thanks, y'all.
Just want to say thank you again from the bottom of the deepest cockles of our heart. We love you. We care about you. And you obviously care about us. And thank you for caring, for sticking around, and for being like, hey, I'm here for the ride.
Yeah.
You know, that's one of the things that when Sean was asking that question, Kevin, in Crosstalk about weighing how much you talk about certain things. I think one of the things we learned when we were a night show was we're going to have an audience that likes our show, likes us, likes me, Alec, Kevin, likes the group. And then they're going to show up and have fun with us. And then we're going to have some people that it's not for us, not for them. And hopefully,
I get it.
The people that it's not for them, they give us a little more time. They're like, you know what? I do kind of like these guys. So far, numbers are showing pretty good. So really appreciate you, Tolos. Let's keep at it.
Look, and I am always interested in, I know we joke about like, this is your show, this is your show. This is, I mean, to a certain extent, it is our show, but this is the Tolos show.
Oh, yeah, it is Kevin's show.
No.
Alec and I each give one segment.
No.
But it is Kevin's show.
It is, son of a gun, it is the Tolos show. And if there is something that y'all want to hear more of, then obviously we'll work on that.
From the 903, more hockey talk. From the 469, absolutely not. Golf is boring, all caps.
I hear ya.
321, can we talk about a fun golf like frisbee golf where you just get high and play frisbee?
Ooh, here's what I've learned. You're supposed to call it disc golf.
From the 214, perfect no golf coverage. And from the 214, a lot of people are tuning into the Fan because they're expecting y'all to talk about the Angel Reese trade. There's a variety of things going on in the world that we could discuss. And we choose to discuss, wherever the conversation takes us.
Obviously, I don't really think this would happen. But if for any reason Angel Reese was involved in a trade this evening with the Dallas Wings, with the draft tonight, I just want to let you guys know I'm not coming to work tomorrow. I've seen your text for like a week, and if it happened that you was traded here, I'm done.
Why?
For a day. I just can't. I couldn't handle it for that
it
one day.
It might be the best show. That might be the best moment.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, you'll have 4 hours of my slow dissension into madness.
From the 214 this is the wrestling show of record. That is a fact.
It's WrestleMania week, brother.
Yes, let's get this festival going. And then a lot more hockey talk. And obviously, when it comes to hockey talk, we've been one of the strongest shows when it comes to that, and it's really awesome seeing that Hughes was sent down. We got some news there because somebody's coming up, Kevin, or coming back.
You locked in home ice, so good.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Good things on the Stars front. In the meantime. Ooh, sorry about this, but will you go ahead and play me cut 4? Again, I'm really sorry about this, but I think this is relevant.
The 2-strike pitch. And that's lifted high into the air. Deep right field. Nimmo goes back at the wall. It's gone. Max Muncy hits his 3rd home run of the night. And he will give the Dodgers an 8-7 walk-off win here this evening to open up this series.
We love it. Kevin, that was Friday. That was almost 2 months ago, it feels like.
I thought Friday was the most consequential game of this series.
There were 3 games.
I know. And I thought this was the one that should have had us winning the series.
That's interesting. Because we did discuss, hey, what if you take 2 or 3 from the Dodgers this weekend? You look like you could compete against the Dodgers.
That's true.
That's something that, like,
Were you nervous at all about that before Sunday's game? That even though, like, that Friday game had been super close, that you were on the cusp of, like, looking like you couldn't compete with the Dodgers?
1,000%.
Okay.
And granted, the Friday night game had me feeling like I could if just Max Muncy didn't exist.
He has one other home run in the rest of the season. And then he had 3 in that one. And for people who are like, why would you pitch to Max Muncy? Because I would, because Jacob Latz was like, I'm even better. I had given up no hits to anybody. Then he said, stupid pitch clock.
Yeah, pitch clock sucks. But it's also awesome. So, here we go.
Just in that one moment, I did not care for it.
So, as I've kind of discussed early in the season, after you win 2, sometimes there is we won the series already, and there's a letdown on the next day. So maybe that happened to the Dodgers, or maybe the Rangers just figured it out, and Roki Sasaki isn't that good. But Friday night, Friday night's one of those moments where you proved, dude, Kumar Rocker can go out there and give you a game.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't for a couple of blips here and there, you're a good team. You scored enough runs. The Corey Seager home run, I was like, all right, guys, we scored 3 runs. That should be enough to win this game tonight in my mind. That's how I was thinking. But yeah, early in the season, I still feel like you can compete against the Dodgers. It would have been sweeter to take away 2 out of 3.
I'm going to ask you, if it's okay, can we go back to the bottom of the 5th inning in Friday's game?
Sure. If that's what you want to revisit, dude.
I want to revisit it because that was one of the 2 pivot moments. Well, probably 3, obviously, because Robert Garcia exists. But it was one of the moments that I was like, son of a gun. The Rangers had a shift on. And it was the shift that cost them a double play. Like, if you look at it, it ended up being a thing where Corey Seager was going to make a go at it, and then he thought Josh Young was going to get it, but Josh Young was never going to get it, and so Corey Seager had backed into position in case you did have the opportunity for a double play, and then that stupid ball just dribbles into the outfield, and it ends up being a hit. And eventually, the Dodgers get a run out of that to pull it to 4-3. Although, props to Kumar Rocker for getting a double play to get out of that inning anyway, but that should have been a double play right there. And if that's the case, if I'm remembering correctly, it would have been 2 outs, no on in the bottom of the 5th, and I think you get out of that inning without that extra run that eventually scored on the sac fly, and it's still 4-2 instead of 4-3 in a game where obviously every little bit counted. And then in the bottom of the 6th, like, I saw social media just like everybody else.
Panic.
And they were furious about Robert Garcia, and then that pushes you all the way into the 9th when we just played the Max Muncy walk-off. But that play right there, I get.
Is he the only one to get Robert or Max Muncy out?
Oh, is that right?
I don't know. I'm going to have to revisit
my
this.
goodness.
He did get Muncy out on the, he did get him.
Man,
it was a fielder's choice.
Oh, okay. I was
He
like,
got Freeman out.
That would be so weird, and that just defines the oddity that is sport.
Yeah.
In that, like, in a game where this dude couldn't be stopped except by the one guy that it feels like people are angrier about when this fan base than anybody else. And then you go.
No, Muncy scored on the double to right, yeah.
And then you go to the bottom of the 9th, and hitters were 0 for 30 against Jacob Latz, if you will, although he told us he didn't care. And he had already struck out 2 to start the inning, including Freddie Freeman, and he had an 0-2 count on Max Muncy, there was no part of me that it was like, don't pitch to this guy. I was like, do it. You are unstoppable at this moment. Latz said afterwards, in hindsight, I would have rather just taken the ball and reset, because he said he felt rushed because of the pitching clock. And he goes, instead, my pitch went right where he wanted it. And that's unfortunate because maybe it was the bottom of the fifth. Maybe it was Robert Garcia in the sixth, or maybe you would have been in a position then where you wouldn't have pitched to Max Muncy, or maybe it was just the pitch clock. All of those little things, I can't help but keep thinking about, man, I really feel like that game was there for the taking. And obviously you won yesterday's game, and it's just one game pivot either way. But walking in and saying, hey, we just took a series from the Dodgers on their home field when they had been playing super well, that just would have felt amazing. But I am glad that DeGrom controlled the way after the first hitter yesterday, and you did not get swept.
What do you mean? What did DeGrom do with the first hitter?
Shohei Ohtani, for the second game in a row, hit a leadoff home run.
But was it a 2-run home run?
Well, again,
was it a 3-run home run?
It was a leadoff home run.
4-run home run?
That
6-run home run?
It was just
a solo shot, huh?
It was just the one.
Does it feel like DeGrom's given up a solo shot in every game he started this year?
Hey, look, it's Ferguson Jenkins. Go way back with Fergie, and he's like, it's not the solo home runs that are going to kill you. And I feel like, don't you kind of feel like Schumacher said that on Wednesday as well?
Kevin, and Boach said it last year too. He has given up a solo home run in every game he started.
Oh, well, there you go.
Every single game he started this year, he's given up one. So we told you that was kind of the case. Here's the thing that I really loved seeing this weekend. The Rangers were able to collect some runs. That's good. That's a positive. Glasnow early looked like he kind of had it, and you're like, oh no.
Yeah.
But then the Rangers, Corey Seager got to him on the second time through. That was nice. But the Rangers starting pitching attacked. They were going at first pitch strikes. They were going into the strike zone. Like, that was the thing. Nobody
Ohtani clearly liked.
Nobody was nibbling against the Dodgers. Because here's what happens when you nibble against the Dodgers. You try and do that, and you get yourself into 3-1 situations more often than not, and they're going to punish you. And granted, you still lost the series.
You did.
But the Rangers pitching was like, we know the formula. The formula is going. It looked like in that start against Glasnow, I don't know, Mike was like, here's what they say is going to happen. Here's what the scouting report says. And Glasnow was consistent. First pitch fastball, and then he would get ahead of you. Bam, he's going curveball at you. The Rangers knew that, and they waited on it, and they got to him a little bit. The Rangers pitching staff did the same thing. They knew what they wanted to do, and they went at it. I really respected the way that they went at it. It told me that Skip Schumacher has this team in a different focus state right now, because last year there was just kind of, you'd be like, what is happening? There looks like a bunch of clueless stuff going on. But right now I felt like watching the pitching staff attack the Dodgers. This is the Dodgers.
Yeah.
And they're like, we're going at them. We're going right at them with the strike zone. Now, again, we know the bullpen is going to be a roller coaster this season. But seeing the starting pitching go at them,
up to that already.
Leiter's game, we're gonna have to have a different conversation about that. But for the most part, I really liked what I saw from the starting pitching this week.
Yeah, and somebody just brought this up, and I think we talked about this a decent amount last year from the 682. Did y'all realize DeGrom hasn't gone a start without a home run since last August? So I decided to just double check that real quick. It was August 31st. So in his last 7 starts, he has given up a home run, and I think that's the difference between DeGrom is really good right now, because I feel like we'd all agree DeGrom is really good right now, and DeGrom is that terrifying monster that steps up on the bump and you're already like, I'm already lost.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's the difference, is he has shown himself to be very susceptible to home runs. Now, the good news is if you stick with just a solo home run a game, I think we can all live with that.
Yeah, because what does that mean? That he's getting most of the other guys out, not putting a bunch of runners on, and then deciding to attack. Like he's like, look, I'll challenge you, And if you win it, tip the cap to you. But I don't have 3 walks on my ledger right now.
Yeah.
And bases loaded or 2 runners on. And then I'm going, if I have runners on, now I got to treat this a little bit differently. Because he's a veteran pitcher. He understands that. But he's still got this stuff. Like, that's the thing with DeGrom is he's still got 97, can touch 99 if he really wants to, and then has nastiness all over it.
You know, and I just saw this. Somebody goes, I'm glad that Edwin Diaz didn't embarrass them on Friday. Not only that, is the Rangers, man, they showed some fight. Because you'd think going into the 9th down 7-4, this would be a fairly paint-by-numbers save opportunity. But it most certainly was not, so much so that the Dodgers are now looking into Edwin Diaz's early season velocity drop. He said that he feels fine and there's nothing wrong with him, but his average velocity has gone from 97.2 to 95.8 in his first 6 appearances. So just 6 appearances, but that's already a drop of 1.4 miles per hour. And so they're investigating maybe why that is. And that 1.4 miles per hour, maybe that makes all the difference in the world. Maybe Evan Carter would have hit a home run either way. But I thought that was encouraging as well. And that's why I focused in. Look, I know they won on Sunday, but that's what I focused in so much on Friday. I thought Friday's game was so consequential, right down to the fact that they didn't just roll over in the 9th inning. And their OPS last year, when they were trailing, it was awful. 623. That was 3rd worst in the league, by the way. It's early, but you know what their OPS is when they're trailing so far this year, at least after Friday's game? 769. That is a massive jump up, and you're going to have that if you're going to have any hope of coming back in any of these games, which felt like it was a lost cause last year.
You have an interesting, I'd love to see now how that team plays with our best 3 pitchers versus their best 3 pitchers.
Yeah.
Because we didn't get either shake on both sides there, but we did get some really good pitching outings, and you got your 5th guy to give you some pretty good innings. So
yes.
I'm excited about this, man.
We're the Can't-See Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, a historic performance at the Masters. And who will the Wings take number 1 tonight? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Take us with you where...
to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And here we go. His year again. Rory is a rare repeat winner at Augusta.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk about that historic performance at the Masters yesterday, 877-881-1053. I also want to gauge the interest. Are you invested in the WNBA draft tonight and who the Wings will take with pick number 1? Because I feel like we might have gotten a major bit of info about that, or like a hint over the weekend. But let's start with the Masters. Rory McIlroy wins again. He is just the 4th player ever to repeat at the Masters, along with Jack Nicklaus, Nick Faldo, and Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods, of course, was the last person who did it. That was 24 years ago. So it has been a generation since somebody repeated at the Masters. And I feel like, did you feel like you got the full Rory experience? Because at the end of the second round, he had the biggest lead in the history of the Masters after 2 rounds at 6 shots. And then in the third round, you're like, uh-oh, here we go. And then all of a sudden, he's like, don't worry, I got it. I know I had a lock on it, and then I totally lost it, but then I got it back. Do you feel like you got the whole Rory McIlroy experience over the weekend?
Oh, 1,000%. That's exactly what it is. My buddies were texting me all weekend. They were riding the roller coaster.
Like yeah.
They were all over, like, this is, oh my gosh, I can't believe this. And it was, you know how you get on Twitter when something big happens and everybody you follow posts basically the same thing, and that's what it was in my text, was everybody going Rory in some different way, shape, or form, either in the bad way or in the good way on Sunday. His second 9 was phenomenal with his putting. And Kevin, I know you hate the second 9
because you can't say back 9.
Yeah,
right?
Which it is. Like, it is the back 9, but his second 9 was phenomenal, and it was this close to being a playoff, which would have been even cooler. But what ended up happening was Rory gets that moment again. And before this weekend, somebody, I can't remember, was it Trey Wingo maybe? It was like, he might never lose another one. And I was like, what? This is before the weekend even started. They were like, once he cracked that open and got past that, this might be now he will never lose again. And I feel like Rory now, because the course plays well for him and his style of play, this might be a thing where we're just like, hold on, is he going to do it again?
Well, Alec, we can help with that. From the 972, the next time Rory says he won't win the Masters, I'm betting he will. He said he's betting his net worth. Rory will win. Now, 2 years ago, or I guess last year, I 100% with all of my being thought he would not win. And then he did. This time, I just did it for Corey. And so I didn't really believe it this time, and he won again. But is
that the power of Rory rather than the power of Kevin?
I think it's the power of the fan, because they all told him what was going to happen. And look what happened. When we left, he heard that, and he's like, I'll show you, and put up the biggest 2-round lead in the history of the Masters. Now, sure, there were some rough steps along the way, but he got where he needed to be. So, Alec, don't you think that I have to say once again next year that Rory can't win the Masters at the end of Friday's show?
I think you have to. It's just a tradition now, and it's weird that it's coming from a place of love, it feels like, at this point. It's not even a hatred thing. It's just, you know what? We need good golf. If we're going to talk about it, it needs to be competitive. It needs to be fun, and there needs to be some history sprinkled in along the way. But yeah, I do love the thrill of emotions, and it makes me that much more invested because I'm typically not. But whenever you make defiant statements like that, I'm going to watch.
Okay.
And I'm going to keep an eye on it.
Man, and I love this comparison that Rory McIlroy is the Tony Romo of golf. Doesn't matter if he's up or down by 5 shots. You have to watch because it will come down to the last play. And that's the way it was last year. Last year I was very invested. And like people started texting me. It was like somewhere in the last 6 holes. They were like, oh my God, dude, you're right. It's happening. And he was like collapsing. And then he figured out a way to win it. This year, it was more dramatic with the Saturday collapse and then the rebirth on Sunday. But speaking of Saturday, the standout player on Saturday was Scottie Scheffler. Scottie Scheffler had a 7-under 65. So let's throw it to cut number 9 when I know the question can be kind of hard, but essentially it's like, hey, did you think about ways you could have done better and had a lower score today?
Scottie, that was a 65 today. What did it feel like it could have or should have been?
That's just a terrible question. Next question. Awful.
What enabled you to...
All right.
Hold on. Does it feel like it should have been better? Is that what the question was?
Clearly that reporter thought so. But you know what I like if I'm in that reporter group? That's where I jump in and ask my question. Because whatever question you ask, he'll think it's great by comparison. He's like, oh, this is just terrible. Next question. And then the way that other guy is already like geared up to ask his question, and Scheffler's not done. He's like, awful. Just awful. Now, normally
he was supposed to win this one. Because
he
Kevin,
finished second?
But in 22 he finished first. In 23 he tied for 10th.
Okay.
24 he finished first.
Oh, good.
In 25 he finished 4th. So natural progression and trends.
Okay.
Say he should have finished first. Something happened. Something happened in the world to shake up this, and I don't know what it was.
Ooh, I have a theory. Don't worry, I'm doing this in the right order, Alec. I'm going to go to cut number 11. Are you worried that he was distracted with anything else?
Kill him right now! I want to talk! You kill him! You kill yourself, you Give me back my son!
Nope. That was Mel Gibson.
What? Mel Gibson was at the Masters?
Oh, I can't imagine that he watches that tournament anymore. So... Oh, I'm sorry. Are we supposed to ignore all of that on both sides? My bad. That's why we don't talk more golf, Sean. But in fact, let's go to cut 10. This is a real thing that happened, and I'm assuming this guy got banned from the Masters for life, so we asked the question, was it worth it?
Give me back my son!
Why did he get banned for life?
Dude,
that was brilliant.
At the Masters, you're not even allowed to look at your cell phone. Somebody, Mark Calcavecchia, who has won a golf major, got booted off the course for looking at his phone. What do you think? Play it again. What do you think they're going to do to the guy who did this?
Give me back my son!
I'm sorry. That is freaking hilarious to me.
The current golf world ranking, Scottie Scheffler is 1, Rory McIlroy 2.
Where's that guy who just yelled
that? That guy's not on there.
What if that was the golfer? Have we ruled that out?
Yeah. Well, hold on. You said he was banned for life. So
No. I said I think he will be banned for life. Okay.
But Scheffler's at 175 points gained. The next best is Rory at 152. Like that's how far ahead he is of the rest of the world.
I mean, and it does feel like I realize you got to have the results to back that up, but it does feel like obviously those two are at the top or almost at the top in terms of name value. So I get that, but I just real quick,
he didn't even he woke up on Saturday. He had a 70 and 74 the first 2 days, and then on Saturday was like, all right, guys, let me go shoot a 65 real quick. Maybe it could have been lower. I don't know. Question, bro.
That's why he was mad at that guy for that question. But what is the thought process of that guy who yelled that out? Like from what we hear, it's incredibly difficult to get those tickets, and you have to know, that's the end of your day.
Yes.
Was it worth it for that bit?
Dude.
As somebody who's not affected by it at all, I say yes.
Give me back my son!
And also, what did you think of his impersonation?
I thought it was a good impersonation.
Okay.
And I think you're like, this is my only shot. I'm here. Or maybe you know somebody at that place. And you're like, I'm not getting kicked out of here, dude. I'm awesome. I'm a member at this club. Something like that. Yeah. Where they're just like, there's no way anybody. I do remember the first time I was at one and I heard people yelling in the hole. Yeah. And I was like, I want to do that so bad, but is it worth it?
You have to wait till you go to the waste management. And then they're like, do whatever you want.
No. And it's just like, dude, he's just hit off the tee box. Why are we screaming this? It's a par 5. Nobody's doing that. But yeah, no, I think he's going to be all right, Kevin. I don't think they ever found him.
Oh, well, okay. Actually, I'm really invested now. I'm going to see if I can track down more information. Mel Gibson did eventually get his son back in that movie. Ransom?
That guy actually didn't have a kid with him. Like, his son was taken by one of the golfers.
I don't think that.
It's just a terrible question.
Okay, well, Scottie doesn't think so either. By the way, Sergio Garcia received a code of conduct warning, the first of its kind at the Masters, not because he yelled, "Give me back my son," but because he broke his driver at the second hole. And you could see it immediately. He hit what he thought was a terrible shot, started re-swinging and smashing his club, and so he received a code of conduct warning, first of its kind, at the Masters. Now, let's turn our attention to tonight. And it's tough to gauge people's actual interest because there's a lot of just jokey texts about Angel Reese that I'm having a hard time disseminating from real interest. And so it's a big get for the Wings, but I also think the idea, at least for some people, is that maybe now you don't go draft Awa Pham, pick number 1, which is, it feels like her. And
look at this roster. It feels like they have plenty of bigs now. I don't know who they would get rid of in the process. If they were going to take one at number 1, I think you need somebody that can play alongside Page. And now that you know that, at least for now, you're keeping Enrique on the roster for the next couple of years, you need somebody that can just play alongside and score at volume and get open looks, which I think Fudd is the perfect pick for this scenario. And I saw a wild stat from one of my buddies, Landon Thomas, who does great work covering the NBA and the W. He noted since the Wings have existed, they have been bottom 3 in three-point shooting every single season.
I believe Fudd was 45% this past season and 42.5% for her college career, and she gets that shot off so fast.
And she plays some stout defense too, man.
Now, somebody did text this in, and this is amazingly fascinating to me, is I don't keep up to date on these things, but at least as like a month ago, her and Paige were a couple, and they played together at Connecticut. And so I've seen a couple people text in and say, like, is that too difficult to navigate, or could that potentially be problematic? Because on the one hand, you would think, well, obviously you're going to have a natural chemistry out there because you played together and also you are together. But I understand the problems that any husband and wife, I know they're not married, but like any couple would have on a day-to-day basis. Like if there was some sort of problem, would that trickle over? Everybody would say, I'm too much of a professional to do that. But I think regardless of what your job is, people carry in personal baggage to work all the time.
I don't think it's just that either, though. Whenever you're like an organization, you have to think about how either it's going to be great that everybody on the team goes, yes, that's what they are, and we follow what they're doing because those are our team leaders. Or they go, well, now that's the little clique right there, and we're not part of that.
Yeah,
that's the thing you have to, as an organization, you kind of have to come to balance with that. Or, Kevin, there might be more of this in the league that we don't know about.
I could definitely see that being true, and maybe both of them would be like, are you kidding me? This happens all the time.
Yeah.
But then somebody asked, does, like, Paige get a say? I think she does, but just as the player. You know, much like I'm sure they'll ask Cooper Flagg, the Mavericks, that is, something about what he thinks about the upcoming draft. That's not to say that, like, she will dictate the answer, but I am curious about that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some baseball nuggets where New York baseball sucks and just how much trouble are the Astros in. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
The 0-2. Line drive. That's the ball game. J.P. Crawford. A walk-off win in 9 to take down the Astros.
KSC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. It's time to go around the entire Major League Baseball for some baseball nuggets. And let's start with how much the Houston Astros absolutely suck right now. They have lost 7 games in a row. They went 0-7 last week, despite the fact that they scored 6 or more runs 4 times.
Oh, really?
That's got to make your offense kind of mad, right?
Probably so, yeah.
And that's because they gave 8 or more runs up 5 times.
Why?
Because their pitching has been a disaster, at least last week.
Okay, yeah, that happens sometimes.
So what's worse then, Corey? I know we're not sad that the Astros are losing, but what's worse right now? The fact that Houston has lost 7 straight, or the fact that the Yankees and Mets combined have lost 10 straight because both of them are in the midst of 5-game losing streak.
What do you call it, Kevin? Fromschneuden?
Schadenfreude.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
I prefer yours, actually.
I hope I didn't say anything incorrectly there. But yeah, that's whenever you're like happy that somebody's miserable.
Yes.
And
shameful joy.
And the Astros being in the last place right now feels good.
It does.
It would feel better if we were in the first place. But the Yankees started off so hot. It was just kind of, at some point, they had to kind of cool off a little bit. And like
we're in first place.
Are we tied for first place?
Not in my heart.
Okay, I got you.
But yes, in the numbers.
Yeah, I'm just, it's early.
We're in first and the Astros are last, Corey. Today is a good day.
It's a great feeling. Yeah, today is a great day, as a matter of fact. So yeah, the Mets stink. And what's wild is they have players. Both teams have players that don't even have a clue what they're doing out there sometimes.
Yes, that for the Yankees, that is true. But the Yankees have lost 5 in a row, and they're still tied for first place. Mm-hmm. The American League is terrible so far this year. Do you know the Rangers are half a game away from having the best record in the American League? If they would have won on Friday, they would have the best record in the American League because the best record is 9-7. If you can lose, it's the 15th. We're about 15 games in. Mm-hmm. The Yankees lost 5 in a row, and they're tied for first. The American League is awful. So
going into the weekend, Kevin, I think I told you that the Dodgers' run differential was only matched by like the Braves, and the Braves are now plus 46.
Okay,
the Dodgers are 1 run better than they were, but going into the weekend, so that's a positive.
We just kind of lost.
The Yankees have just dropped off completely. So this is all nice. This is all nice as we're watching all this happen.
Now, I do have to bring up a positive thing about the Angels. Jose Soriano is off to a ridiculous start. He gave up just 2 hits and struck out 10 to lower his ERA to 0.33. He threw 106 pitches and 69 strikes in his start yesterday. He is 4-0 thus far, giving up 1 run in more than 27 innings, and he's struck out 31 and walked 9.
Dang! That is awesome.
It has been an incredible start for him, and obviously at
but their bullpen is also doo-doo, right?
Look, yes, and so the Angels are looking for positive things early on, and there is no question that Soriano has been just that.
940, Nemo's batting average is almost double Simeon's. #fleeced.
And remember, one of those Simeon hits was a fake hit.
Why do you say fake?
That was in the first game. Remember when O'Neal Cruz was like, I don't know what to do?
That's right.
That happened. Yeah, and he was like, I don't know.
That's right.
Just let the ball fall, I guess, and that's somehow a double. All right, let's go from that to Tarek Skubal. Do you remember I believe it was last Paul Skeen's start, he took a no-hitter into the 6th inning.
Okay.
So what did Tarek Skubal do? He took a no-hitter into the 6th inning. Now, obviously, if you wanted to one-up him, you take it into the 7th inning.
Yeah.
But that did not happen. But still, Tarek Skubal took a no-hitter into the 6th inning. In case you're wondering, hey, are they both still good?
Are we going to get consecutive seasons of both of these pitchers being this dominant and kind of squaring back and forth like this?
I could see that, and then I would have to go look up seasons in the history of baseball in which both Cy Young Award winners repeated. I cannot imagine that has happened a whole lot.
Yeah, I'm looking at that up right now, as a matter of fact. This is fascinating.
I don't know the history on that. Now, Chris Sale. Chris Sale is 37 years old. He, over the weekend, threw a fastball against Rhys Hoskins that touched 99.4 miles per hour. That was the fastest pitch he has thrown in 7 years, and he threw 5 shutout innings against Cleveland. So when we talk about the Braves, Chris Sale, big part of that to start off the year.
Kevin, the last time that it looks like it happened was 1999 and 2000.
Okay, I was like, wow.
Pedro and Randy Johnson in consecutive years.
Okay, so yeah, we're talking about 26 years?
Yeah.
Since that's happened?
Since anything like that's happened, and looking back even further, it doesn't look like it happened very much before that. So
yeah, I mean,
it didn't.
Because that does feel, that's it? Or that's one of the...
Wow. That's the only other time that I see right now that in history you've had both pitchers that won Cy Youngs go back-to-back.
And I'm not positive it's going to happen, but like early on, you could certainly see that possibility.
There's this awesome stretch with Maddox and Clemens where they were all rotating.
Right.
Because there's just this stretch of, Kevin, of dominance from Maddox, Randy Johnson, Pedro, that they all kind of went back and forth. But no, it didn't happen very often. Even like with the Kershaw, Scherzer, Zach Greinke stuff.
There'd be switches.
Yeah.
So. All right, I hear what you're saying. Let's talk about the Milwaukee Brewers. I haven't seen an absolute update on this morning just yet, but Christian Yelich, he was forced to leave the game yesterday with a hamstring injury, and they said they thought it would be, quote, bad news for him. And they were in the midst of losing their 5th straight game. So that kind of feels
bad
like
news for everybody.
The definition of adding insult to injury, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Unfortunately, it really does. So the Brewers are in a tough way. And it's just so crazy early on. I told you the Yankees have lost 5 in a row. The Mets have lost 5 in a row. The Brewers have lost 5 in a row. And meanwhile, the Astros have lost 7 in a row. To see those kind of lengthy losing streaks all at the same time this early in the season is pretty wild. And on the flip side, the A's, who you start playing today, they've won 5 in a row.
And who'd they do it against? The New York teams.
I bet they want to just keep playing those same teams.
Let's just keep sending New York to Sacramento, because that's where all those losses have come so far.
By the way, you know what else is happening in Sacramento today?
The Kings are keeping their head coach?
That is true. But I meant I'll say more importantly, Monday Night Raw.
Who knew that?
I knew that. I bet Mike knows that.
Alec, did you know that?
I did know that.
Well, good for you guys. What's happening on Raw tonight?
Maybe Mike Bassick shows up.
Mike's going to be on Monday Night Raw?
No, because they have a game then. But if they didn't, I'm sure that Mike would be stoked to make that happen. And maybe he gets to spend his day hanging out with the wrestlers.
Is he hanging out with the wrestlers today?
I have no comment about that. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
I am famous.
Whoa! True. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, wankers and winners of the weekend. Who was the best and the worst from the sports weekend? Next, right here on The Fan.
Odyssey Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for winners and wankers of the weekend. 877-881-1053. Who was the best or the worst this weekend?
I would like to nominate the Masters. People who say the guy that said, "Give me back my son," is like, it's just a disgrace.
Oh, whatever. Play cut number 10. Tell me this is a disgrace.
Give me back my son!
You hear some people laughing. Now, did he probably hope there would be more laughter?
Was that uncomfortable laughter? Because everybody's like, if we laugh, are we going to get ejected too?
Let's play it one more time. Let's see.
Give me back my son!
Oh, there was somebody that went,
Yeah, there's a couple of... the people that laughed straight away thought it was legitimately funny. The people eventually were like, what?
What's happening?
Did somebody take that guy's son? Like, I guarantee you, there was somebody in that group who thought that dude's son got taken.
They were like, where is his son? They were ready to get a search party going.
Yeah. I mean,
from the 3-2-1, the disgrace is the guy that took that guy's son. That's a good point.
That's a fair point. From the 682,
Gary Sinise.
Yes, man, good call. I would not have gotten that. From the 682, winner Max Muncy with a 3-home run game, including the walk-off winner, and the loser is always the Astros. Especially now this week when they're 0-7. They have the longest losing streak in baseball.
Gross.
Fun fact.
See what happens when you get rid of Framber?
Oh, do you know who has the longest winning streak in baseball?
Where'd Framber go? Detroit, I believe. Is it the A's?
The A's,
5 games,
and the Padres. The Padres have also won 5. I'm sure we care less about them. But yeah, the A's have won 5 in a row going into tonight's series against the Rangers.
From Adam in Arlington, ratings expert here. More golf and WNBA talk might make you a juggernaut.
Oh, I like that.
All right.
I feel like we're doing well, but if we could get juggernaut status, that'd be pretty sweet. Do you guys want to start with with us, with the wankers or the winners of the weekend?
Let's start with the winners, Kevin.
All right, UCLA baseball. That's got to be tough for Jared. The UCLA baseball team has won 27 games in a row. Their last loss was February 24th.
Last week when we had him on, he was like, USC's the second best team, I guess third best now.
Yeah,
he was like, wait, UCLA.
Wait, never mind. Well, no shame in that. UCLA has been unfreaking stoppable, and they have won 27 games in a row. But are you more impressed by the Denver hockey team? Can you tell me the mascot of the Denver hockey team, Alec?
No.
It's the Pioneers. The Denver Pioneers won their 3rd NCAA men's hockey title in the last 5 years. They defeated Wisconsin 2-1 to close out the Frozen Four.
Sounds like they're not really Pioneers anymore. They've been doing this for a while, it sounds like.
Ooh.
They need a new name.
You know what?
Something more dominant.
And they have won 11 national titles. So
yeah, starting in 1958. They won their first one in 58, then 60, then 61. So they won 3 in a row. And then they won in 68 and 69, so that's 2 in a row. And then they won in 04 and 05.
Oh, my God.
That's 2 in a row.
Wow, that was like a giant... What happened in that 35 years? Hold on, because Corey just walked through, and they were... Wait a second.
In the 50s and the 60s, they were the juggernaut.
They were the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah.
And then I guess kind of like the Packers, they fell off for a while, and then they were back to winning.
Yeah, they're back to the decline, Kevin.
It can't be the Cowboys.
It was Marshall Johnson. He took over the team, and the team jumped up in the standings as he took the nation's top-ranked team, and then they started their decline after that.
Oh,
it looks like.
So he was the Vince Lombardi.
Yeah, then he was replaced by Ralph Backstrom, because Johnston went to the NHL. And then Backstrom, they had some tough stuff there.
Should have been a swimming coach.
And then he was replaced by Frank Serratore.
Sure.
And then
I remember those years.
When Denver hired Gwozdecki, They hoped. Never mind. I'm done with this.
The Guaz God.
The Guaz.
Stop.
Oh, okay.
Gwazdecki did. He won back-to-back titles, defeating Miami.
Ooh,
Which one?
Probably Miami of Ohio, right? Not the Hurricanes.
I mean, yeah.
I'm going to stick with
Oh,
Miami.
no, the
of
Red
Ohio.
Hawks. Yeah, it's the Red Hawks.
Okay. All right.
In Oxford, Ohio.
Okay. Well,
And it's not even in Miami.
Okay, never mind. I'm not doing that. All right. Are there any other winners you want to throw out? Obviously, Jacob deGrom, I think, is a winner as well.
I don't know exactly when we're going to have the conversation about it, but I'd like to throw Evan Carter in as a winner.
Ooh, I like that.
I texted Kevin on late Friday night because the Rangers game started at almost midnight.
I bet we'll do this tomorrow as well.
And he's looking like he's rolling. Hopefully,
You're ready
it'll
for the
continue.
breakout?
I am. Him getting the home run was nice. Him playing some good defense is nice. I am. We're about 20 at bats away.
So Corey is on breakout alert. Watch.
We're warming up right now. We're warming up for the breakout.
For Evan Carter.
So get ready for that.
All right. Oh, good. Denver got their title. Now the Avalanche can just give up. Believe it or not, that is a natural segue into the wankers of the weekend. Hockey pucks, because they broke Jared Bednar's face.
Dude.
Did you see this?
Dude, it didn't even look that bad.
Man, you sound like the people who are like, it's a minor surgery.
Yeah.
Well, he got hit in the face with a puck.
He was trying to flip the puck out, all right? It's not like it was a one-timer, you know? It wasn't just a power shot.
Okay.
All right? This wasn't a slap shot. I'm flipping this puck out, and it just happened to graze his face directly into his eye socket.
I would like to make a suggestion.
What?
The Dallas Stars' last 2 games are inconsequential. They should have some free time. Can you go stand in the box and let Stars players flip pucks and try to hit you in the face?
I mean, they can try.
And you can't move.
I can't move. Dude, do you know how good these guys are?
Yes, I do.
These guys are so good. They used to have this thing, Kevin.
And you're like, oh, it's not that big of a deal.
I just look like it kind of, it was a flip. Can you imagine? Dude, just imagine. Listen, to be serious now. A puck hit the dude in the face.
Yes.
That hurts.
Yes, facial fracture.
He has facial fractures. The guy was skating at a high velocity, and the puck came off of his stick at the speed that he was skating, plus the flip action. All right, so that's the science that goes with that, if you believe in science. I know some people don't, so let's move on. Some people think of magic as important, Kevin.
Oh.
But it did hit him in the face. That definitely is going to hurt. Now, how does that affect the team? How does it affect his coaching? The team, they're like, man, we take pucks in the face all the time. We get back out there and play. This coach had to go, you know?
I think they said he would because obviously he missed the rest of that game. They said they were going to check in on him again yesterday. I didn't check with that update, but they've already clinched the top spot. So they're in the same situation as the Stars, where they can just ride out the rest of the regular
season. But if he asks them to be tough in the playoffs, are they going to be like, how tough were you?
For dramatic effect, do you think he should show up in like a mask? And he's like, my face has been scarred, but my reserve is unbroken.
Oh, man, that's interesting. Or wear a hockey mask to the arena the first night.
They might not let him in.
What do you mean? I mean,
like a goalie mask?
Yeah, he wears the goalie mask. He walks out to the box, to the bench, and just stands behind the bench in a goalie mask. I think that'd be awesome.
All right, I do
Fun
too.
Bit, Coach.
I don't know if the NHL is looking to fire up bits during their playoff games.
Is that do they have a dress code where they're like, you can't wear a goalie mask?
You know what? It's funny. I was just reading an article about some pants manufacturer. I swear to God, this is true.
Sock pants.
Okay, there's this pants manufacturer that hockey players were complaining because it looked like they had diaper pants. And people are like, what's happening with your pants? But there's some manufacturer that has come up with these pants that I swear to God, this is true, with all of these hockey players really like, because they're allowed to wear it per the dress code, and it doesn't look like they have crap in their pants.
I remember,
that was an actual quote that somebody said, except they said the S word.
Interesting. Are you
really wish I had the name of that company that I could think about at the top?
Yeah, I'm going to go look up the pants story. Are you more surprised that this doesn't happen more often?
Yeah, yes. I'm surprised it doesn't happen like every 3 games.
Yeah.
With the number of games that happen.
And also, nobody wants them to do anything different.
Right.
Like, obviously, it's to be able to go over the boards, you kind of have to just stick with this anyway. But hockey players would be like, this is stupid. Why would we ever do that?
Yeah.
Why would we ever do anything differently? But Cody did say he has the option to wear a full face shield. That's on him for not doing it. So they do have that option out there.
That is interesting. Now,
the pants.
Somebody help me out. Y'all have knowledge of everything. Text it in. All right. Doc Rivers is complicated. Because on the one hand, is he the wanker of the weekend? Because I believe they're saying he stepped away. Make no mistake about it. He got fired. But he's also getting his full salary for next year, which is at least $10 million. So that kind of makes it feel like maybe he's still a winner. But he got S-canned because just the terribleness of that season.
I do wonder what goes through somebody's mind when that much money is in taken into account.
Sure.
Like, are they just like, I'm embarrassed that I was fired? You know, they're so competitive. Is that the main focus for them all the time? Or are they just like, whatever, man? Like Jimbo Fisher. He's like, I got $100 million to sit on the beach while I'm not coaching A&M.
Right.
And then Elko goes and turns out really good. And you're like, dang.
Yeah. I'm honestly not sure. I mean, like, I have no doubt it varies person by person, but I would love to know each individual. They're like, that's fine, I got paid, versus, yeah, it pisses me off.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. All right, speaking of the NBA, did you know 168 players sat out with injury or illness on Friday? And then yesterday, I believe I saw it was like $3 billion worth of contracts sat out.
Really?
For the games.
Kevin, out of the 11 teams, the 11 worst records, it does look like... never mind. Yeah, that's a significant bad right there.
Yeah.
The 11
Charles
worst
Barkley
teams,
was complaining about it.
Only one team won out of the 11 worst records.
Yeah.
The Mavericks.
Yeah, good job. We'll see, depending on that coin flip. Like, if there's no coin flip now, but I believe, but if they would have lost, I think they would have had a coin flip with to determine the 6th spot going into the lottery.
So now they have like almost a 30% chance of getting a top 4 player.
That's true, and 35% chance of getting pick 8.
Okay,
something along. Yeah, it's
Weird.
overwhelming that you'll get picks 1, 2, 3, or 4, or probably 8.
I'm very curious. It's a bad look for the NBA,
for sure.
What you just pointed out, the amount of players that were like, I'm not playing in this game. And throughout this season, it was the same way. It feels like these 65 games, you got to play that many. Doesn't matter, really. They'll be like, okay, then we don't have to play that many games.
You know, I was really interested. Jokic did play yesterday because he needed to get to 65 games. And then at halftime, they were like, ooh, we got to reevaluate and see how he's doing. And everyone's like, okay, so he's not playing in the second half. He played just long enough to be all NBA. And then he's like, I'm good.
Yeah.
And their coach stepped out and said, hey, we've played everything by the books for 80 games. I think we've earned the right to get ready for the playoffs.
When it comes to the Mavericks, I'm kind of curious on how do you turn that around now? How do you go from being a losing team, and what do you do differently? What do you do contract-wise? What do you do with the build of your team to make you not a bottom 7 team in the league?
Right.
And I don't know, like you're where you are right now with the coach and with the group. So I'm just curious as how you just go, all right, we're going to flip the switch. We added another player. Now everything's different.
Now, let's talk about The Athletic, Dianna Russini, and Mike Vrabel. So 6 days ago, I think, everyone was puffing out their chests and being like, we have nothing to hide. Nothing, I tell you.
Nothing.
And then The Athletic, who swore up and down that there was nothing to see here, I guess they talked to, I don't know, any other humans, and they have discovered that perhaps there is something to investigate Dianna Russini is currently now under investigation, and she will not be reporting while the investigation is going on. Meanwhile, Mike Vrabel is not expected to address reporters at the pre-draft press conference, even though he did that last year. Now, I'm sure they'll come up with some cock and bull story about, it's just, it's a scheduling. No, he was there last year. He's afraid of the reporters, and that's all they're going to ask about, which is probably true.
That is true.
And so he is going to skip it, and he's only expected to talk to reporters until after the draft. I want to know if something happens, like let's say Wednesday before the draft or the Thursday of the draft. Let's say Dianna Russini gets fired. Who is going to ask him questions about the draft picks that night or that next day? Or do you think they're all going to be about, hey, the person you're allegedly having an affair with just got fired? What's the story?
Yeah, there's no way for this. This isn't going to go away.
Probably not.
Like it's not going to be like, here in 6 months, the reporters are going to forget that this was a story.
Right.
So you either face it now, or you face it later. At some point, you're going to face it. But I guess they're trying to figure out how do we concoct the best story.
Feels like in 6 days they probably should have figured that out. But you're right.
But you don't really want, as a PR team, you can't go to them and be like, hey, we're going to do this. Don't ask.
Right.
Now, what you could do as Mike Vrabel is get up there and every time they ask a question, you say, I'm here to talk about the draft, and just stick to it.
Right.
And be Bill Belichick about it. Be just like, I'm not talking about any of your other BS.
What if
you can keep asking questions, and I'm going to tell you I'm here to talk about the draft.
What if I fired off? Was any of your draft prep negatively impacted because of your personal life issues?
I'm here to talk about the draft that we're about to get.
That's a question.
We're here to talk about the players we're about to look at.
I'll come up with new and exciting ways to.
I'm excited. I'm excited about the new players that we're about to add to this team.
As excited as you were at the hotel that night.
I'm here to talk about the draft.
Okay. I wouldn't use the word excited if I were him, but I hear what you're saying. Look, it's tough, man, and people just don't ever seem to realize that if you just
I sat down and turned on the film, and then you'd be like, "Oh, he said turn on."
That's a good point. Our society just seems to be so much more forgiving if you just admit what happened, as opposed to deny until you have nowhere left to go.
Especially whenever there's this stuff, like this kind of evidence involved.
Yeah.
But obviously there are people at home that you have to have conversations with, and they're tough conversations, but that's the decision you made whenever you made that decision.
Yeah. I like that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus some of the best sound from the world of sports over the weekend next on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard.
KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, I've got some sound from the world of sports to bring to you, some of my favorites from over the weekend. But, gentlemen, we go to the National Day calendar, as one does at 4:45 every morning when I wake up to go to the gym.
Oh, he used to be 5.
Yeah, I decided I needed a little bit more time because that early in the morning I'm still not moving at the speed that I would like to. So an extra 15 minutes goes a long way.
There's a little powder you can take that'll help you move at a little faster speed.
What's it called?
Pre-workout.
Oh, yeah, I take that. Yeah, it just takes a little while to kick in, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Some powders out there go a little faster, right, Kevin?
Cocaine is what he's talking about.
Just straight for it. He was trying to leave it open-ended for you.
Sorry.
You could have easily denied. Oh, you know what? You just said, why deny? The public's a lot more relax on you if you just didn't.
That's right. So today, gentlemen, is National Scrabble Day.
Oh!
So the question of the day is, what board game or card game are you just dominant at? 877-881-1053. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well.
See, and man, what a revolution it was that we came up with the digital Scrabble, whether it's Word Feud, Words with Friends, or whatever, because what a beating it would be to have to be like, I'm going to word check that and break out the dictionary or whatever every single time. That sounds like the freaking worst.
You still play Words with Friends?
I don't.
Oh, okay.
Because I just got too competitive and it was bringing me not joy. It was like, I would get mad about it, and I'm like, this stupid game should not be bringing anger to my life, and so I deleted it.
This makes sense, Corey.
Yeah.
This is why he doesn't enjoy the friends he makes along the way.
He couldn't even enjoy the Words with Friends.
Exactly.
That's a good point.
Let alone making new ones.
Exactly.
Dude, have you ever thought about having like a Scrabble or a pen pal chess game with somebody?
Oh, yeah, where you like write to them? That like an actual factual letter?
All you write,
that would be neat.
Is you write your move. And they wait for 2 or 3 months for the move.
Do you write anything else in the letter?
You just have your chessboard set up in your Kevin room.
Okay.
And you slide their piece, and then you stare at it for 3 months, and then you write back to them L7 to king, whatever it is. And they're like, oh my gosh, what a dominant move.
Okay,
He's running the Queen's Gambit.
Am I allowed to have, by the way, you need to watch. No, that show's good, but it's nothing in comparison.
The chess documentary?
To the Untold Chess documentary, which is freaking amazing. Am I allowed to have any other conversations with this person? Or
I don't know. It depends on them.
Okay.
Like you could be like, dearest pen pal, I write to you with thoughts of lust. Whatever it is.
Oh my goodness.
Whoa! Whatever it is you decide to write. And they could just write back L7 to king, whatever it, and you're like, they never write anything nice, but it's competitive, know? Like, it's really mostly about the competition.
All right.
But if you want to have, friend, that's fine. Did you ever have friends with Words with Friends? Or did you just play and dominate them and laugh?
Oh, yeah. I had friends, but it felt like those games got too personal. And again, it's like, this is supposed to be fun.
See, that's what I feel like you're going to write in your letter. Ha ha, take that, effer. You know?
How's your day been going? Bet it's about to get worse. Checkmate. Like that. Yeah. So mine is the, I don't know. I mean, there's different variations of it, but do you remember the game Seen It? Yeah. It was like a board game, a movie trivia, unbeatable at that.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense knowing you. Corey.
And by the way, it's the Untold on Netflix. It just came out like a week ago for people that are asking about it. It's called Untold, like Chess Masters or something. Just type in Untold, you'll find it on Netflix.
Board game or card game that you are dominant at, Corey?
Monopoly. Super easy strat. You just got to know what you're doing.
Oh. Well, I don't.
I have now taught the kids
strategy.
I have taught the kids my strategy in Monopoly, and they too have now dominated. But they can't beat me. They know that. So
somebody said Cards Against Humanity. The tough thing about that is it's so subjective.
Yes, you got to cater to the czar every single time.
What percentage of the time do you think you played a card that should have been the winner that just
every
wasn't
time?
Yeah, every turn. Every turn.
Time.
That's the one. That's my words with friends where I get overly mad because I'm like, you just don't have a sense of humor.
Yeah, y'all are just dumb.
Yeah, you just don't get it.
Okay.
You need to start listening to the KNC Masterpiece more, is what I say.
That's right.
Okay.
Ooh, just imagine if we could make some sort of KNC Cards Against Humanity where the answer cards are like Masterpiece of the Week drops and winners of past. That would be amazing. But yeah, Monopoly is one of those, for me, Corey, I'm either amazing at it or I'm awful. There is no in between. I'm either in a dominant run or I suck unbelievably bad at this game.
Mm-hmm. It feels like that is a very contentious game as well. That and Uno.
Yes. Ooh, Uno is
draw for me. I'm going to spend the rest of this game just trying to get you, not even trying to win anymore.
Yeah, Uno is probably mine that I'm most dominant at because I strategize way too much when I play it. Like, I'm thinking 3 steps ahead. I'm thinking about the possibilities for the turn that's coming up in 3 turns, not the turn that's about to happen in front of me. So I feel like Doctor Strange. I'm picking out all the scenarios out of my head. I'm like, okay, one of 4 things is about to happen, and I'm prepared to respond to 3 of them. If they go with the 4th one, I'm screwed. But I have a response for 3 of them.
The skip bow, my grandmother...
I don't think I totally know those rules.
Yeah, it's okay. My grandma did.
Okay.
Ooh. And just like in ping pong, she would just destroy us in skip bow. And she would laugh as she was playing cards.
Oh, man.
And I'm like, I am 5. Grandma, why
my goodness.
Why are you being so ruthless right now? And she's like, this is how we used to do. And I was like, where? And she was like, the rec center. You know, they should go to the rec. And they were competitive.
You do not want to get into an old people game that you do not fully understand. Like, you might think whether it's bridge or gin or mahjong, you might think you know, but then these old ladies, they will carve you up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they will, and not care.
Yeah, now. You're just another victim.
That sounds terrifying. But I see from the 817 and multiple number spades. That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, that's a fun game. Together. Okay, let me ask you, follow up. What percentage of the time do you lose at spades that you think it was your partner's fault?
Every single time. I'm never taking ownership. I never take accountability in these games.
Okay.
It can never be my fault.
All right.
So if you want to play any of those kind of teamwork games with me, just know that if any bit of just unluckiness comes
You're
our
gonna
way,
be like, that was your fault.
It's your fault.
Okay.
I will never take accountability.
Okay.
So just warning you now.
Do you ever feel like you did blind nil correctly?
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean,
it's fun. It
is
fascinatingly fun
because there's almost no scenario that you don't think you could. You just don't give me the ace of spades and don't give me the queen and king of spades. Like, I get it. You can have one or the other on the queen or king, but if you get both, you're like, oh crap.
You flipped it over.
Yeah.
You ever flipped it over and seen the king and been like, oh man, this is going to be a tough one.
Yes.
This is going to be a tough one.
Yes.
And it all just lined up perfectly, and you're like,
and then you have to watch those other two to make sure they're not trying to give each other some hidden signal, and they're like, "Oh, I'm the king in this game," and you're like, "I know what you're doing."
Punch.
Guys, we are up against it, so I'm going to give you a choice. Do you want to hear what I think is going to go down already as the best call in Major League Baseball this season, or
yes,
do you want to hear Joe Mazzulla? That's all I'm going to say.
Damn it. I vote for Mazzulla.
Okay, I want to hear the baseball call.
Ooh, that means you have to decide.
You know what? We're going with Joe Mazzulla because
Fair.
I think I'm starting to relate to him more and more because he was talking about how just knock, don't ring the doorbell.
I think the biggest house rule is don't ring the doorbell. If we don't know you well enough, you shouldn't come to the house. Like, if we don't know you, or if we're not as close as we think we are, you shouldn't be at the house anyway. That one bothers me. I hate when people that you know ring the doorbell. That's so annoying. Yeah. Just open the door. No. What are you doing? Why would you not?
Don't ring my doorbell.
I disagree with that so much.
I have a select group of people that absolutely know they can just walk into my house. And I too, with them. We have walked into each other's houses since we were in like 6th grade. So that is a select group of people. But they're also, I know they're coming over. But same thing, if they just showed up and went in, that'd be fine.
If you do not live in my house, you are not allowed to just walk into my house. That includes everybody. And Jeff knows this. I've made sure the door is locked when she has friends coming over so they can know the proper protocol to follow. When I go to my mom's house, I knock on the door. I'm not just walking in her house. That is...
If you show up and see a sign on somebody's door that says, "Come around back," do you still stand there and ring the doorbell?
No. And it will also depend if I know them, because if I don't know them, I'm leaving because they're luring you into their murder trap.
You knock at your mom's house?
Yes.
What?
That's right. Just like she needs to knock at my house.
Wow.
She does not live in the house.
When you were
a child,
you lived in the house.
That's right. If you live in the house, you're good. If you don't,
it's my mom.
Don't just walk into my house. She knows.
My mom and
That's
my dad.
probably where I got it from. Was for
so,
her.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So she understands. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Which team most needs to select a wide receiver in the draft? Next, right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Back.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
He swinged out into the end zone, wasn't open. Purdy keeping it alive. Brock Purdy lofts one. It is Tonjits. Touchdown, San Francisco.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip and rip it.
I know there's a lot to get to here, but I want to start with this. Kyle Juszczyk was asking about this, and so I posed the question to y'all as well. What is it going to take for Brock Purdy to get, true acceptance from the majority of the fan base? Where, I'm not saying they have to say he's the #1 quarterback, but, what's it going to take for people to look at him and be like, oh, yeah, he's easy. Top 5, 6, 7, something like that. Because I think some people think that, and other people are like, he's just a dude.
I think if he won a Super Bowl, people would still think he's just a dude.
Yeah.
Because the defense is so good. He would have to be a passing leader, MVP.
Okay.
Has he won an MVP?
No.
So I think MVP and passing leader in some respect. His numbers are good. Yeah. So that's good. But you rely, and that team does rely heavily on McCaffrey and their defense. And I wonder, even if he was a passing leader, if they'd be like, yeah, but McCaffrey, all those numbers. Or if they'd go, oh, he was a passing leader with Mike Evans and Kittle. And those are the numbers that stand out. But I think having an MVP, being in strong consideration for MVP year in, year out, and then winning that Super Bowl and being the reason they won.
Do you believe we will get to a point, let's say in the next 2 or 3 years, where some or all of those qualifications are met and people look at Brock Purdy as like, oh yeah, well, Brock Purdy's obviously up there?
No, I don't.
Okay.
But because I think the credit still goes to Shanahan's system right now on that defense.
Okay. Now, we'll go from that to Ruben Bane. So the Lions GM has already stepped out talking about Ruben Bane's involvement in that car crash a couple of years ago where somebody went into a coma, and then I think it was 3 months later that person died. And the Lions GM said, look, we've known about this for a long time. We have all the info we need. I know for a fact the Cowboys have also known about this for a long time. So I realize this is a developing story out in the media world, but it sure does seem like teams have known about this and the Cowboys have known about this for a while. So I don't necessarily think that's going to impact their decision-making now as opposed to a month or two ago.
When you sat down with them at the Combine or any other meetings, how would you discuss this?
I think...
And also, what other information are you looking for driving record-wise?
Yeah.
To kind of see, have you grown up? Have you learned from this? Those are the things that I think is important.
I would start by just kind of saying, hey, can you walk us through how you remember that night going, and see if it just lines up with the basic facts from the police report and everything like that, and then kind of go from there. Because look, we all make mistakes, and if it was just a tragic car accident, that's a thing that any of us could unfortunately be involved with.
There was reckless driving is the word.
Yes.
So that happened. So what were you doing that was reckless?
Yeah.
Why were you being reckless?
Yeah. Was it speeding? Was it... Because I feel like if it was drinking and driving, then that's a thing where you're like, how did that not come up for any prosecution or anything like that? And so, yeah, I would just love to get, first and foremost, his interpretation of the situation and see how he feels about it. Is that something he's like, I'll never forget, February 8th, 2024, whatever the date was. And he was like, I think about that every single day.
And then on top of that, the Cowboys have had a number of those types of situations. I think that, I think in the NFL, you probably see a lot of these too.
Right.
We talk about the Chiefs. We talk. There's a number of these
all the time,
and I just wonder how much that changes a team's look now, or if they're like, no, it really doesn't. We just need to make sure that we have our bases covered in case we're asked questions about it.
Now, of course, this is the time where there's all sorts of pre-draft visits. You have Mekhi Lemon going to visit the Dolphins, David Bailey meeting with the Titans last week. And I think we're going to talk more about this, maybe not in this moment, but definitely more down the road. Albert Breer, in his latest draft notes column, said that the Cardinals, Titans, Giants, Browns, and Commanders are all willing, or at least listening to ideas for trading back. Now, what's really fascinating is that's all in the same block right there. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we talked about a variety of trades for the Cowboys, from pick number 3 to pick number 6, pick number 9. But it does seem like that block is available for business. And what I kind of wonder about that too is, does that mean that people in the league have a good idea of who's second? Like, has it been decided that it's going to be David Bailey or Arvell Reese? I would imagine those are obviously the two most logical candidates. And are other teams adjusting accordingly? Like, did the Cardinals have their heart set on David Bailey, for example, but now they know he's not going to be there, or they think he's not going to be there. And then they're like, all right, I'll listen if you've got something.
Maybe. What I love, though, even more is it creates more leverage for a team like the Cowboys or other teams that are lower trying to get up, because you don't have to just negotiate with one.
Right.
You can be like, all right, we're calling them.
Yeah. Like, I got the Titans on the horn, and they'll do a round lower.
Yeah. So like this,
and I'm going to get the same guy.
Yeah. This is actually a positive thing if you want to move up.
I could see that.
But still, I mean, obviously, you'd love the opportunity. And now this actually throws even more chaos into the mix.
Sure.
Because whereas a lot of these names that we've been discussing might have been perfect guys for some teams, what if there's another team that's like, no, we want to go up and get a different person?
Yeah.
And that's something that shifts players down that we've been looking at going, oh, we finally have a chance to get Caleb Downs because he got pushed down.
And I know we'll only get an answer to like some of these questions maybe, but I also wonder if Cleveland at 6, for example, is like, man, I got 8 people stacked on my board between 4 and 12 that I think are all pretty much the same.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or 4 and 11, I guess.
Yeah, no, and those are like, if that's the case, if you have that, you can move down with ease.
Yes.
And you don't have to you don't have to take that much. Maybe you can just get you know what, we really only need a 6th. Or, something like that. I know the value chart's important.
No, I understand. Now, let's go back to the Cowboys. Markquese Bell, over the weekend, he was arrested for possession of a controlled substance and a misdemeanor count of possession of marijuana. Good reminder, I don't know how much we'll be able to get out of this, but we'll give it a shot. We've got Stephen Jones coming on the show tomorrow.
What?
Round noon. It could be between 11:45 and 12:30, so hopefully you're toloing either way. But Stephen Jones will be on the show tomorrow.
I'll be here tomorrow then.
Okay. So if not for that,
I was probably going to be here anyway.
Oh, okay.
But I'm definitely going to be here for that.
Okay.
I got to hear this.
I appreciate it. And all the other segments?
Yeah.
Okay.
I told her, bro.
Okay. Good. All right. The panel has ruled against the NFLPA, saying that there was not enough proof of collusion, going all the way back to 2022, because the NFLPA had argued that the contracts of Kyler Murray, Lamar Jackson, Russell Wilson were all too similar because teams had colluded to try to keep those values down at a time when I believe they were shooting for all guaranteed money, just like Deshaun Watson did. So a panel has ruled nope. And sorry, it only took us 4 years to get that answer back to you.
I don't think they said sorry when they said that.
Probably.
They probably just just accept it.
You were probably right about that. What is the team in this NFL draft that you think most needs to draft a wide receiver? NFL.com only had 6 people answer this, so I figured you'd approve. They said the Saints, Commanders, Titans, Eagles. We'll get back to that in a second. And then 2 people voted for the Browns. At the same time, the Eagles did pick up Dontavian Wicks from the Packers for a 5th-round pick in this year's draft and a 6th-round pick in next year's draft. So I don't know if you view that as good enough. And then his agent, David Mulligetta, who pretty much is the agent of every player in the NFL, it feels like, got a 1-year, $12.5 million extension for Wicks.
I don't think that Steven will talk about the Angel Reese trade.
Oh, God.
Should we
There's
ask?
no way. But what if he started by being like,
guys,
do you guys have thoughts on the Angel Reese trade? I might fall apart.
I want nothing more.
There is no chance.
And Stephen Jones would be like, guys,
I know.
First off, how about that WNBA draft last night, as we're talking about draft season?
Yeah.
But can y'all believe that would be the greatest moment?
I'm going to say a curse word and walk off.
No, you won't.
I could.
You won't.
I don't want to.
You're better than that.
You think.
You are a newsman.
Mm-hmm.
You have always been a newsman at heart, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
And that way you couldn't leave a story like that behind. You would want to know more about his intrigue with the Angel Reese. You'd be like, you know what? Now I need to know.
But I'm afraid it would just slip out that I would say, are you effing kidding me? But like, not F. You know what I'm saying? I think that's a fair response. I think there is no way that could conceivably happen tomorrow. All right, team.
You got to listen to find out.
That's true. That needs to draft a wide receiver. Do you think the Eagles' pickup of Wicks mitigates any potential fallout if they trade A.J. Brown or not? Or is there another team you think needs to take a wide receiver pretty high?
I think Vegas does, but they're going to take a quarterback. So...
Yeah, look at that second pick, hopefully, for them.
Yeah.
I would assume.
I know the Tennessee Titans make a lot of sense. It just doesn't make sense for them to do with the allotment of defensive players that could be there.
Okay, yeah.
And to kind of look around at I think Cleveland makes a lot of sense there, too. Because
maybe that's why they're trading down.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense for teams that could be in that spot that would want to go down just a little bit because they are probably... Now, there have been times where you could say... These wide receivers are too good to pass up on this high, but this isn't one of those drafts for sure.
And that's another thing that, like, if that team, I'm not saying this is the case, but if that team all thought like Lemon, Tyson, Tate, and hell, maybe even Boston were all about the same, then I could easily see why you'd be like, yeah, let's trade down. I think they're all about the same.
Yeah, no, it seems like a lot of them are underneath the Cowboys that I think would need a receiver.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the Stars and Mavs Super segment. Next, right here on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After.
fantasy masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And for the final time covering just the regular season, it's time for our Stars and Mavs Super segment. Would you like to start with the Stars or the Mavericks?
Let's go Mavs.
All right, let's start with the Dallas Mavericks. If you can, give me cut number 7. I would appreciate it, Mr. Medford.
Leonard Miller with the putback there a moment ago. And now Clay for number 200 and on the money.
Now, there's a whole lot of interesting stuff happening with the Mavericks. Let's start with Klay Thompson, who I believe in the postgame last night was already asked if he'll be back with the Mavericks next year. And he was like, ooh, that's a hard hitter. And then he added, and this makes a lot of sense to me with this organization, that he is under contract for next year, but he knows that this is a business. And like, obviously the Mavericks are the number one source of that because they traded Luka. And so he didn't say that, but it kind of felt like that was the undertone of what he was saying. So my guess would be he's not back next year, but I don't know that for a fact.
I'll go with you on that one. Based on the way we've seen things run around here.
Yeah, and just shed some of that money, hopefully, and, you know, or maybe they keep him around and deal him at next deadline when he's potentially more valuable.
Always a good option.
Yeah.
I mean, if you have a player that fills a role and you make a trade like that at another deadline, you're fine.
Now, I didn't realize this until I dove into the numbers a little bit more, because if you go back a couple of games, Kneppel had a really good game, and then Cooper had struggled in back-to-back games with his shooting. And so I looked before Friday's game, Kneppel had swung back in front, just tiny little bit for Rookie of the Year in the betting odds over Cooper Flagg. And then Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks, well, they got dusted by the Spurs, but Cooper Flagg had a significantly better game. He had 33 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists. So then he retook the lead on Friday night, and last night he left after, I think, 10 points in 10 minutes. They were looking at his ankle. If this was a game of any consequence, I believe he would have kept playing, but it wasn't, and they probably kind of sort of wanted to lose, even though they were up by 8 bajillion points.
What are you
at
talking
halftime.
about? Not a game of consequence. They scored like 149 points.
You know what's crazy? They won that game by 21 points and got controlled by the Bulls in the fourth quarter. Just at halftime.
They threw their bench play. They were like, just empty the bench, dude.
They were ahead by 24 points at halftime. And that was without Cooper Flagg. But I looked, as of right now, Cooper Flagg closes the regular season as the favorite. Depending on the book that you take a look at, he's between minus 160 and minus 200. And Kneppel is between plus 125 and plus 150. So Cooper Flagg is definitely the favorite, but it's not so commanding of a favorite like you see in some of these where you're like, okay, well, obviously he's going to win.
What can be the deciding factor, or do we do the very rare co-rookie of the year?
Hey, our head coach was co-rookie of the year with Grant Hill. I think the deciding
Another Duke player.
That's right. I think the deciding factor will be whether or not voters really care if your team won. Because like a couple of years ago, it didn't really matter for Paolo Banchero. He was the rookie of the year, even though his team wasn't very good. So are there enough voters that because I will say this about Kneppel, his team isn't winning with him. He is a big part, if not the primary reason, that team has taken a step up in the world. So I do think this is a really fascinating examination of because people will say Cooper Flagg's going to be a generational player and all this and that. And right on. I agree with that. But at the same point, no rookie had ever even been top 3 in most three-pointers made. And Kneppel had the most three-pointers made in the entire NBA. And the Charlotte Hornets went from 19-63 to 44-38. That is a 25-game change. And so I get it. Maybe Cooper Flagg can go down as one of the 10 greatest players of all time. Kneppel, oh yeah, he's a good player. But that doesn't change just
this season
this
was.
year.
Yeah.
Now, I think Cooper Flagg will win Rookie of the Year and should win Rookie of the Year, but the people who act like Con Kneppel has no business being in this conversation, I think that's a little silly.
I think that it would be interesting to see Con Kneppel's origin story start here. He loses that and always believes he should have won it. And then that arc just continues to go for him.
Right.
And he's just he uses that as motivation for the rest of his career. He's like, I can't believe I didn't win Rookie of the Year. And he just wins 8 MVPs and keeps Flagg from winning titles year in and year out. And you're just like, how is this possible?
I mean, look, it could go that same motivation for either one of them, right? Because you have if you tell me that Cooper Flagg is going to be pushed by not winning Rookie of the Year, then I kind of hope he doesn't win it. Whereas
I think he'd be pushed by winning it. He'd be like, well, now I just got to go add more to these titles.
Meanwhile, Con Kneppel shot 42.5% from 3 as a rookie. And so you're like, oh my goodness, is he about to get in that conversation for greatest shooters of all time if down the road he is also motivated by this? And he's like, the hell, you didn't vote me Rookie of the Year. So I'm really fascinated to see what happens. But the betting odds say, as of right now, Cooper Flagg is going to take it home.
Are you concerned about his ankle foot's future?
No,
at all.
I'm not.
He needs some rest and needs to take this season, the off season off a little.
I think he would have come back in the game yesterday, and he did still play 70 games, so I'm okay with it. But I mean, we might have this conversation again in a year, and I'm like, ooh, we need to get some braces in those shoes or whatever we got to do. You know?
The other part of this, what now after this season would you say he needs to work on? What is the thing that you say, okay, Cooper Flagg, you came into the season going, I'm concerned about his shooting or his offensive polish, and then he turned into one of the best offensive players on the team. He also had volume. He had the volume. They gave him the freedom to have the volume to go with it. And I'm just wondering, maybe more of a lethal three-point shot?
I mean, he needs to work on his three-point shot for sure, and I think part of it, and this will go along with it, and we could probably talk about this some tomorrow as well, is do a better job of getting your own shot. I think that will be the big thing. Now, somebody just brought this up, and I don't want to linger on this too long, and they said it's because LaMelo and Miller are healthy and the East sucks. The East does not suck. Now, you're going off of the old ways. Even last year, the Charlotte Hornets were 44-38, and they were 9th. That would put them one game back of being 7th in the West. That would put them at 8th. The last team to make the play-in for the West was the Warriors at 37-45. The Heat were the last team in the East, and they were 43-39. The East is not bad this year by any stretch of the imagination. So just wanted to throw that out there. All right. Now, let's move over to the Stars. Give me cut number 6 because their playoff fate is set.
Here's Duchesne with a shot. Stopped. Robertson. He scores! Jason Robertson. Almost 53 minutes in. Dallas strikes first.
And the Dallas Stars would get the 2-0 victory over the Rangers. And man, I apologize to take one step back. Patrick Dumont had an interview with the Dallas Morning News, and he said, in terms of president of basketball operations, their goal is to have someone on board by mid-May.
Okay.
So I thought that was
that's pretty moving quickly.
That is a relevant addition to that conversation.
And when's the lottery happen?
Ooh, I don't remember. I think it's the end of May.
Do we send the good luck charm back in there?
Yeah, you gotta. If they're not sending Rolando Blackman, I don't know what we're doing.
What if they sent you instead?
Then I would say you should send him. And if they're like, he is on a mission trip in Cuba, I'd be like, all right.
Fine.
Or a Panama.
Yeah, that's the only way I'll do it.
All right. Then I'll do it. All right. For the Stars, they got that goal from Robertson. Then he added another empty netter with about a minute left. The Stars are victorious over the Rangers 2-0. And I know once they beat Minnesota, you were probably set and probably good to go, but that did officially clinch clinch it. So we've already known they were going to play the Wild. Now the Stars have locked up home ice, and so they do play again tonight, and then they play Wednesday against Buffalo. The outcomes of those games will have no impact on their playoff setting.
I'm just glad you finally gave up on the President's Trophy. You kept wanting to be the best.
I kind of did,
and I get it, but the Avalanche put themselves in really good position to start the season to continue this trend. Now we got 2 games to kind of settle in, get healthy, and take it to the Wild.
Man,
because the Wild are going to try and take it to you, dude. We watched it. We saw it.
They are, and I know this would be a terrible way to do it, but I kind of want to not really see anyone of consequence in these games as the Stars, like every single time. It feels like you take a step in the right direction to get as close to fully healthy as conceivably possible for the playoffs. You take a step back. Now, some good news is the Stars were talking about, I believe Nil followed up with the idea about Heiskanen, and he said, we were never not going to have him for round 1.
Okay.
But Gulletson said, hey, we're not going to have him for the rest of the regular season, just 2 games. They're inconsequential either way. It sounds like Heiskanen will not be ready for game 1 of the playoffs, but I did feel better when Nil came out and said, hey, it was never a deal where we were not going to have Heiskanen for the first round of the playoffs. So that's encouraging. Now, when he shows up, that could have a big determination because you have to beat the best 2 teams in the West, probably, if Colorado advances, to make it to the Western Conference Final.
I think, Kevin, it looks like, this game against the Leafs, as you said, nobody of interest should play. The game against the Sabres, they're going to want that win. Most likely. Nobody's clinched the Eastern Atlantic Division yet.
Okay.
And so they're tied right now with Montreal at 106. So they're going to want to come in here and just be like, hey,
this is a game of very much consequence for them.
But for the Stars, you got to really weigh that because you got to put something competitive out there.
And I just looked it up. Yeah, they could fall down to A3.
Yeah, that could be a bad tumble for them.
On the road to start. That's pretty crazy.
So this is, and Montreal's been on a roll just a little bit in their last 10. So this is interesting for how they play it in the final game of the season. We'll see how that rolls. So
yeah, okay. I see. I was not aware of that.
Montreal only has 1 more opportunity though to gain points.
Okay,
where Buffalo has 2.
And then somebody asked, "Are we going to have to wait until after Wednesday?" I believe so. The Stars will play Saturday or Sunday.
And we're probably going to play at like 9:30 every night.
Hopefully not. But
against Minnesota, you're like, what is this?
Without knowing I would hope they're like, hey, this is Central. Without knowing the rest of the playoff matchups, I'm not sure about that. But yeah, I would assume they're going to play Saturday or Sunday, and they will host the Wild to kick off the playoffs this weekend.
Okay.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway where we've got a pair of tickets to go see FC Dallas against LA Galaxy as a giveaway, but also, did the Cowboys trade into and then out of the wrong drafts? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
Do not take your windows for granted, and do not take these prices for granted right now either. Suppliers are saying that the numbers are going to go up. So guess what?
to throw. Pressured now. Say goodnight, Gino. Quinnen Williams. Enjoy your first Dallas sack. Back at the Raider 44.
K&C Masterpiece right here on a 105.3 The Fan. Now, I have a theory.
What a sack party that one was.
Or maybe a question that I would like to throw out there. Did the Dallas Cowboys trade into and then out of the wrong drafts? Allow me, if you will, to set up my hypothesis.
I dare you.
Okay. Go back to August of 2025. Dallas Cowboys traded Mike Parsons to the Packers in exchange for first-round picks in 2026 and 2027, as well as Kenny Clark. All right, so now you have 2 first-round picks in 2026 and 2 first-round picks in 2027.
And Kenny Clark.
Exactly, which, I mean, there were some ebbs and flows, but I think for the most part, still a good thing. So then you get to November, and the Jets trade Quinnen Williams to the Cowboys for a second-round pick this year and a first-round pick next year. And, of course, Mozzie Smith, surely the key to that trade. So now you have the 2 first-round picks this year and just the 1 next year. So you kept both of those, I assume, for immediacy to improve the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
But then you didn't do the requisite free agent work to make that work at all. And
you tried, it just didn't work.
Yeah. I mean, but even, you pick up one more linebacker. Are you like, man, what an unbelievable job we did? I mean, I think it would have been solid, but then you look at this draft, and we'll get back to 2027 in just a second.
And then don't you feel like the Cowboys operate this way where they go, well, if we can get it in the draft, then we're good.
Yes.
And if we don't get it in the draft, we can still sign players.
Yes.
So they're always thinking in that, like, it's the chase for the next high.
And that's inherently flawed logic on the backside of the draft because the person they're going to get is that 1 year, $3 million person that they're
Kevin,
like,
guess what?
He's a heck of
I know you feel that way, but also they could find a player like that could be a steal.
Yeah.
But also don't forget this. Those post-June 1st cuts, like those, when they make the cuts after training camp and when they make those cuts after, you cut down the 53, they're always like, we could find a guy there.
Yeah.
So again, they're always kind of chasing
and that's
that.
great. And if you told me that there's going to be 2 cuts because teams were totally screwed and they just couldn't afford these high-level players and the Cowboys were ready to swoop in with their 3-year, $60 million deal, and you're like, okay, great.
Yeah.
But that's just not the reality.
Yeah, but that's the game they play.
I know.
For sure.
And I hate it. So then you go back to, and Alec, I know you brought this up on, I think it was Friday. You look at Jordan Schultz, NFL insider, and he said there's an expectation that a lot of NFL teams in the upcoming draft will make this one of the more trade-heavy drafts in recent memory. And it's likely to occur in the top half of the first round. And what have we already heard this morning? That teams 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are all maybe not open for business, but they're certainly willing to listen to the potential for trades. And why is that? Because the perceived value of this draft is in the second and third round. Whereas if you look ahead to mock drafts for 2027, yes, they exist, no matter how insane that actually might be. And
there's some psychopaths out there.
Yeah, for sure. And that already looks like the way better draft. You have a wide receiver in that draft in Jeremiah Smith who would smoke every wide receiver on this board. Now, that's not to say that he'll automatically be the best player because who the hell knows. But just when it comes to scouting and evaluating, there's no question Jeremiah Smith from Ohio State is a better prospect than every single wide receiver in this draft. And then whether you think
There's 3 quarterbacks in next year's draft also that can go high.
And whether you think that is Arch Manning or Dante Moore or
Julian Sand.
Yeah, whoever, exactly. Thank you. And whoever you think it is. There's going to be more quarterbacks available, which theoretically that still wouldn't be what the Cowboys are looking for, but it would ideally push more people down the board. And so you also have some emerging talent defensively that look like they could be studs going into the 2020 draft. So, Corey, you were just talking about the way the Cowboys operate business-wise versus what you think, what so many other people think they should do business-wise. Are you worried at all for the sake of immediacy that the Cowboys kept the pick in the weaker draft and gave up the pick in the stronger draft? I realize if you had one pick here and then 2 picks in 2027, that might not rile up the fan base as much going into this season. But if you were going to have another mediocre year and all of a sudden you had 2 first-round picks in what looks like a marquee draft, I feel like that would rile up the fan base just fine next year.
Yeah, if you had made some additions free agency-wise this year that you felt could help that. But they thought this offseason, they were like, we're going all out defense. That's what we were being, because it was so bad last year. It was so bad that you're going to have to kill this draft for sure.
And I'm not arguing against that.
That being said, you do have a lot of a lot of high. You still have a lot of really good, talented players in the top 10 of this draft. You're at 12. I'm looking, Kevin, right now at 12, specifically next year, and I'm not saying you're going to be there next year. I don't think the Cowboys are going to be in the same position next year. I just don't. That's just me from right now.
You think they'll be in a better position, yes?
Better as in, like, top 5? No.
No. Okay.
Further down. I think they'll be further down.
That's what I meant. Better as a team.
Yes. Yeah, I think they're going to be better as a team and less positioned for that because they feel like they have to make the fix right now. And I think they think the draft is going to help that this year. But I'm looking at 12 next year, Kevin. KJ Bolden, safety out of Georgia. Guess who number 13 is? 14. Jalen McClain, safety out of Ohio State. 15, Keon Sabb, safety out of Alabama. So 3 top safeties, all right there where the Cowboys would be if this was next year's draft.
Yeah.
And here you are hoping you get this one dude. Or Dylan Thieneman, who, by the way, Ted Wynn, who we like a lot, is like, dude, this guy's going to be the favorite for a lot of defensive coordinators out there. All I'm saying is go watch the guy. If you see him, you're going to like it. You're going to say, is this, as Ted Wynn said, is he a linebacker or is he a safety or a cornerback on this? I don't know.
Yeah.
And that's what you're trying to disguise all the time. So here's the conundrum I find myself in with this question, because I don't know how far ahead the staff looks and what those grades are. And you don't know what kind of jump or regression those players will make next year. Okay, so while it looks good now, we've seen plenty of players, Kevin, where you're like, this dude's, you know exactly where he's going to be. Hell, wasn't Arch Manning slated to be the number 1 overall pick this year, and he wasn't good enough?
And there's already people projecting him to be number 1 next year, and we'll see about all of that.
So, oh wow. So when it comes to, there's Alex sending a lot of Astros injuries my way right now. So when it comes to that, I don't know how Will McClay's staff, when they sat down and made these trades, if they were like, this is the better draft for us right now, or if they just said, this is the more immediate impact we need. And I think Jerry and Steven probably sat up there with Scottie and went, our offense is fine. It's going to be fine as long as we get this George Pickens deal done. But as our offense is fine, we just need to have some impact players. Hearing Jerry say, if we could have just played a lick of defense.
Yeah.
I think he believes that. I think he also heard that from his staff. So I think that's their mindset. Do I know the value of each one of these drafts? No, I don't. But I do see some extreme talent on the other end. Do you regret then making the trade for Quinnen right now?
I would have flipped the first round picks.
Okay.
And I actually
you're like the the trade's fine.
Yeah,
I'm perfectly fine trading the pick for the player.
And then my argument would be, would that second round pick have looked different? So because the idea is, like, when you're kind of evaluating whatever draft pick it is in 2021, you assign it the point value of the first pick of the next round.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, like, you would assign it the pick value of the first pick of the second round because you have no idea where that pick will end up. So theoretically, wouldn't a 2026 first-round pick have been more enticing to the Jets than a 2027? And maybe it wasn't
for their own immediacy.
Yeah, and maybe it wasn't a second-round pick that was included, or maybe it was a second-round pick and a third-round pick, or I don't know exactly what that would have looked like. But I kind of wonder if you could have lowered that compensation just a little bit, which rounds us back around to this. People are talking about trading up, and we'll get back to that in a second. Whether it's Caleb Downs, whether it's Bane, McCoy, whoever, there are mock drafts that make it look like this board is not going to fall your way.
Oh, yeah. I've looked at plenty of them.
And I shouldn't say I know.
Hell, I've done my own, and I've done my own that put me in a situation where the 10 best players go.
Yeah.
And crap, none of them got there.
And then you get mad at yourself for mocking it like that. But I would guess Steven would say something like this tomorrow. With the 2 first-round picks and the extra draft capital, we have freedom to do what we want in this draft. But do you?
You can move up and down the ladder.
But do you?
You have to pay the price.
Exactly. And this team
And the Cowboys seem to pay the price in a lot of situations.
This team, they just broke up that fight. This team can't afford to pay the price to move up, I guess, is my mission statement coming out of all of this. Because you didn't do that other work in free agency, because you don't have a second-round pick, you need these 2 first-round picks or 2 premium picks. I could see if you make the deal with Cleveland and you end up with 38, or you make the deal with Kansas City and you end up with 9 and 29, people will think those differences are fairly negligible. But you can't be trading 2 for 1 in this scenario because you need too many players. And that's why I worry that they traded into the wrong draft and out of the wrong draft. But I get it. It's not sexy to sell that for the Cowboys if they're like, hey, we got pick 12 and we're feeling pretty good that this is step 1 to really rebuilding us and having us as a powerhouse for 27. I get it. That doesn't sell. But the way they have constructed this in the lack of free agency and dependency on the draft and talking about how they can still move up, I think they have made a colossal error in judgment with all of this.
I don't think they're moving up.
Okay.
I see the value in making people believe you are. Because, hey, we really covet this player and we would like to go up and get that. I don't think they are really doing it. I think that the best thing, because we've seen them do this a lot, is that they would stay still, say they're moving up, and then whenever they get their player, no matter who it is, guys, we tricked the entire draft.
Right.
Nobody knew we were going to get this guy.
Yeah.
And look at how awesome this guy's going to be for us. And he was our guy all along. That's their MO.
That's true.
And so I understand your worry, Kevin. I think there are still good players available below them without having to move up. Now, the difference in how great that player could be versus how good that player is right now could be a pretty sizable difference. How the true fit is with what Christian Parker's defense is, that's another question we're going to have to take into consideration. And the thing about it is, it's not like Christian Parker's not playing a defense that the rest of the league's not playing.
Sure.
Christian Parker has a very similar defense to what a lot of other good defenses are doing. And these good defenses have a Swiss Army knife kind of player, in addition to being very good on the front line, which they have a pretty stout front line at the moment. We still have some question marks on a couple different spots. But you got to be better at linebacker, too. And if they can't find that, which I think they're going to have to find it in later rounds, then that's where you're going to have the problem. But I think with these 2 picks, Kevin, I'm going to tell you, I do not agree with your premise of this topic.
Ooh.
I love the topic.
That's fine.
But I just don't think that you need to worry your pretty little head, all right? And if I call you sweetheart right now, you want to hit me, right? Is that how it works? Hey, so don't you worry your pretty little head, sweetheart. Bam! That's how it happens. Guys, don't say that to people.
No.
Because Alec, I think, and maybe you disagree with me on this, of all the players that we've watched, I still go, oh, well, I can get this player too. I know that we talk about this mock draft that puts us in situations where the best is an offensive lineman multiple times, and that's scary. I don't know how big of a percentage that one hits.
I just feel like I've heard, and we're going to dive back into this again tomorrow, I know. I feel like I've heard too many times y'all are like, that would be a hell of a second-round pickup. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
and
not having a second-round pick, yes. In this conversation, not having the second-round pick crushes my heart.
I'm just worried that that's going to be pick 20. Is one of the guys that you are going to be like, man, that would have been a hell of a second-round pickup, and I'm going to be like...
And you pick him at 20 instead of you could have got him at there and gotten a really good player at 20 still?
Yes.
Yeah, 3 good players?
Yes.
That makes sense. I agree with you there, and maybe that's how... Maybe 20 is the best place to trade.
It could be.
If we discuss 20 might be the best place to trade down, and pick up still a first rounder that we could. I mean, we could find plenty of first round guys,
sure,
but then also have something in the second round that you're working with. I know that's going to take some finagling. You've thrown out some really good options out there.
Look, my new dream scenario. I realize this is a dream scenario. Is Kansas City really panics and they have a player that they absolutely covet at pick 20, but they know Pittsburgh's going to take him at 21. And they try to throw out some BS offer, and then all of a sudden they're like, okay, we'll give you pick 29 and 40 for pick 20. And I'm like, sold!
But Alec, with all the work that you've done this year, do you feel like if they just stay at 12 and 20, they're going to get 2 good players?
I do. I really do. I think that it could come down to what you were just painting with 20, where it might be a player that us as fans and us in the media have said, yeah, that's a day 2 guy. But I know Broadus has been saying it a lot. They might have guys on their board that are super high up that they just love, and we don't. So I think 20 could end up being that pick where you're like, I didn't see it the way that they see it. Hopefully they prove me wrong, but that's where I kind of like this scenario, maybe a quarterback needy team. You call them up, and I just like the idea of lying at this point. If I'm Jerry.
It's lion season.
Exactly. I call up this quarterback needy team, and I say, hey, Pittsburgh is good. They're telling us that they're going to take your guy at 21. They're going to take Ty Simpson. So you want to come up? You want to get out of this? You want to get out of this jam, get your quarterback, and we get a couple extra picks? Sure. So, yeah, I do think 20 ends up being one of those picks, more than likely, because there's going to be a run of defensive talent at some point. I think it could be a player that you're like, I saw him as a second-round pick, or it could be Jacob Rodriguez. It could be Zach Wolchuk's dream. Right. And you're just like, that was a day 2 pick that they just made at number 20.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully you get your DeMarcus Ware.
Sure.
And I wouldn't mind taking
Marcus Spears,
having a Marcus Spears.
Yeah.
You know, in this scenario, if you will. But Kevin, I understand your concerns.
I just wanted to throw out my hypothesis before we hit the draft.
I understand your hypothesis and concerns. But if Alec and I were drafting this draft, you would have nothing to worry about.
Now that might be true. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and
let's get something away! But not the 12th or 20th picks.
877-881-1053. Caller number 10.
Now.
Will win a pair of tickets to see FC Dallas play the LA Galaxy this Saturday at Toyota Stadium. You can buy tickets from FC Dallas. I also believe it's Star Wars night.
In your face.
Or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. And Alec, can you also give us cut number 5 so we can transition into the next discussion point? Please.
The 1-1. Swing and a drive, well hit ball deep out into left center field. Ward going back on this one. He looks up and it's gone. Danny Jansen with his first home run as a Texas Ranger. It is a 3-run blast.
Now, you brought this up Friday evening that perhaps we should take a look at the Texas Rangers catchers early on, and how much better do we feel like catcher has been. So I just want to throw this out there before we dive into some of the numbers. While people are calling in for the FC Dallas tickets, you know what? I might need to go back out there because we had Stranger Things night on Saturday.
How'd it go?
It was super duper fun. That drone show, way better.
Did
than
anybody jump up in the ride with the fans again?
No,
you were looking for it
because
though,
it was
you?
a draw, and FC Dallas also hit the post, and I'm sure they thought they should have won, and so it was kind of a, we tied. But
a game happened today.
Yeah, exactly. And so Saturday is Star Wars night. But 877-881-1053 if you want to text in. What has been your initial thought on the catcher play, both defensively and then especially offensively so far this year? And what has led you to this discussion?
Well, I was watching the game, Kevin, and I saw a stat, and I was like, oh, man. But hasn't it just felt like we talked to Skip the other day, and we'll have Skip on Wednesday, by the way. We talked to Skip the other day, and we asked about Jansen. And hey, the way the pitchers are, anybody talking to you, and he was like, nobody's come to my office and said I can't pitch to either one of these guys.
Right.
Because sometimes it happens where a pitcher's just like, that's my catcher. I want that dude and that dude alone. And that he said that's not happened, and that's a great thing because he has two good ones. I think Higashioka, we had our interview with him. It was a little awkward, but he's a little awkward guy. He admitted that. He was like, I think I'm hilarious.
That was the day I couldn't talk,
You couldn't talk, yeah. But he's the dude is calling a good game back there. I'm kind of curious when it comes to the defensive side of it. I think the future is going to be, can you throw runners out, and that's about it. I don't care if you can call a great game. I don't care if you can frame better than everybody out there, because it's not going to matter. But because of ABS. But are we seeing that it still matters most instances? How many times are the umpires still getting calls wrong and they're not being checked because I only have a limited number of ABS calls out there? And so I started wondering defensively, is it that much of a difference? Because Jonah Heim was known as one of the best framers out there. But last year, Kevin, it kind of felt like he looked like he didn't even care anymore at times. And there were body there were physical traits about his body language that sometimes I was just like, man, he'd get hit with a ball, and it was just oh my gosh, do I have to get up and go get that one again? But the numbers that matter the most are hitting. And so that's whenever I was like, okay, I feel like I'm getting more production out of it. Even though Higashioka was here last year, I feel like I'm getting more production out of the combination of these two guys than I was before. Here are the catcher stats that I have.
Just real quick, sorry. Somebody matched what you were saying was the lack of negative body language. Yeah. And I think that's really interesting.
You could see it across the lineup last year. And I'm not saying it was Heim's fault. I don't know where that comes from, but there is a different energy in this clubhouse.
By the way, Jonah Heim for the Braves is off to a really brutal start for them too.
Not brutally good?
No.
So the guys that they've moved on from aren't really crushing right now.
Fair.
And not that we were like, please get rid of them right now last year. We were hoping the best. They just couldn't get themselves out of whatever funk that it was. All right, so last year, the combination batting average of Heim and Higashioka, 225.
Oof.
This year, at the moment, 247.
Ooh, okay. Can we pause right there? Because I'm glad that you brought that stat up.
And I want to tell the world, Kevin taught me how to do math today. Will I remember how to do the said math? I don't know, but I did the numbers. You watched me.
Honestly, Alec, that's why we had to do the segment today, because the idea that he was going to have to redo this math is a non-starter. And so I'm excited that you brought that up, because I did projections for home run, RBIs, and OPS.
Okay.
And you just brought up one.
Oh, man. You don't even want to try and teach me how to do that math, do you?
It's fundamentally the same, but we'll discuss that off air. But the projection of power at first, I was like, that's not as different as I thought. Last year, Heim and Higgy, 22 home runs, 90 RBIs. This year, projection, based on what they've done so far, Jansen and Higgy, 22 home runs, 97 RBIs. So that is a fairly negligible difference. But you brought up the batting average goes from 225 to 247. So that's a big jump right there.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what's an even bigger jump? OPS.
All right.
The OPS for Higashioka and Jonah Heim last year, 641. This year for Jansen and Higashioka, 724.
Yeah,
that is.
I think it was even higher Friday night when I saw this number.
Yes, but
that's a markedly different numbers.
22 points up on batting average and 83 points up on OPS. And don't you think Danny Jansen would argue, I am not having my very bestest start to this season?
Yeah.
And even then, it's a huge jump offensively for, unfortunately, would have been kind of a dead offensive position, not only across Major League Baseball, but obviously for the Rangers.
And I'm not blaming it completely. I'll have to go back and look. I'm not blaming it completely on Heim.
Sure, not at all.
But I mean, you have Higashioka here, and didn't you feel last year that he was good and productive?
Yeah,
I felt like I loved nights when I saw Kyle Higashioka's in the game.
But you know, it's funny, like
his white gloves.
That wasn't sustainable for throughout the season, because if you look at what Higgy did, like in total last year, it was fine. Not really that great, but fine. But
just felt like you got moments where you needed a double or a home run, and you got them from him. And then we walked in here the next day going, dude, Higgy. You know, and maybe it wasn't as consistent all the time. It was just those moments stand out for sure.
Well, what really drug him down was that last month of the season as well.
For everybody, right?
And that dropped his OPS by 30 points. And that was at a point where you were like, I kind of maybe sort of might still be in it, but it was a struggle. So I hear what you're saying on that front. And one of the things I wanted to bring up, because these two have contributed to it, I wanted to throw this number out again. Your OPS when trailing last year, 623. This year, this was after Friday's game, I will admit, it was up to 769. Which you went from third worst to fifth best. And that's something that it didn't get you the win on Friday, but it's going to pick you up some wins along the way that you didn't get last year. There are going to be more games, I think, this year where you're trailing going into the 7th, 8th, and 9th, and you end up winning, when last year at times you were like, the game is over. I know we might have 2 more innings. It's over.
Do me a favor, if you can, Kevin. It's going to take a little bit of work, but I know you can do. You're always like, I'm the greatest multitasker of all time.
Ooh, I could see that.
Look up this year's projection for runs.
Okay, yeah.
And let me kind of explain why. Because OPS, love that number, very important. But I said, what other number do you think would be important? On base percentage. How often are you even walking instead of striking out? And how important is that number going to be to you? Right now, here's last year's on base percentage was 279. Their on base percentage,
yikes.
They were on base 27%, 28% of the time.
Whoa,
right now, they're
bad.
at 324.
Oh.
Which is, again, a markedly different separation. Now, somebody said
still not amazing.
It's April, give it time, and it could be time to go better, and it could be time to get worse. But right now, it feels like you're already on a trajectory that's putting you in a different area. Do you happen to have a projection already for what their number of runs scored could be? Because RBI is different. You already said that number could be up.
You're not going to love it.
Oh, no.
Last year, they had 684 runs. This year, they're averaging almost exactly 4 runs a game, which would put them about 50 runs short of that.
Okay. Because last year for Heim and Higashioka, it was 71 total.
Oh, I did the whole team.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just kind of wondering.
I'll
if
go
that
back and look at that.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. That's something we didn't plan before the show or anything. When you were talking about RBIs and it only went up by 7. That's great.
Yeah, I'll
if
take a
that's
look
going to be
at
their
that.
projection. But again, if you're on base more, they're on base 32 to 27. They're on base 5%, 6% more time than they aren't on base, which gives them more opportunities to be driven in. So scores, being on base, I tell you all the time, just being on first A, it's confidence for the team. It's confidence for you. It brings life to the game. And B, it puts pressure on pitchers. So every time I look over there and see one of these guys on base, whether it's a walk or whether it's a hit, whatever it is, that's what's important to me with the catcher position right now. And they're doing better at that at the moment. So that's really all I'm looking for right now is what we can get more out of that. And over the weekend, I felt pretty strong about what we're doing.
Now, as an aside to the catcher stuff, wanted to throw this out there. Josh Young over the weekend, and I know we were focusing on catchers there, but I just wanted to make sure I shouted him out. Josh Young, 4 hits, 3 walks in that series. He's 5 for 11 in his last 4 games, and you're going to need it. Like we talked about potentially Evan Carter heating up. Josh Young is heating up. You're going to need Wyatt to heat up there. We'll talk more about Josh Smith tomorrow, but if the catcher position is raised, you're going to need other spots to raise their game as well.
Yeah, I saw somebody say this weekend they were talking about Young and like how excited they were, and somebody was like, yeah, what about Berger? And Berger was 1 for 5 with 4 strikeouts yesterday. And then the line was, I think it was Jamie Newberg, was like, yeah, the problem is you can only put 3 batters at the bottom 3. And so, like, this season, it's kind of been decided. Now, 30 games in, Skip has told us, maybe I change my mind 30 games in and I move Berger down. But for right now, I think I'm going to try and stick with this lineup, see if I can't roll it out every day. I think we don't know. Hopefully the volatility of this lineup isn't too much.
Right.
Hopefully it'll line up a little more down the road.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Hits and misses next.
Hear from your favorite Rangers each Tuesday afternoon at 3:20 with the...
and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I will let Corey decide if he wants to reveal the number one pick in the WNBA draft tonight, because it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I think that Alec just needs to go ahead and tell everybody what he was gleaning from
Alec, tell
grassy
us
knolls.
Who it's going to be in about 6 hours and how we pretty much know that now.
So everybody that covers the W is pretty much saying it because it's a great guess, but I think the Dallas Wings are telling us straight up. If you go to @DallasWings on any of their social media pages, there's been a series of promotional graphics to promote tonight's WNBA draft. It started yesterday with a graphic showing a clock rolling past the 24-hour mark. We are inside of 24 hours. The numbers 3 and 5 were paired up right next to each other. The jersey number of AZ Fudd. You fast forward to this morning, they post a It's Draft Day graphic. Here's where you can tune in. It's on a really old plasma TV. If you Google that TV, the model of it, how big is the screen?
35 inches.
35 inches. And then a graphic with that same TV shows last year's draft setup with the podium where the Valkyries are selecting in that current moment. And it has 2 of them. It's like a reflection. There's 2 podiums. So what 2 picks did they have last year, the Valkyries? Number 5 and number 30.
Oh, we're doing it.
So AZ Fudd, I think you can go ahead and mark that down as the Wings' number 1 overall pick.
It doesn't even make sense, this 24 rolling over. I guess, okay, yeah, it kind of does. It's rolling over in reverse. So it's rolling over from 24 to 23:59. And so that kind of, I see that. They're not trying to hide it too much, though, Kevin.
Do you know last year, or this past season, AZ Fudd shot 6.7 3-pointers per game and made 44.7% of them? Whew. That's bananas.
I'm telling you, like, they are a good combination together, especially with the addition that the Wings made over the weekend, because now you have your strong big,
which kind of led us to believe that maybe they would move away from AWA.
Yeah, you have your strong big that can work the paint, but these two can do so much together. They've worked together. We were talking about this the other day with receivers and quarterbacks. Draft the pair if you can. I know it's tough, but look at Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow and how much further ahead they were just out of the gate, because they know they have a good combination. So I really do think this is a big thing, Alec, for the Wings, and we are the Wings Show of record here on the K&C Masterpiece.
Right.
I think it's a good thing for the game. I know there are plenty of people out there that are like, I don't care about WNBA. That's fine.
Sure.
There are a lot of people that do. And more people checked in this past year in the last couple of years.
Especially locally.
Yeah, because of Paige.
Do you know their local TV ratings were up 411%? Whew.
Yeah. So this is...
That's crazy.
I just think it's fun because I like watching people do really well at what they do. You know, and this is a pair that could be really, really good together. All right, we'll hit the hits and misses now. What did I just do?
Did you just delete all your notes?
No, but I did close out something that I need to now reopen.
Oh,
guys,
no.
When it comes to the hits and misses of the weekend, you guys can decide hits or misses. What do you want?
Hits.
Hit number 1.
I feel like your misses category always makes me mad.
I dadded so hard this weekend.
Oh.
My wife left me. For the weekend.
Okay.
And she returned on Sunday, as I knew she would, or expected she would. I mean, you can never really know anything. So it was my responsibility to be around all 3 kids, make sure they got their medicines, make sure they were fed. Make sure that they got the attention that they needed. My oldest did a promposal.
Was it successful?
She said yes.
Hell yeah.
He used a nothing bunt cake and said, I want nothing bunt to go to prom with you. You don't like cake, huh?
She said yes. That's all that matters.
Oh, my gosh.
Jeez.
Wow, dude. son number 2 had a study date. With his girlfriend, and they are calling themselves. Guys, they might be saying "I love you" to each other.
Oh goodness!
It's too early for that, right? This is moving too fast.
Love is love.
Love is love, I guess.
Don't deny it.
But look, I think everybody can reflect. Maybe not everybody. A lot of people can reflect on a relationship that may or may not have included the word love, and you look back at it and you're like, that's just foolishness. That was not love.
Yeah, it was like.
Yeah, or maybe even
Lust.
like.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh, not that.
You've never mistaken love and lust before?
At a certain age, that's fine. You were just talking about your son. I do not feel comfortable saying that.
Number 2. Hits of the weekend.
Man, you put yourself number 1.
Actually, I forgot to add, also, Lucy was supposed to have dance on Saturday. We got there. The dance instructor's like, sorry, I did not realize that they were doing pictures for another group, so we aren't having dance today.
Were you so pumped?
I was pumped. And
she's probably mad.
I was terrified that Lucy was going to be like, "Argh!" And she looked at me and said, Dad, can we just go to the house and move the table and I'll do dance with the TV like we did last time? Look at me. Using my noggin in the past. And she was already thinking, guess what? To the point where she even used her phone, connected it to the TV. I didn't even have to be there. I was like, sweet. I don't have to. She could do it all on her own from her phone. I'm so proud of her.
Whoa.
I'm so proud of Lucy, dude. She's awesome. She's a good kid. She's pretty upset today, though.
Okay.
Because it's something her mom's making her do.
Oh, no.
Mom's making her go to the orthodontist instead of going to cheerleading. I tried to stay out of that one. Did it work?
Did it?
No. I got drawn into it very quickly.
Okay.
Number 2 on the list of the weekend. I say hits, even though there was a loss. Kamar Rocker versus Shohei Ohtani in the first at bat.
Okay.
This was a moment that I was like, how significant of a test is it to go up against Shohei Ohtani in your first outing out there in LA?
I mean, he's the best player in the game.
Here's how things go.
significant.
Inside, foul ball, 4-seamer. Right over the plate, 4-seamer for a strike. He's up 2-0 on Shohei Ohtani. Oh, so sorry, my bad. He's up. He gets a sinker to start. Has 2. He's down 2-1. Strike swinging on his sinker, foul ball, then nails him with the changeup to get a strikeout. That is awesome.
Yeah.
That was one of those moments, Kevin. I was feeling as excited for that moment as I was for the Ohtani versus Mike Trout. Like that was because I was feeling nervous for Rocker. I was nervous for him. You're here. So that says that you belong here now. Now that you're here, it says you belong here, but I'm nervous for you.
Yeah.
And he gets the strikeout of Ohtani. Another hit of the weekend.
Not a leadoff home run.
Yeah, exactly, like the other pitchers. Young Sherlock, if y'all aren't watching it, check it out. Another hit of the weekend.
Young Sherlock?
Young Sherlock on Amazon Prime.
Okay.
Rory, shoving it in Kevin's face.
That was a fake proclamation, and you know it.
It was live on air.
I was under duress.
Another hit of the weekend. Space travel. Guys.
Oh, yeah.
Artemis. We made it back.
We did it.
Had all green astronauts after they got back.
What was that?
All of them were green. What? That's what they said, the doctors. That means healthy, Kevin.
Oh, okay.
Sorry you don't know space lingo. Bro. Gosh.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Congratulations for them, though. Now, what's the next step? What do we do next when it comes to space travel?
I feel like you have to go back and land on the moon again. And then
why do we keep limiting ourselves to the moon, Kevin?
Well, and then go to Mars.
Let's just go right past Mars.
Where?
What's the next planet?
Jupiter. It does not have a surface that you can land on.
Travel around it. We just traveled around the moon.
It's just gas.
Let's travel around the gas. Maybe we find a new fuel setup.
We need to land on one of their moons.
Scoop some of that up with a net and bring it back.
Maybe Europa. There might be life there.
You think that's where it is?
Yeah, I do.
Why don't we go touch the Milky Way?
I mean, like, it's such a big deal for us to fly around the moon. I feel like we got a long ways to go to develop our technology further, right?
You've been doing this since like the 50s, right?
Well,
Allegedly.
Yeah, but then we just quit for like 30 years or something.
Yeah, let's get some more investors.
Okay.
Let's drill for some more oil. We'll have more money soon.
Oh, my goodness.
So that's all the hits of the weekend for me.
Okay.
Misses of the weekend. Kevin Hagelin, number 1 on Rory.
What the hell?
You missed.
On?
Rory.
Oh.
You said at the end of the show, I said, say the Rory thing. You could have said whatever you wanted to say, Kevin.
Oh.
You chose to say that he couldn't do it.
That's true. Rory McIlroy will not win the Masters.
You even sounded like you weren't sure about it at the
I
end.
was under duress. Whereas the last time I said it, you knew I meant it.
Also, miss of the weekend. One of Carter's friends ran up to Carter and did a finger gun at him, and Lucy flipped him off.
Shut up! How is that not the lead story? Oh, it's a good dad. I want to hear about your daughter flipping people off.
So here's the deal. She flipped off the dog once because she was mad at him. But if you had to do it this way, she did it like this, where she would point her palm out to the dog. And Adrian was like, if you're going to do it right. So she taught her how to flip people off. And
ooh, that's a good question in terms of flip-off etiquette. Do you pull all the fingers down? Do you have them kind of like, yeah.
You throw the thumb out there.
Whoa.
One for the thumb.
So thumb in or thumb out.
So Lucy,
when it comes to that, Alec,
Lucy did that.
What?
And I have concerns.
Did you
Breaking news.
Thanks, Lucy.
Did you talk to her about it and be like, "Hey, here's why we don't do that," or were you like, "Hey,
well,
good job"?
It was Carter's friend, so he didn't take offense to it. He thought it was hilarious.
Okay,
but I did have to tell her, "Hey, we don't do that to like teachers and other people that we are like." We don't just do that all the time. And she was like, I don't know. It's kind of funny. So I don't know exactly how to take this. But I laughed when I was told about it. Carter laughed. Adrian laughed. And maybe...
Oh, really?
Yeah, Adrian thought it was funny, too. Adrian taught her how to do it the right way, dude. She was like, if you're going to do it the right way, not backwards.
Okay, man, I would not have guessed that she would be like, yeah, flip some people off the right way.
All right. Doesn't seem very Adrian-esque.
It does not.
Miss of the weekend, Scottie Scheffler did something no one at the Masters has ever done since 1942.
Okay.
Bogey-free weekend.
Oh,
nine birdies, 1 eagle.
How is this a miss?
0 bogeys. He lost.
Awful.
Yeah. He lost. If he'd have won, it's a hit.
So would your question to him have been after that weekend, how disappointed are you that you're a loser? Like, that's what it sounds like.
That's just a terrible question.
I think he would have answered that question. I think he would have said, you know what, it is disappointing, Corey. I appreciate you bringing that up. After all the successes, 9 birdies, 1 eagle, 0 bogeys.
Pause.
But I didn't win. Kevin, we were a quarter of an inch away from a playoff if he'd have made that on 17. That thing just barely grazed the hole and didn't fall in.
You know what else I like about this, Alec, is in this scenario, Scottie Scheffler also knows Corey's name as a reporter.
If I'm covering the Masters, I'm probably a beat reporter for the golf.
Big golf.
Also misses J.J. Redick screwed a bunch of reporters by not showing up until after the Masters was over. We've been in this situation. Everybody's watching in there. We're waiting for the coach to come out. We're all watching. Why couldn't he just come in and watch with us? Said he's got to make us sit out here and wait.
Did he apologize?
He did apologize.
Oh, well, that was nice.
You come do your job and then watch the Masters like other people.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then near miss. Ovechkin did not shake hands with the Penguins after. By the way, go back and watch the preview for that game.
Yeah.
And it was very Hurt Locker or whatever it was. It was very similar to that thing. But yeah, the Penguins stayed on the ice to shake his hand as a farewell. And Ovechkin was like, I don't know if I'm really retiring or not.
Everyone has decided that he's retiring except for
him.
Maybe him.
He's like, I don't know if I want to or not.
Yeah.
So he was like, it was a nice gesture, but I haven't really decided. So thanks for them for waiting out there, but
thanks for nothing.
I'll think about whether or not I want to.
Still can't get over Scottie Scheffler being put in the misses.
He did something awesome.
Weekend.
But if he'd have won, guess what?
Yeah.
He'd have been on the hits list.
Hold on. So if he just wouldn't have done that and would have finished in like 8th, he just wouldn't have come up?
Was Myles Garrett on Corey's miss list for breaking the sack record because the Browns bad? I think I did put him on the misses list. I can't remember. I'll have to go back and look. Oh, man. You know what? Hit of the weekend, the guy that yelled out, "Give me back my son." That was a pretty good one right there.
How did that go again? I don't quite remember.
Give me back my son!
And that's hits and misses, ladies.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Right here on 105.
I'm so mad at my rankings for hits and misses, dude.
I want you to reckon with Scottie Scheffler now. I want him to know.
Next year, flipping is completely. You're going to be so like, what happened?
I don't look forward to that. Coming up next, NFL Draft Confidential. What do the coaches and scouts think of this class? Next, right here in the Fan.
By the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Simpson glanced left, took it himself right, and he plunges in for the score. What a start for Alabama.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for some NFL Draft Confidential. What do the coaches and scouts think of this class? This comes via Fox Sports. They surveyed numerous scouts and executives across the NFL to figure out a variety of questions about the draft. So I want to start with y'all. What do you think of Ty Simpson? And then I'll get to what the folks think about Ty Simpson.
I think he can make some big throws. I think he can run. He's a versatile quarterback that I think needs a little more polish in his career. And down the road, I think he'll be a potentially good backup quarterback.
Okay. Ooh. Alec?
I think he can start in the league. He just needs to land in the perfect spot. He's not the most polished guy. Like with Mendoza, I feel like the want-to alone with Mendoza, he could land with any team. He's going to an awful team. He's going to the Raiders. And he's probably going to have some level of success and look like an NFL quarterback at some point this season. Ty Simpson just needs a little bit more refinement. Some things need to get cleaned up, and he needs to be within the right system that just makes sense for him and his ability. And I think teams might even be too scared to use his running ability more than they will. I think it's a very underrated part of his game. So I think the right group has to understand him for him to work out.
So there were some people interviewed for this who were not the right group, because one assistant GM said, you see it every year. Quarterbacks are so important, we end up talking ourselves into guys who really aren't good enough or aren't ready. We spend 1 million hours on them, and because there are so few people who can really play in the league, guys with just a little bit of talent end up looking like stars by comparison. Another scout said about Ty Simpson, we're talking about him as a first rounder. That's less about him and more about the lack of quarterbacks. Don't get me wrong. I like him, but he has 15 starts and he needs more time. You shouldn't draft a developmental prospect in the first round, but I bet somebody will.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think he needs more playing time, more polish.
Okay.
15 starts is definitely not enough in my opinion.
Agreed.
The next gen stats score breakdown have his total score at 74. His combine rank is fourth. A fourth rounder? No, never mind. Don't worry about that.
Now, other quarterbacks who are flying under the radar. People are saying Drew Aller from Penn State, who, man, you go back, there was a time when I think people thought he could be the number 1 overall pick. I'm not saying like in the last few months. I'm saying if you go back a couple of years, people were like, that kid projects as a future number 1 overall pick. And then North Dakota State's Cole Payton are their under the radar quarterbacks, which...
I see Aller in like the 3rd to 5th round.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No,
that's wild how much
his
of a dive
stock
he took.
has long since fallen, some of the decision-making, but there was a time, man, where people are like, that kid. Which potential first-round pick, and I want to know from both of y'all, should be getting more love? Like, maybe they're going to go in the first round, but it's not a lock, or you think they should just be higher? Who is the first-round pick potential that you're just like, they should be getting more love?
Caleb Downs is the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
But there's a quarterback situation.
I mean, hey, as we just established,
yeah,
that's a good answer.
I honestly like Thieneman a lot more than other people do. And I think he should be higher, but everybody kind of has him in that 16, 18 range. And so that's where, but I feel like he's a lot better player than that. So that would be one of the guys that I think should be higher.
Okay. Alec, who is your first round potential pick that you think should be getting more love?
There's a couple good ones just because everybody is talking about how the value is going to be day 2. So I think a lot of people are just kind of writing off some of these names. I'm like, oh yeah, he's a first rounder. Cool. Defensively, I think it's where it's at. Avion Terrell, I really like him. I really do. And I know he's a name we've talked about at length because he could very well be in play for the Cowboys at 20. But I don't think people really talk about his physicality enough because when you watch the tape, I don't even think he had an interception last season. All of his best plays were him punching the ball out, wrapping up, tackling, making hard hits on the outside on running backs, ball carriers. He's a physical guy, and I think that's a really underrated part of his game that wherever he goes, people are going to watch him, and he's going to be kind of, think about like Byron Jones. Everybody knocked him for not getting the picks and everything, but everything else was so clean and so refined. I really like Avion Terrell.
Now, on the flip side,
can I add a couple other players there?
Sure.
I think Malachi Lawrence is a dude I really like too. That's a dude we talked about was it last week or the week before? We brought his name up in the conversation of like, this dude can really play. And then they were like he's a little bit older because he's going to be 23, and I was like, holy crap, that's old. and
can't imagine what they think about Messidor.
Yeah, so that one kind of stuck out to me a little bit, and I like Josiah Trotter so much, the physicality that he plays with. I'm curious if like what else he needs to add because he is 6'2", 237 at linebacker.
Right,
he plays with powerful hands, but what else can he do in coverage? But I understand that those are two players that I think I like a little more than most people do.
Now, on the flip side, had to know this was coming next. Which potential first-round pick is getting too much love?
You say Arvell Reese.
Agreed.
You definitely say Arvell Reese.
I feel like I could be out on an island on that. Oh, by the way, while y'all ponder the answer to that, players that came up as underrated from the scouts and executives, they said Akeem Messidor and Jordan Tyson. Jordan Tyson might be the most fascinating player in the draft right now because of people's differing opinions.
You have Messidor at 20.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Again, Thieneman, maybe Downs makes it to you. Mansour. I'm very happy with that.
Okay.
I like Messidor a lot more than a lot of people but I'm not concerned about his age as much as everybody else is.
Yeah, because if he was like 22, I feel like this would be a whole different deal. All right, your answer was?
I'm not in on TJ Parker that much. I don't love the player.
Okay.
He does some things really well, but I know a lot of other people like him a lot more than me, and I think I'm being told it might be the Cowboys like him a lot more than I like him too.
Oh, so you would be displeased by this?
I might throw my plucker's wing.
Oh no!
Up in the air and then catch it. I would never throw it on the ground.
Okay.
I'm gonna, but anger throw and then catch it and eat it.
Okay. Alec, is there a first round projection that you think is getting too much love?
You know, I wouldn't touch Sonny Styles in the first 11 picks. I just wouldn't. No, I'm kidding. I
like it.
Well played.
This is a two things can be true at once situation. I would love to have this player on my team. I think people might be overrating some of his ability, and he's getting a little too much love, especially when we had Daniel Jeremiah on the show, and he said that some people have this guy as the best at his position. And that's Emmanuel McNeil Warren.
Ooh.
Good player.
Okay.
And I would love to have him on my team. He is not versatile. He is going to play one position for you. His coverage is not that good, which that can change. His footwork, not that great. But again, if you want the fun heat-seeking missile, that's exactly what you're getting. But he is playing one safety position for you, and that is it.
Now, there was another one which prospects are just generally underhyped. One that came up was Jonah Coleman, and that's the Washington running back, because if you're not Jeremiah Love and you play running back, it feels like nobody is talking about you in this draft. But I liked one executive said, everything about him, I think, screams longtime NFL contributor. If Coleman played for Ohio State, we'd be talking about him in the second round easily. But he's with Washington, so perhaps nobody cares quite that much. Now, got another mock draft for you, and this one includes a big-time trade for the Dallas Cowboys that I wouldn't love. Now, this came on at NFL.com today.
They're taking Arvell Reese?
No, Arvell Reese goes off the board at pick number 2.
Okay.
But the Dallas Cowboys trade picks 12 and 20 for pick 3, which, first of all, value-wise is not a good deal for the Cowboys. But they have them trading up to pick 3 to get David Bailey. And one of the reasons I thought this was interesting is the Cardinals then, at pick 20, they picked up Ty Simpson in this mock, which I just thought was funny since we were just talking about it and everything like that. But do you love David Bailey enough to
See,
make
I thought you were going to say Francis Mauigoa. Go trade up to go get an offensive tackle.
Interestingly enough, that is who they have the Cardinals taking at 12.
Okay.
Fun fact.
Alec, first off, I question what Kevin thinks is fun facts now.
That's probably fair. Who wants to hear a story about a bridge?
I'm saving that.
Okay.
You're at 3. Mendoza's gone, so you can't have him. I'm sorry. Reese is now gone. And you get to choose between Bailey and Styles.
Or whoever the hell else you want.
Except
for those two.
I'm just saying Bailey and Styles. You could get Downs if you want. I know I like Bailey that much, but I also look at the flexibility that Styles gives me. And I feel like Bailey kind of has a couple things he does well, and I think that there's more I can get out of Styles down the road. Are you going with Bailey no matter what?
Oh, if I'm going off of my proverbial board, I'm taking Bailey. I think in that situation, I think the Cowboys would take Styles. I really do. I think they are desperate for a green dot linebacker. So I think that's what the pick would be. And I would be okay with it.
What's your pick?
At the moment, I have Styles above Bailey.
Okay. Ooh, okay. So for some reason,
if I'm going to stick to my board, I'm sticking with Styles.
Okay, how stoked would you be then if they made the Kansas City 9 and 29 swap and got Styles at 9?
That'd be awesome. No, that would be huge.
Yeah. I'm not saying that would happen,
and one of the other things that I'm looking at right now is because they failed in free agency to do linebacker.
Right.
As much as I love Downs and his brain works, which McClay talks about so much regarding Christian Parker's defense, what I know I have, we just went and signed a bunch of dudes that can play safety, but we're still missing linebackers.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm like, it's not necessarily because of need, but if I'm holding them and they're both weighing the same for me, I'll take the need over, anything else.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bang Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, PP in the morning at 6:40. We'll ask Reddit at 7:40, and your NFL draft fix at 8:40 in the Red Zone at 9:20. It's a Tolo Tuesday on Sean and RJ.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the book. Hornets and Heat square off in the play-in tournament, and I think there will be plenty of points. Interesting dynamic here. Hornets games are second in the league to the under, while the Heat have the 5th most overs. So what will give? I think the 4 head-to-head meetings this year are an indicator, where they went over 3 times by a comfortable margin. Miami...
get the classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
The pitch. Swinging a bouncer up the middle. That gets by Freeland out into center. Young around third. He scores easily. Duran makes it to third. It's an RBI single for Brandon Nimmo, and that extends the Texas lead to 4-2.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit chat with the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I was doing better until just about 1 second ago. All right, so we can talk about the Rangers.
He coughed. He had a cough situation.
I thought maybe you got a text.
No.
I saw bad happened.
He turned and coughed.
Yeah, he did turn and cough.
We can talk about Anthony Hill or that guy who yelled, "Give me back my son" at the Masters.
That's so good.
Which, that guy's getting banned for life, right?
Oh, 100%.
Yes.
That's they're anti-fun over there.
Was it worth it? I'm sorry, Alec. Can you play that one more time? That is just my favorite audio of the day.
Give me back my son!
Sounds like an old. Give me back my son! He sounds like one of those Batman characters from the TV show.
Yes,
but he waited till after the ball had been hit.
Yeah.
Right. So it wasn't like.
So you think he should be free?
I mean, it's the Masters, so I get it. But at least he wasn't in the mid backswing or whatever.
They kicked out Mark Calcavecchia for looking at his phone, and he was an actual golfer who would won a major, and they're like, "Get the F out of here!" That guy is never going to be allowed. Yeah,
that's uncalled for.
I'd
say Cal deserves. What do they call those in golf? Where you get a redo?
A mulligan.
Yeah, he deserves a mulligan on that one. But that's a Mel Gibson drop from the old movie.
From Ransom, yeah.
Jim Rome did a bit on that probably for 20 years.
Oh.
I bet that is a Jim Rome listener going viral for the Jim Rome show.
Well, then kick him the F out. Yeah.
So what we need to do is figure out somebody to go out there and go better. And then we can be like, hey, there was a Tolo out of the Masters yelling better.
Okay, we would bring that person on, and they could be part of the show for a day.
I like that right now. Text in what you would yell to show love to the station at the Masters.
Yeah.
Not just what you would yell.
Yeah.
Specifically,
you need to screen those. Maybe somebody else needs to screen those. I've heard your screening prowess is maybe not the best in the world. I wanted to get y'all's scouting report on Anthony Hill. I know it's somebody that we have talked about.
Oh, sure.
He is visiting with the Cowboys today. How do we feel about him?
Excited about Anthony Hill. I mean, he's my number 3 linebacker. I actually like him more than C.J. Allen personally. You guys know I've got J-Rod at 2 behind Sonny Styles. Anthony Hill Jr., I got to see him play as a true freshman at Denton Ryan, calling some of those games for Denton ISD. He has been the best athlete on the field at every single level he's played at. And I think that his time at Texas last year, he dealt with a lot of injuries. I think he's a really good rusher. I think the blitz abilities, I don't think that Texas used him particularly well, which is part of the reason why they've now got Will Muschamp back there at defensive coordinator. But 2 years ago, he is one of those guys, you go back and watch the 2024 tape, it's way better. But you see him being able, zone instincts, zone coverages there. He's a thumper. This dude will pop you. Like, he plays with a lot of power behind his pads. He's really good downhill, read and react, playing against the run. There are just times you will see him kind of over pursue, which will cause just some missed tackles. You know, being able to break down isn't always his best thing. He might be going a little bit too fast, doesn't always match. But, I mean, Brian, I think, has him. Do you have him as your number 2 linebacker?
I do.
Ahead of J-Rod?
Yeah, he likes Hill more than J-Rod.
Yeah, okay. I do. I have Hill, and then I have Allen, and I have Rodriguez are my 3 guys.
I think that Anthony Hill Jr. is a trade back. I don't think they'd take him at 20.
Yeah.
I think that's if you can trade back, and maybe it's that 39 you get from Cleveland, or maybe it's the 20 to 30 thing from Kansas City. I think
y'all
then
both
he's in
have
play.
2s on him then?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
What else would you covet to do that? Like, what other another third?
Oh, to move up?
To move back.
Yeah, I think absolutely. Yeah, I mean, from the 20 thing, I think you could kick in an extra. I mean, maybe you're going back from 2 and then you get a third. I think absolutely that'd be perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, if you trust yourself to be able to draft, you'd trade back.
Do you believe that they do?
I'm asking you the question, Heggie.
I do. I do.
You believe they can draft well?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
The 2nd, 3rd, 4th round picks?
Yeah, I guess that has been a struggle. You know what? I'm going to put
I believe they can
I'm going to
draft.
put my faith in it.
I believe they can draft when it comes to top 10, top 12 players. I think they struggle with second, third, fourth round guys. The history of their drafts have been, and a lot of that has the effect of the coaches. And you wonder if this coaching staff defensively will have a positive effect or negative effect, because the last 3 coaching staffs that have done things defensively have struggled in that area. I'm all about trading back if I knew damn good and well the coaches are probably going to stay out of this thing.
Okay, well, and that was just about what I was about to ask. Does that give you any more instinct to try to trade up?
Oh, no, I'm absolutely about going up.
Okay.
The thing about it is, though, like I said, I'm trying to make sure that I'm going to get I'm going to have the pocket of players that I need. I would love to have Downs, and there's a side of me that maybe because everybody else is stupid in drafting that they'll pass on Downs.
Yeah.
I was on a Giants podcast today. They really like Downs a lot. So, it was on with the New York Giants.com, and they like Downs a lot. They also are fans of Styles, and I think they're also a fan of Delane. Would be their guys.
Does the 9 and 29 combination do anything for you? Because specifically you, Wolchuk, I was thinking, could that be a Downs J-Rod combo right
Absolutely.
there?
I think that'd be awesome. And I wonder if I've been very high on Malachi Lawrence, and I know it's now him possibly being propped up into the first round as a topic of conversation. 20, and I was kind of asking around, like, how high do the Cowboys have him? They like him.
Yeah.
20 is a little rich for us, is kind of what I was told.
Okay.
So maybe at 29, I think that's when you're looking at Anthony Hill Jr. Maybe Chris Johnson out of San Diego State, who I love a lot. Heck, Colton Hood could still be in play there as well at 29, the corner from Tennessee. So you still have a lot. That's the thing. That's why I don't mind the whole, go up, do 12 and 20 for 6 and 39.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of the players we're looking at 20, you're probably going to talk about a lot of them at 39 as well, and definitely from the 20 to 29.
How fascinated are you guys from the news from Albert Breer that, not to say that they're actively shopping, but that 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, all of those picks could be in play for teams that are willing to trade? Like, that's pretty wild.
It definitely makes sense, though, because there's just not a lot of difference in quality from 3 to 10 or 11.
That does seem to be the thought.
And same thing happens from 20 to 40. So I think it makes a lot of sense for the Cowboys to try to move up a couple of spots to 9 and to be willing to move down 10 to 20 spots from 20. And we'll see if, the league and the other teams in the league, cooperate with them.
You got to worry about the teams that are picking between you after you're the pick at 13. I think that starts a pretty good run of teams that draft pretty well. I know the Jets are in there, but you got some teams, the Baltimores and people like that draft well. So you got to be really, really careful, because what's going to happen is I could see if everybody's willing to sell their pick, that those teams behind you can go. If the draft is very much like we need to go get defensive guys, then maybe you could see some of those teams behind you at 13, 14, 15 all of a sudden go up. And now they're picking off players ahead of you at 12.
Do you think there's going to be could be a mini receiver rush?
I don't think anybody's board is the same when it comes to these wide receivers.
Yeah.
I don't think that in the top 3, there's some people that like Tate. There's some people that like Tyson. I mean, he's trying to work out here late. So I don't think anybody has the top 3 lemon. Everybody, I think, is all over the board about where these wide receivers really stack up.
But yes, because 13, the Rams could take one. The Jets at 16 are really linked to Omar Cooper Jr., so those could be 2 teams right there. And Baltimore, because you're also going to have, at some point, Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end from Oregon, is going to go.
Yes.
So 14 to Baltimore.
Could he go before pick 12?
He could go to 9 to Kansas City. I've seen as a team that could be interested in him. Him and Jordan Tyson are 2 popular names right now for the Chiefs if they don't go defense. And then New Orleans, I think Carnell Tate's in play there as a wide receiver. So it might end up being one of these things. I know Aisha Morrison, who we work with on the Stacks, hey, the league loves offense. The better players are defenders, but you might end up getting lucky, and maybe some more offensive players go ahead at 12 than you thought would initially go. But I do think there's always a possibility of that wide receiver type of run there with Mekhi Lemon and Jordan Tyson if he falls, Omar Cooper Jr. from Indiana, etc.
What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always, Heggie. Thanks for asking. We'll continue this draft conversation right out of the gates with a couple of nuggets for you. And pure gold as always, I say that.
Yeah,
Thanks for asking.
yeah.
Thanks,
Ooh,
Heggie.
Double pure gold. I love it.
Yeah.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation now more than ever. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Give me back my son.
Give me back my son.
Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. General at your service. At ease, there's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champ. Lucius is in the Pimp Cup here. Master Control 75 at 635. Fixing to go 5 flawless. Of course, Wolchuk and Chiafalo are here. Aiden Butler is coordinating your video. And, you can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Everybody have a good weekend? Everybody good?
Awesome weekend.
Yeah, great.
All right, well.
Thanks.
The text is debating, are the Cowboys a good drafting team? I think just a couple of weeks ago there was a study done on this, like draft value above or below replacement, and the Cowboys were dead balls on in the middle.
Yeah.
They had basically done the job that you could expect an average team to do over a sustained period of time. This was like for the decade, I think. So there's been obviously some big misses, but there's been some decent hits.
Absolutely.
There have been. I think overall, though, you would say there's been more hits on offense than defense.
Yeah, and it's the second round. The second round's the killer for them. I mean, hopefully Donovan Ezeraku, but they've done okay in the third and fourth round. Like Cooper Beebe's a starter for you. That's a third-round pick.
Yeah.
We'll see about Savone Revel. But you've got, like, DeMarvion Overshone's a third-rounder. Jake Ferguson's a fourth-rounder. Osa, Chauncey Golston, those are third-rounders. Neville Gallimore's a third-rounder. Tyler Biotic is a fourth-rounder. McGovern, third-rounder. Pollard, a fourth. So they've done okay in rounds 3 and 4. They haven't had third-round picks last year, and they didn't have a fourth-round pick the year before that. But the second round, it's where you get your Schoonmakers, your Sam Williams, your Kelvin Joseph.
Oh, the second round's been atrocious.
It's been
for a
bad.
long time.
Well, I was thinking
Tristan Hill, Connor Williams.
I was thinking about Junior Fajokos and
That's
people
the
like
one
that.
fourth rounder that's been bad.
Yeah, they've had.
Otherwise, they've been pretty solid.
They have been fairly solid, average, I think you could call it. But
Jabril Cox didn't work out.
The problem is with how they team build, if you want to win like this, you got to be outstanding. And they were for a little bit under Jason Garrett, and it set up a really good sustained period of success where they're making the playoffs. And, ultimately that came to an end. They've sort of rebuilt the offense, but the defense is about as bad as it's ever been. Like 2 out of the last 5 years making history. So a lot of pressure on this draft with a week and a half now to go till draft night. And, of course, we'll all be at Pluckers. Well, Wolchuk and Broadus, they'll be up there at the Star working the draft. But for the most part, the fan staff distributed across Pluckers locations here in DFW for the ultimate draft night party. Now, a couple of news items. The news that Brian alerted to us, maybe was this last week, that Ruben Bane Jr.
About 2 weeks ago.
Was the driver in 2024. A fatal accident occurred in Miami. Careless driving charge at the time was dismissed. It was litigated in a civil suit, but there is no lingering legal charge. The more important thing with Bane is can he stay off NFL blockers
with the short arms?
Yeah, this is the kind of a non-factor for NFL teams. I think you can call this.
No, they don't like him. Teams don't like him because of the short arms and stuff like that. That's going to be a problem for him. We'll see how far he slides. We'll see if the Cowboys, when you ask some people around the league and stuff like that, it seems to be that the short arms are definitely a problem for him.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's what they're saying. And so, I will see. The Cowboys have done their due diligence on a couple different players. I kind of have a feeling that if they were to get, if he were the last guy, that they might take him. But I'm kind of getting a vibe that might not be the case, that they might move on from that.
Feels like a bit of a split room there.
At 12?
I think it'll depend on who, if BT Jordan, their new pass rush specialist who works with him, gets his say, then Bane very likely might end up being okay, yeah. But I think that there's a little bit of debate, where he's going to end up being on the board once it's finalized.
I think a lot of it will come down to how Christian Parker feels like he fits in his scheme.
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, they were all on board with Clowney coming back. All of a sudden, Christian Parker gets here. It's like, maybe not.
Yeah. If he's confident and Marcus Dixon is confident, I would like to see them go with the new guys. See if they can make it work.
I'd love to see him draft the guy, but like I said, it's just you get these teams that are they're so locked in on. This is it's an outlier. It's never happened. It's never, there's a reason why you don't do this. He's not the only one. They're mentioning Howell too from Texas A&M.
Mm-hmm.
People are talking about, if you got defensive linemen with less than 31-inch arms, that's a problem to a lot of these teams.
Never been first rounders with the arm length for them.
Is it a split room on Jermod McCoy as well? Because the news is there he's coming in for a 30 visit. Todd Archer had that news on Friday night. It's interesting because there's been so much reporting about how they wouldn't take him because of injury history. If they're bringing him in for a 30 visit, how do you think this reconciles?
I think they're doing one final check on him to see, but I'm getting the whispers that the knee's not good. So if that's the case, I don't anticipate. I know Bobby, I know Zach they've all been real adamant about this. So I think they're doing their due diligence just to see, make sure that, like, is this knee, there's questions about whether the surgery was done right, and how healthy the knee really is.
Dang.
So that's kind of why I think that's why teams are doing what they're doing right now.
Have him in, give
Dr. Cooper another chance to look at it.
Doctor.
Post workout and stuff like that. But listen, I would be surprised if they took him after what I'm hearing.
I saw Joseph Hoyt Morning News, talking about this and saying maybe they're preparing for a contingency. Like he starts dropping in the draft like the guy did last year.
Rebel.
What was it, Will
Johnson goes to the second round, and Arizona gets him. Yeah, I think that absolutely could be what it is, to where, he might not go in the first round. All it takes is one team to say, like, hey, we're comfortable with the knee, and you scoop him up. But he might be a guy that falls out around one, and who knows how. I didn't think Vrabel would fall all the way to the third last year. Yeah. So you might be on the clock in 92 if Jermod McCoy's still there. That's why you bring him in. Like, is this worth the risk for us now? It wasn't in round one, but I could maybe go with the medical red flag and possibly take the best corner in the draft in 92. Cowboy fans probably be sick to their stomach because you just did that a year ago, and right now it's not looking great for you. But hey, it's possible.
I guess you get your frequent flyer miles if you're a player in a situation like this, but I'd be reading what the Googles are saying and being like, man, I think I'm just going to hang out here today. We'll stay at home with the fellas. Yeah. Maybe pick up the sticks for a while. Yeah. I don't need to be touching into DFW, but who knows? Like, I think what you said about Ruben Bane is interesting because how many people inside a building would it actually take to prompt a 30 visit? Like, all the scouts could say one thing, but if I'm Jerry Jones or if I'm the head coach or if I'm the defensive coordinator, I want to see this guy. I'm trying to convince you that we should be taking this guy. I'm going to bring him in. We're going to go through. I'm going to leave no stone unturned in my attempt to build a case that we got to be considering this guy at 12. Are you serious? We're not going to take Bane because of the short arms, and we're not going to take McCoy at 12. Are we getting ready to take an offensive player, or are we trading up?
Oh, that's the thing about it is I would be prepared if you start eliminating people, especially if you eliminate McCoy and you eliminate Bane. Are you willing to sit there and wait on downs? That's kind of where I'm at because like I say, being on with the Giants today, I felt like that they were going to take Styles. The conversation that crew was having.
For sure.
Yeah, so, if you're, depending on who, you start eliminating defensive players, you better be ready to either go up there and get your own defensive player or maybe take a chance that teams are going to pass on downs and he's going to get to you at 12 because of positional value.
It's as, I don't know, difficult to gauge as it's ever been. This is one of the most difficult Cowboys drafts to anticipate.
Yeah, I think that your prayer is you can stay at 12 and Downs is there, because I think Downs would be their guy. Otherwise, they're moving up. I think they're moving up to go get Sonny Styles, and I think it could be at 4 with Tennessee.
Like you say, I just visited with the Giants.
Well, Chuck's not saying that for no reason. No,
I think that you've got Tennessee's another team that wants to back out of there, and if you need to go up ahead of the Giants, the Giants are interested in Styles. And I think that this is the year to move up because you're not paying the premium price. If you're telling me Arizona, Tennessee, the Giants, Albert Brew reported, Washington, we know Cleveland at 6, all of these teams want to back out, all right.
So you think you can get it for undervalue?
Yeah.
Because you're...
Like, we laughed at that report of, oh, my gosh, you can go from 12 to 3 and all you're giving up is a third. That might end up having some truth to it. And if you're telling me that I don't have to give up premium draft capital compared to previous years and I can go up and get a Sonny Styles, or I can go up and get a David Bailey if he doesn't go to the Jets, or hell, maybe even Orville Reese could be in play, I think the Cowboys are interested in doing something like that. I think they're ready to make a big splash.
That would be the surprise of the draft season if you can go up 8 or 9 spots from 12 for a 3.
Yeah.
If you're the Giants and you want Styles that bad and you're at 5, wouldn't you just say you can have our 2?
Sure. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's all the Giants could say, no, screw you. We're going to block this from happening. Get on the phone and move up, too. And then now maybe you pivot and you say, all right, Cleveland, you want a tango? We're going to go get downs.
Juicy stuff. 1 week and 3 days to go till the draft. Rangers win the finale against the Dodgers last night. After watching Ohtani lead off with a home run against DeGrom, you're thinking, oh boy, here we go. This Dodgers thing is definitely annoying. But 5-2 the final. Rangers win. Really could have taken 2 of 3. Friday's game went to extras. Could have gone either way. Monster weekend for Brandon Nimmo. Just continues to get better and better for Nimmo.
MVP.
Yes, he's a MVP. Definitely the MVP of production right now. Evan Carter making plays with his glove. Danny Jansen on fire with ABS challenges. And maybe even some momentum for Josh Young. Has 6 hits in his last 4 games. CY show is going to be tomorrow. By the way. Yeah.
I was so ready. I was looking forward to this.
I know. I'm ready too, but he needed to float the sked a little bit.
Gosh, darn it.
So tomorrow we'll have the Rangers Players Show for you at 3:20 and then probably CY at 4:20 if that holds. But a 4-game set begins in Oakland tonight with the first pitch at 8:40. Looks like you're heading for an hour of Fan After Dark with Fred and Blake. You'll have Evaldi against Severino.
The Severino guy.
Then you get Gore, Rocker, and Leiter in the finale on Thursday. That's going to be a 2:40 start on Thursday. That's such your
A's
pitching.
Rangers. Battle of first place in the AL West.
5s, right?
Let's go. Let's take 3 or 4 over there.
What are we, 87 now? 87?
Yeah, looking pretty good. Yeah. Pretty good.
Should have been 9-6 if it weren't for freaking Rogo. Fred Davis putting the kiss of death on him. And then Chris Martin, it's like, I don't want to feel like
how much do you have to do with Chris Martin to realize that?
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, really.
What are we doing? Yeah. Okay, and I was probably exaggerating that he needed to retire. But I think he does. I think it's done. I think he is not, he even said it himself, not doing my job. I don't think it's coming back. You've had a hell of a career. Your body's giving out on you. You got a bad back. It's just not there anymore. And you're now costing the Rangers' chances at victory. We need to cut our ties here. I'm sorry, Chris. I love you.
Yeah, I'm with it, man. And it would be cathartic. It would be nice to see him move. They have plenty of space under the luxury tax threshold, and still enough prospects to do anything that they need to do. But right now, it's great to see this team playing, winning baseball, and continuing to give us reasons. They're going to have the patience. They're going to have the starting pitching, put those two things together, and taking a step forward from last year at least. I'm pretty confident about that right now. Mariners did get right over the weekend. They won 3 in a row, and so did the Red Sox. So a couple of AL teams getting it figured out after slow starts, but not quite yet the time for scoreboard watching here around your baseball team. The hockey team getting ready to finish up the season. They're in Toronto tonight, 6:30, and then the finale on Wednesday at Buffalo. Really just wanting to stay healthy, get healthier. Right, Wolchuk, we are getting healthier. Fox is coming back.
Darn right. 2 injured stars returning. Roddick Fox and making his return for the first time since the Olympic break. And Michael Bunting, who the Stars added at the trade deadline, got hurt a couple weeks ago. They're both expected to be playing tonight against Toronto. So big-time get. Now, when it comes to Miro, we did find out he won't be back until the postseason, hopefully, fingers crossed. Same thing with Rope. So we'll have to cross that bridge over the weekend when the Stars get Game 1 against the Wild going.
Hell of a late push by Scott Scheffler, wasn't it?
Yeah. Congratulations.
I mean,
to
the entire Sunday was fantastic. I mean, they're all battling for positions. Cameron Young's doing well. It looks like he's going to win it at some point. Rory battles back. Scottie had a hell of a Saturday and a Sunday. I am not somebody that gets super invested into golf. I was pretty darn invested on Sunday for the Masters.
It's amazing how poorly McIlroy's tee-ball was on 18.
Oh, yeah, dude. Off all weekend.
He hit it so bad that it gave him a shot for a second shot. He could have hit it into that trees, and it would have been like... Goners. But he hit it so far right that it gave himself a chance.
I think that's Tiger's old move, isn't it?
I thought he was. It's amazing how he
put
played.
It in the other fairways.
Yeah, amazing how he
got a couple of
played
cars
over the top of that tree to get it in position.
Poor joke.
Yeah.
Well, yes, congratulations to Rory McIlroy, no doubt. Even though he bogeyed 18, he wins the green jacket for his second year in a row. squandered a record 6-stroke lead.
He was. He was. He honestly was trying to lose.
Yeah.
It's like the old Rory and this more mature, composed Rory were battling it out really from Friday night through Sunday. But the new Rory won, and he becomes the first repeat winner since Tiger Woods in 2001, 2002. Joins Jack Nicklaus and Nick Faldo as the only career repeat champions at Augusta. So congratulations to him. We're coming back with the champ and Wolchuk's top 10 at 2:20, buddy. What's the subject?
All right, it's National Make Lunch Count Day. So I'm going to give you the top 10 most hated fast food franchises so you don't go to any of these places, or maybe you will. That's next in the nation.
But Telos, you're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best modern technology.
Frankels, if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Wolchuk's Top 10 here in just a moment. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your G-Bag of the Day champion.
Yes, this is a one-time winner going for two today at 5:30. You won't want to miss that one. It comes from the RJ and Choppy Show, our morning show here on The Fan. Which one of these fools is Chop? Well, it's not Sean Sharif. Sean Sharif is the angry guy in this audio. Surprise, surprise. Again. He's so mean. So mean.
What the hell are you talking about, Lucius?
I was thinking about that driving in today. I was like, damn, Sean is mean. Anyways, a sports rivalry list right here that he was not a fan of, and he took a shot at people's opinions and topic ideas and everything. Damn.
Why would I care about the
Because that's how rivalries are.
all-time rivalries? Why would I care about that? What do I care what happened 20 years ago?
Because that's what
Why would I make a
rivalries
list
are.
about
You're
that?
a sports fan. You know
No,
what
currently
rivalries are.
today, the rivalries
But you
can take
know what
place
rivalries
currently
are. See,
today
this
as
is
well.
why this list is good.
No, it's a stupid list, or you did a bad job of describing it.
That's why
So
it's on
you
the
have
worst
bad
take.
opinions on what should
Well,
be
no,
on
I
there.
mean, you don't,
bro.
Your rivalry list, you're a sports fan. You know who your rival is. Your rival doesn't change year to year.
But they change over decades.
Over decades? We're not talking about over decades.
I think we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
I think you're. I think. Send me the list.
Michigan, Ohio State. I said it was in my email. Michigan, Ohio State has been a great rivalry, and it's always going to be a great rivalry. Auburn, Alabama is always going to be a great rivalry. Texas, Oklahoma is always going to be a great rivalry, even if it's hammer versus nail for a decade.
Hilarious.
Disagree. To me, the quality of the matchups matter.
Quality of the matchup matters.
Like Ravens
Yes, it matters.
Steelers was great.
Yes,
You
it
didn't
matters.
like low-scoring defensive football, but Ravens Steelers was a great rivalry. It also helps that you face each other in the postseason, which the Cowboys don't get to the postseason enough to make the Eagles gain a rivalry.
You like to add that in.
And Bobby, you can make all your dumbass faces. It's not doing anything. You can make your little stupid side eyes to Peyton. I'm still right about the whole topic. It's the current list of
I'm still
rivalries
right.
today in sports.
Can someone
I'm
get
still
Sean
right.
Snickers?
Yeah.
Wow. So they think Sean's
I just don't like things
I-
being like, don't tell me what the list is. I know what the list is.
I know what it is.
I know what it is.
Don't tell me what it is.
I know what the bleep I'm doing. I love it. Choppy de-escalates about halfway through that clip, and once Sean realizes that Choppy's high-roaded me here, he turns to Bobby.
Gotta eat somebody.
Yeah.
Somebody's gonna get ate.
I'm gonna bully the hell out of somebody
There's
here.
blood
in
in
this
the water,
segment.
and I'm about to bite somebody.
Choppy just showed me his belly. Now I feel guilty about him. I'm gonna come over here and get after Bobby. Get after Peyton.
Hey, what are you looking at?
Yeah, what are you looking at, right?
What are you looking at? Don't look at me with your stupid face.
Here's Wolchuk with his top.
All right. It's National Make Lunch Count Day. Technically, like, what time does lunch end for you? When is it, like, no longer lunchtime and it's early dinner time?
I think by probably 3 o'clock,
3?
3:30.
Ooh. Yeah, I would say lunch 2. I think it's 2.
It's no longer lunch if you're eating after 2 o'clock.
Yeah, I think it's somewhere in the middle.
I've never had dinner with the sun up.
Yeah,
You can't
I've
have
never
dinner?
had dinner with the sun up,
Okay.
man. Maybe it's because my parents always came home late.
Yeah.
5, 6 o'clock type vibes.
Yeah.
It's like the early, you get your senior specials. Like, that's usually that 5 to 6 p.m. Like, I don't think I could go earlier than 5 and say it's dinner, early dinner.
No, I don't know what that is. Somewhere between 2 and 5. What is that meal?
Yeah, what
It's
do we
not
do with
lunch. They invented the word brunch to take care of this. Maybe we need a fifth word.
Yeah, because I think brunch is
Good
like
idea.
10 to 2.
Isn't that like a snack? A
Somewhat.
snack before dinner?
Mid-afternoon
Pre-dinner.
snack?
Pre-dinner.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Pre-din?
Yeah.
Like hors d'oeuvres?
Appetizers.
Second lunch?
You're supposed to be drinking at this time?
Yeah, I think second lunch is kind of what you go
I'm
with.
to the point right now that if somebody sent us 5 brisket sandwiches,
you eat them all.
no,
You hop on their podcast
I would go on an hour Zoom call with you and talk about the draft.
If they sent you a brisket sandwich.
They sent 5 brisket sandwiches up here from Pecan Lodge.
Brian I've never seen him this hungry.
He's starving.
He's
The
like
Giants
awful
kept me
generous.
forever.
He's ready.
The Giants were like the New York Giants. I was on .com, and it kept going and going and going and going, and I didn't have time to eat. But seriously, if you send 5 brisket sandwiches up here right now,
You going to put out the
Promise?
address?
That's an hour of Brian's podcast time.
yeah, I'll talk to draft with.
Very valuable.
Let's do it. That's fantastic, dude. I could see it. Maybe it just comes down to being like a FaceTime. Maybe it's just like a FaceTime on the phone.
I'll make it worth your while because like brisket sandos aren't cheap.
No, they're not.
They're not cheap.
Yeah, we do want to make sure that everybody knows we've relocated here to 12377 Merritt.
Yeah.
We're no longer at 75 and Fitz.
Include your include your address. We'll do something.
Podcast channel.
I'll call you and tell you thank you, and I'll also talk a little draft with you. Am I allowed to do that, Lucius? Are we allowed?
Not necessarily.
This is a bad idea.
This is tongue in cheek. You know,
this is a bad idea. Is that what you're saying?
Well, we're saying you're joking.
I'm joking. Yeah, I'm joking.
Hysterical.
Nobody would take that seriously.
Don't take it seriously.
It's satire.
You want to know who we're picking at 12? Don't take me serious. That's true.
Don't take me serious.
Don't take me serious.
We do have news that the Mavericks have parted ways with Director of Health and Performance, Johan Billsborough.
Joe Hunt?
Johan. I think it's Johan Billsborough.
Maybe Johan.
Could be Johan.
Probably Johan.
Billsbury.
Could be Adios.
Mofo.
Well, I mean, the Derek Lively thing was bad.
The whole thing's been terrible for 2 years. Yeah, they needed this. This was a long time.
Didn't they
coming.
blow out everybody after last year?
Well,
after the Luka crew? And the Nico, maybe Nico was still involved with hiring the replacements.
Right. I'm pretty sure this guy's been unqualified for the gig. And I think that this is
poor guy's driving around right now,
hey, you know what,
out of a job, and
as a Maverick fan,
like, I'm pretty sure he's
this guy was about to send Brisket Sandos up here.
No, hell no, he wasn't. He doesn't have a job now. He's got to be money.
We might need to send him some Brisket Sandos.
Maybe they're going to promote that gal that Polo and Garland keeps telling us about.
Oh yes,
he tells us about the assistant trainer.
He's a fan.
Yeah.
Very big fan of hers.
Very athletic, I believe.
Sides. Yeah, absolutely.
Solidly built.
Very muscular. All right, let's get to top 10 most hated fast food chains in America. 877-881-1053.
Eric, it's Burger King.
What is? And Burger King's not in the maybe it isn't.
Eric is.
It's in there, bro.
Eric, I don't even know the last time you had it.
Are you about to blow your nose
I
again?
hate it. Yeah,
It's probably been like 10 years.
Turn off the mic. There you go.
Probably 10 years since I had the King.
I wish you were around when it was just amazing.
It is always amazing, Lucius. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
It used to be amazing.
It is. It still is.
It's not. It's
Yes,
not.
it is.
Lucius is talking about
You haven't had it for
is.
10 years. You can't tell me it's not amazing.
It's the fall off,
It's
man. Even
amazing.
Lucius
You don't know a damn
knows.
thing.
It's churro.
I'm going to bring you a Whopper. You're going to love the Whopper.
flame broiled.
You're going to wipe off that mustard right off the side of that chin here. Oh, give me
Yeah,
that mustard.
better be mustard on that thing.
Give me that mustard.
What was that all about?
Trying to have fun to get our ratings up, Brian.
We'll trust in that espresso machine.
We're not supposed to have fun. That's the problem.
I doubled up actually today.
Talk sports, man.
No, are you kidding me? We talk a lot
Sports
of
list.
sports. We talk a
Very
lot of
serious.
sports.
Very serious.
This is very serious because people take their lunch seriously, and this is to make lunch count
You
day.
like my show? We got the top ratings. We're the best.
10.
Even though I work with idiots.
Most hated fast food chain in America. And I think that we actually have a lot of love for some of these places. Number 10 is Shack in the Box.
I love Jack in the Box.
Can't believe it. I can't even believe it.
It's number 10.
Why?
Say those tacos are unbelievably good.
Right? The egg rolls are damn
Do
good.
you think they'll ever do like a Ripley's Believe It or Not on what that meat actually is in those tacos?
Why do you ruin a good thing, bro?
Well,
It's a meat paste. Well, you know. I mean, you go into it knowing that you're eating an unknown substance.
All right,
and you're fine with that.
I'll do 30 minutes of broadcasting.
Send me 10 tacos, please.
20 tacos, 99 cents.
Now, I'll legit get in my car and drive over there. I could use the money.
The spicy tiny tacos. Wow.
Yes,
I mean, you're talking
they're
about
good.
some
They're fire in that
iconic.
box.
They're really
Yes.
good. Yeah, they're and awesome. just the fries should get it off the list. Just the fries should keep Jack in the Box off this list.
Curly fries and a chocolate shake. Let's go.
Yeah, and the onion
in.
rings are good there. The egg rolls are slept on.
Yeah.
Those are outstanding.
They have a chicken teriyaki bowl.
They have a freaking chicken teriyaki bowl.
It's kinda
Are you
good,
kidding
too.
me?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. What are we doing? Their burgers do stink. Number 9 is Little Caesars.
Pan.
The hot and ready. Now I can't speak to Little Caesars. I haven't had it in a long time. Since college.
That's kind of the go-to when my kids are like begging for pizza. I know I can go get one real cheap, real quick.
Where?
So we get it, the Little Caesars.
Oh.
Solid.
Yeah, I mean you know what you're getting. You know, I mean, would I rather have a DiGiorno? I think the answer is yes.
Well, then that's probably not high.
Wow. I mean, DiGiorno's strong.
DiGiorno's strong, but we're talking about a pizza that I can get from the store, pop in my oven, versus a legit pizza.
And a DiGiorno pizza might be more expensive.
It's not
than
delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Little Caesars.
8, and I'm pretty stunned by this. Sonic.
See, now I got pushback on that. Now it's been a little while since I've danced with the Sonic, but that was a staple for basically my entire childhood.
You survive on that?
Yeah. I mean, that was like, it was Chicken Express and Sonic that we had closest to our high school.
Oh, yeah.
So, but I mean, first of all, just the drinks alone, like you're talking about the curly fries alone, keep Jay and the Beezy off this list. I think the
Jay and the Beezy.
Well, just having fun talking.
I call it Jay and the Beezy too.
Thank you.
Is this a Denton thing? Is this college thing?
The Jay and the Beezy?
The Jay and the Beezy?
I think the Jay and the Beezy. It's kind of, I think it's national.
We might have bonded over the Jay and the Beezy in college a couple of times.
Brian and I are from the Mickey D's era.
Yeah,
there you go.
Exactly.
Mickey D's, Jay and the Beezy.
I mean, what about the BK Lounge?
BK Lounge.
That's number 7.
I've never even heard of that.
You got to have coops to get into the BK Lounge.
I don't know about this BK Lounge.
And if you don't have the coops, you ain't getting in. Well, I know, because you're a hater of all things BK Lounge.
It's like a speakeasy of sorts?
Damn right it is. 6 is Subway. Eat fresh.
They was on top at one point, bro.
I'm out.
They were on top, though. $5 footlongs.
That was a great deal.
Subway had it on lock. And before that, they were just so damn good. You'd walk in there to smell great. The sandwich would be like $15.
I don't think the sandwich makers give a damn.
Have you seen the way? Have you seen the video of the way they do the way they do their bread?
Yeah.
Have y'all seen that video going around?
Spray it. And then they put like a little bit of layer, and then it puffs up.
Well, it's like it's like a frozen breadstick of sorts, and then they put it in, and then it becomes what it becomes. I don't know.
So they're saving on shipping.
Like pre-made. Yeah.
It expands when it cooks.
Yeah,
it's a weird thing.
It is a weird deal, but
it's on motivation. It gets bigger.
I used to crush that as well until I found out I punished so many of those tuna sandwiches, dude.
Yeah, and you were eating kitty litter,
and then it was exactly that
cat food or whatever the heck it was. Well, I had heard that Taco Bell was horse meat in the taco.
No.
I don't even care.
No, it's not true.
You don't think so? It's
some countries eat horses.
It's a different. Don't say that in the air.
Different farming.
Yeah, don't say that in the air if you don't know. But it might be like grade F, grade E.
Grade F.
Yeah.
Grade F. Number 5 is
And I'll
KFC.
still get a Mexican taco.
Chucker, not ours.
I'll eat them. No, I'll eat the hell out of that horse meat.
Mexican pizza.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
The Mexican pizza. Oh, you love
hoping nobody heard it.
The Mexican pizza.
The Mexican tacos are fire, bro.
That's redundant as hell, you know?
No, Lush, you were having a party the day they brought back the Mexican pizza, and I had never had one. And I have since had one, and it was life-changing. I thought it was delicious. 5 is KFC.
That the stoner
They say
bucket thing they
greasy
have
and
is really
inconsistent.
good. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Their fries are almost the worst.
Yeah, I think they brought back the wedges, but I still don't even know if I really liked the wedges.
No, the wedges are banging.
They're good. Yeah. 4, surprising, is McDonald's, and they say it's because of the price hikes. It's no longer value to go to McDonald's.
Yeah, it's true. Remy's been hitting me up for the Huntrix meal. You know, you got the K-pop Demon Hunters. Mm-hmm. They got their own meal over there right now. Mm-hmm. $11.
Well, it's $9, I think, for the Big Arch, their new burger that's out, which looks pretty damn good. And people have texted and said it's really good.
Wow,
but
dude.
I can't justify a $9 burger at McDonald's. Like, if I'm going to McDonald's because I don't want to pay the prices for a restaurant burger, I'm looking to try and get, like, fast food prices. What happened to the dollar menu? Doesn't exist. The hell are we doing?
10-piece McNuggets on that thing. Yeah. For like $12. Yeah, and she's probably eaten 3 of them. Right. You know, the 2 times that I've broken down and said, okay, I'll give you an $11 chicken nugget meal that you're gonna just want the cards out of. That'd be another fun Ripley's, believe it or not. Like, what is the McNugget meat? Ooh.
Yeah, that's leftover horse.
More meat paste. It is, dude. It's
slime.
like
they call it pink slime or something like that.
Yeah, it's something.
I don't know, but they're also really good. I don't know how they get the shapes looking like that, but I dig it, dude.
They taste so good.
They always hit home. I mean, when you're eating McDonald's, it's kind of like the greatest thing ever. Then you wait 30 minutes, and now you feel like absolute crap.
That's the chemicals.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, after you eat it, you want some more. Next day,
I
I could probably get another burger.
The Big Mac.
Circle back. 3 is
need
Taco
a burger
Bell.
to get out of bed.
Taco Bell?
Yeah, Taco Bell comes in at 3, and it's because of the next day jokes and menu changes. And it does. You know, hey, if I'm going to Taco Bell, I'm probably going to have diarrhea.
Yeah, it could clean you out a little bit.
But you know what? Sometimes that's needed. 2 is Arby's, which I couldn't disagree with more.
That's awful.
And Lucius, I appreciate you always standing
I love Arby's.
up for Arby's.
I'm riding with Arby's.
Yeah, Arby's good.
Which Arby's is good. Number one, though, and I don't know anybody that really frequents it, and now the text is going to tell me, Wolchuk, you're an idiot, and I appreciate that. I love this place, but it's Long John Silver's. Rated the number one fast food chain that is most hated in America, Long John Silver's.
Man, I don't know about that.
Yeah, throw the whole list away.
Sorry, guys.
Wow. Well, thank you, Zach. List, so we can,
the daily ranking department.
Yeah, let's tear them up.
Yeah, let's cancel.
Send out all your angry mail to them.
Top 10 in the books. Time for a news bag. Yes, sir. Featuring the good, the bad, and the ugly of the Masters next in the nation.
Well, I know what the good is, and that's Trajan well. Thank goodness for that.
Chevys, and anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Football Fix coming up at 3 o'clock. Here's Wolchuk with your news bag.
Here he is, the Wooly Bully.
Woo!
Tear this thing up, Wolchuk. We got lots to get to.
Let's hear from the news bag man.
You're rolling with the News Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Tell me all about the WNBA draft, please.
What does it take to be a Masters champion? Well, let's start with the guessing game of how many steps did Rory walk from start to finish of the Masters. How many steps are you walking if you're doing this?
I think I saw this, and it was 24,000, Chief.
24,000 steps.
Well, that's tough.
On Sunday alone.
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to guess 75,000.
I always wonder why there's fat golfers.
I was thinking about that. I was like, dang, what? How much? I mean, because
the beer.
Well, are they walking in general, or is it really just for the tournaments? Like when they're out there practicing?
Well, they have fitness trailers and stuff. Some of the guys still, like Scottie Scheffler, I mean, he works out.
Yeah, a lot of these guys now, Tiger started that.
Yeah.
I mean, Rory, you can tell he's a guy that works out, takes care of himself. He's got a whole regimen here. But, over 90,000 steps he took during the tournament. But, like when they're doing their practicing in lead up to tournaments, are they always walking these courses?
Walking,
So you're not going to catch one of these studs out on the golf course using a cart. So it's like if you're walking that much all the time, it is tough to imagine how you're able to blow up.
The Champions Tour, they have the ability, they can use carts, but not on the regular PGA Tour.
Rory is a no caffeine after 2 p.m. kind of guy. Okay.
Wow.
That wouldn't sit right with Wolchuk, who's on espresso shot number 12.
No, just 6. I will be on 12, though, within the next 15 minutes.
His last meal is at least 2 hours before bed. Magnesium and theanine for sleep quality.
Oh, that magnesium is amazing.
What is theanine?
I don't know. Theanine?
Maybe I said it wrong.
Yeah.
I've never heard of it regardless.
Thieneman, safety from Oregon.
That's a good one.
That guy plays ball, man.
I think we're in ball sec, by the way. I don't think he's really in play for the Cowboys at 12. So everyone knows. There's a Joel Klatt report floating out there.
I like this idea. If you have random news you want to sprinkle in here at the desk, feel free, because that's some newsworthy.
Just dinkling.
You're doing a great job. Blue light blocking glasses in the evening for Rory. Saunas and Epsom salt baths when he can. Cool room temperature for sleep. I'm thinking sub 70 for sure.
You're jealous about that, aren't you?
Yeah. Well, no, we keep it cold during sleep hours. During the daytime hours, my house can get away from us a little bit, and I look over at the thermostat and we're sitting there at like 77. I'm going, what are we doing?
And that's for cost efficiency?
Yeah, 100%. And my wife is she likes to be warm, so she's comfortable all day at 77 degrees. And I'm like, you are kidding me, dude.
Yeah.
But as soon as it's lights out, we're hitting, probably 70. Probably sleep on 70. Because my room just happens to get cold. I would say that my room is colder than 70. So it's just the nature of the beast that is airflow. Right here at the news desk. Now, what do you guys think? What do you guys think about Rory doing the thing and he was very upfront about it, where he's like, hey, I'm
trying to lose it on purpose?
Well, I don't know that he was trying to, but
he was. He was trying to lose it there at the end.
He goes to Augusta for the couple of weeks leading up to it.
Jack Nicklaus.
I'm like, hey, listen, if Jack's the one giving him this.
He didn't want to play the 2 Texas tournaments, San Antonio and Houston. He just went straight from Florida to Augusta, and he spent the last couple of weeks playing at Augusta.
Yeah, he says it feels like it's my home course. Like he's really mastered.
It's interesting, though. He has to play with a member.
Yes, he does.
If he wants to play the course, he has to find a member that will walk with him and play.
Which is pretty funny that they would even make him do that. Now, I'm sure anybody would jump at the opportunity. Like, hey, Rory's coming in for the day. He wants to play. Will you play with him? Of course. The answer is yes at all times.
But there's a lot of members that don't live in Augusta. There are a lot of members who are like outside, most of them are businessmen and women that do not live in Augusta. So for him to have to make arrangements, he has to find somebody that, is in the area or local to help him. But most of their membership is not locally based.
Well, are we fair or foul on him just soaking in Augusta for 3 weeks and lead up?
Fair. I think that.
I think it's a good plan.
This was the Jack Nicklaus move, right?
Yeah.
And I'm all for it. I think it's smart. I don't know why more guys don't do it.
He's talking about doing it.
Not everybody can.
That's true. They have to have won it to be a member.
He has to, but he's thinking about doing it for. He's thinking about the.
I know you said that.
Well, truck's on fire, bro.
Let's go.
Shut it down.
I'm ready to leave.
Man. Okay, so I don't
got
think
distracted at how tall.
I don't think he's anti-Texas, but some people have interpreted it as what he said last week as being anti-Texas. Yeah. But you do also have the moment where the University of Texas kid heckled him.
Yeah.
Remember that one?
Oh, yeah.
So
maybe turned him off.
Maybe he just feels like it's not all love down
Tiger
here.
Woods, Tiger Woods' consecutive cuts made streak was broken at the Byron Nelson, and he stopped playing after that. And also, though, when Mr. Nelson passed away, he's like, I'm not coming to your tournament anymore. So yeah, I mean, it's sometimes the schedule works, but he said he might do it for some of the other tournaments, the other majors he's playing. It like go in and play early. And get a feel for it.
Why not, dude? Why not? I got no issue with it, but a lot of people were kind of like, really? That feels like he's able to gain quite the leg up on everybody else with the opportunity to do that.
He said he knew he's played that course enough where he knows where to put the ball. Where keep it in this spot, hit it here. He says around the greens, he doesn't fear the shots that he once did, the pitches and the chips and stuff that he has to do. Mm-hmm. So he said that by doing this, it kind of helped him reinforce some of the things that he already knew.
I just couldn't believe CBS on the final putt and the angle. You couldn't even see if the ball went in. And then he just kind of puts his head back and he's celebrating, but in real time you're going, wait, is he ticked at himself right now? Did he just miss that? How is CBS not? Yeah. How do we not have a better angle on this?
He marked from 4 inches away. That's how close the ball was.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I mean, you're assuming he made it.
No, of course.
At least let us see it.
But I should be able to know for sure that went in.
You want the drone shot?
I want the other side. I should be seeing him from his face and not from the back where we have no idea what just happened.
You could
change the POV, please.
You could have made that putt and won the Masters.
I do believe I could have.
You could have made that.
I'm going to go on a limb and think I could make that.
You could have made that putt.
Now, how about the people that lost a bunch of money on this? Like going into Sunday,
where you thanks a lot, Bryson DeChambeau.
well, DeChambeau didn't have much of a shot in general.
Go bleep himself. But go make another 3D club, you idiot.
He lives here.
Yeah, I know he does.
That's why
heard it.
That's why he's saying it, because he thinks he's driving around listening right now.
I know he's a Tolo, and honestly, you seem like you might be fun to have a beer with. But right now, I'm mad at you, Bryson.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm staring at you.
But you have guys like Scottie who end up being able to win a ton of extra money based on what you did on Sunday. And then how many guys go into Sunday that are feeling pretty good with where they're at? They're going to have maybe a top 10 finish.
Yeah.
And then next thing you know, 2 holes later, you're sitting there and you're 40th now. And you go from making close to $1 million to making $100,000. All in a matter of
my guy,
an hour.
Victor Hovland, he had a chance. Victor Hovland had one of the best rounds going. He had a chance for the course, tie the course record. And he hit a ball over the green. He hit it so far over the green, it went in the water on the back side of another hole. That's how he, and then he ended up, taking a 7, and it took him completely out of having you talk about, costing you maybe $200,000-$300,000, maybe more, just on one hole.
Yeah, it's brutal. I was looking at Shane Lowry, who had an awful close.
Shane Lowry did you see what happened? He was trying to hit it out of the bunker for no reason. He hit the lip and it went over his head.
He was 9 under and in 4th place ahead of the last day. And then on Sunday, he goes 8 over.
Yeah.
Ouch. And
Wife's not happy with him.
Tumbles into a tie for 30th. So a 4th place finish would have paid over $1 million. He cashed in under $150,000.
Yikes.
I mean, that's a bad day at the office, dude.
You talk about all-time regrets.
Yeah, that's going to stick with you for a long time.
Nearly $1 million?
Yeah, but it was a lot of fun, and I appreciate the Masters game that we all got to play together.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun. Certainly, I'll be golf guy of the.
You are the golf guy of the year.
Probably of the year.
You got the green jacket.
Followed closely by Wolchuk.
Yeah, that's right, man.
With all the updates. We got 1 down and 4 to go.
Somebody recognized.
Football fix coming up, buddy. Is that right? Football fix?
Yeah, it's my time to shine.
That's
Next.
right. All right, but it's Plucker's draft time, ladies and gentlemen.
105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We got the C-Note coming up in 20 minutes. Cowboys news of the evening for you in 20. Here's a football fix with Zachary Wolchuk.
Thank you so much. Let's do our fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side! I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
Oh, my goodness gracious. We're getting so close to the draft. Thank you so much to all the Telos that have enjoyed, and even if you haven't, our draft conversation. I know we've been very draft heavy as a show, but it's because we're passionate about it and we love it.
What can we say except you're welcome?
Yep, absolutely. And we're going to have that leading up for you until next Thursday, Friday, Saturday, right here on The Fan. We're going to have it for you. Now, even if there's conflicts, by the way, we will always be streaming that on the Odyssey app, so you'll be able to hear your Rangers baseball, but then you can also double down on the Odyssey app. Make sure you get this. Now, the trade chatter today is all these teams that are looking to boogie on down the line, and Albert Breer fluttered this out there earlier. I mean, you're talking, we knew Arizona at 3 is open for business. Tennessee now at 4. Could be another team that wants to go down. New York at 5, maybe. Cleveland definitely at 6. Washington maybe even at 7. A team interested in moving on down. Now, here is the idea that I was chatting with my guy Justin over in Tennessee, does a lot of really good draft work for Sports Illustrated. And he covers the Titans, and he said, okay, what do you think about a Cowboys-Titans trade? And Dan Brugler's been floating out there, maybe Sonny Styles is the name the Cowboys would move up for, and I think it would be.
And he's got ties there to that area.
He does.
Dane, he knows
Absolutely.
that program. Yeah.
And I think that you'd be probably fine. I don't know if you would 100% be. But I think it's more likely that a Caleb Downs or Ruben Bane Jr. gets to you at 12. I don't think a Sonny Styles is getting to you.
No.
I mean, Brian, you just talked to the Giants today, and they're definitely a team that's going to be interested in him at 5. Heck, Tennessee at one time, they might have taken him at 4. I mean, I think he's a top 5 player in this draft class, and it's one of those weird classes where there's not an elite prospect that you're just like, oh, hell yeah, this is the guy. I think Styles is one of those guys that could turn out to be a really, really big-time player for you, and he fits a massive need. So not only are you taking a guy that, I mean, I think I've got him as my 5th player right now on the board. So if you're moving up to 4, that's probably about where, like, I'm fine with that in terms of talent, but also need. Do you go with 12, 20, and 92, and you get back 35? So you're going up to 4. I'm getting back the Titans' second-round pick in 35, but I'm giving up 12, 20, and 92 to go and do it, and I'm drafting Sonny Styles at 4. I'm jumping ahead of the Giants at 5, and I'm getting my guy that is my middle linebacker, my green dot dude, tremendous cover ability, former safety that I think is just scratching the surface of his potential.
You get that deal and you're like, okay, I hope you're right about Sonny Styles. Let's just start with that.
I know that you're not as high as I am on him.
I'm very high on him, though. And I would just say internally, if we're 100% sure on this guy, then this move makes a lot of sense. Mm-hmm. I don't hate this move. Recoup and pick 35. We're in good shape. We're going to get another good player, and 92. We could be hopeful, but it's about a coin flip whether that guy's even going to be on the team in 4 years. So we're good here.
Yeah,
I mean, wouldn't you rather do the Browns trade though and just get Caleb Downs?
Yeah, I mean, to me, Caleb Downs is my top guy. So in any world we're able to snag Caleb Downs, I'm happy with it. But again, I think if I would be down to do that. I probably, if I got to choose it for me, yes. But maybe the Cowboys think Styles is better. I mean, they could end up having Styles ahead of Downs. I don't know.
Would you take Bailey over Styles?
I don't think so. I think I've got Styles ahead of Bailey.
I got Bailey at 9. I got Styles at 16.
You have Styles at 16? 16. So you don't have a 1 on Styles.
I do not.
Wow. Yeah, we see him very differently.
I do not.
Why don't you? So you wouldn't love them moving up for Styles like that?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
I mean, but I'd understand they need linebackers. I think there's some legitimate questions about him in a way of some coverability stuff with him. I think that, to me, that there were some times where I think he got better early in the year. He wasn't good taking on blocks, got better as the year wore on. But I have some legitimate concerns about him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a projection, I think, to get to where you're talking about him being an all-pro guy. You're just assuming, hey, he's only played linebacker for like 2 years now or whatever.
I'd much rather take Delane, Bailey. Heck, I mean, I've even got, like I say, I would take those guys. I mean, I've got Colton Hood as my last first-round guy on my board at 13.
Dang. So you'd rather have Colton Hood over Sonny Styles?
Yeah, I mean, I'd go Chris Johnson. He's my 13th best player.
Yeah, that's
but I got Styles at 5, and I've got David Bailey at 8. Yeah, I see Styles totally different to you. I think that his coverage ability is the best outside of Kyle Lewis in the entire draft, and I think you're right about in terms of fighting. You saw him get tremendously better. I mean, week 1 versus Texas to the Big Ten championship game against Indiana, it's night and day. But, I mean, if you watch that Big Ten championship game against Indiana, it's hard not to love what you saw in terms of fighting, shedding, avoiding blockers. Miami was rough, but it was rough for everybody not named Caleb Downs on that defense. I mean, Ohio State just looked like a shell of themselves, really, against Miami. But, yeah, I see Downs as a much better prospect, I guess, than you do.
Or Styles.
Styles, yeah. So, I mean, that's just – I think that's the guy you'd have to go and get, because Daniel Jeremiah also today, he did a mock, and he had Styles going 5 to the Giants. And the one
that sounds like what they're looking at.
Yeah, if you want Styles, you're going to have to trade with Tennessee at 4.
I think they were very surprised that I said that I would listen. If I'm the Giants, I'd take Malinoa and play him at guard. I play him at right guard. This is who I would take at 5.
Yeah,
that's. I mean, you could figure out. Listen, at 30, I think they got 37. You can take C.J. Allen or something like. You can take Hill. Their wish list would be for Rodriguez to be there, but I said probably not. But you're better off, like say, the guy I think that has like Downs, Malinoa, those guys when you're talking say top 5, those guys have the least amount of questions about them as players. That's what I'm trying to do.
Just get the sure thing.
I'm trying to get the surest of the sure, And listen, it's not that I don't like Styles. It's just I have some questions about him as a player. So I personally, if Dallas were to trade up and take Styles, it's the right thing for them to do. It is. He's one of the better linebackers in the draft. So, and they need linebackers.
In a bad way.
In a bad way, yeah.
So here was Ian Rappaport, and this was on, I believe, Friday. I caught this while I was driving home. But he was talking about the move-up scenario. And a lot of people are. I mentioned Dane earlier talking about the trade-up. Others have mentioned it. And it seems like it's just the draft to do it. Like, if you know that this is the guy you want, you're probably not paying the premium capital for it, like I mentioned in the opening segment. But here was Rap Sheet on the Cowboys and moving up in the draft.
The Cowboys are my team most likely to trade up. Again, this is not for clickbait. This is real. I expect them to be at least in the mix potentially for coming up for a pass rusher or other top defensive player. So maybe that's, I don't know, let's say it's someone like Ruben Bane. Let's say it's Messidor. Let's say somehow, some way, Sonny Styles goes to 7, 8, maybe 9. The Cowboys right now are sitting at 12. So if you look at the landscape there, you have several teams who would potentially be open to moving back. Might the Cowboys jump up a little bit to get a key defensive piece in an offseason when it has been all about fixing that defense?
Makes sense to me. I mean, I think you can go up and get your guy. Now, somebody 7-6-8. I get the Miami game. If you did not see Styles pop off the screen against Indiana, I don't know if you watched the right game. He was that was the one game he was the best player on the field, and that includes Caleb Downs. I mean, that's the game to watch.
Arriving with
Sonny Styles. It's the
with violence.
He was crazy.
Timing. It was all there.
He was incredible in that game.
But I think it definitely makes sense to what Rappaport was saying there, because nobody really ahead of the Cowboys would have to trade up to get the player that they want. Really, the numbers game and the crunch starts at 12, especially if the Cowboys are looking at McCoy the way that's been reported and Bane the way that Brian was talking about in the opening segment. There aren't other teams who have such a need for defensive players. They're like, fine, if we got to take an offensive player, this isn't the best year to be taking a tackler, a wide receiver, or quarterback. We have good options here that match the value for where we're picking. Mm-hmm. The Cowboys is where the holy crap, this team might get wiped out conversation really starts for this draft. So it definitely makes sense.
I like what Rappaport had to say, though. This isn't clickbait,
No, yeah, I think it's real. I mean,
because it acknowledges that the clickbait happens a lot.
Oh, 100%. And especially when you're putting the Cowboys in. It's like, oh my gosh, what the Cowboys?
Yeah.
But I think that they are. I think that an aggressive move to ensure that they're able to get their guy, especially if other teams are going to move down. Like, that's where the risk is, where teams that are behind you, maybe they love one of these same guys that you would. Like, maybe you're less worried now that New Orleans or Kansas City or some of these other teams, maybe they do go offense. Whereas I didn't know that they would before, especially Kansas City. They could use defense too. But if they're looking at wide receiver, maybe it's Jordan Tyson. If they're if Carnell Tate goes 8 to New Orleans, I mean, that helps your case. But if I get a Baltimore behind me or Tampa Bay behind me, one of these other teams that want to move up, that can wipe you out a little bit. Now, our buddy Dan was on earlier today with Mina Kimes. He added again, which he has said repeatedly, some teams have Jermon McCoy totally off their board with the knee. Cleveland likes Emmanuel McNeil Warren and may be willing to take a right tackle if they get stuck there at 6. So that means I would think either Mauanoa or Fano, who are both right tackles. But I think the reason they're trying to move back is because they'd like a Monroe Freeling or a Caden Proctor, who are left tackles, but 6 is way too high for them to go. Blake Miller, maybe the best football character in the draft. That's the left tackle from Clemson. And if you could guarantee a 15 games a year from Jordan Tyson, he would probably be wide receiver 1.
Exciting player. I hope the Cowboys are totally out on Caden Proctor. It just seems like, he would be the kind of player that would be a head scratcher in drafts past. Like, they did what? They needed an offensive lineman, so they took this guy. I mean, the fluctuation of his weight, like approaching 400 pounds down to 340, this is like fat camp guy. You don't want weight fluctuation, dude, coming out of college. That just seems like a nightmare that should only be you should be signing up for on day 3.
Mm-hmm. Somebody just texted in like, hey, any movement on that Colts Kenny Moore? Well, Albert Breer, in his mailbag today, did throw the Cowboys out as a team that would make a lot of sense, possibly. He also said that Arvell Reese would be a player that they'd be interested in possibly moving up for, because they could view him like they did Micah Parsons in 2021. So if you make a trade up, we've mentioned 3 to Arizona. It would be 12 and 20. That adds up to 2,050 points. And then Arizona might be willing to take a slight discount if you throw in that pick 92, which is initially what Bruce Feldman of The Athletic threw out there. I didn't think that was going to be possible, but if teams are that desperate to move back in this draft, maybe you just take what you can get. But I don't think anything's going to happen with Kenny Moore until post-draft. I don't think that would be a pre-draft thing. And it didn't sound like your report was very glowing.
I'm not a big fan of the player. Matter of fact, I think there's cornerbacks and nickel guys that we could take with the pick you might be sending to the Colts for him and get a cheaper, better player, in my opinion. I don't think he can run anymore. I don't think there's a burst. I don't think, you watch people get behind him. He doesn't run people down.
Got old.
I'm
problem.
I'm passing on that one.
Yeah, I wouldn't be interested in that either. Katie Drummond, our buddy from the Cowboys Wire from Sports Illustrated, had a fun all trades, but this is for veteran players mock draft for the Cowboys.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Picks for players?
Picks for
them
players.
picks?
So this would be a bleep them picks. I'm just going ahead and I'm getting this sure thing. Now, one of them was you're trading both of your ones, and you're trading a 2027 3 to Cleveland to get Myles Garrett, which is great. Here's what Danny Graziano had to say on Get Up this morning in regards to a possible Myles Garrett trade.
Player the Cowboys could consider trying to trade for, and he's on our screen right now. Dan, is there any reason to believe the Cleveland Browns will entertain trading Defensive Player of the Year Myles Garrett?
There is not. I think there's a lot of people out there that wonder why not, considering what you could probably get for him. But the Browns have been steadfast and adamant that they have no interest in trading Myles Garrett. Even last year when he was publicly asking for a trade, they said that, gave him a new contract. I think it's more likely that Myles Garrett gets another contract bump from the Browns this offseason than gets traded.
Wow. And just for the next 5 years, just more money. Stay here.
More money, more money, more money. The Cowboys do trade in this pick 92, which would make David Hellman very happy, to go get Jordan Brooks, the linebacker from the Miami Dolphins. How about 4th round? You trade up your 4th round pick to go get Marlon Humphrey of the Baltimore Ravens. Your 5th round pick to go get the corner Kenny Moore from the Colts. Then in the 5th round, you select Harold Perkins. And in the 7th round, he takes quarterback Taylon Green from Arkansas.
A guy.
Which 7th, God, Your takes in the 7th round. Let's do it. You know what? He'd end up being a great tight end for you, maybe.
Yeah,
gadget guy.
I'll tell you what, man.
Push
guy. That guy. I think somebody could work with his mechanics.
If they can, then you might be able to get something there.
I just remember that Dak Prescott was terrible throwing the ball until he came to the Cowboys.
Yeah, you can work on some of that stuff.
I mean, if you're an athlete, you got the body type, and
for a 7th round pick,
he does. For a 7th round pick,
No
it's why
question.
the hell not?
Yeah.
Why the hell not in the 7th round? You might as well just throw a dart out there. But I thought that was a fun
drafted him in the
exercise.
4th.
Dak, yeah, I think Dak was so much better than Taylor Green, but hey, to each their own. I don't see it with Taylor Green like you do, but he is a good athlete, that's for sure. Now,
he can throw the ball. He's got arm
tell that
talent.
to poor Isaac Tesla. That guy could have been a 1st round pick. Instead, he goes in the 3rd. He couldn't get the ball because the quarterback couldn't throw it to him.
You know what? Did you ever study Lamar Jackson when he was coming out of Louisville?
Yeah.
Did you see a really accurate quarterback throwing there?
I thought he was a better thrower than what Taylor Green is.
I'm not asking you that. Tell me about him as a thrower.
He wasn't awesome.
He wasn't awesome. Wasn't accurate.
I thought he was more. Yeah, he
really just mechanics were bad.
Yeah, I mean it's similar to like the Joe Milton conversation last year, and you liked Joe a lot. I was like, I don't think I would do that with Joe Milton.
You just completely gave up on Joe Milton?
Yeah.
Just like
I would not have taken Joe Milton.
You would not have traded for Joe Milton.
No.
Not done anything for Joe Milton. What kind of quarterback do you like?
What do you mean? What kind of quarterback do I like?
Give me the quarterback. Give me the style of quarterback you like.
I mean,
give me
in this year's draft,
yeah, give me the
guy outside of the tops that I would go for might be like a Haynes King. I think he's tough as hell. He also is mobile. He's got a strong arm. Does he have warts? 100% he does. He's
not
perfect.
always accurate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's kind of more so like I've seen him elevate a program, right? Like I think there's some of the stuff with quarterbacks, it goes beyond the physical.
Sure.
And it goes with like, okay, do I see you like that? Like Dak elevated Mississippi State to the #1 team in the country, which is really, really impressive. Haynes King took a Georgia Tech program that wasn't very good, and he also had to transfer from A&M, where he really struggled at first, but takes them to competing for an ACC championship game.
But probably got better because he got coached up a little bit, maybe at Georgia Tech.
Sure,
maybe
sure.
at A&M.
So, hey, if Taylor Green
A&M went through a bunch of quarterbacks. It's not like A&M is like they've had their share of 5-star quarterbacks that have gone on to other places.
Absolutely, they have. Yeah, I mean, Kyler Murray would be one of them that ended up being the #1 overall pick. I just, and if Taylor Green transferred, maybe you would have seen a similar thing for him at Arkansas. I don't think that he is going to be a successful quarterback at the NFL level, but there are a lot of things to like in terms of his athleticism, and maybe you can make packages for him. But
I honestly think with the way his size and the way that he's moves around in the pocket and what he could do with his feet, I think that to me, I'm going to take a shot at a guy that I could work with his mechanics. We didn't think. I shouldn't accuse everybody in this room. There's people that didn't like Josh Allen, and Josh Allen. Everybody hated Josh Allen's mechanics.
Yeah.
Got better,
no,
right?
That was definitely the knock on him was
guy,
the accuracy.
Yeah,
absolutely. No, I think that we've proven, and Lamar Jackson did elevate Louisville 6'3", 6'5". I mean, he won a freaking Heisman Trophy. Like this is not. There's big differences between a Taylor Green, who I didn't think did much for Arkansas.
I'm just
at
saying
all
that the similar type of when you start to talk about athletic ability, mobility, like there were things that they had to work on with Lamar Jackson throwing. There's still things they have to work on with him throwing the football. He's not always accurate throwing the ball.
No, he hasn't been. But I thought he was way far more ahead than a Green is. I just don't love Taylor Green's just not my guy. You might end up being right about him. I hope that even if I don't like a player, hope they end up being successful.
That's just the kind of man you are.
I think Taylor Green is going to get a general manager fired if they were to take him on day 2 of the draft. If you take him in the 7th round, you're fine. Why not? It's the same thing with Milton. That's a dart throw. I'm taking a guy that is super talented physically, and let's see if that can work out.
So you would have taken Josh Allen in the 1st round because you just said the general manager deserved to be fired.
Well, Josh Allen's not the same evaluation as Taylor Green is. I don't think they're even close.
No, I'm just saying.
As players,
you're saying that you said.
I'm not saying that at all.
You're saying the general manager. What would you have said the general manager that takes Josh Allen is going to get fired? Should get fired?
No, I never said that. I just specifically think it of Taylor Green.
Would you think that?
I think Josh Allen had a much better arm coming out of Wyoming than what I've seen from Taylon Green.
Not accurate, though. Not very accurate coming out of Wyoming.
I think he was still more accurate than what Taylon Green is.
I want to see Taylon Green's routes. Maybe we'll play him at tight end, wide receiver. I'm going to get him involved in my QB2 concept.
Yeah, I think he's a really good athlete.
It's my trick play quarterback. I'm going to line him about wide. You don't know if he's going deep or if he's going to throw the bomb, Chief.
Right. Yeah. You got options with a guy like that.
This guy.
Looks like he's got soft hands as well.
I think you're right.
He can catch it.
I mean, I don't think Arkansas fans are going to be really defending Taylon Green for what they saw.
No, they're coming in hot on the text.
Yeah,
they don't like Taylon Green.
But the thing about Arkansas, if you look at, they fire their coach, and then they got Bobby Petrino coaching. There's something to that. Like sometimes players are talented players, but if they get with somebody that can work with them and like help their mechanics, like the whole thing with John Kitna helping Dak Prescott.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sometimes you get with a coach that kind of unlocks. Joe Brady. Ken Dorsey, who's with the Cowboys now, he really unlocked what Josh Allen was doing at Buffalo.
Yeah, you got to have the right situation,
guys.
I think Josh Allen could have got some GMs fired if it hadn't turned out as good as it did. Yeah. All right, thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Nice fix is in the books. Great draft debate. We got a week and a half to go. Cowboys player cuffed and stuffed. You'll get the details in the C note next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan. C-Note Cowboys news of the evening. Let's see how much Cowboys content we can cram into one segment here for you. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. I guess this Australian kid, Gout, might be fixing to break Usain Bolt's records. Growing up for us, it was Carl Lewis, and then it was Michael Johnson, and then it was Usain Bolt, and now the next fastest man, guy, might be Gout. You see this? He broke the 200-meter record for the sub-20.
That was Broadus' nickname like 2 years ago.
Gout? Yeah. I don't know how fast you can run with gout.
1967, first teenager to go sub-20 seconds. He breaks Usain Bolt's U20 record. So for teenagers, this kid he's scooting pretty good. And if you watch him run, it looks like he's on a damn trampoline. Like, it's just the way that he moves is significantly different compared to the other athletes. So I think we're gearing up right now for about a 12-year track and field run of hearing about Gout constantly. So we have a Cowboys cheerleader who crushed Coachella with her outfit choice. It was Kylie Dixon. You guys follow this gal on social media?
No.
Do not.
I don't know who that is.
That's a surprise. Figured Brian would be all over this.
Yeah.
One of the most popular cheerleaders on the Cowboys, huge following, has close to 1 million on social. She turned heads with photos with, I don't know how you would describe this. It's some sort of stunning blonde southern hippie look. But yeah, Coachella's blowing up on social media right now, and over the weekend, all the big musicians and the big celebrities and influencers are down there growing their brand significantly. So congrats to Kylie Dixon, and congrats to the Cowboys for having such a social media powerhouse there on their cheerleading squad. Okay, Markquese Bell arrested over the weekend, felony possession of a controlled substance and the marijuana. Not quite sure what the other substance that he had on his possession in Collin County was.
But it was controlled. It wasn't like it was running amok and going crazy and hurting people.
Exactly.
Great point. That substance was under control.
As long as it was controlled. It could have been anything.
It could be a vape pen. I guess those, you can get a felony.
Just for one cart.
Because of that oil in there. They say they don't know what it is, and they got to... so they can get you with a felony on that. I think the good news for the NFL is the NFL cares less about these than ever. They've kind of pivoted to looking at it almost like it's a personal, legal, or health situation for the most part. As long as nobody else gets hurt. But I think that the interesting thing for him, and maybe even the bigger situation for him, is how's the new coaching staff going to look at him? He really had a great couple of years with Dan Quinn, or an ascending couple of years. But the last couple of years, I don't know that he's found his spot since getting paid. Especially, maybe the play hasn't been as good. Is that safe to say about Markquese Bell? But for him, yes, does he fit with this Cowboys new defense? Will be one of the interesting stories of the offseason. But yeah, he got a pretty good tour of that Collin County jail. Old Chuck, I don't know if you're familiar with those premises.
No, thank goodness I'm
Wouldn't be a
not.
surprise if you were. I know Brian probably is.
Denton County twice.
He went on a tour of jails, I think.
No, I'm too scared to end up in the Collin County jail.
Yeah.
Bobby Belt over the weekend put out 4 players to know for the Cowboys going into round 1. My question, how many of these players are trade-up guys, and do you think they could be there at 12? Will Mansour Delane have a chance at HE-double hockey sticks when the draft starts of being available at 12? Mansour Delane, corner LSU, is he going to be there?
Doubtful.
I'd say doubtful on that one, too.
We know you guys think it's doubtful Sonny Styles is going to be there, even though Brian, we found out, has him 16th on his big board.
Stunned.
That was lower than all.
I didn't know he was that low for you.
A lot of people would expect.
I wouldn't say it's just right. I've got 13 first-round grades.
Yeah.
So he's just
at the top of the second for you.
Oh.
Caleb Downs, and then the Miami Edge, Ruben Bane. Brian, I saw earlier on Cowboys Twitter you saying you weren't even sure if the Cowboys would take him if he was available at 12?
Yeah, I don't think so. It sounds like to me that it might be a situation where if they got stuck that maybe they would consider him, but it's kind of getting to that point where the more you talk to people, and it's not about what's going on with the stuff with the unfortunate accident.
No, they're arm shaming this guy.
They are arm shaming, yeah, and I think a lot of teams are as well.
It's crazy, dude.
The accident's kind of a non-story. We're finding out. Like the league's known it for a while.
The league's known it for a while. When I found out about it was when I first told everybody out there that was listening. That was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
So this is something that teams have known about for a while.
It's good to hear the families like not really looking to press charges because it sounded like that was the thing that was like, well, are you waiting on him to cash in, get his money, and then you're going to circle back and then sue the guy?
Teams are not really happy about the way he's answered those questions about it, though, by the way.
Yeah, it's interesting because in the article that broke it all down from Ollie Connolly, it was like some teams feel fine about the way he's responded.
Yeah.
Maybe he's gotten coached up in it. Maybe he came out of the gates with some poor responses to these questions, and then as he's met with more teams, they've kind of coached him on how to respond to these particular questions, because there are a handful of teams that are like, yeah, we didn't like the way he answered the questions about it, and then other teams were kind of like, no, we feel good about how he's handled it.
I don't think the Cowboys would be that worried about off the field stuff unless there was some way that this would become a PR nightmare. But I think that's what Wolchuk was saying. The family of the deceased considers this an unfortunate accident, and it has been litigated, and there are no legal charges. I think they just look at it like it's like any other car wreck that's out there. But yeah, I kind of think that's breaking news. Kind of what Brian is saying. I think he's slow playing it.
Yeah, that is breaking news because
maybe the Cowboys don't want Ruben Bane.
That sucks, dude. That really sucks because he's a guy that you feel like could be there at 12 for you.
Sure. And absolutely.
And based on the tape, that's a home run pick at 12.
Yeah. It'd be a steal, really, at 12 to be able to get him. I mean, he's fantastic.
Strong, explosive. I mean, just watch him play, and you're going to love the guy. I guess maybe they look at it as too big of a hurdle against NFL tackles. Like you can get away with that in college, but once the players get better and longer, then you won't be winning as often. Your pass rush win rate or your run stuff rate or whatever is going to suffer, and it's going to bring you down here instead of there. But man, that would be a number of players then for the Cowboys at 12, and it would be another reason to believe significantly of the other topic we've been discussing at length, which is trading up. If you're out on these guys and you're picking at 12, the only way you're helping your defense is going to be to trade up.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the only other way you get fortunate is everybody just passes on a safety because of the position, and Downs is sitting there for you at 12. But that's a big risk, and that's
what
why
you got to weigh. You got to weigh this right now, because if you really believe that the league is going to pass on Downs, sit there. If you don't think the league is going to pass because there's not that many players like him, or the players that deserve to be picked in the top, say 8, you need to think about going up. Because to me, if you think the league is going to pass on him because of the positional value, sit right there. But if you end up losing him because somebody drafts him when you had a chance to maybe trade up to 6. You had a chance to trade to 8, and you lose him, you're going to be pretty sick about that. I mean, I think they'll be like, hey, we're happy we got our guy at 12, but if you had a chance to go get one of the best players in the draft, and everybody up there is open for business, and you don't do it, that's borderline,
malpractice.
Exactly.
Speaking of being sports sick, I do want to say, heartbroken for Forney girls soccer and Coach Tricia Williamson. They were leading their state championship game against Kingwood 1-0 with 40 seconds to go. The through ball went through. It was shot, bounced off the goalie, followed up and in, tied at 1-1. Wow. Kingwood wins it in penalty kicks. About 30 minutes later.
Oh, that's gutting.
That's really bad, dude.
Gosh.
Yeah, a lot of friends down there around that program. Hell of a program she's built. I will not be surprised if they end up winning this thing over the next couple of years. But
is she going full Doc Rivers and be like, hey, well, what about the fact that we were up 1-0, okay? I mean, we had that lead.
She should be.
Don't forget about the process.
Based on what I could tell from social, she's just, talking about how great of a journey that it was, and, how tough it is for some of the kids to take a loss like that. But really a classy program and tough to see. I just saw it on social media how it all went down, and it just plunged me back into that sunken feeling. Okay, we got Krusty's Corner coming up. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, we're going to have some more draft talk. I want to get into some of these players a little bit deeper. We'll do that next.
But first, Tolos, I know as parents we would all do anything to give our own kids a bright future.
back, #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you, Lucius. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Always appreciate you playing that. Thank you to Greystone for being a part of that. Chief, congratulations on the Masters pool again this past weekend.
Hey, thank you, dude. I appreciate that.
A lot of thought went in that. A lot of thought went into that one for sure.
There was a lot of thought.
A lot of thought.
You got to put your big board together and start getting honest with yourself about who's about to get serious.
Yeah. My son, remember last week I was telling about the Calcutta that we were involved in?
Yeah.
We, with Scottie Scheffler, would you like to know how much money I won?
Oh. Now, what's a Calcutta?
The Calcutta is they call it, it's like it's like an auction for players and stuff like that. You can, it's like a name for you're buying into players or you're buying into something, to bid on, and then that's your.
And what was your investment?
My investment was $100.
$100 into Scottie.
Mm-hmm.
I bet it returned $250.
$250? How about you, Chief?
Yeah, I was thinking probably $300.
$300?
No, $215.
$215? $115.
Oh.
$115?
Yeah.
So you actually won $115?
I put in $150. I put $100 in to win 15.
Oh, you won 15.
What was that all about? And I was stressing my ass off yesterday thinking that we were going to win a lot more money.
Dang.
That's all that wins you?
That's all that won. We finished second. If Scheffler would have won, I'd have made like $400.
Oh, okay.
All I won was $15, and I sat there and was willing Cameron Young to miss shots. I was willing Justin Rose to miss putts.
Yeah.
Thinking that I gotta, it paid first place, second place, third place. I won $15 just stressing my ass off yesterday.
Not worth it, bro.
Not at all.
Juice not worth the squeeze.
I told it's like, well, hey, Dad, it's better than losing. I'm like, yeah, it's better than losing, but I was kind of under the assumption this was like a big thing we were doing.
Yeah, I'm putting 100 in here because I'm about to get a return.
It was a big thing. If Scottie would have won it, you'd have made about $400. So I'm like, okay, next time don't sell it like there's a big thing going on here.
Right.
Not for 15.
Well, it's like you only really win if the guy wins the whole thing.
Right.
You're not getting any love for him coming in number 2.
There you go. There you go. So anyway, that Calcutta,
never again.
Never again.
Cut it out of your life.
Exactly. My top 100 is going to be out here pretty soon. We're going to post it here on 105.3 The Fan. I know I've got people have got some questions already about where I've got some certain guys.
Gosh, those Ohio State Buckeyes are going to be coming after you for that Styles.
Well, I hope
interesting one.
You think they're going to come after me for that? Because I got Caleb Downs as number 1 as my top one.
Okay, that's going to help alleviate some things. Shots fired at Jeremiah Love or, whatever.
Yeah. Well, Jeremiah Love's number 2.
There we go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, number 2. That gets you $115 after you put in a hundo.
Yeah.
Right? That's what number 2 gets you.
Francis Mauanoa. I'm not going to go through all 100.
No, I want to hear all 100.
I think you should just sit here and just read names.
No, I don't want to do that.
Did you leave out the quarterback? Should you keep the quarterback?
I kept the quarterback in there.
Okay.
Francis Mauanoa from Miami, I had as number 3. Arvell Reese, I have linebacker from Ohio State. I got 2 of my first 4 are Ohio State kids.
I think you're fine.
That's going to help.
They can't get mad at me at all.
Yeah.
Arvell Reese at number 4. Fernando Mendoza, I have as number 5 in my top 100.
Okay. So the Raiders are reaching their balls off.
What a terrible pick by the Raiders, huh?
Jerron McCory, corner from Tennessee, I have at number 6. Ruben Bane, I have at number 7 from Miami. Mansour Delane from LSU, I have at 8. David Bailey, I have 9, the defensive end from Texas Tech. I have Jordan Tyson as my number 10th player. on my board. Malachi Lemon, wide receiver USC at 11.
Gosh, you're real.
Avion Terrell at cornerback from Clemson at 12, and then Colton Hood at 13. Those are my 13 first-round grades.
Wow. Thank God we're picking at 12, huh?
That's it. I was really not sure where I needed to put Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end from Oregon. I was struggling with that one a little bit. I was struggling is he a first-round player? Should he be in my 13? He's actually number 14 on my board.
Wow, just missed the cut.
Okay. I got Messidor at 15, and that's where you got Sonny Styles at 16 is where I got. All right. So you guys have a problem with or Zach has a problem with my Sonny Styles one.
Yeah, 16. I do. But hey.
Where else do you feel like, and listen, I'm open for the criticism of it. But where else do you see like you don't have you have a problem? You would have Tate at like 10. Would you have a wide? Where would you start to put these?
No, I've got Mekhi Lemon's the highest receiver I have at 11.
Okay,
so we agree with that. Then I got Tate at 14.
I'm kind of wondering though. Like I say, I had the thing with Sadiq.
I put Sadiq at 16, so you got him even 2 spots higher than I do.
Do I have Dylan Thieneman too high at 17 then?
Yeah, you got him higher than I do. I'm going to have him at 20. But I also have Chris Johnson up here as the corner from San Diego State at 13.
I think you're ultimately going to be right about Chris Johnson.
Yeah, I love the guy.
I think what's going to happen, I think people are going to probably drop McCoy out of this thing. And I wouldn't be surprised if Chris Johnson is the guy that I could see Delane going first. First corner off the board.
Yeah.
I could see, me personally, I think it's going to be Hood would be next. If you take McCoy out of this thing.
Right.
I really like Terrell a lot. I worry about him. I've never done a stack where there's been more questions about the top. And my top 3 guys have no questions. I have no questions about Downs, Love, Malinois. I have no questions about those guys.
Those are your 3 safest picks in the draft.
3 safest picks in the draft. No questions about them at all.
But after that, everybody's got a little something.
Reese, Mendoza. We'll see with Mendoza how that all plays. McCoy. I mean, like I got him. Like I said, I got him at 6. He might fall out of the first round completely.
For sure. I mean, with the knee issue, if teams are looking at the knee and thinking it's not right, then nothing else really matters at that point. You're going to slide.
Who do you think slides further between McCoy and potentially Bane?
McCoy.
Yeah.
I mean, if teams are taking it, maybe both will be off boards if people really are freaked out about the arm thing, but the knee injury, I think, is scary to a lot of teams. And all it takes is one. Just takes one team to say, like, F it, let's do this. But I lean McCoy.
I'm still having a hard time believing there's a damn thing wrong with that knee if he ran under 4.4. I
wonder. I had somebody tell me it's pretty bad.
Wow.
I had somebody tell me that it's pretty bad.
So is it degenerative? I mean, because there's no way a doctor would clear you to run on that ACL if it hadn't healed.
If you could run straight ahead.
Sure. People can run straight ahead like 30 minutes after tearing their ACL.
Yeah.
So
that's crazy.
I was not one of those fortunate ones. But okay, but if you weren't planning to play and this medical has been so bad, why are you even running? Why? I mean, what is the agent and the player thinking here if we're even going through this process?
Well, you got to show
you're trying
people,
to get drafted.
Yeah, you got to show people you can get you're able to work out. And then what happens is that's why I think people are bringing him in on 30 visit stuff. They want to look at it themselves.
Yeah, and I wonder if it's something where it's like, man, I'm worried about this knee right now, today, and this upcoming season, or I'm worried about it over the course of the next 3 to 5 years.
I think they're worried.
What is it?
I think they're worried about this season. Just talking to some folks, I think they're worried about this season. I don't think they're worried about long term. I just think they're worried about this season right now, as is.
Well, if it's that bad, it's that bad, and then I would say it's going to be McCoy that could fall, and maybe if McCoy's not going to play at all this year, maybe third or fourth round is likely. But, so assuming his ACL is okay, I think Ruben Bane is likely the bigger faller because of the limitations of his measurables.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, though, I've ranted about that enough. I honestly hope.
I think you're right.
I honestly hope that, I'd love for Dallas to take. I think Dallas needs a pass rusher. And if you talk to people down in Miami, the University of Miami, they'll tell you, man, this guy plays like their strong side, like he's the guy that is one of their best run defenders. I
mean, you can see that clearly when you watch him play.
So here he is, one of the best run defenders and one of the best pass rushers they've got. I mean, what are you doing? Why are you making this? And Zach, I think you said earlier, why are you making this so hard?
Yeah, I think I think teams are just overthinking it.
Why are you way overthinking this, right?
When I watch Cassius Howell, who also has the short arms.
Yeah.
Okay, I can see it. I can nitpick and be like, okay, how well does he set the edge? When he plays against the top competition, he had his worst games.
Yeah.
So, all right, I'll knock a player for that. Ruben Bane Jr., he's got stacks up production multiple years, and he didn't really ever have a bad game at Miami.
No.
So, and I think worst case scenario, he's going to kick inside and be a really damn good three
That's
technique.
That's what they think at the University of Miami. They think he could play three technique.
Our path to the draft continues. Brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at all Pluckers locations April 23rd. That's next Thursday for our annual draft party. Mixed bag coming up, Zach.
Okay, Ohio State's recruiting standards are what? And what's the best offer you've ever received? That's next in the nation.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 3, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And we'll have an Ask Brian Anything coming up actually here in 20 minutes. We'll talk even more draft with you as we're about 10 days away from the 2026 NFL Draft. Right now it's time for a football fix. No, it's time for a mixed bag. And here's Wolchuk.
Let's mix it up. Let's shake it up. And let's get to our mixed bag. And, well, fellas, the Dianna Russini and Mike Vrabel thing, it hasn't gone away. We're still waiting on the Athletic to make a decision on whatever they're going to do with Dianna Russini. But every day it's like we get more and more old clips that are resurfacing. Today, we had Ryan Russillo. This is probably from a year ago. This is after New England had signed Mike Vrabel, and he had Dianna Russini on as a guest. And, well, this thing's gone viral because of the comparison between Ryan Russillo and Mike Vrabel and the reaction here from Dianna.
You once said to me, I think it's one of the nicest compliments I've ever gotten, was that you thought that I was a lot like Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, you should scream to the world. In fact, you should put it on any dating app if you are on one that someone once said that you're like Mike Vrabel.
Wow. Yeah, she called it a huge win to be compared.
Huge win.
To the prowess that is Mike Vrabel.
It is. I mean, heck, if you're getting comped to Vrabes, that's a former Super Bowl champ, really good player, and has been one hell of a head coach. But, yeah, I guess knowing what we know now, it didn't age well.
Writing was on the wall, wasn't it?
It was. I don't think she's really hiding it.
Seems like they might have love going on.
Maybe it is true love.
And
if it's true love, like, do we feel differently about this whole thing?
No.
No.
Well, just get a divorce then.
Right.
Don't be like.
If you're in it for the kids.
Don't make it for. Well, you should have thought of that when you were cheating on him.
Yeah, you should have thought about that.
You weren't
5 years ago when you were getting married and banging him.
Yeah.
Well,
before you had the kids.
We don't know. Do we know that?
His kids are much older.
Know what?
That they were, happened prior to the kids?
You think she'd been seeing Vrabel for a while?
I mean, I think that it has been for a while.
I read that tweet. Do you think they might be Vrabel's kids?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Look at the timeline. Just wondering.
I guess
that would be.
I don't know.
Can't rule it out at this point.
I guess there's anything's possible.
Anything's
in 2026, man.
Just get a divorce. Just say, it's not working. And then if it's true love, it's true love. Go for it.
I mean, when I was growing up, like it was tough to get a divorce, right? Like,
yeah, hell yeah, it was.
You would look at it like, man, I can't believe they're getting a divorce.
Yeah.
Now it's like, well, if you get a divorce, everything's fine. I would take it a step further and say, just stay with your family. Like, what are you doing? Right? Just because you were attracted to somebody, you're going to break up your family, decades of your kids' identity and happiness. It's weird.
If you're cheating already, and you're going to try and stay together, I mean, that doesn't seem to me like it's a recipe for anything any good.
No.
Not going to be successful.
No,
you shouldn't be cheating. No.
Yeah.
No, you should be committed actually to it.
Yeah. Well, committed to cheating?
No, to your family.
Oh.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're both committed to cheating. Yeah. I don't. To me, listen.
It's the Patriot way.
I could understand. I could understand like Mrs. Vrabel. I can understand her situation. She's probably like, good. Just go.
And maybe Mr. Russini is the same way.
Yeah.
Maybe Mr. Russini likes having a hot wife.
How do you trust that person anymore?
You would.
She's
hot well.
That hot wife, man. That hot wife, baby.
That one throwing you off?
It's just totally throwing me off.
Yeah, I guess that's what Mr. Russini would think.
Mr. Russini would say, I got myself.
Yeah, I got the hot. I mean, she's.
Well, maybe he would say she's average just like him.
Maybe.
Couple of average gals.
I mean, Mike Vrabel's a big fan.
Good for Vrabes.
But this is a guy that's like in his 50s, right?
What are you saying about guys in their 50s?
He's playing. She's like 40.
He's going to take whatever he can get.
To some extent.
He's down.
He's a pathetic loser in his 50s, Brian.
Pathetic loser.
Totally unattractive.
Oh, no. We did get news on Luka. He is returning from Spain on Friday. Status still unknown for the playoffs. What's going to happen there?
An extra 28 pounds.
He's got that grade 2 left hammy strain. Well, he's been trying to get this hamstring ironed out. I hope he didn't end up adding the pounds. But the Lakers are going to open open up Game 1, 7:30. It's the primetime game on ABC against Houston. It's that 4 versus 5 seed matchup, so we'll see if Luka is back for the Lakers in that one. Now,
2 for 2 here, boys. Let's go. Couple more, he'll be on his way back.
I hope so. That'd be fun. I mean, can you imagine Luka and Cooper?
I mean, that dysfunctional city out there in L.A.
It's getting,
this franchise. It's been a big fail, really, for a decade now. It's been a decade of failure other than the bubble championship.
Rob Pelinka, not very good at his job.
Fair
Outside
to say.
of being able to fleece Nico Harrison.
Yeah, that's the only good thing he's done in a long time.
Not good. Stars tonight in action against the Leafs. Now, I mentioned the Open. They're getting healthy. Got Roddick Fox up back. Michael Bunting's going to be back in the lineup. Stars have clinched home ice against the Wild in Game 1. So you're really just trying to get things right going into the postseason. Dallas really beat up on the Maple Leafs in their first game, 5-1 back in December. Jamie Benn had a goal and an assist. And shout out to Jamie Benn. He is the Stars nominee for the 2025-2026 Bill Masterton Memorial Trophy. So congratulations to him. He's got a chance that's awarded annually to the NHL player who best exemplifies the qualities of perseverance, sportsmanship, and dedication to hockey.
I'd say that kid from who was that a couple of years ago that Ben pulverized into the ice?
Oh, Mark Stone?
Might be too soon.
Oh, Mark Stone.
Yes, the Stone family.
Screw Mark Stone. He's the guy that took out
our guy
last year.
Yeah, he took out our guy.
He had it coming.
Sure did.
That was like goon on goon crime.
We just don't talk about injuries.
Hey, don't talk about them. You're right. Let's just go ahead and edit all that out and post if we can.
No.
Now, what happened?
Keep it for your sake, though.
Did you guys see the Ted Ginn Jr. deal that happened over the weekend?
I saw it with my eyes.
for you, man.
Oh, no.
Hey, that's coach. That's head coach Ted Ginn
yes,
Jr.
Ted Ginn Jr., head coach.
I made a mistake, okay?
Of the Columbus Aviators, who were taking on the Dallas Renegades.
They took an L.
And I guess Ted Ginn Jr. went a little too hard, and he ended up getting arrested and facing a charge of driving while intoxicated.
Where do you think he went?
To Tarrant County Jail. That's a good question.
Where do you think Teddy had his cocktails?
We got popped in Euless, right?
Yeah.
But it's hard to know where exactly he was coming from.
Cold beers and cheeseburgers?
Maybe it was cold beers and cheeseburgers.
Could have been.
So my man's a head coach. We don't have a driver guy? We don't have a driver helping him out on these things?
If Tiger doesn't get away from you a little bit, you're at the Thirsty Lion enjoying some games. Next thing you know, you've had 4 beers
you're
instead
just too
of 2.
excited for the kickoff the next day.
just getting
You're getting your game plan together.
You're just you're standing on the sidelines hungover, coaching your team. Jeez,
You're just hanging out there. You're doing some draft prep.
Seriously.
You're just watching Jeremy Bernard, just getting ready to rock.
I mean, it doesn't take much to be over the legal limit, 3 or 4 beers. Yeah, maybe he's not hungover from that.
Well, he added on social media that he wants to address the situation that took place over the weekend. He made a serious mistake and takes full responsibility for his actions. He has always believed in accountability, and now it's his turn to live by that standard. Well, his team did go out on the football field, and they were led by Todd Haley, former wide receivers coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
Haley.
And the Renegades went ahead and improved to 3-0 on the season. 28-23, Renegades get the victory.
Rick Neuheisel getting it done over there, huh?
Absolutely. They're making it happen.
We got to celebrate whatever kind of winners we got.
Renegades might be able to bring home another championship.
They had a championship, a couple years ago, right?
They did. Snuck into the playoffs, ended up knocking off DC in the championship game.
Were we 4-6 and won the championship?
Yeah,
I
think so. I think you're spot on with that.
I'm so happy for these leagues. They figured out how to stay in the game. It used to be you'd have an upstart league and then bang, next year, what happened to this league? What happened to that league? Mm-hmm. They're all hanging out now. You're giving guys opportunity to keep the dream alive. All it took was not doing any deals with big television networks that would cost them a lot of money to put their games on TV. Just be anonymous to the point that nobody can see you, and it's a sustainable business model.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on ESPN right now trying to click on, they have the scores, but you can't go into the box score and find out anything about the game.
Wow. Oh, it doesn't tell you that, Sean Wade had an interception in the game, former Ohio State defensive back.
Nothing about Sean Wade.
Charlton, did he get a sack?
Nothing.
For the Renegades? No.
Man, tough break for Todd Haley to fall that far. Wasn't he the coordinator for the Chiefs a couple years ago?
I was on the radio with him not too long ago.
Okay.
He's working for Sirius Satellite Radio.
Okay. Well, maybe he's back into coaching now. I mean, what is this, a 6 weeks? I mean, 2-3 months out of your. Yeah,
he was most recently the head coach of the Memphis Showboats. Before that, he
folded.
He was the head coach of the Tampa Bay Bandits.
All right.
Then he was at Riverview High School in the COVID year.
Riverdale, where the Archies are.
So this has been a tough half decade for
Riverdale's a good show.
He hasn't been in the NFL, according to Wikipedia, since 2018 as the Browns offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's what he told.
He took a 1 year off sabbatical, got right, and then went to the high school ranks, and then he coached the Bandits and the Showboats before moving on to the Columbus Aviators. So pretty exciting.
Tampa Bay Bandits have a pretty good history if you go back USFL days.
In this league of nepotism and handouts and buddies taking care of buddies, you can't get back into the league after the heights that
he's a hard guy to work with.
Is that what it is? Kind of a jerk?
Yeah,
Quality
control. He's kind of like me. He's a really hard guy to work with.
Oh, okay.
He's always in your face about something.
Yeah, no, that
he's a combative SOB.
Well, like you with the boss the other day at the meeting.
Yeah,
I like it when you get combative.
Me?
Yeah, I love it. I mean, I agree.
I try to be
you.
honest every once in a while.
Green, I don't agree, but I like it. I like the back and forth.
Yeah,
I think it's fun. Now,
I don't mean to be combative.
No, I mean it
just comes
you're
out
hostile as hell. Are you kidding me? I'm waiting for you to punch somebody in the face one day. I just hope it's not me.
Does Todd Haley just love football, or does he hate his family? Like, why are you doing that?
Well, I think that he's dealt with a lot of issues.
He's dealt with a lot of issues. I like Todd. Todd's a good dude. I mean,
you've been loud about that,
and he's gotten fatter.
What's that have to do with anything?
I was wondering who'd break first. I was wondering who would break first.
Alpha him.
Hey, how many WNBA mock drafts you guys been doing?
Oh, I've been just
We got the first overall pick.
Number one overall pick.
Our gal from Connecticut.
It is Azzy Fudd. I don't know if I'm saying her first name right, and that's on me.
Could be Ozzy.
5'11", senior from UConn. She is projected to be the number one overall pick tonight. You could also
down defender
in the conversation. TCU
3-point
zone
shooter
Olivia Miles, who went led the Frogs with 32-6 record, Big 12 regular season title. Reigning champion Lauren Betts out of UCLA, 6'7" center. She's got a chance.
Ooh.
But Fudd reuniting with Paige Beckers, and I believe they're also dating.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing. Like, do you have a team rule about teammates dating, or how do you approach that?
And you know,
I could see it both ways.
Both incredible. They clearly have.
It obviously worked for them at UConn.
It worked for them at UConn.
Yeah, they didn't prevent them from getting to the top of the mountain at UConn.
I know Tovash is going to call me out for this or something like that.
Tovash, I need you here.
Call him out.
But are we in a situation? We've had the top 3 or 4 picks for a long time now. Are we going to get any better?
Well, this is back-to-back years for the number one pick. You're right. They have had a lot of high picks.
I thought we had like 4 of them one year and we didn't get any better.
I believe they just signed the Defensive Player of the Year. I think they're spending some money into this thing.
Yeah.
I saw the Indiana Fever. Is that the name? The Fever, the lady team?
Yep.
They're opening up a brand new facility coming up. They've got like this practice facility.
They got that Caitlin Clark money now and Sophie Cunningham money.
But I kind of felt like the Dallas Wings, we've been drafted pretty high. We just not getting any better.
I think this is the year that they're going to turn it around and go win themselves a WNBA championship. I believe in it.
Yeah, I think it's there for the taking now with these last couple of picks and getting these UConn Huskies in here. Our path to the draft continues here in the G-Bag Nation, specifically the NFL Draft, brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at all the Pluckers locations April 23rd for our annual draft party. That is next Thursday night. And coming up next, we'll give you an opportunity to ask Brian anything about the draft that's top of mind at 877-881-1053. Leave your name and city you're texting from. Text questions for Broadus about this draft coming up next year on The Fan.
But first, I want to give a big thank you to all the incredible Tolos that showed up and showed out at Alliance Hyundai in their 1-year anniversary celebration on Saturday. We had a great time. Local craft barbecue, free of charge, was a huge hit, giving away the Tim McGraw tickets and all sorts of other wonderful items. It was wonderful to get to bless the Tolos with some awesome giveaways. And Alliance Hyundai really is the best in the business. That's where you get your brand new vehicle in the 817. It's conveniently located right in Fort Worth at I-35 and Golden Triangle. And I spent a few years in the car business, and I got to tell you, my buddy Ryan Watson, he's the owner, big-time Tolo. He's fantastic. Him and his wife, Heather, they're doing things second to none. From the moment you walk in, you feel the difference. Honest deals, real care, and a team that's truly passionate about taking care of you and your vehicle. And you will always get the best possible deals on vehicles like the Elantras, the Tucsons, the all-new Hyundai Palisades, ready to drive home that same day. And every new Hyundai comes with America's Best warranty. We're talking 10 years, 100,000 miles, limited powertrain warranty, plus owner's assurance. And how about this? No appointment needed for same-day oil changes. That's a game changer. They have a state-of-the-art facility with advanced diagnostics and highly skilled Hyundai-certified technicians, so you can enjoy quick turnaround service. You can relax in their comfy waiting area with the free Wi-Fi, the free drinks and snacks, the whole nine. So come see the difference at Alliance Hyundai today, or check them out online at AllianceHyundai.net. That's AllianceHyundai.net. And remember, at Alliance Hyundai, it's their mission to be your ally in the automotive business.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together, we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
This is Nick Post with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. While Texas weather puts your roof to the ultimate test, even if your roof seems fine, hidden leaks could be causing extensive water damage, dangerous mold, and even structural issues. Don't wait for the problems to get worse. Schedule your free roof inspection today and enjoy peace of mind. With over 20 years of expertise, K-Post delivers reliable roofing, waterproofing, and solar solutions. Take advantage of our complimentary roof inspection today by visiting kpostcompany.com. K-Post is your commercial and residential roofing, waterproofing, and solar experts, securing your world since 2004.
The basketball playoffs are right around the corner, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship on Kalshi. You're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers, and as the odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade $10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
Many of you want a home equity loan, but you don't want to refinance your current mortgage. That's why we have great second lien home equity loans at TexasLending.com. You can get your home equity loan done in your primary residence, a second home, and even on investment properties. Call TexasLending.com today to find out more. Get a free quote. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
The 2026 PBR World Finals Unleash the Beast returns to Fort Worth, May 7th through 10th at Cowtown Coliseum, and May 14th through 17th at Dickies Arena. Ready to beat Cowboy? Tickets at PBRWorldFinals.com. It's bowl time.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Some days self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm gonna have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. Did you notice that we hit 92 degrees in March? That's a full month earlier than usual, and that means most AC systems already have weeks of extra runtime, and we're not even to May yet. But here's what most homeowners don't realize. Breakdowns don't just happen. They start as small issues, like a clogged drain line that should have been caught weeks earlier with a simple tune-up, because small problems can turn into expensive repairs. So for a limited time, Reliant Air Conditioning will tune up your AC system for just $85. But here's the best part. When you join our Hero Club maintenance program, your AC tune-up is absolutely free, and you'll stay protected year-round. Our schedule is filling up fast, so call us at 877-YOUR-HERO or schedule your AC tune-up online at ReliantAirConditioning.com and see how we've been gimmick-free since '83.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877-YOUR-HERO.
perfect day as sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Sean and RJ here with the greatness of Base Power. Peak storm season is right around the corner. And for the first time in over a year, Base Power can install in weeks, not months. Thousands of Texans are switching to Base Power to get a whole home backup battery that automatically keeps your home running.
For a limited time, get $100 off with the fan while install slots are open at basepowercompany.com/thefan. That's basepowercompany.com/thefan. Take advantage of being a Tolo at Base Power.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for an NFL Draft edition to Ask Brian Anything here at 877-881-1053. Appreciate the texts that are already coming in, taking notes of some of the best questions, and we'll get Brian's answers to these here in just a second. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. You've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay. I really appreciate some of these texts. Okay, where do you rank R. Mason Thomas's Woody from the 214, Brian, and Kendall Daniels from OU, and would they fit with the Cowboys?
Do you have anything on Daniels?
I like that guy.
Kendall Daniels is a transfer. Let me pull my notes up. But off the top of my head, he transferred from Oklahoma State to OU. Cowboys did visit with him at the Combine.
Good.
He is a converted safety to linebacker. Big dude. I mean, long body, 6'5". He is one of these guys that at playing linebacker is just super raw at the position, but he made a ton of plays when he was at Oklahoma State. I mean, a turnover type of machine there.
And don't throw a screen to his side.
No, he's good around the line of scrimmage. He can shoot gaps in the run game, make plays, makes plays in space. The screen game, for instance, he'll slowly creep towards the line, and then boom, fires off the football. Tall player, pad leverage can be an issue for him, and that can also challenge when he comes in and he'll tackle high. But I like him as a guy that can match up with tight ends really well. His closing speed downhill, lateral agility, though, is a little bit stiff. He can make some big hits. At 6'5", 242, the dude will smack you. He's a fun player to watch. Think like as a quarterback spy for mobile quarterbacks, he could be an advantage for you. I like him as a day 3 player that can come in, can excel with the right coaching.
Yeah, when you look at R. Mason Thomas with the way that he's built, I kind of thought of Brandon Graham, with the way that he looks physically. I've always kind of said that about him. But, man, he has got some natural bend for the position. I mean, he's got closing speed. He could really accelerate. He's relentless in the way he pursues the ball. He's got a feel for the depth of the quarterback and where he's at in the pocket and how to close on him. I think it does a really good job. We talk about the speed to the power, the way he plays. I think there's some scouts that probably won't like his frame or the shorter arms, but you can't discount the way he rushes the passer. I think I have him as my fifth best. Let's see, that would be my 6th best edge rusher in this draft.
It's a pretty strong endorsement from our guy Broadus here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. How about we come over here to 443? Brian, why is Colton Hood a first-rounder, but Sonny Styles is not, in your opinion?
Yeah, I tell you what, the thing let me tell you example why with Hood, I think to me that when you watch him play, and this is where the switch out that I had, because I went back and it's not so much about styles they're trying to ask me, why would you have one over the other? It's really more about Hood and Cisse. And that's when going back in my notes, I'm thinking like, okay, read this one, and tell me which one you think. Because to me, Hood, I don't think Hood ran particularly fast. Mm-hmm. I think Hood's a boundary corner. And so if you're talking about playing the slot, that might not be the best thing to do with him. But I'll say this, though, about the guy, the way he plays in zone coverage, the way he reacts, the way he can play some man coverage stuff. I like his size about him. Just going back and reading my notes of like one you do really early, one you do a little bit later, and then you're like, okay, I need to switch these two guys out. The thing about Styles, and listen, I'll be more than happy to read you my report about Styles and what I kind of think about him as a player. Let me get here right here. Like, okay, this is when you see the way he plays pre-snap. He does a really good job of kind of understanding what's going on. He does a good job of reacting to what's going on around him. I'd call him an aware player. The processing part's really, really good. The thing that bothered me was his ability. There were times early in the year where you saw him not play with his hands very well and not get off blocks. And if he didn't have that awareness, I think he'd be in a lot more trouble. But his ability, it got better as the season wore on. But he's one of those linebackers that's kind of always around the ball. He can, the problems that he might have, though, too, is sometimes these offensive linemen on the second level get to him, and that's where I was thinking, like, okay, if you're telling me this guy is a first-round player, and it's not, to me, it's not all about just how you work out. It's like how you getting off blocks, how are you getting to the football? And he could get to the football, but I just had a problem with, like, there were too many times where I saw him get caught up, and I just didn't see it as a guy that I wanted to put in my top 13 in that way. I think he's got – I'll tell you something they don't use him as. They need to think about using him as a pass rusher. That's where I think that's where they might be missing the boat on him, because I think that's one thing that he is pretty good at.
All right, it's an Ask Brian Anything here in the G-Bag Nation at 877-881-1053. Big Richard wanted to know, should the Cowboys trade both first to get into the top 10 to go after what they want? For me, I think based on what you said earlier about Ruben Bane, I don't know how the Cowboys can think they're going to get a defensive player at 12 unless they do move up at this point, Brian.
That's the problem I'm running into right now. I've gone back and forth on this the last several days and over the weekend trying to kind of get an idea of where, once teams get out of their meetings and I can start to talk to some people where they have these guys ranked, it will help me better understand if I need to go up. But if you're eliminating defensive players like McCoy and Bane and take, you're now where you at? Instead of having a big 6, are you down to a big 4? Are you down to a big 3? Mm-hmm. And do you worry about, with all these teams bailing, that teams might see the same thing you are?
Yeah.
That if we want to get one of these defensive players, we got to go. And if the price of playing poker is not as much, then I could say I'm all up for about going up there and getting the guy you want.
At 877-881-1053. Brian, where would you draft the safety from Texas? That's Steve in Duncanville, talking about Michael Taff, of course.
I have him in the 5th round. Zach, I don't know if you have him any different than me.
Nope, I think that he's going to contribute immediately on special teams and might be able to develop into a starter. And I think that he's a super intelligent football player. He has found a way to play well at every level. I didn't think he was going to be great at Texas, but he did. I mean, that's the kind of guy that you want, that's going to work his ass off and compete. But I think he's a day 3 player.
What kind of safety is he? Is he
I'm as strong.
I think he's as strong as well.
Okay.
Taff is?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, Colton, Fort Worth, how much movement or talks can we see or hear about trade-wise during or before the draft? There's going to be a lot. I mean, some insiders are saying this could be the most trades we've ever seen in the first round.
Well, you know what? I think teams are going to try and figure out who all is going to be at the top of these boards once they set their boards. Trade talks, I think, will intensify once they realize that there's not going to be, if you're eliminating defensive players, there's only going to be a handful that you might want to potentially trade up for. And then the teams that are sitting up there that do need defensive players might say that, hey, we're not trading out of this stuff. So you might be, teams might say, listen, yeah, we want to back out, but you're not offering enough, or we're going to stand in here and make this pick. So, yeah, I think once we get to this time next week, I think you're going to start to see some teams intensify about talking about going up.
214 asking, what does worst case scenario in the draft look like right now? I think you just went through it with the other teams believing McCoy and Bane are too compromised to take ahead of you.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you want those guys to be going in the top 11, which would push down other players that you might be more interested in, like a Mansour Delane, I suppose. But man, it's really hard to imagine this happening without the Cowboys moving up to at least 9 when it comes to getting one of those other defensive players. Okay, how about this from Coach Mike? Who are my Jets taking, and is there any hope that next year Arch Manning allows the Jets to draft him and doesn't pull an Eli?
Well, it's that New York market, right?
Do you feel like the Jets, and this we're talking pick 2
and 16?
2 and 16, right?
Yeah, it sounds like Bailey at 2.
I think Bailey. Is it Bailey or 2? Or you think it's Reese at 2?
I think it's going to be Bailey at 2. That's kind of what the tea leaves are saying. If they want the safer of the 2 picks, Bailey, you know what you're getting. I think Arvell Reese can be a better player, but I think Bailey right now seems like the pick at 2 that they're going to lean to. At 16, I've seen a lot of Omar Cooper Jr.
Yeah, a lot of wide receiver. Yep, absolutely.
Okay, how early should we get to Pluckers next week in order to be able to get a table? I would say around 6.
Probably 2 o'clock when the G-Bag Nation starts.
That would be the safest thing to do.
Are we in Addison? We figured that out yet?
I think we're in Plano.
Plano?
We were usually at that Plano location. I know, Gavin, you will be at Addison, though.
I think
I would be at, Pluckers Addison, Chief.
I'll be in Grapevine.
Grapevine?
And, yeah, I mean, the Grapevine one I know for sure gets backed up. Like, you'll want to get there probably about 6 o'clock.
Lucius?
Yeah. Club Pluckers over there in Arlington, and you want to get there early, brother.
Club Pluckers
and Fact Jack
in Arlington for Lucius. Okay, we'll probably go. We'll be on till 6, and then we'll hand it off to draft coverage. That's how we usually do it.
Yes, sir.
And then this year it's 8 minutes between picks instead of 10 minutes in between picks. So this thing might go a little bit quicker, maybe 10:15, 10:30. Instead of your normal 11 o'clock for handing it off to the Jones family. I know you guys would like that. You're not complaining, are you?
No, I like the 15.
I just like, if I can make a comment, to make sure if you're in Dawson's location, you come up and just get real close and talk to him about the draft.
Yeah, real. I like face talkers.
Face talk. Get as close as you can to Dawson.
I like face talk.
And ask him as many draft questions as you could feel possible.
He just wants his personal space to be invaded.
682 Bud Clark, TCU grade and possible fit.
Do
you guys like Bud Clark?
Yeah.
Big fan of Bud Clark. I got him in the 3rd.
I got him in the 3rd round as well.
Look at us. We're aligned on one.
What style of safety is this?
I think he's a free.
That's a free, yeah.
I think if you can't, we did this whole thing. If you can't get X player in the 1st round, who can I get on day 2? If you can't get Caleb Downs, go get me Bud Clark. I think he can do a lot of versatile things in the back end for you, whether it's come up and run support. I think he's a playmaker on the back end and coverage. I think he can play a little bit of nickel for you. I'm a big Bud Clark fan.
This guy's really battle-tested, man. You look at 3-year captain at TCU, and the numbers where he's lined up, 313 snaps in the slot, 250 in the box, and another 160 deep. This guy's lined up in all different kinds of spots for you. He is really a very, very productive player.
Yeah, I know they like him a lot in Pittsburgh. 314, what has that guy seen from Arch that leads him to believe he's a number 1 pick? I'm not sure, but I think there's a good chance Arch will be going top 10 in this draft just on traits.
Yeah, if he continues the improvement that he showed in the back half of last year and in their bowl game, he's going to put himself into, without question, the top 10 and probably number 1, mainly because his last name's Manning.
Yes, but to the original question, if I'm the Mannings, he's not going to New York.
Yeah.
He's not going to Cleveland. Where else is he not going? He's not going to Cincinnati. Any place else we got to consider here? Arizona, maybe. Arizona's outside looking in just for general dysfunctional.
Maybe Matt LaFleur can do some good things there.
All righty. But yeah, I would imagine that the Mannings will be active in this. I don't think the Mannings, there's any reason to believe, based on how they interacted with the draft around Eli, that you would change, that. But we don't know how they look at the Jets. I don't know why they didn't like the Chargers. Like, why wouldn't you want to go to San Diego if you're Eli at 22, 23 years old? That was a team that had performed. But, there's relationships, there's coaches, there's all sorts of stuff that goes into it. And I'm sure the Mannings will be very hands-on. And, if I was the patriarch of that bad boy, we want nothing to do with the Jets. Okay, we got some basketball talk, 5 biggest questions about your team with the offseason now officially underway. That's coming up next year. G-Bag Nation, the Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece. In the noon hour, we will have Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Plus, our Cowboys draft scouting breakdown continues and expands with a look into the players from the Dallas visits. Join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
You follow here, Tolos, and I love CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community, and you can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th, and you can trust them to get the job done right. That's why I love them, because they take pride in what they do. The process is worry-free, starting with your free estimate. When you choose CertaPro Painters, you're not just hiring a service, you're partnering with trusted local professionals with over 70,000 5-star reviews to make your house feel like a home. Do what I did. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
Hello, Dallas. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America, N.A., member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. With the pro basketball playoff field basically set, we don't know who the 1 and 2 seeds in each conference will play just yet. OKC looks like the best value on the board, certainly to win the championship, but also to win its conference at -130. The draw for OKC is unreal. We'll only have to play one of San Antonio or Denver on the way there. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Here at Academy, we're putting the outdoors back in Academy Sports and Outdoors, especially for firearms and ammo. Whether you're punching paper at the range or heading to the field before sunrise, you'll find what you're looking for, and probably a few things you didn't know you needed. Trusted brands, tons of options, and undefeatable prices. Right now, get up to $50 off select Glock firearms through April 19th. Academy, fun can't lose. Age restrictions apply. Remember to always keep it safe.
If someone broke in tonight, would your camera stop it, or would you just watch it tomorrow? That's the old way. Record, replay, regret. Remote video monitoring from DFW Security is different. Live agents intervene. Police are dispatched if needed, not after the loss, before it. The new way: detect, deter, and defend. DFW Security, tell them Sean for the Fans sent you. It's the best of the best. Stop crime before it starts with DFW Security.
DFWsecurity.com. Tired of overpriced energy drinks? Ditch the can. Meet Whip Energy Pouches, a better way to energize. Whip is made with clean caffeine and great tasting flavors. No calories, no sugar, no nicotine. Just pop it in and go. Whip is the best way to stay focused without chugging another expensive energy drink. So next time you need energy, try Whip. Whip Energy Pouches, a better way to energize. Find Whip near you in Dallas and Houston at Murphy USA and Quick Trip locations, or visit WIPWhip.com. Sick of crashing out on sugary energy drinks? There's a better way. Meet Whip Energy Pouches. No calories, no sugar, no nicotine. Just clean caffeine crafted for smooth, lasting energy. Whether you're up early, grinding through the day, or staring down a workout, Whip is energy that moves with you. Find Whip near you in Dallas and Houston at Murphy USA and Quick Trip locations, or visit WIPWhip.com. Whip Energy Pouches, a better way to energize.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You finally decided to take that long overdue family vacation or business trip. You apply for a passport, and then you find out your passport has been denied by the IRS. I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath.
And I'm Jamie Flores, the managing partner at the law offices of Namath and Flores. If you thought the IRS can't affect your passport or ability to travel, guess again. The IRS can and will prevent the issuance or renewal of a passport for certain delinquent taxpayers.
The law offices of Namath and Flores will help you get your life back. We have been right here in North Texas for over 25 years helping taxpayers resolve their IRS issues. We focus specifically on helping people like you resolve IRS wage levies, bank levies, tax liens, and even unfiled returns. The first visit is completely free and confidential.
Call the law offices of Namath and Flores today. Texas tax attorneys at 972-484-0TAX. That's 972-484-0829. Or go to myirsteam.com. Offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Berkey's AC Plumbing and Electrical.
Need a new AC system? Call Berkey's to get up to $4,000 off select Lennox HVAC systems with combined discounts. And 0% financing for 12 months with approved credit. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit Berkeys.com.
He's been in the war room running a draft, and now he's the centerpiece of our NFL draft coverage. Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus. Afternoons with G-Bag Nation right here on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through The Fan. Let's talk about your Mavs at 877-881-1053. I guess my first question would be, what is doable in this offseason from your perspective? Leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous here in the G-Bag Nation. That would be my top question. Like, you have Cooper Flagg. He should win Rookie of the Year. If he doesn't, fine. Doesn't happen. It goes to Con Knipple, whatever. But he is, the rookie with the ability to impact his team in a championship context the absolute most. Unfortunate sprained ankle to finish the season last night. But I think he, along with Kyrie and Lively and Gafford and PJ and Najee, they just give this team an incredible foundation from which to build. And maybe if you nail the draft, that could push them over the top to being a team capable of winning a playoff series next year. Maybe that's still a little bit too early for you and Cooper Flagg. But tell me, what do you think is possible? What is realistic for them to accomplish here in summer 2026 relative to getting back into contention? Which is ultimately why they traded Luka. They thought they were getting closer to contention, but don't want to relitigate that. Just want your updated thoughts at 877-881-1053. We go to the morning news here. Mike Curtis
has the top 5 questions that are going to define this 2026 offseason. Who's going to be the next GM? The top question.
That would be my first one.
And Patrick Dumont did tell the Dallas Morning News he hopes to have a new guy in place by the middle of May. They're looking for a great leader. He also said the reports about them heading or preferring Sam Presti or other candidates that are currently employed are inaccurate because that would be tampering. We couldn't talk with those guys. So maybe they've been back-channeling it, but he was...
I'd hope so.
He was definitely denying those. Yes, hopefully you're
pay
doing
the $250,000 fine and get the best general manager. Let's go.
Yeah, and I guess it's worth throwing out there that Jason Kidd is interested in this gig as well. And I don't have any problem with Jason Kidd being that guy, but generally that's a lot of responsibility, and he seems kind of stressed out already.
Yeah,
I'm fairly satisfied with the job he's doing as head coach, though.
For sure. In a perfect world, you kind of want to keep that continuity with him as long as you're cool with whatever involvement he may have had in the Luka trade. Just judging him by the coach, you've seen what he's been able to do in his time here with Dallas and how he's able to elevate them. Now, that was with Luka, and we'll see if he can do the same thing with Cooper Flagg here. But, yeah, ideally you would just keep Kidd as the head coach, and then you go get a proven guy. And there's some guys out there for sure. Whether they want to go dancing with somebody that's already got a gig, and that can be a little bit tough to maneuver. Like, how do you get a guy to make a lateral move like that? What are you trading for this guy? Like, what is it? If you're talking about Sam Presti or Tim Connolly, who's a guy that is already in the league that they may be interested in. Dennis Lindsey's the one that, from an outside standpoint, I think is the most ideal. I mean, he's a Texas guy. He's been in Dallas. He's worked with all these guys before when Nico was still here as kind of a consultant, but he built up the Utah Jazz. Now he's with the Timberwolves, or excuse me, the Detroit Pistons. And so I guess you would just have to wait for the Pistons to get knocked out of the playoffs, and then you could go jump on a guy like that. But maybe they're just comfortable sticking status quo with the guys they have and just going in-house with Riccardi or Finley.
Yeah, those are possible as well. And I think there's a lot of ways this can go well. Just draft the right player,
For sure.
If you win the lottery and move into the top 4, or if you nail the pick at 7 or 8, I think GM can be a little bit overrated in basketball. The second question, though, is a good segue into that idea. And maybe you guys want to react to that. How can that person, whoever the next GM is, surround Cooper Flagg with the right pieces is the question. And I think they have so many of the right pieces already that it's not that hard.
Yeah.
Get a shooter. Get a shooter in free agency or a trade.
Hey, you might already have it in the undrafted Yale guy, Polkitis.
Wow. Yeah.
That guy is on a heater right now.
He had no interest in winning the Tanker of the night last night.
He ruined
making it rain.
Ruined chances.
That and Smith. Good Lord, that game was over kind of before it started. But yeah, I would generally say I don't think it's that difficult of a front office job right now because you don't have that many moves to make. You'd only be complicating it. I mean, but you have 2 centers. Assuming Lively gets healthy, that's a rarity to have 2 centers that good. You have all the perimeter defenders, the athleticism. I think really just shooting and point guard play, and Kyrie Irving's going to take care of a lot of that by himself.
Yeah, Kyrie's going to go a long way for you. That's what's going to be interesting is to see, like, okay, are they thinking a little bit more big picture here with we draft the point guard and we know that Kyrie is the guy for the right now, but do we want to draft that point guard that is over the course of the next 2, 3, 4 seasons is going to fill that void? And because you just saw how much better Cooper Flagg was in year 1 when he had a legit point guard next to him. When Nembhard and Brandon Williams were on the floor with him and playing at their best, his numbers were so much better compared to when he was kind of having to run the show. Mm-hmm. So having a legit point guard next to him is huge, and maybe they say, well, we're going to have that in Kyrie for the next 2 years or whatever, so we'll figure out the long-term point guard spot over the course of the next couple of seasons, and we'll go just get whoever the best player available is, even if it's not a point.
All right, question number 3. How could the roster shakeup look this summer?
and Mike Curtis throws out P.J. Washington here, Najee Marshall. I would just say there's only one guy, and it's Klay Thompson. That's the only veteran on this team that played any amount of time that I'm wanting to move on from, Brian.
Yeah, but I mean, his contract's up anyway, isn't it?
I think he's got one more year.
Does he have one more year?
Yeah.
Klay, he does.
Why did I think that was a 2-year deal? But 3 years, they got to do something with that contract, though, right?
Yeah.
And by the way, can I circle back about the general manager?
Sure.
Give me a proven team builder.
Yeah.
Listen to guys talk about Riccardi and then Finley. I'm not. If I'm a Mavs fan, I'm just kind of like going, yeah, you're a nice player and thank you for all you've done for all the years. But give me somebody that is a shrewd trade maker. Mm-hmm. Give me somebody that knows how to manipulate the cap. Give me somebody that knows how to maybe take advantage or has relationships or works with agents. Give me somebody that has that experience as opposed to, guys that, and you can, Riccardi and those guys, yeah, but that just doesn't fire me up like some of the guys we are talking about. Listen, I back up the truck to try and go get Sam Presti is what I would do. Mm-hmm. I would sell it as listen, we're not that far off, but come over here and do some of that Oklahoma City magic with us.
There's only one way to go in OKC. It's down.
Yeah. And you could come over here and you could be like, you could be. We'll let you do what you want to do. We'll give you the money. We'll make sure you're taken care. I just would rather that than let's go status quo. I don't see that as helping the Mavs long term.
No, I'd like to get some new blood in here myself. Final question: what is the status of the Mavs free agents? Marvin Bagley, he's been a pleasant surprise. Chris Middleton, very solid veteran. Dwight Powell, that should have been his last game of his career last night.
I would agree.
Man, that is awkward and weird. I mean, just
Dwight Powell. Cuban's not here, running things anymore.
I don't know if Dwight Powell had been on any of the other 29 teams if he would have still been in the league as of 5 years ago. Mm. But
man, that is awkward and weird.
I think he managed to make over $50 million.
Yeah,
playing basketball, and then Brandon Williams won him back for sure. We got 3 down, 2 to go here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. G-Bag of the Day and LA Live coming up 5:30, 5:40. Where are we going next, Eric?
We got ourselves a little football's finest action. 3 prospects that Nick Harris says we need to keep our Cowboys eye on, and Ricky Scoops just dropped a banger rumor for us next year in the Nation Batolos. I know as parents we would all do anything to give our own kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there, and that's why I'm here to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. Here's the deal. It is so easy. Free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Every cent of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and hope that they deserve. Listen, if my kids needed help, I'd pray someone would step up. Be that someone today. Visit carsforkids.org or call 866-835-5437 and write off the car, not the kid.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The NBA playoffs are for the most part set besides the results of the play-in tournament. The Thunder are the prohibitive favorite to win the finals at plus 110. The Spurs and the Celtics are right behind at plus 550. The most intriguing matchup in the first round to me is the Houston Rockets against the LA Lakers. Kevin Durant versus LeBron James, and whether or not LeBron can carry a team and get them to the second round when Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves may be healthy enough to return. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Save $10 on a pair of Bosch Focus wiper blades. Our professional parts people will even install them for free at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Fast breakthrough checkout with EECU's new TCU Debit MasterCard. As the Horned Frogs official credit union, EECU helps frogs make their best financial plays and now ups the game. Use EECU's new debit card to round up and support TCU NIL and help win Horned Frog championships. Plus, you can win TCU tickets, merchandise, and enter monthly gift card drawings. Get your card today. Call 888-853-5548 or visit eecu.org/TCU. Federally insured by NCUA. Membership requirements apply. For additional terms and conditions, call 888-853-5548.
Gavin Dawson here from Men's T Clinic. It is time here in 2026. Mention me with your first appointment. Get a free in-body composition analysis and a free B12 shot. If you're tired of feeling off, low energy, weight gain, lost drive, you are not alone. 1 in 5 men has low testosterone. So what is next? Let's stop the cycle. Do what I did. Call Men's T Clinic, the local experts in testosterone and total male wellness. Real labs, real data, personalized plan. 972-GO-MEN'S-T. Men'sTClinic.com. Get back to being you with Men's T.
Men's T Clinic. 1-800-246-OT.
Men'sTClinic.com.
HEB is making price cuts across the aisles to help Texans save even more when they shop. From household essentials to daily must-haves, you'll find thousands of low prices are now even lower, with hundreds more price cuts added every week. Just look for the yellow and black price cut tags in-store and online and add up the extra savings every time you check out. Save even more with price cuts. HEB, another reason why here, everything's better.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 4 G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got G-Bag the Day coming up here, bottom of the hour. We got LA Live coming up at 5:40. An hour away from your proper round tripper here. We'll go around the bases and talk about this series that gets underway tonight against the A's in Northern California. But right now it's time for football's finest, and here's the Chief.
Yeah, we got some names to know for the Cowboys, according to Nick Harris, as well as some Ricky Scoopage right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game. You do. Not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Oh, wow. Ricky Scoop's playing dirty games. He's tweeting out breaking alleged soon-to-be news, and then he's deleting his tweet. That's what he's doing. But I still have it, so it's okay.
Yep.
It's all right.
Maybe he's backing out of it.
Maybe he's walking this back. But he's saying that the Texans are getting ready to give Will Anderson Jr., who's a monster stud, coming off the edge for the Texans, a $50+ million per year extension that would make him the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. Think about that.
Mike is getting 47.
Mike is getting 47. He reset the market in a huge way. Daniil Hunter just got, the 1-year extension with the Texans for $40 million?
Yeah.
40, and that's pretty fat. I mean, Myles Garrett's sitting at 40 or 41 or whatever, and now we could be talking about a $50 million per year edge rusher in Houston. Hey, he's a great guy.
Great person, great player, great teammate, everything about him. So I'd be happy for him for sure. And that Texans defense is legit, and he's the best player on it.
How can you win giving a quarter of the cap to an edge rusher? You can't even win giving a quarter of the cap to the quarterback.
Yeah, because they're also talking about, trying to get Stroud locked up. So I don't know how they would finagle it.
Let Stroud walk.
They'd have to do some.
They signed a 5th-year option, right?
Got to do some.
Yeah, they got this year, and this is a big year for Stroud.
They're going to have to do some cap gymnastics, but I'm sure they can figure it out. But that's the world we're going to be living in, man. Where $50 million per year is going to be crazy.
But we're at $301 million. So it's not. It's not. It's more like 16%, 17%, somewhere in there, which is still an insane amount. Like 20 years ago, quarterbacks were getting 15, 16%, and it's gone up very significantly since then. So I still think it's a team building obstacle, though.
Okay, so
just wanted to play offsides there.
It worked.
I know it did.
Jack. Mm-hmm. Mailbag. Fort Worth Star Telegram. Nick Harris.
Mm-hmm.
Question from Big Papa Zimmer.
I like how Wolchuk taught us how to read the thing real fast before it gets into the big
yeah. See, when you're like me and you pay the requisite $1.50 a month, you get this, okay?
Well, you pay the $1.50?
Somebody does.
We won't go on the toll road, right?
Yeah,
it's definitely not you.
I don't go on the tolls. Or maybe I just clicked on it and got lucky.
No, this one worked today.
I was about to say, this one worked.
This one's holding on. I guess this is a freebie.
So Nick Harris was asked who are some prospects we're not talking about enough when it comes to the Cowboys. And he says, the first name he says, Brian Broaddus,
is
Akeem Mesidor, the edge rusher from the Miami Hurricanes, who you were saying,
to the G-Back Nation.
You were saying, if the Cowboys just stand pat at 12, he would be a guy that they will consider if they're going to be wiped out with some of the other prospects. San Diego State cornerback, Zach Wolchuk, Chris Johnson.
Let's go!
Apparently, the Cowboys are fans of his. Now, does he have the nickel flex, or is he just an outside corner? What are we looking at?
He
with him?
just played outside, but I think he definitely could kick inside and play some nickel for you.
Now, a guy who definitely can do that, Miami cornerback Keontae Scott. All defenders whom Cowboys fans should monitor. Okay. So, and he mentioned hey, Mansour Delane, Caleb Downs, Sonny Styles, Ruben Bane, all those names for sure. But in terms of names that maybe don't get talked about enough, those are going to be the names to circle. Akeem Mesidor, edge rusher out of Miami, San Diego State cornerback Chris Johnson, and Miami cornerback Keontae Scott. All three of those guys. And you guys like all three of those guys. Not necessarily at 12 or whatever, but...
Yeah, I'd take Chris Johnson at 12. He's my 13th overall player.
Okay.
Mesidor Love, I think he'd be great at 12, at 20 preferably. I've got him at 17. And yeah, I think Keontae Scott would be a little rich for me, but I still think he's
at 12. He would be very rich.
Oh yeah, at 12 he'd be rich. Even at 20 he'd be rich.
But you don't have a second rounder.
But in general, just knowing that they like a guy like Keontae Scott, and if they maneuver around the board, he would be a guy that they would be interested in. And him like Mesidor, kind of maybe a little bit late bloomers and a little bit older. I think Keontae Scott's 24. But the athleticism, you see it on tape.
I
but
love
then
the way he plays.
His pro day, and then he's just a dog.
Yeah,
he's a total dog. He wants to just crush everybody that comes in his way. So those are three names to watch when it comes to the Cowboys. And speaking of Akeem Mesidor,
tell me more.
Much like Luke Kuechly, is a big fan of Jacob Rodriguez. Here's Max Crosby talking about his favorite player in the draft.
So this is my guy. This is my guy I'm going with, and I'm going pure off not opinion and all this other shit. I'm going off of straight film and what I've seen. Mesidor, just watching some of his tape, his bend is crazy. The way he's able to get around the edge, the way he's able to get off the ball, he's freaky.
Okay.
He is freaky.
Max Crosby likes him some Akeem Mesidor.
There's a lot to like about him.
So, and that's a professional edge rusher looking at Akeem Mesidor saying, I like the way this guy plays. So that'll be cool, and that's something to give you a little bit of hope there if he ends up with the Cowboys. And there's scouts that think he's better than Bane as well. I think it's just mostly the age that is why people are knocking him.
Man, Max Crosby is so toxic, isn't he? To be around the age of 30 after all that success, I would expect him to be a little bit less annoyed with the world, right? Like the way he opens that cut. Like, man, this is an opinion. This is, not like that other BS that's out there. You guys aren't with me on this one? You're both looking at me crazy?
No,
I hear you.
I didn't take it, but when you explain it like that, yeah, it kind of is like prefacing everything he's about to say with like, you bleep holes out there.
Yeah, I think he's toxic. Yeah.
Thank you. Every time he's on there, he's like, I can't believe these idiots are saying this crap.
I see what you're doing.
Let me say this, okay? I can't believe everybody talking about what I've said. And, they're making such a big deal out of it. Yes, I'm on 8 podcasts a week.
How dare you?
All right, we know we know how Dawson is going to maybe have it out for Max Crosby moving forward until he gets traded to the Cowboys. Then we're going to be fired up, right?
This guy.
Yeah, I'd love it if they traded.
It'd be pretty badass, right?
I mean, he's toxic as hell,
you want some
that.
toxic energy on your defensive side.
Yeah.
And I've said for a long time, you usually only want one neck tattoo guy per side of the ball.
Even on defense, you don't think you could handle 2 or 3 neck tattoos on D?
Maybe I'll make a special exception here or there.
You don't like the neck tat?
But there's like a general rule.
Yeah.
I get the general rule. You bend it from time to time.
Maybe for 1 year only.
Sure.
They'll start multiplying on you.
Yeah, that's true.
Very addictive.
It can be contagious, those neck tattoos, man. That's no joke. Now, what about
Why'd you laugh?
Why'd you laugh? It's your own joke.
What about the stat of the day here, and really just a factoid, speaking of toxic energy?
Mm-hmm.
Rory McIlroy has won 2 Masters since the Jets have had their last interception.
Wow.
That really puts things in perspective, doesn't it?
It does. Wow.
That is brutal, dude. It's tough to take a total L on an April weekend before the draft. And there the Jets stand, finding a way to do it.
Considering how many good players they had in pass defense. To start the season last year with Sauce Gardner, the edges that they've had. You're bringing in Aaron Glenn. I wonder what the odds. Is that $1 million to 1 shot, you think, last year in a sports book? The Jets no picks for the year.
I think we had that. Like if somebody had to bet it, how much money they could have won, and it was a crazy amount of money.
It really is jarring. Like you talk about all these crazy sports feats that go down. The Jets not having an interception last year is about as crazy as it gets. What'd you guys think about Vrabel not showing up to the Patriots presser today, the draft presser?
They said that he wasn't going to be there anyway.
Oh, yeah, that's what they said, but he was there last year.
He was there last year. Come on.
Was he there last year?
He was there last year.
Yeah, they're saying that he wasn't supposed to be there.
It was never in the plans, dude. What do you mean? We knew he
Let Elliot Wolf sit out there by himself.
Yeah. We knew Vrabel was going to be in Sedona at this point in the offseason calendar, and so we weren't expecting him to be here anyways.
I think we just had sports history up on TV. They're getting ready for the WNBA draft. Flau'jae Johnson has showed up. An incredible dress. I got to imagine this dress is probably $5,000-$10,000, something like that. But I think it was a world record amount of side boob she's showing here in the build-up to the draft.
Yeah,
a lot of
See
talent.
for yourself. Wasn't that a lot of side boob, Brian?
It was a lot. Yep. LSU gal.
Really?
Side
Good
boob.
5-6 inches of side boob, I think.
Yeah. Pretty dress.
You guys have never seen Wolchuk in a crop top.
I had him for a reason, baby.
we
1.6 mil at the low end
is what
if you had to bet $100 week 1 on the Jets not to get an interception.
Oh, that's so good, dude.
Could go as high as 5.7 mil, depending on the site.
Okay, so I have the draft superlatives here from Matt Bowen.
I knew you were going to do this.
Yeah, because this is fun.
It is fun. I like it.
Don't you like this?
Yeah, I love it.
Wolchuk, who's the most elusive rusher in the draft?
Elusive? Emmett Johnson.
Wow, somebody's reading the article.
Yeah,
nice
I saw the article.
Freaking job.
I just told you I saw the article, schmuck.
That's really good.
I would have said probably Jeremiah Love.
You would give Jeremiah Love all of the running back superlatives.
Some of them. There might be some that I'd go like Mike Washington Jr., Jadarian Price, or maybe Emmett Johnston.
Well, I want to look at the defensive players.
Okay, let's go to the defense.
Because that's obviously what we're trying to get here. So as you look at
Caleb Downs,
the quickest first step in this draft when you're looking at the edge rushers, who's got the best, I guess, get off of the snap?
Well, they say Lawrence?
Malachi.
Okay, so Malachi Lawrence from UCF has the fastest closing speed to the quarterback.
Joshua Josephs, Tennessee.
But the first step they're giving to R. Mason Thomas out of Oklahoma.
That's fair.
Ooh, you
totally
guys cool
fair
with that?
Yeah, that's fine. He's got a good one.
Mm-hmm.
The best hand usage in this draft for the edge rushers, who do you watch? You say, okay, this guy can do some hand fighting here.
Ruben Bane.
Even if he's got short arms. Ruben Bane, ding. Mm-hmm. He has the best hand usage. So when you start talking about Ruben Bane and why maybe the short arms won't matter as much, this is a guy that's pretty refined. Fast hands. This guy knows how to win in other ways. And I think probably a lot of credit to Hall of Famer, when Jason Taylor's your position coach in college, that's going to go a long way for you. Okay, I'm sure Akeem Mesidor has some similar attributes to be like, yeah, he's probably learning that from a Hall of Famer at Miami there. Best overall pass rush moves. Who in this draft would you say has the best overall, looking at the full package, who's got the best pass rush moves in the draft?
What did they say height?
Romello Height? Yeah, they could. They could say Romello Height. I'd actually go Malachi Lawrence.
Really? You think he's got the repertoire?
It might be Mesidor.
It could be.
Okay, Mesidor is listed for one of these, but they're given the overall best pass rush moves. David Bailey.
Okay. Oh, gosh.
Got a great spin move.
Yeah, it says he's got a full menu of pass rush moves to attack. They do know the best spin move in the draft is also David Bailey. That's a separate category for superlatives.
I always look for those because a lot of guys spin moves. They don't really cover any ground laterally or up the field with it. They just kind of spin and they're still in the same spot. Like he spins into open space like intentionally.
With intent. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've seen some clips of him doing it, and it is pretty nasty. Like when he works upfield and then spins back inside. Like, my goodness, dude. Best motor.
Akeem Mesidor.
Yeah.
Akeem Mesidor. That's the guy right there. Max Crosby's favorite dude. Okay,
Llewellyn from Iowa.
Llewellyn's he's a try-hard dude.
When it comes to the linebackers, who's the most rangy on the second level?
Oh, second level, Kyle Lewis.
Okay. Broadus? Linebacker with they say most rangy on second level. So it's basically just who's the most rangy linebacker out there.
Most rangy linebacker. I wonder if they're going to say Hill.
Anthony Hill Jr. out of Texas. Ding, ding, ding. Best coverage backer, Walchuk. We go back to you for this one. That's going to be Kyle Lewis of Pitt, who some people think, is he kind of like a hybrid? Can he play some type of safety role for you? And that pro day, gosh, he was moving at a different speed.
Yeah, he's like a safety and a linebacker, or a linebacker in a safety's body.
Who's the best second level blitzer? Okay, so this is again a linebacker who is the best blitzer. I think Anthony Hill would come to mind for you guys.
I would go with Anthony Hill Jr.,
which is a fair name to throw.
This is really good at it,
Jay
too.
Golday could be good.
Golday?
I mean, he's a former edge rusher.
Golday?
They go with your LSU guy, Harold Perkins.
Okay.
That makes sense?
He should play on the edge.
He should play on the edge.
Yeah,
yes.
Absolutely.
Fastest closing speed to the ball carrier for a linebacker.
Jacob Rodriguez.
Fastest closing speed to ball carrier.
Josiah Trotter.
It can't be Trotter.
They're giving it to the number one guy, Sonny Styles.
Sonny Styles, yeah.
Okay, most instinctive.
J-Rod.
J-Rod. Texas Tech. Best hitter. Trotter.
Ooh. Yeah, Trotter's a thumper.
Trotter. There he is. Josiah Trotter. And then the best tackler they're giving to Sonny Styles. There's your NFL draft superlatives.
Thank you so much, Chief. As we're sitting here next Thursday, we'll be getting ready for the draft. Our Path to the Draft coverage brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at all the Pluckers locations. That's April 23rd for our annual draft party. We're coming back to hit the expressway. We'll go commercial-free to the top. G-Bag of the Day at 5:30. LA Live at 5:40. We'll give you a snapshot of everything breaking in the world of sports coming up next here on The Fan. I want to chat with you about my friends at the Frankels before we do anything else, though, because life's unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a car or truck wreck, sometimes tragically. If it happens to you or a loved one, just call the Frankels, Scott and Mark. They'll make sure you don't settle for less. They've been doing this, defending victims of negligence in North Texas for over 30 years now. They're amazing at it. Their names command respect in DFW. And, when you're hurt, not your fault, a massive financial burden is going to come along with it. 6 or 7 figures even can happen easily. So if it happens to you, call the Frankels. They'll make sure you don't settle for less, and they'll make sure the money to put your life back together doesn't come out of your pocket. You could be looking at lost wages, not able to get to work. You could be looking at vehicle repair, vehicle replacement. The pain and suffering that can be on board for decades can be 6 or 7 figures of value alone right there. Can you play with the kids? Can you play with the grandkids as you look and forecast into the future? That's what the Frankels specialize in. They will make sure that you do not settle for less when you are hurt due to somebody's negligence here in DFW. 214 or 817, then 333-3333. Jump online, frankelfirm.com, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
It's time for the annual Pluckers Draft Party on April 23rd. Join us at one of the 9 DFW Pluckers locations for specials on their wings and beer. Make sure you stay the whole time because as the night gets going, the specials get better. Find a location near you at pluckers.com.
Hey, Tolo's RJ Choppa here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
When you're trying to get a home equity loan in Texas, you want to work with someone who knows what they're doing. At TexasLending.com, we have some loan officers who've closed dozens of home equity loans per month for over 20 years. Call TexasLending.com. Work with people you can trust, people that know your own backyard, people that can close fast. It's TexasLending.com for your home equity loan. Call us today. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Sean and RJ here with Base Power. Don't wait for peak storm season to prepare for it. That's why thousands of Texans are switching to Base Power. With Base Power, you get automatic whole home backup for up to 95% less than a generator.
For a limited time, get $100 off with the fan while install slots are open. BasePowerCompany.com/thefan. That's BasePowerCompany.com/thefan, and take advantage of the $100 off offer by being a Tolo with Sean and RJ at Base Power.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
To you, follow here, Tolos, and I am a proud CertaPro Painters customer because they really are the best in the business. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. And you can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And now's the time to complete that painting project you've been putting off. CertaPro Painters provides a free estimate quickly and at the right price. CertaPro Painters knows how important your home is to you, and now is the time to capitalize. Schedule your free estimate online, CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Put a spring in your step with HealthSpring Medicare coverage. Whether it's helping you choose a plan that fits your needs or guiding you along to make the most of your benefits, Medicare coverage from HealthSpring empowers you on your health and wellness journey.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. This segment, The Expressway, is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. We have the G-Bag of the Day coming up here in 8 minutes, and then LA Live with Lucius Alexander coming up at 5:40 here on The Fan. It's a WNBA draft night, and we're keeping our fingers crossed that the Wings nail this and can become a championship-level organization next year.
Don't FUD it up, guys.
That's right. Yeah.
I kind of feel like we've done this a lot.
What's that? Oh, drafting high? Yeah, the Wings have not been good.
Why are we like 5-28 or something like that? Why are we always not very good?
Hey,
Takes time. This is a competitive league, dude.
Fourth time in WNBA history a team is drafted number one overall back-to-back. The Indiana Fever are one of them, and they took Caitlin Clark the second time.
Okay.
The previous two went on to win WNBA championships.
Nice.
So the odds are solid that this is going to help turn them around.
You go back to back, you nail these picks, and I think they're going to. They're going to be in great shape. Okay, what has been developing throughout the day? Well, number one, the first thing this morning was the news that Brian alerted us to a couple of weeks ago is now going live. The Ruben Bane Jr., Miami Hurricane edge rusher. He was the driver in a 2024 fatal car accident. Careless driving charge was dismissed. There's no lingering legal charge, but it's being talked about today. It's also been litigated in a civil suit, though, and the family of the 22-year-old who died 3 months after the crash. The crash put her in a coma. But they're not seeking public attention. Destiny's passing was the result of a tragic accident that occurred several years ago, they said in a statement. The loss remains painful for our family. We have worked hard to find peace and move forward, and this time we're not seeking public attention surrounding the tragedy and respectfully request that our family's privacy be honored. So we're going to contribute to honoring that request for privacy. They said we wish Mr. Bane the best as he continues his life and his career. So there's no way this would become a distraction. There's no way Ruben Bane could become the face of what the public is disappointed in the NFL for. I think that would be the only way that teams would consider changing their approach to Ruben Bane based on this story. And it appears, based on the reporting that's happened around it, is the NFL's known about this story with Ruben Bane for a long time, and I don't think any of them that have been reported so far are adjusting their opinion or evaluation of it based on this.
They just want to know the story.
Yeah,
they want to know why.
Yeah,
that's what they're trying to figure out.
And I guess there were a couple of people who reported that the way Ruben Bane answered questions about this wasn't ideal.
Not good.
Okay. The other big news is the Cowboys are bringing in Jermod McCoy for a 30 visit. Yeah. Todd Archer had this news over the weekend. There's been so much reporting around Jermod McCoy, but the Cowboys are bringing him in for a 30 visit. A man corner who tore his ACL in off-season workouts in January of 2025, and the idea there is that maybe it's not totally recovered.
That's true.
So we'll keep an eye on that. But if you take him, it might be a situation where you're going to have to wait. And
that's the worry.
Maybe you have to wait until 2026. And then you have to also consider that if he had an ACL repair in January and he's got to sit out another year, like what is the long-term condition of that knee? I'll tell you, Brian, at 20, he was so damn good.
My best corner.
He's your best corner?
Well, yeah, I'm just going to let it ride. I'm giving the guy his due and where he was, and I'm going to look probably pretty stupid when he gets picked, outside the first round.
Yeah.
So, but that's okay. I know the player, and hopefully hopefully whoever takes him they'll get that type of guy.
Texas Rangers and Sacramento A's coming up with the pregame at 8 o'clock. The first pitch at 8:40 in Northern California. Rangers going to take on the A's, and a hell of an opportunity here with this series. And then they're going to go on to Seattle to build a little bit of a cushion there at the top of the division. If they are up for it, I think we'll see signs this week that your Rangers are serious about winning the West. Lakers star Luka Doncic might not be on the court for the start of the playoffs, but he is going to be back in the U.S. of A. He's returning to L.A. Friday after spending this past week in Spain, where he got multiple injections for the grade 2 hammy strain. Shams reporting today the 4-seeded Lakers are going to host the 5-seed Rockets game 1 of their first-round playoff series Saturday. You still rooting for Luka? What are we doing here? Are we rooting for Luka or against Luka?
I'm rooting for him.
Yeah, I'm rooting for him for sure. And, I hate that he got banged up because the Lakers were starting to hit their stride there a little bit. And it's weird because it's the Lakers, and I don't necessarily love that idea of it, but it is what it is. Nico made this bed for us all. So he's extremely fun to watch play basketball.
Yeah.
And especially the heater that he had been on. Like, he was at the height of his powers, and then now he goes down. That's a bummer. But, yeah, I want to see him do well.
Yeah, it's a weird juxtaposition to be in. I think there's a lot of Mavs fans who absolutely loathe the Lakers. Some that don't mind them, I think a couple of things. Number one, the Kobe Bryant effect, but number two, I don't think the Lakers ever broke the Mavs' heart through that entire Dirk run. So the hate, the disappointment never really built up. But yeah, rooting for the Luka career arc to go well is one thing, but if you want him back with the Mavs, you kind of need him to be one and done a couple of times here.
That's a good point. Now, you can still root for him, and it's not necessarily rooting for him to win, but hey, you go off, you do your thing, and the Lakers get bounced in the first or second round. Okay, great.
CY is going to join us tomorrow at 4:20, by the way. Just had to reschedule, so if you're wondering why he had not been on today, that is the reason. CY is going to join you tomorrow at 4:20 right here on your home of the Rangers. Okay, Mavs finished the season with a win despite Cooper Flagg's sprained ankle.
Such a bummer, dude. You got out-tanked last night.
You did. Yeah.
Getting out-tanked's the worst.
And the Grizzlies kind of out-tanked you over the last 10 days. The win against the Lakers put you in this position where last night could be costly, and it was. So you end up in a tie for the 7th spot instead of a tie for the 6th spot. Not that big of a deal. But, man, the Bulls really put on a clinic.
Yeah, they did.
A tanking clinic last night.
Tanking away.
Allowing the Mavs to score 149 points. Polikitis with 28. Nembhard with 23 assists.
It was a rookie record for an undrafted guy.
The fun fact from Followell, the assist-to-turnover ratio for Nembhard, 3.72 to 1, the best of any qualifying rookie for the rookie in the NBA in the last 36 seasons. Passing Brevin Knight's 3.38 to 1. If you go back to 1989, you got Pooh Richardson at 3.93 to 1.
Shout to Pooh.
Nemby's a hell of a storyline. Really like watching him play. I think solid backup, to Kyrie Irving. Maybe I'd rather have him as my third point guard if I'm being honest right now, but I like having him on the team.
I think he's a solid number 2.
I'm sure he'd appreciate that. Stars are in Toronto.
Pooh Richardson?
yeah, literally.
Thank you, Brian.
Coming up in an hour. And then the finale Wednesday at Buffalo. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. And who's gracious?
Yeah. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing HIV. Hello. G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. All right, so our winner and champ is going for day 2 today. It comes from our very own station here, 105.3 The Fan, the RJ and Chompy Show, our morning show here. Which one of these fools is Chomp? Well, it's not the guy that's upset in this audio. The guy that's upset in this audio is Sean Sharif, the quarterback of the morning show. And he's not a fan of this sports rivalry list that was brought to him. And he just jumps on everybody about it.
Why would I care about the
Because that's how rivalries are.
all-time rivalries? Why would I care about that? What do I care what happened 20 years ago?
Because that's what
Why would I
rivalries
make a list
are.
about
You're
that?
a sports fan. You
No,
know what
currently
rivalries are.
today, the rivalries
But you
can
know
take
what
place
rivalries
currently
are. See,
today
this
as
is
well.
why this list is good.
No, it's stupid list.
Well,
Or you did a
that's why
bad
it's on the
job
worst
of
take.
describing it.
That's why it's
or
on
you
the
have
worst
bad
take.
opinions on what should be on
Well, no,
there.
I mean, you don't.
Bad opinions.
You're a sports fan. You know who your rival is. Your rival doesn't change year to year.
But they change over decades.
Over decades? We're not talking about over decades.
I think we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
I think you're. I think.
Send
me the list.
Michigan, Ohio State. I said it was in my email. Michigan-Ohio State has been a great rivalry, and it's always going to be a great rivalry. Auburn-Alabama is always going to be a great rivalry. Texas-Oklahoma is always going to be a great rivalry, even if it's hammer versus nail for a decade.
Disagree. To me, the quality of the matchups matters. Like Ravens-Steelers was great.
Yes,
You didn't like low-scoring defensive football, but Ravens-Steelers was a great rivalry. It also helps that you face each other in the postseason, which the Cowboys don't get to the postseason enough to make the Eagles game a rivalry.
You'd like to add that in.
And, Bobby, you can make all your dumbass faces. It's not doing anything. You can make your little stupid side eyes to Peyton. I'm still right about the whole topic. It's the current list of rivalries today in sports.
Can someone get Sean a Snickers?
Wow. So they think Sean's
I just don't like things being like, don't tell me what the list is. I know what the list is.
I want Sean to get some merch. I want that shirt to say, I'm still right.
I'm still right, baby. I'm right about the whole topic.
Yeah, don't even tell me the list.
Start to finish.
I know the damn list.
All right, long as Sean was being so mean.
No, it's stupid list. Or you did a bad job of describing it.
That's why
or
it's
you have bad opinions on what should be.
Well, no, I mean, you don't.
Jeez.
Just kept coming back around for
fighting words, bro. We need to talk about that in the meeting, not on air, bro.
Man.
That boy Sean keeps it so real.
Credit to Choppy, man. He can hold his water.
And de-escalate at the same time.
Not get drawn off sides
I
in a
don't think
crazy
it bothers
way.
Chop at all.
No.
I thought about that too. I was like, Chop is not bothered by this.
You start reading the text. Yeah, Sean should get a Snickers.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah. Salute to Chop.
Yeah.
Having
skills
15
there.
years of marriage, man. They just beat the fight right out of
used
him.
to it.
It sure does. You have no idea, bro. Sit back and wait, fam. What? 20 years deep, dog. We sleep in 2 different rooms and everything. We see each other like 2 passing ships. Hey, how you doing? Hey,
everything okay? Everything good? You got everything you need?
Wait.
She still manages to tell you every detail about her day.
Can't help it. All right, Wemby. Might be one of the. Might be the face of the NBA if they win.
Yep. He's really good.
Yep.
Might be a while.
Anyway, he shows off his Mav skills while talking about the 65-game rule. What is the 65-game rule, fellas?
You have to play 65 games to be award eligible.
Damn right. Listen to this math.
If a guy plays 50 games, 35 minutes a game, that's 50 times 35, that's 1750, right? Am I right? Yeah. And if a guy plays 75 games at 20 minutes, it's, hold on.
He's not winning
It's
jack.
1,500. So,
There's no calculator or nothing.
you know.
Yeah.
It's not, I mean, it's a good view, in my opinion, to not have a limit. It's one opinion. 75% of the games, in my opinion, would be a logical thing, and that would be 61.5 games, right? So 62 games.
By the way, your math on all of those was spot on.
I know.
Yeah.
French, oui.
Very strong.
Yeah, very strong.
65.5.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Without a calculator, 0.5, Americans can never.
I would immediately pull
No.
out my phone and started in on that.
Hold on 1 second, fellas. Make sure I got this right.
Grab my phone and started in on that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah, it's off the top of the dome, bro. Mr. Dawson, this one's for you right here.
And I would like to say that comes from a culture of sports academies for schooling, right? You get sent off to do your sports and your school at the same time.
And they
right?
do it.
Yeah,
They
and they're
don't
doing
rush you
both
through
at a
the
very
classes.
high level. Yeah, you don't have to pretend like school doesn't matter in order to be good at sports.
Yeah. You don't have a tutor that filled it out for you.
Yeah.
And you signed it and put your name on there. We have an air traffic controller right here.
Oh, no.
He's talking to Delta Flight 1738.
Delta 1738, turn right heading 070.
070, that's 1738.
Hey, Delta 1738, do you have time for a quick question?
Go for it.
Are you familiar with the artist Fetty Wap?
I am not.
Oh, bummer. He just has a song that's 1738. Just remind me of it.
No, unfortunately, no.
Yeah.
What a square that pilot was.
I got 182 souls up here. I don't have time for your games.
I am not.
Yeah.
I am not.
I am not.
Yeah.
I am
That's a good
not.
drop. Yeah, that's a good drop.
Great drop.
I am not. Yeah.
No. Would never be associated. Would you say the gentleman's name was? Never.
Yeah.
Not me. Couldn't be.
I'm a serious pilot up here, sir.
Now, this isn't one, but I just want to get it out the way. Here. Let's go to Nightcap. Shannon Sharp, Ocho Cinco, and Joe Johnson. ISO Joe. They got trolled.
This one is for you, Joe. Kaleidoscope 1. King ISO, what are your thoughts on Little Rock hoop legend Drew P. Balls calling it a career last week?
Drew P. Balls? Who was that?
Drew P. Yeah, see, he tried to be funny.
He was funny. No, he got you, bro. Don't be trying to be funny. No, you got. All of y'all. Especially when Uncle said, Droopy.
No, it was Droopy. Yeah, no. Not Droopy. Yeah, Droopy.
Droopy Ball.
Little Rock hoop legend,
Little Rock hoop legend. Little Rock hoop legend, Droopy Balls.
Little Rock hoop legend, Drew P. Balls. Calling it a career last week.
Droopy Balls? Who was that?
Drew P. Yeah, see, he tried to be funny.
Yeah. Bobby Bell got him again. Man.
Is that Ozzy Fudd? All dressed up?
Yeah. That's her.
Okay. Well, let me tell you what, man. It's just like in high school. Those athletes just surprise you.
Yeah.
Very much so.
They pop up on game day. You're like, oh, okay. This was what you had under all them sweats. Okay.
Yeah, they don't wear makeup when you see them play, and then they show up in makeup.
You're like, whoa, okay, girl. Yesterday was a church day. Pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor and politician, Frederick Douglass Haynes. I got a combo pack for you right here when it comes to church because we need our souls saved. This pastor's just talking ridiculous.
I'm excited because I get to play drums and worship Jesus.
Yeah. Good reasons. I hope you like Reese's Pieces. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Reese's Pieces.
I don't.
No, he doesn't.
I don't.
Nobody likes what I just said.
Well, sorry about that, Reese.
Well, there might be some ladies in the congregation.
That is crazy, bro. What the hell?
Good reasons. I hope you like Reese's Pieces. Oh my gosh.
Is that on the mind?
I think that's a Freudian. Yeah. I think we might have found the guy that does.
Yeah. You're right. I think you're onto something.
Shout out to Reese.
Gotcha. We got him. And here's a religious joke. How about this?
You know who I don't envy is modern pastors. I do not envy that task. Trying to help people with modern problems with this ancient book. You know, someone is like, Father, help. My husband is leaving me for an AI TikTok dancer. And you're like, that's like what happened to Abraham.
He's sifting through the book. Well, let me see here. Not sure what chapter that one's in. All righty, what do we got here? We got Sean Sharif looking for two-time status. I think he's looking for two right here. Best all-time rivalries. Wemby on the 65 games.
I used to love Sean Sharif. What was that? Help talk.
Better help.
Yes, better help.
You're feeling bad, man. Talk to someone.
Better help.
We all need to blow off some steam.
I don't believe you, bro.
We got an air traffic controller asking about flight 1738. Shannon Sharp with the droopy balls. Not one. We got church day clips. I hope you like the Reese's Pieces. And we got the modern pastor joke. There, man, that's a tough group of challengers here with our champ. I'll go with the champ though, Chief. How about you?
I will go with the Mr. Drew P.
Lucius.
Oh shoot.
Yeah, church combo.
Yeah, that's a good combo there. We'll check about you.
I mean, with the droopy ball.
Yeah.
Prime.
Drew P.
High score of 3-1. Not nominated, but somehow now you're champ. There with Shannon
Crazy
Sharp
how that happens.
on his podcast.
My favorite athlete since my ass.
Yeah.
Let's stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius in LA Live.
It's a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance some of everything. Everybody get high.
You know what time it is?
You ain't never
never heard a crackhead say, I ain't got no money today, so I ain't about to go smoke no crack. You ain't never heard that. Why? Because they do it no matter what. They get it done. Go out there today with that crackhead energy. Go be a crackhead. I mean, don't go smoke crack. I'm just trying to give some morning motivation, man. I don't know how else to say this. Hone in on that crackhead energy. Don't do crack, but be a crackhead. But not a crackhead. Just have a fucking good day.
That's it. Get out there and get it done, baby. It's Monday. We got a whole week ahead of ourselves. Write down those goals. And don't write them in the phone. I find that if I write them with my pen somewhere, maybe put them on the refrigerator, I can get to them a lot easier. Or I put them on my calendar in the phone. So it'll pop up and say, don't forget to do this today. Don't forget to do that today. So write down those goals and knock it out this week. And shout out to the crack dealers. I know it's got to be tough out here for you. The job is not as glorious as it once was in the 80s. You're not making the same money. You're counting a whole lot of change. You're probably making $5.50 an hour at this point. Dang. You're probably making no money. Have you seen a crackhead? I don't think they got a whole lot of dollars to be spending on their crack.
Yeah, that's a good point.
A lot of bartering and trading going on in the crack game right now. Shout out to the crack dealers. That's so toxic. This is LA Live for Monday, April 13th, 2026. It is a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip-hop group PPT for naming today Monday, Friday. Monday, Friday vibes is just where I go over some things I seen or did over the weekend. And I'm not fully sure what's going on here, but it looks like we might have something brewing. All right. So Friday, I told you about the man who set fire to the Ontario, California, Kimberly-Clark warehouse.
Yes. Yeah.
And he set it on fire because he wants a living wage.
Yes.
It's an attack on the CEOs in a sense, right? Mm-hmm. Well, on Saturday, there was a man arrested after he set multiple fires inside the Ontario Mills Mall in California. Multiple fires. Set it on fire on purpose, and his was a living wage situation. I seen the True Religion store just burning. Just burning Saturday morning.
Oh, yeah, I see it right now.
Yeah, check this out. Then there was a fire in New Jersey. There was a 3-alarm fire at a chemical warehouse. That is still under investigation. But people are already trying to tie it to the living wage fires. We don't know yet, but I don't know if we got something brewing or if the internet is just interneting and putting all of these coincidences together and try to make them something. I don't know.
Early signs of a revolution?
That's why I don't know. Are we at that point in the chapter? There was a massive 7-alarm fire that broke out at a lumber yard. That makes a lot of sense. At a lumber yard in Wayne County, Ohio. That is still under an investigation.
A lot of flammable sawdust.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Any one by itself.
Right. There was a 5-alarm fire that broke out at a warehouse containing lumber again in College Point, Queens. That's under investigation. People don't know how that happened, but I get it. Lumber is flammable.
And expensive.
Very expensive.
You want to hurt the man?
Wow.
Light up his wood.
Wow. Yeah, that'd definitely hurt the man. And OpenAI CEO Sam Altman.
They went after his home.
His home was struck by gunfire this weekend, just days after the Molotov cocktail attack on his house Friday.
Yeah.
That's
Why are they mad at him? He's collecting data?
Because he's OpenAI's boss.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's another CEO they're coming after. They're scared of the AI, the A's and the I's, as my aunt says. You hear the A's and the I's is taking jobs out here, baby.
They are.
You prepared for the A's and the I's?
That's why they have to ramp up the culture war.
Yeah. So, yeah, man, there's a lot of things going on right now. I don't know if we're at that chapter in the book or if it's just a coincidence. But stay on the lookout. I'm going to follow that story like I have been all weekend. All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan, Monday, Friday. Get into some fun stuff real quick. Did y'all see the news about the Alabama A&M's Cornelius Quad Brown?
No.
You ever heard of this guy?
No.
Cornelius Quad Brown. His name is Quad, nickname.
Sounds fast.
Quad, yeah, he is. Quad is a... Shut up, man.
Quads.
It took me
Quad
a second,
Brown.
bro. Yeah, it took me a second. Every time I hear the words quad, I think of my brother's quads. They're huge. He ran track for McNeese for a while.
He was probably flying.
Yeah.
Well, he used to sit on your face, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he did. Damn quads, man.
That was a fighting technique in the 80s and 90s.
It's a finishing move.
Quad is a starting quarterback for the Alabama A&M Bulldogs. Quad had a season-ending injury in 2025 when he suffered 3 torn ligaments in his ankle. Ouch. And this is before his injury. He threw over for 1,060 yards and 7 touchdowns and 1 interception in 4 games.
Okay.
Boy was on fire. You'll see why in a second, though. He earned SWAC Offensive Player of the Week honors after accounting for 5 total touchdowns, 3 passing, 2 rushing, and a victory over Alcorn State. Well, this week, Quad Brown was granted a medical red shirt by the NCAA.
There we go.
So this year, Quad will be an 8th year.
8th year, okay.
Senior.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. At Alabama, 8 years in college as a quarterback.
Goodness.
And
This dude's like 26 years old or something?
He's old as hell, bro. My man is old as hell, but he's fired up about it. Listen to this dude. He's fired up. He's loving it.
The grinding day in and day out, the wondering if you're going to be the same player that you were before, all of that is inevitable. The workouts, the practices, we're out here at 5:15 in the morning. You know, all those things are promised, but the results aren't promised. So in this process, I had to find a way to fall in love with the process and not only fall in love with the results. Like I was telling my teammates, man, I love football. There's nothing else that I'd rather be doing than playing college football.
Clearly.
I feel like a lot of people would feel the same if they were in my position. I don't want to go get a real job. I want to continue to impact lives and leave a positive impact on this university and on my teammates. So I'm just thankful to God that I have that opportunity.
Hell yeah, dude.
Can you blame him?
Yeah.
No, I don't want to go get a real job. I want to play college football as long as I can.
Do you believe when he says there's nothing else he'd rather be doing?
Uh-huh.
I do.
There's nothing he wants to do other than just play football and be in college.
Being in the NFL? Nah.
I'm good.
There's a lot of guys at college I don't want to be in the NFL. College is too good.
Nah, starting a family, getting a job, flexing this degree. Nah, I want to play football.
Yeah, at a college, there's like, 10, 20, 40,000 people your same age just cruising around, partying 3 nights a week.
Kind of your same age.
Maybe not quite.
Yeah.
Around your same age, yeah. Within 5 or 6 years of you.
Yeah. That's great, dude. Yeah, my brother played at Southwestern Oklahoma State University.
Hey!
And he remembers showing up and like these guys they got like diapers in their gym bag and stuff because they got families.
Yeah.
He's like, bro, these are grown freaking men out here.
The quarterback is a foreman somewhere.
He left his day job to come over to practice.
Yeah.
It's a different level.
Yeah. Staying with college football right here. Hold on. Hey! Wait a minute. All right. Staying with college football right here. Allow me to introduce you to this young man, Sean Robinson. He is a DB at Augsburg University. Augsburg University. Augsburg. Fam. I don't know, bro. I don't know. But now, Augsburg. I'm a fan of the NIL.
He's in 9th year.
These kids need to get paid.
They do, absolutely.
I'm a fan of the NIL, but you really have to find your lane when you're promoting a product so you can shine. Sean Robinson stopped by a coffee shop as his obligation to his NIL deal. The coffee shop's name is Sip Happens Coffee Bar.
Okay.
Sip Happens Coffee Bar.
I like that.
And they made a video to promote their football player. And listen to this, bro. This man is electric.
Mocha for Sean.
Hi, I'm Sean Robinson. I play football at Augsburg University. I also study computer science.